Chapter 61. Guan Yi never expected the Trax Tavern to be a place where ghost stories were told. If this cocktail hadn't cost 25 road coins, she would have stood up and left. No, what's wrong with this? It's so mysterious. To listen to a ghost story, you have to put the glass in the right place and wear headphones, otherwise you can't hear anything. Guan Yi shook her head, expressing her incomprehension. The Black Pine Forest tells the story of a greedy person who took something he shouldn't have and was hunted by a curse, forcing her to flee into the Black Pine Forest for shelter. Ultimately, she escaped the curse that pursued her, but was assimilated by the Black Pine Forest's curse, becoming part of the forest and unable to leave. Guan Yi. If this Black Pine Forest is the same Black Pine Forest where Lady Crow searched for the shawl, then I better stay away. It's not worth risking 200 road coins. After the story was finished, the radio went silent. Guan Yi tried to play the radio from the beginning to the end, but still couldn't find a new channel. Guan Yi tipped her head back, drained the drink, and stood up, ready to leave this awful place. But the moment she stood up, a strange feeling flashed through her mind. She paused, then walked to the bar, and asked the bartender for another mocktail. No summer night lighthouse, just a drink. With her drink in hand, Guan Yi returned to the table and repeated her previous actions. However, when she turned the FM dial to the channel where she had previously listened to the Black Pine Forest story, there was only a rustling white noise, as if this frequency band was always empty and never told any strange stories. Guan Yi continued to move the frequency band until a new voice came into her headphones. This happened again and again. After she had 3 drinks in a row in this tavern, the bartender refused her request for one more. "Ma'am, you should leave." The bartender wiped the glass, seemingly endlessly, and said pointedly, "We can't sell any more alcohol." Guan Yi hesitated. If she remembered correctly, she had always ordered non-alcoholic cocktails. Selling other people's alcohol couldn't be held responsible. "3, ma'am." As if he could see Guan Yi's thoughts, the bartender added, "No matter what you order, 3 is the limit." Guan Yi. Oh my goodness, is this the otherworldly version of 3 bowls, and you're out of business? Since that was the case, Guan Yi had no choice but to leave the trail tavern and return to the streets of the service area. Then, Guan Yi saw the sign on the tavern door flip automatically, from open to closed. She pushed again, but it wouldn't budge. I don't know if it's for everyone, or just those who had 3 drinks. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, and decided it was the latter. She's seen something similar at the previous service area. Normally, players and shops exist in the same dimension. But when player A buys a limited edition item at a shop, that shop, or a specific shelf within it, switches to another dimension. Player A will no longer be able to see that shop, while other players remain unaffected until they either bought their own limited edition items or used up all the shops available. Guan Yi drank 3 drinks in the tavern. Besides the strange story of the Black Pine Forest, she heard 2 other stories. One about a greedy person who exchanged all his materials for road coins, only to run out of them when he needed them, and ultimately died stranded on the road. And the poor man who overestimated his abilities, and made a special deal with a frog noodle merchant, only to be forced to use body parts as substitutes because he couldn't produce the goods the merchant wanted. Guan Yi. This story doesn't sound made up. She herself almost made a special deal with the frog noodle merchant. Thinking about it now, she felt a little scared. At the time, she had naively thought she was just stuck where she was, but he actually asked for something else as a substitute. TSK, that's terrifying. If the frog noodle merchant story could be true, then could the Black Pine Forest, and that money-grubbing individual also be real? Guan Yi glanced back at the now-closed tavern and felt that the 75 highway coins she spent were worth it. Honestly, the bartender's cocktail skills were quite popular online, and the drinks he made were perfect for photos and Instagram, but they weren't very tasty. You can't exchange all the ingredients for highway coins. You have to keep some in the car. Guan Yi didn't know which section of highway the story was referring to, but since this was happening, she had to be prepared. After all, she had plenty of money on hand, so she couldn't afford such a small expense. Guan Yi continued her shopping, pondering this. On the map navigation in the VIP lounge, she saw many shops that didn't sell merchandise. For example, the Trax Tavern, the nearby post office, the movie theater, and several other places only accessible to NPCs. A movie theater. Guan Yi looked up at the building with dozens of steps, puzzled by the need for such a high rise in a flat neighborhood. But, since she was already here, right? She had to go up and take a look. 2 minutes later, Guan Yi was informed that only ticket holders could enter the movie, and that tickets were not available to travelers. If she wanted to see the movie, she would have to find a way to get one herself. Guan Yi speculated that the movie tickets might have come from supply boxes, perhaps also sold in the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, or perhaps as rewards from NPCs. Whatever the source, she didn't have any tickets now, just like when she tried to enter Piston City before, only to be turned away by the NPC. If she had known, she wouldn't have come up. Guan Yi examined the poster in front of the cinema. It depicted a city with a rather wasteland-like feel. While not completely covered in rubble, traffic was largely paralyzed. Workers were rebuilding roads, and drivers were transporting materials. Creatures, only visible yellow eyes, lurked in the city's shadows, signaling an unsafe environment. Guan Yi pondered, pulling out her phone to take a picture, but was stopped by the staff. She could only stare at the movie poster again and again, trying to memorize every detail. With the fable about don't sell all your materials in front, and the massive poster about building an abandoned city behind, Guan Yi wondered if this might be an announcement about the next server. That brings me to another problem. I already decided to skip a grade. Guan Yi pulled out her bound skipping item. The red light that had originally read application in progress had already turned green, indicating application approved, even as she was sipping her cocktail. There was no undo option. Regardless of Guan Yi's regrets, she was going to skip a grade. It doesn't matter. I have my own way of verifying it. Guan Yi pulled out her phone and sent a message to Phone Beauty, hoping he'd come to the cinema to see the poster and tell her what was going on. A phone call would have been faster, but Guan Yi worried he might be in some special building, like she had been in a tavern. If interrupted, who knew if he missed any details? Better to send a message. There's no rush anyway, Guan Yi thought, strolling down the stairs to continue her shopping trip. The next destination was the post office. Guan Yi wanted to see if her current self was the same future self she had been. The answer was no. The staff explained that they had people delivering mail, eliminating the need for travelers to come in person. Looks like I can live longer, which is great. Guan Yi was relieved. Upon learning that she could send letters across service areas, she immediately bought envelopes and stationery and wrote a letter to Ko Xia, sharing her recent thoughts and telling her she could use it if the country needed it. The post office also offered a parcel delivery service, which was not only cross-regional but also cheaper than Squirrel Express. However, the drawback was also significant. You had to come to the post office to send mail, and to pick it up, you had to get a receipt, along with the letter itself, and then bring it to the post office to pick it up. If there's no post office in that service area, sorry, please wait for the next one. If the recipient dies on the highway, sorry, the package will be automatically confiscated and will not be returned. Guan Yi, okay, there's a reason Squirrel Express has become so big. Competitors who don't return packages are just lame. She'd rather pay a little more for Squirrel Express's direct delivery service than wait 10 days, or half a month, for the package to arrive. We guarantee that the mail will be delivered to you on time. Perhaps sensing Guan Yi's disdain, the staff member couldn't help but retort, but perhaps knowing it wouldn't be convincing, his voice was low. Guan Yi decided to pretend she hadn't heard and politely left the post office. She had an important place to go. Turn right at the intersection ahead, and continue to the end of this section. The Ringing Memorial Hall. A museum dedicated to engines. This museum is free, and any player or NPC can enter as long as they abide by the museum's rules. The rules are categorized as simple and complex. The simple ones exist in real-world museums as well. Though some people don't follow them, they do exist. For example, rules like don't make noise, don't bang on the windows, don't touch the exhibits, don't spit. The more complex ones are more in line with this world, like the designated tour route, prohibiting taking photos, and prohibiting skipping exhibits. To put it bluntly, if you want to see something, see it all, otherwise, don't see anything, or something bad will happen. The specifics of what these bad things are aren't spelled out in the visiting rules, and Guan Yi doesn't want to know. She's always been a lawful person unless there's a need to break the rules. There are only 3 exhibition halls in total. Halls 1 and 3 are opposite each other, and Hall 2 is upstairs. No wonder they tell us to go in order. Otherwise, it would be much more convenient to just visit Halls 1 and 3 first. Guan Yi looked at the guide map and rented a guide for 20 highway coins before entering Hall 1. She nearly choked on the dust inside. How many years had it been since anyone cleaned this place? Guan Yi tightly shut her mouth, breathing softly, afraid to disturb the dusty, ancient objects within. Like most museums, exhibits were displayed in display cases against the walls, arranged in order. More unique items were placed in the center of the hall or on a separate wall. The exhibits here were all engines, each with its model and features written underneath. Guan Yi saw that they were heavy and ancient, but they undoubtedly made a significant contribution to the history of the automobile. Then, as she walked, Guan Yi came across an empty display case with a familiar name on the sign below. Original Climber Engine, awaiting donation. Below this line of text was a description of the engine, identical to the blind box she opened earlier. Only after reading all that did Guan Yi see a line of smaller text at the very bottom of the sign. If you have this engine and would like to donate, please go to the engine donation terminal on the basement level. Guan Yi: okay, I go after I've seen all the exhibits. I hope the donation you're talking about is a paid donation. Chapter 62. Guan Yi wasn't fooled by the message. She followed the sequence and thoroughly inspected the exhibits in all 3 halls before descending the stairs to the museum's basement. It was a bare room, devoid of furniture or decoration. It was almost as large as the upper floor, and because it was completely connected, it seemed even more spacious. The machine Guan Yi was looking for was placed in the center of the room. It was a small, pitch-black machine with a conveyor belt in front and silver tubes surrounding its sides, resembling some kind of black mechanical heart. Next to the machine stood a platform of the same color. The platform panel tilted slightly, with white inscriptions engraved on it. Donors will receive the museum's gratitude. Verbal gratitude, or gratitude in action. Guan Yi couldn't help but grumble. At this point, if she didn't donate it, she'd have to sell it for money. But with enough highway coins, she felt better off following her instinct and taking a big gamble than increasing her savings. So, Guan Yi pulled the primitive climber from her backpack and, before it could grow larger, placed it on the conveyor belt outside the machine. The dormant machine, awakened by the weight of the conveyor belt, flickered silver lights on the black machine, unattended. Woo! Amidst a train-like roar, the conveyor belt creaked to life, carrying the palm-sized engine, still untouched, into the interior of the black machine. Guan Yi waited patiently. The entire inspection process lasted about 20 seconds, but to her, it felt like 20 minutes. Finally, the conveyor belt stopped, and the silver light on the machine flickered to green, signaling the end of the test and the promised gratitude. Guan Yi stared intently at the machine, her heart racing. She admitted that she was a mere mortal, wanting a reward after giving, not just verbal thanks and accolades. This wasn't just a casual favor, she'd given the fruits of her labor. Even if the reward wasn't particularly valuable, it should at least be a gesture of sincerity. Thankfully, Guan Yi's fears didn't materialize. The machine remained silent, but the base where the thank you message was written could be heard printing. Soon, a frosted silver card emerged from the base, etched with a physical message of gratitude in gold. Mingdong Memorial Hall Donation Card. Donation number, 04349. Donated model, Primitive Climber. Exhibit level, Level 1. Note: donors can use this card to order a custom engine from the Mechanical Power Association. On the back of the card, another line of small characters was engraved. An outdated machine, once glorious. Perhaps freshly printed, Guan Yi could still feel the residual warmth of the card as she held it. She stared at the words for a few seconds, then breathed a sigh of relief. Her intuition prevailed once again. I remember that association being in this service area. Guan Yi recalled the map she had memorized and realized that the place was diagonally across from the museum, visible from the exit. Since she had already visited her place, Guan Yi left the museum and headed for the Mechanical Power Association. This time, she finally saw a living person. To be more precise, half a living person. The Mechanical Power Association is filled with mecha gnomes, who have replaced half their bodies with machinery, so they can quickly switch to the tools they desire. As for whether to modify the left or right side, Guan Yi observed that it seems to be a matter of personal preference. The association has no hard and fast rules. Hey, big guy, deliver the goods over there. Don't stand in the hall and get in the way. A shrill voice came from below, forcing Guan Yi to look down. He saw a dwarf girl with purple pigtails talking to him, while holding a cup of steaming brown liquid. Hello. I'm here to get a custom engine. Guan Yi was a little uncomfortable talking to someone so short. She simply squatted down, looking him in the eye, as if she were talking to a child. Can you take me to where I can do this? Customized engine? You must be mistaken. We don't offer this to travelers. Hey, you have a donation card. No wonder. Okay, follow me. Guan Yi followed the twin-tailed gnome into the association. They navigated piles of spare parts, mountains of discarded parts, a pile of scattered blueprints, and several gnomes fighting and discussing. Dodged by them, the twin-tailed girl spilled nearly all of her drink on Guan Yi's shoes. The gnome girl felt guilty about this, apologizing profusely and softening her tone when speaking to Guan Yi. Guan Yi, If I had worn sandals, I know right now if burn counted as a debuff and whether it would show up on my dashboard. Having said that, although the girl with twin tails spilled a drink on her shoes, she also helped her get revenge. The other party poured the almost 2/3 empty cup, along with the remaining drink inside, on the head of the bearded dwarf who bumped into her. The brown drink flowed down his bald head and into his beard, causing the other man to lose focus on the argument or whoever had knocked the cup on him, and instead ran for something to clean his beard. Guan Yi. Wow! Here it is! After winding through the chaotic association, the twin-tailed girl led Guan Yi to a small, cramped room. It was similar to the main hall, with things piled everywhere, including tables, chairs, and the floor. Would you like to sit on a stool or on the floor? The twin-tailed girl looked at Guan Yi, as if waiting for her decision, before immediately clearing a place for a human to sit. Guan Yi glanced at the kindergarten chair, fearing she might not be able to get up. There were no firefighters to rescue her, and leaving with the chair would be humiliating. The ground will be fine, Guan Yi replied. So, are you the one in charge of this custom work? Pretty much. We just pick up whoever's available. You came just in time, I'm free. As she spoke, the girl with the twin tails swiftly cleared a small space against the wall and motioned for Guan Yi to sit over. She then carefully found a small stool with wheels from a pile of junk, sat down, and slid over to Guan Yi using her toes. Come on, tell me what you want. What kind of engine do you want? Fast or more stable? Or maybe you like climbing hills and want high torque. Explosiveness is also important. Do you want that? The girl with the twin tails spoke in a single breath, like a souped-up seed shooter. Perhaps not getting the response she was looking for, she looked up from her screen at Guan Yi, who was sitting against the wall with an awkward but polite smile. Am I speaking too fast? Sang Luluo always lectures me about this, saying this habit will eventually get me into trouble. He even thinks my recent lack of orders is due to this. But how could that be? I communicate with other clients through email. We never talk on the phone, and they rarely come to visit. The decline in customers is the association's own problem. How could it be because of me? Sorry, I think I said a lot again. Come to think of it, I don't even know your name. Guan Yi finally found a moment to interrupt Twin Tails. My name is Guan Yi. This is my first time customizing my own engine. Is there anything I should be aware of? Oh, I think I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Sang Tutu, but you can just call me Tutu. Customizing an engine isn't difficult. Just fill out the form according to the instructions, and I make it for you. Making basic blueprints and actual items. You have money, right? Guan Yi nodded. Some. Are they expensive? Sang Tutu tapped away at the electronic screen, then pushed it toward Guan Yi. The price depends on your needs. The basic model is only 500 highway coins. If you want to expand, that might add another 500 to 2,000. If you want more luxurious parts. What car model do you have now? Guan Yi looked at the design drawings, which she couldn't understand, and answered every question. Off-road Jeep. It's being upgraded at the modification shop. It will be level 3 when it comes out tomorrow. Then, there's no need for the most luxurious equipment. It can't handle it. In that case, Sang Tutu pulled a calculator from his pocket, clicking away, and then said to Guan Yi, if you're looking for value, it probably won't cost more than 2,200 highway coins. Guan Yi nodded. Okay, let's get started. Sang Tutu took back the electronic screen and began once again to interrogate Guan Yi's preferences. This time, she slowed down, explaining more clearly and directly when Guan Yi looked bewildered. Like the Isla series, it has special terrain effects, but it's difficult to increase speed. The Turbo series has relatively balanced stats, but it's affordable, making it a great choice for beginners. The climber you donated is also a special type, sacrificing speed for climbing ability. There's no other way around it. Engine kinetic energy was limited back then, so performance had to be cut. Sang Tutu talked a lot, but Guan Yi showed no signs of impatience. She leaned back against the wall, her hands clasped around her raised right knee, and listened with gusto as he explained the key points of various engine models and the optimal configurations for each. This was all knowledge she needed, but no one had ever mentioned it before. Guan Yi was overwhelmed with gratitude for someone so enthusiastically explaining it, and there was no way she could be annoyed. Sang Tutu was delighted. She loved sharing her knowledge, but no one in the association liked to hear her talk. Now that Guan Yi was there for comparison, it made her compatriots seem even more lacking in taste. So, she pushed herself harder, determined to find an engine that not only met Guan Yi's requirements, but also offered the best value for money. In a sense, wasn't this a two-way struggle? Chapter 63. Following Sang Tutu's enthusiastic introduction, Guan Yi received her first engine design blueprint in this world. It was actually just a virtual shell on a screen. Guan Yi had to add the components she wanted, just like assembling a computer. Of course, during the assembly process, she had to consider hardware compatibility, whether it would work properly, and whether it was worth the price or a waste of money. For example, this thermal starter can't be used with honeycomb cooling. It seems to be able to handle both low and high temperatures, but in reality, the performance is terrible. Sang Tutu scrolled across the screen, explaining the various component models and characteristics to Guan Yi. At first, Guan Yi could still memorize them, but as more and more similar model names appeared, her eyes gradually became confused. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I listening to something I don't understand? Stop for a moment. Guan Yi decisively stopped Sang Tutu's explanation. Can this process be simplified a bit? I have things to do today, and can't stay here forever. A flicker of regret crossed Sang Tutu's face, but he immediately pushed the parts aside, and reopened the blueprint for the empty shell. Okay, let's see. Do you have a preference for the shell? While pale white, crack imitation ceramic is trending lately, I don't really recommend it. Guan Yi shook his head honestly. I don't have a preference for the shell. Just pick the one that looks best. I usually can't see it anyway. A practical idea. Sang Tutu nodded, opened the parts list on the left side of the screen, and scrolled through it. But now some people like transparent car shells, so the appearance of the engine is very important. Okay, how about this one? Guan Yi nodded randomly. She couldn't see the difference between this and the previous one. She decided to trust Sang Tutu. What bad intentions could a talkative person have? After all, if you're not careful, you can blurt out your thoughts. After choosing the shell, the next step was performance. Sang Tutu professionally inquired about Guan Yi's vehicle needs and the road conditions she might encounter. He ultimately gave her an engine worth 1850 highway coins and 750 highway coins worth of self-installable spare parts. You can pay now. Sang Tutu closed the electronic screen with satisfaction and stood up from her small stool. Then I take the supplies to the auto repair shop and replace your engine. You learned all the replacement methods I just taught you, right? Guan Yi nodded. She took the design drawings and would directly integrate them with the workshop. She would then place the purchased spare parts in the storage compartment and make replacements based on the map. Went to number 1 introduction, a brand new, modular engine with elements custom builders will appreciate. Top speed, 160 km per hour. Main slot, climber 2000, replaceable, expansion slots. Left, narrow road stabilizer, right, empty, off-road performance, 7. High temperature resistance, 3. Low temperature resistance, 5. Corrosion resistance, 1. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 37. This engine is biased towards off-road performance, sacrificing some driving force for stability. Guan Yi chose this engine deliberately because, while chatting with Sang Tutu, Feng Buting had replied to her message, telling her that the poster he saw was a different scene. Clearly, just as Guan Yi had guessed, it was a trailer poster. People going to different servers would see different content, unless the theater quickly removed the poster and replaced it with another one after Guan Yi finished viewing it. Considering this possibility, Guan Yi decided to go back and take another look. If it had indeed been changed, the theater wouldn't have expected her to come back. Following Sang Tutu, Guan Yi paid the fee and was escorted to the association's entrance. Have a bon voyage, ma'am. Our warranty is 3 years. If you need anything, please come back and see me. I hope I can be called Tang Data when we meet again. Guan Yi blinked. Isn't your name Sang Tutu? Sang Tutu put his hands on his hips and looked up proudly. Just like a car can't keep using the same engine, a dwarf can't have just one name. As we achieve new things, we naturally acquire a more fitting name. Guan Yi didn't understand, but she respected their traditions. So, she amicably bid farewell to the present Sang Tutu, the future Miss Tang Data, and continued to do her own thing. In the evening, Guan Yi returned home with a full load. I got the 3 limited production licenses, read the special news, sent the car to the modification shop, and had a new engine customized. I replenished my food and water at the 7th station, bought snacks and drinks, and plenty of prepared food too, more than enough for me. Guan Yi's living conditions were much better than when she first arrived. The car had a refrigerator, a washing machine, a separate shower, and a kitchen stove. She also replaced her double bed with a more comfortable mattress, and had all the necessary bedding and pillows. From a travel perspective alone, these items are more than enough. They're even more comfortable than a real-world RV. After all, her trunk is quite spacious now, and it's divided into sections with partitions, allowing for storage and living areas to interact without interfering with each other. If you ignore the fact that some people can't squeeze onto the new server, the game isn't very stressful. As long as you successfully reach the service area, you can exchange your supplies for money, which you can then use to buy necessities, though the prices will be higher. Guanyi lay in bed, scrolling through her phone and the bustling chat channel. Tomorrow is the last day the server is open, and with the experience of playing on a new server, most people are rushing to get there, even giving up on finding supply boxes. I finally got my 4 stamp. I'm sure I reached the service area tomorrow. What a blessing, I'm so lucky. I got some warm, delicious braised pork patties today. I miss the service area. I want to rest. I don't want to drive anymore. I'm so fed up. How long are we going to keep driving like this? Where's the Golden City? What is the government doing? Why isn't it saving ordinary people? Are you selling those braised pork patties? 1, or can I trade you some instant noodles? It got dark just after I got my stamp, so I had to stay in the car. There were other refugees next to me, but I don't know who they were. 50,000 person servers, and I still can't find my family. I'm desperate. No, I already have instant noodles. I only have 1 braised pork patty, and I'm almost done with it, hee. Oh shit, that guy in the car next to me is my friend. Oh shit. You guys chat here, I'm going to chat offline. Don't go, it's over. Another one ruined. It's raining here, how about you guys? Don't go out. Don't worry about what's going on outside. Don't get out of the car. If you want to chat, chat here. Those are night monsters outside. Don't go out. They're all fake. Seeing this, Guanyi couldn't help but mourn for the person who had found her brother. The night monsters in the foggy area are psychic, using all sorts of methods to lure people out at night. Even though the person said they were near the sealed building, which was why she believed the person in the car next to them was real, showing up just after 10 o'clock instead of earlier, that was too suspicious. Guanyi paid close attention to the name of the person who had gone to find her brother, but unfortunately, he didn't show up for a long time. She didn't know if he was really engrossed in chatting with his brother, or if he had simply logged off. Forget it, she didn't know him anyway, and there were many people in the chat channel warning everyone not to get out of the car no matter what they heard or saw. It was best to stay focused on chatting and wait until 12 o'clock. If all else failed, she could just knock herself out and sleep until dawn. It was better than being tempted out for no reason. If only there were a permanent service area card for sale. I'd break the bank to get one. I'd rather be an NPC than continue this. Maybe the NPCs we're facing now are just failed players. It's terrifying to think about it. I'm having pizza tonight, la pizza. You guys can be NPCs if you want, I'm going home anyway. Bye mints. I'm staying up tonight, burning the midnight oil. The chat scrolled endlessly, and Guanyi grew sleepy. After all, she was in the service area, and there were no monsters outside to tempt her. She didn't need to wait until midnight like everyone else. Sleep. There's still tomorrow's mission. Guanyi yawned and fell asleep. With no monsters launching mental attacks, she could sleep soundly today without opening the music box. The next morning, the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived on time. Guanyi rubbed her eyes, sat up, and mechanically opened the large envelope. 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, destruction countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds, member points. Dear Guanyi member, as of midnight on May 14th, your member points are 6871 and your mileage is 8,141.17 LV1. Please calculate your points accurately when using. If you reach a negative point, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendation: mountain bike equals 2,500 points limited. 7. Dusted history book limited. 3 is equal to 50 points. Dog whistle equals 35 points limited. 15. Highway News 1. Green Apricot Leaf Company has completed its review and has resumed production. A new batch of bitter almond tea is about to be released. They stated that they will strictly control product quality and will not allow products that do not meet bitterness standards to enter the market again. 2. The Jacksu card is selling like hotcakes, replacing the white-eyed rabbit plush to become the #1 hot item this month. 3. A new round of highway rescue activities is about to begin. Participants, please pay attention to whether there are any people calling for help in your server. The moment Guanyi saw the words motorcycle and car, she opened the purchase interface, not even bothering to read the rest of the newsletter. Her mind was preoccupied with one thing: motorcycle. She wanted to buy a motorcycle. Chapter 64. The car-mounted mountain bike was clearly a hot commodity, at least not in the service areas of Phase 2. Guan Yi exerted all her might, using the speed she used to snatch coupons for years with little success, frantically tapping the purchase interface. Beautiful. This time, Guan Yi finally got what she wanted. Not caring about her elation, Guan Yi continued her swift pace, grabbing the other 2 limited edition items. Seeing she purchased everything, Guan Yi excitedly jumped out of bed, running around in circles, fists raised above her head, mimicking the looks of soccer stars after scoring a goal, and then performing a kneeling sliding tackle on the bed. If it weren't for the considerable resistance of the mattress and bedding, Guan Yi would have definitely fallen. There was no way she could help it. She was simply too excited. This was a second vehicle besides the car, and a mountain bike, renowned for its off-road and hill climbing abilities, was like an extra pair of legs for drivers after leaving the car. Who wouldn't want it? Guan Yi wanted it, and she had indeed gotten a car-mounted mountain bike. I told you to save up points. Look, it costs a full 2,500 points. Luckily, I've been saving, otherwise I just have to watch others buy it. Guan Yi's mouth was practically tearing up. She was just happy, incredibly happy, with the satisfaction of having painstakingly saved up and finally bought something she loved. Knowing that the Squirrel Express delivery would arrive shortly, Guan Yi quickly browsed the rest of the newsletter, then washed and packed up, waiting on the street outside the hotel. She wanted to unpack and inspect the goods right away, and ideally, ride them for a couple of laps. It's right at the service area, so safe. Even if the road here is too smooth to test my full potential, at least I can get some practice. Guan Yi thought happily, then her thoughts turned to where to buy a motorcycle helmet, gloves, and protective gear. Her mind was completely occupied with the motorcycle, not even glancing at the other 2 limited edition items. That's a motorcycle, Guan Yi thought. With a motorcycle to compare it to, who cares about dog whistles and history books? Waiting and waiting, Guan Yi finally finished the countdown for the newsletter. As she waited anxiously, the squirrel courier appeared at the end of the road. Guan Yi rubbed her hands in anticipation. This time, unlike usual deliveries, the squirrel courier wasn't alone. Behind his motorcycle was a small flatbed cart, with the all-black mountain bike perched atop it. Although the bike was secured to the cart, another squirrel courier, wearing a helmet, was holding it up to prevent it from falling. Guan Yi, wow. So, of these 2 squirrel couriers, which one is the one she always sees? Or are they both strangers? Even if Guan Yi wasn't faceblind and could tell cats and dogs apart, that presupposes she often see their faces, or judge them by fur color and patches. But the squirrel couriers were so tightly wrapped that besides their faces, only their ears and large tails were always visible. Guan Yi couldn't tell them apart based on that. From the Highway Mileage Association, signed by Guan Yi. Familiar conversation, familiar voice, and that familiar squirrel head. Guan Yi took the box, which contained a dog whistle and a dusty history book. Dog whistle description: summon vicious dogs, even if they don't belong to you. Summon 3 vicious dogs to work for you for 10 minutes. After dispersing them, you can summon them again until the working time is up. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1 dusty history book description, a thick history book, with some of the writing blurred and only a few details visible. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Guan Yi quickly glanced at the 2 items and stuffed them into her backpack. All the while, she kept her eyes on the squirrel courier unloading the packages, and she was tempted to go over and help. Alas, he was quick, and before Guan Yi could even get a chance, the black mountain bike had landed smoothly. Then, Squirrel Courier A folded up his flatbed and sat behind Squirrel Courier B, who was riding a motorcycle. Both squirrels simultaneously turned toward Guan Yi, saluted her, and then vanished in a flash. Guan Yi, wow! Motorcycle speed. With a sigh of admiration, Guan Yi forgot about the Squirrel Courier and rubbed her hands as she gazed at her new bike. Because it wasn't custom-made, it naturally wouldn't fit her as well as Juxia's, but it wasn't impossible to ride. After all, Guan Yi was 1.7 meters tall enough to handle most vehicles. Besides, Guan Yi knew how to ride a motorcycle and had the corresponding driver's license. It's just that driving was more comfortable for long trips, and since some cities ban motorcycles, she still drove most of the time. But that didn't mean her motorcycle skills had gotten any worse. I still have to go to the modification shop. Guan Yi straddled the motorcycle, caressing it lovingly, finding a good excuse for his first in-game ride. This bike can't be stored in the storage compartment. I need them to figure out how to get it onto the car. That being said, Guan Yi hadn't actually worried about it. After all, it was called a car-mounted mountain bike, so it must be able to fit onto the car, just not through the storage compartment. Seeing Guan Yi again, the modification shop staff had a blank expression. He had just served the impulsive Sang Tutu yesterday, installing the custom engine into the car and helping the owner set up a custom-made path for the owner to modify it himself. Now he had to face the smirking owner and install the bike on her car. Can't you just make all your requests at once? Damn it! Making changes, especially big ones like this, is such a waste of time. I'm afraid you have to come back after 2 p.m. today. The staff member looked dejected, scribbling furiously on the work order. Any other requests? Guan Yi said a bit embarrassedly, no thank you. Okay. The customer said they had no other requests. The staff member muttered, another 4 hours of work. Guan Yi pretended not to hear the other person's vague complaint, and turned to leave the modification shop. She hadn't had breakfast yet, and she had to spend some time in the massage parlor today to see if she could get another attribute point. Leaving the massage parlor, Guan Yi checked her watch. It was only a few minutes before 11 o'clock, and the main group had already begun arriving. Since she had submitted a level skip application, and it had been approved, she didn't have to rush out like last time. Besides, Zhuxia's transformation wasn't complete yet. So, Guan Yi returned to her window seat in the second-floor VIP lounge, her favorite food and drinks spread on the table. As she watched the crowd below, she added her newly acquired attribute points to her perception. Now, she had 7 perception points. Guan Yi seemed to sense something, and suddenly looked northwest. The building directly opposite was Piston Happy City, a place she couldn't enter despite having 10 happy coins. That place should be. Guan Yi had previously been curious about Piston Happy City, but she hadn't been completely obsessed with entering, as her sixth sense seemed to be constantly trying to downplay its existence and dispel her interest. Now, Guan Yi felt the urge to don't go in even stronger, and she could clearly sense the danger lurking beneath Piston Happy City's festive and bright exterior. It's not a place I can go to right now, Guan Yi concluded, then shifted her gaze back to the street, as if she had been briefly drawn to the clown's expression on the Happy City sign, and now that the clown's expression had changed, she had lost interest. After finishing her meal, Guan Yi went downstairs and blended into the crowd, strolling through the streets while testing her newfound senses. Ordinary buildings are imperceptible. Piston City is dangerous. The museum and cinema are shrouded in mist, a place of both danger and opportunity. The Trax bar is also shrouded in mist, having nothing to do with her right now. A powerful tool for avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. Guan Yi summarized her abilities. On the next server, any place that makes me uncomfortable is definitely dangerous. But if that's all, it's not impossible to go and take a look. Danger and opportunity coexist. The more dangerous the place, the higher the reward. Although Guan Yi prefers to play it safe, she doesn't mind taking a risk when necessary. Their stroll lasted until 3 p.m. Phone Beauty even invited Guan Yi to lunch, but she declined, saying she'd eaten too much at the buffet. They only met for a drink before going their separate ways. Guan Yi felt that Phone Beauty's online style differed from his offline style, and she found the offline enthusiasm somewhat unbearable. Phone Beauty was truly busy. She seemed to have a lot on her plate. The fact that she found time for a drink with Guan Yi was proof enough that she was a true fan. Separating from Phone Beauty, Guan Yi went to the repair shop to pick up her car. Seeing that she was there to pick up the car, not to revise the plan, the staff's tense expression relaxed, and even their steps, as they led the way, became lighter. Zhu Xia upgraded from a level 1 off-road Jeep to a level 3, costing Guan Yi 640 basic parts and 300 metal, nearly emptying her inventory. The staff member explained, the basic parts are no longer useful for your car. It's best to upgrade to mid-level parts as soon as possible. This will significantly reduce consumption. Guan Yi nodded. It's like upgrading from a level 1 energy source to a level 2. Low-end parts can't keep up with my car's upgrade speed. The staff member agreed with Guan Yi's explanation and then inspected and handed over the car. After watching Zhu Xiao leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, before he could even rest for a few minutes, a new customer walked in. He could only put on a smile again to greet them. Although he was tired, he didn't expect the service area to close immediately. At least, during the time it was active, he could still function as a living being. Guan Yi was inspecting her Zhu Xiao. Besides the increased durability and other stats from the upgrade, she was most concerned about the placement of the mounted motorcycle. Did they remove the passenger seat and convert it into a place to hold the motorcycle? The motorcycle has been scaled down. Come to think of it, how else could such a large mountain bike fit into the passenger seat? The scaled-down mountain bike was firmly planted in its original passenger seat. Guan Yi could shift positions with a single thought by simply placing her hands on the handlebars. Once she was on the motorcycle, the passenger door would automatically open, simultaneously extending the undercarriage. Once the entire motorcycle was suspended in the air, Guan Yi could unlock the lock and drive it directly onto the road. Without a driver, the Shuxiao would park, close the door, lock the bike, and await Guan Yi's return. The steps for returning are similar. Guan Yi can open the door remotely from the motorcycle, or set it to automatically open when Zhu Xia detects her and the motorcycle. Then, Guan Yi simply drives the motorcycle onto the pallet, which automatically retracts to the passenger seat, allowing her to switch back to the driver's seat. Guan Yi, not bad, not bad. It lets me control the car myself, rather than being forced into a launch. This tuner's skills are truly impressive. I look for him at the next service area. Chapter 65. Having secured Zhuxia, Guan Yi's mission at the service area was complete. She parked in the parking lot near the exit, and noticed everyone seemed to share the same idea. Compared to the other 3 still empty parking lots, this one was nearly a third full, with at least 1,000 cars at a glance. Honestly, even if I remember where I parked, it'd still take me a while to find it. Guan Yi did her best to find a good spot for Zhuxia. She didn't rush to leave, but wandered around the lot for a while. Compared to the novice service area, the cars parked here were devoid of chopped pepper fish heads. The worst were hatchbacks with who knows how many upgrades they received. Most of the cars were sedans and SUVs that had undergone basic modifications. After all, the auto repair shops here offered such modifications and upgrades. Guan Yi also spotted a few sports cars with striking colors and designs. In the real world, they were the kind of cars that looked expensive at first glance, so it's best to avoid them. It should be fast, but I'm not sure how practical it is. Guan Yi still preferred her Zhuxia. It was practical and possessed a wild beauty, perfectly suiting a wild girl like her. After strolling around the parking lot, Guan Yi returned to the street in the service area. She first looked at the cinema poster. After confirming that she was looking at the same one from yesterday, she confirmed her suspicions. Then, Guan Yi saw someone talking to the ticket inspector. The other person seemed to present a movie ticket or something, and was then let in for a private screening. Guan Yi, hide for a moment, wait for him to come out and ask what's inside. With nothing else to do, Guan Yi deliberately circled the theater to avoid missing him. After ensuring there was no back door, she sat on the nearby steps and waited for him to come out. And so, she waited for 2 hours. People went in neatly, and people came out in rags. He didn't look like he'd been there to watch a movie, but rather like he'd been beaten up. Seeing the man's glassy eyes, Guan Yi hesitated. She wasn't sure if going in now would be disturbing, but she was genuinely curious about what was inside. Maybe bringing a thank you gift would give her some information. While waiting, Guan Yi considered asking others for gifts, but her storage compartment was full of carefully selected items, and she had nothing she wanted to give to anyone. And mooncakes, baguettes, and the like seemed like trash disposal, inappropriate for someone who wasn't starving. So, Guan Yi decided to treat him to a drink. The milk tea from the nearby milk tea shop was good, for example. If he didn't like it, she could always swap it for something he liked. So, when the disheveled man passed by, Guan Yi stopped him and politely asked his question, saying that if he had any difficulties, he could pretend she hadn't asked. "Oh, you mean the cinema? I just went in to see a movie." The man's answer was vague. "It's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm a member of the film association, and going to the movies is my duty." "Is that so?" Guan Yi swallowed his words. "Getting beaten so?" and pointed at the man's tattered clothes. The man looked down and smiled wryly. "That's right." Guan Yi didn't ask any more questions. He sighed, giving up the idea of buying him milk tea. Instead, he fished out an apple he bought yesterday from his storage compartment and handed it to him. "Thank you for the news. Take good care of yourself, and I wish you a speedy recovery." Giving apples to a patient is always a good idea. Although the other party didn't reveal what happened in the theater, Guan Yi at least knew that the film association existed. Perhaps, watching a movie is a challenge of some kind, with rewards for success, and rewards that will help with the rest of the journey. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have been so compelled to come. Of course, it's also possible that watching the movie was mandatory, and not being able to come was unavoidable. However, Guan Yi didn't see any negative emotions like fear or disgust on the other party's face, only relief and a subtle hint of excitement. Clearly, the other party was enjoying it, and had no intention of transferring his status. Perhaps it was impossible. But he gave Guan Yi the impression that he wasn't reluctant. Leaving the theater, Guan Yi, unwilling to squeeze through the increasingly crowded streets, simply returned to the VIP lounge and was surprised to find someone else there besides her. But her surprise was only fleeting. After all, it was a server with 50,000 people. How could she be the only one to have VIP status? When Guan Yi entered, the others also noticed her, but no one came up to greet her. Instead, they all looked at her with scrutiny, as if assessing whether she had earned the qualification through sheer luck or through her own true ability. Feeling the hostile gazes, Guan Yi scoffed and walked straight to her favorite seat. She placed the food and drinks she had brought on the small table in front of her, then adjusted the recline of the seat, reclined comfortably, and began browsing her phone. The room remained eerily silent. From time to time, NPCs arrived with deliveries, and almost everyone bought something. Except for Guan Yi. She finished her shopping yesterday, and today she was just catching up on what she missed. If she had something, she'd buy it. If she didn't, she'd forget about it. After the shopping frenzy died down, people finally began to talk. They started introducing themselves, then testing each other's limits, and finally, they began to engage in heated discussions. Their words were filled with a sense of superiority, a sense that we're all top of the heap, and that we should all communicate more. Guan Yi, that makes sense, but why does it sound so awkward? Now it was finally time to exchange information. According to the rules they established, everyone had to share a piece of information. If anyone disagreed, they were out of the room. What do you think? Guan Yi buried her head in her lychee. You, the one eating the lychees. Guan Yi looked up, glanced at the other person, and said calmly, I didn't disagree. That's good. The man didn't force Guan Yi to speak first, but instead spoke first. Sometimes there are trash cans on the sides of the road. Don't be offended, you find a lot of good stuff in them. After he finished, he looked at the others. The second person spoke up readily. Everyone knows that driving late at night doubles your mental fatigue, right? But if you can persevere until 3:30 a.m., you come across a late-night street vendor selling some unique food, some good, some bad. It's up to you to decide whether to go. The third person nodded, collect a variety of tires. You might need them for future servers. The fourth person followed up, if you come across a relatively intact building along the way, be sure to check it out. Even if there aren't any supply boxes, you can still find a lot of goodies. Now, it was Guan Yi's turn. She thought for a moment, then held up 2 fingers. 1. Go to the cinema entrance to check out the posters. 2. Go to the track bar for a drink. Remember to bring headphones. The information Guan Yi gave was somewhere between plausible and insincere. It was plausible because the 2 buildings were right in the service area, and they could see them just by strolling around. It was plausible because she reminded everyone to bring headphones. Otherwise, going to the track bar was pointless. Without headphones, you couldn't hear anything, and naturally, you wouldn't know the relevant information. Besides, compared to those who didn't know whether it was true or not, or the information everyone would know, she had said 2 things. Guan Yi stood up and left, leaving the other 4 looking at each other in bewilderment. Perhaps realizing the pointlessness of this exchange, a few of them chuckled and left one after another, using various excuses. Quite boring. Guan Yi had no idea they knew those people. Compared to Ko Xia, Zhu Yin, Feng Buting, and the others, those guys were like fried dough sticks that had been sitting for 3 days. Not only was your hand greasy, but they also tasted terrible. She had no interest in getting acquainted with such slippery individuals, who spoke no truth. She'd rather explore on her own than to decipher their truth. Leaving the lounge, Guan Yi returned to the old tire inn. On the way, she received word that her level skipping application had been approved, and she could leave immediately once the toll booth opened tomorrow. Then, she would enter time synchronization, opening a new section of the highway alongside everyone else who entered the server within the next 2 days. Of course, since she applied for a level skipping, her ranking would naturally be higher, and she wouldn't be demoted for not being able to get on the server. Speaking of which, there's a mandatory 24-hour rest period. Those who arrive early can leave early, while those who arrive late will have to leave later, potentially missing out on the next level. Guan Yi sighed. This survival of the fittest system fuels anxiety. The further behind, the more anxious people become. Those with weaker resolve might simply give up. From now on, don't approach strangers easily. After nearly 2 weeks in the game, the daily decline in numbers, the hardships of travel, the lack of food and water, and the anxiety of not being able to make it to the next server level were enough to make people realize the game's cruelty. If before, people had still followed the rules of the real world, testing the waters, trading, and collaborating now. Guan Yi sighed. Unless the authorities could find a solution, she would have to remain vigilant. That night, Guan Yi heard the system notification for the server shut down again. The chat channel was filled with sorrow. Players who hadn't been able to enter the server area left their wills. Whether or not anyone could actually deliver their messages, they repeatedly vented their frustration and expressed their longing to live. Most people entering the service area tacitly turned off their microphones, leaving the chat room to those remaining on the road. Only a few, devoid of empathy, filled the chat room with sarcasm and taunts, lecturing those who hadn't worked hard enough to deserve their fate, a way to highlight their own success. Then, they were scolded by the others. Initially, they dared to respond, but after realizing they incurred public outrage, they could only say, "I won't bother with you," and never dared to say another word. Guan Yi, TSK, I just don't understand these people. Everyone uses their real names online. What's the point of making themselves hated? Just like her, she's currently blocking everyone one by one, just in case she accidentally does business with them in the future. Isn't that disgusting enough? Chapter 66. The next morning, Guan Yi was woken by a quick news flash as usual. Perhaps because yesterday's limited edition items were so good, today's news felt dull, and she didn't feel like buying anything. The news wasn't much to say, so Guan Yi yawned, washed up, checked out, went downstairs to the second floor of the lounge, grabbed a final breakfast, and then drove her Xuxia to the payment counter. Theoretically, Guan Yi could rest in the service area for a few more days, as her application for a level skip had been approved. As long as she could get through the payment counter before the service area closed, she would be able to successfully squeeze into the next server. But Guan Yi didn't want to stay in the service area any longer. She felt that it had a magical power that sapped people's will. If she stayed too long, she would become envious of the big hotel beds, the safe streets, and the delicious food she hadn't seen in a long time. Although for most people, the service area was only open for 2 days, they needed to repair and upgrade their vehicles within a limited time, as well as replenish their resources. But at the same time, they could relieve stress in the service area, interact with people face to face, and soothe their frayed nerves. As Guan Yi had said, the atmosphere in the service area was so relaxed that it made people forget where they had come from, preferring to stay and be an NPC rather than risk their lives on the journey to some unknown golden city. The staff at the toll booth still looked half dead, and Guan Yi still hadn't used her ETC. She was the only car here, so there was no point in wasting it. Ever since Guan Yi bought the ETC, she hadn't seen it in her news feeds, and the service area didn't sell it. This proved to be something special, and since she wasn't stupid, she naturally kept it. This time, the staff asked Guan Yi for 80 highway coins. It seems the higher the level, the higher the toll. If someone assumes the toll is the same every time, and spends a lot of money at the service area, they will definitely be stopped and have a body part taken as toll. That's an experience I can share with others. Guan Yi paid the fee, waited for the barrier to lift, and then stepped on the accelerator to enter the next server. Congratulations on entering the 4th stage server. Your server number is 301. Current server population, 100,000/100,000. Wishing you a pleasant journey and a safe arrival at your destination. Huh? It's a server with 100,000 people. It was 50,000 before. So did I jump to a server with 70,000 or 80,000 people? Guan Yi thought for a few seconds and decided it didn't matter. She didn't care how many people were in between, she had already jumped to it. In other words, the people on this server now were all from the wave that arrived in April. In a sense, she had caught up with time. Guan Yi drove the Xuxia steadily down the highway. Finally, the fog cleared this time. Lush trees lined both sides of the road, their branches intertwined, their leaves touching, crisscrossing above the highway, obscuring most of the sky. The oxygen content here is quite high. Guan Yi opened the car window, breathing in the air, which was even more pleasant than the service area, while beginning to speculate on the theme of this stretch of highway. The poster shows a ruined city, but now it's a forest. Was I wrong, or are we still in the buffer zone? It wasn't impossible. After all, the last time Guan Yi drove for a while, he saw the table with the envelope. This time, Guan Yi drove for a full hour before reaching the end of the forest. Before him lay an image almost identical to the one on the poster. Following the straight road, one arrives at the largest city on this stretch of road. Lancheng. This city may have suffered a natural disaster, or perhaps a man-made calamity, but it hasn't been destroyed and is slowly being rebuilt. All players need to do is find a way through the city and reach the service area for this stage, located on the other side of Lancheng. As for how players get there, that's up to them. It's a bit like a game my friend once told me about. Guan Yi hasn't played it himself, but he's heard about it from a friend during a chat. In that game, players are responsible for delivering goods to NPCs across the city, but many of the roads in the city are damaged, making them impassable. Players can either find an alternative route or take a detour, or they have to find a way to rebuild the road themselves, or build a new one from scratch. Guan Yi didn't have a mission yet, so all she had to do was keep following this road, like Tang monk seeking Buddhist scriptures, heading in one direction. Sooner or later, she would reach her destination. This was a real city, naturally with countless forking roads, but unlike the previous maze-like section, the city was filled with landmarks and actual road signs. As long as she followed the map, she'd be able to reach the other end of the city. My phone navigation finally works. Guan Yi placed her phone on the car mount and combined the updated map with her phone, obtaining a route map for the area. The good news: the map is fully lit, with main roads and branch roads clearly marked. The bad news: the system doesn't have automatic navigation, so players must plan their own routes. Green sections indicate normal traffic, red sections indicate congestion, and black sections indicate damage and impassable traffic. So does this blue section with a yellow triangle icon mean it's under construction? The triangle icon depicts a small figure digging with a shovel. In the real world, this is a universal construction sign, differing only in details. All these colors and icons only exist on the main roads. Other branch roads have nothing, so players may need to discover them themselves. Guan Yi stroked her chin, feeling as if she had understood something. From her current location, to reach the service area on the other side, she would need to drive 5,500 kilometers, which, at her current speed of 160 kilometers per hour, would take 35 hours. Spreading 35 hours over 7 days, only 5 hours of driving at full speed per day seems easy enough, but this is the 4 server. Is it really that easy? That's the entire length of the main road, 5,500 kilometers. But if we take detours to avoid sections under construction or damaged roads, we have to take a lot of detours. If there are other problems along the way, even driving 10 hours a day might not be possible. Besides, people still have to collect supplies. Even if Guan Yi doesn't have to worry about food and drink, he still needs materials for vehicle upgrades and manufacturing. The main source of these materials is supply boxes, which Guan Yi can't miss. Let's drive ahead and see what's going on. Guan Yi stepped on the accelerator and drove along the main road. After leaving the forest, the roadside transformed into the countryside outside the city, making it easy to see whether there are any supply boxes. In the chat, some people were discussing the situation in the area, but since no one had yet reached the problematic road section, most of it was speculation. Since it's a city, there must be convenience stores and hotels, so supplies and rest are finally a thing. I think you have to be careful about traffic rules. Running red lights or speeding will attract the police. I looked at the map. Does the under-maintenance sign on the main road mean it's completely impassable, or can you queue up and pass through? I'm really impressed. Besides the service areas, I haven't seen so many buildings and shops in ages. What dangers will this evening bring? I don't know anything. Is there anyone alive in this city? Don't go in and find out it's Raccoon Town. At least Raccoon Town is playable. Silent Hill is the end of it. I haven't seen either of them. Are they scary? Please think of something better. Isn't the difficulty hard enough? Hey, it's still you guys walking around. It's already mid-May, and I wonder how the new arrivals are doing. Let's look at the percentages. We're doing okay here. We're organized, and life's a bit better. I hope those who come later will try their best and live longer. The Survivor Guild is hiring. Newcomers get a supply pack. If you have any problems, contact the guild. By pooling our resources, there's always a solution. City, here I come. The Golden City Tour Group is hiring. Only drivers with modified vehicles are welcome. Group members have abundant supplies, and trading within the guild is prioritized. Let's share what we have. The Spark Guild is an official real-world organization. Everyone is welcome to join. If you have a position or status in the real world, please note this in your application. As expected of a player who joined earlier, the guild has already been established. Guan Yi lamented, thinking that perhaps by skipping levels, he missed out on some things, like the qualifications to form a guild, or similar buildings. It doesn't matter. I'm a lone wolf player anyway, and joining a guild is too restrictive. It's unnecessary. Despite the nice words in the recruitment ad, this isn't a real game world after all. If you take someone else's supplies, you must agree to their terms, and once you agree, there's a heavy price to pay for violating them. Otherwise, this person might join one guild today, quit tomorrow, and join another, surviving for ages simply by plucking newbie supply packs from them. Therefore, there must be some way to prevent this from happening, and the relevant items might be in the third stage server area. Unfortunately, Guan Yi had already skipped the third stage server, so naturally, he couldn't access the same server area. Thankfully, Guan Yi was open-minded. What he missed was what he missed, and there was no point in regretting it. Since that was the case, he might as well look forward and find more supply boxes and other things to try to make up for his losses. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain and running the horse to death applies to the city from a distance. Guan Yi pressed the accelerator and drove for about 30 minutes. After passing what looked like a checkpoint, he officially entered Lancheng. Then, Guan Yi's mind shifted to the traffic rules for this area. Lancheng Reconstruction Plan. 1. Welcome all drivers to Lancheng. We would welcome you warmly, but unfortunately, our city suffered near-destructive damage not long ago. Due to the road damage, which has caused significant inconvenience to residents, we sincerely request that all drivers contribute to the reconstruction of Lancheng by locating and transporting various supplies. 2. All construction supply boxes are marked with yellow triangle construction signs. Drivers, please be careful to distinguish them and avoid confusing construction supplies with your own supplies. 3. Our residents may have requests from you. If you are able, please help them. 4. Lancheng thanks every driver who has contributed. From all members of the Lancheng Reconstruction Planning Committee, we wish all drivers a pleasant 7 days in Lancheng. Guan Yi. Oh, the posters and the reminder to stockpile supplies and not use them indiscriminately have all come true. Chapter 67. This is a city undergoing post-disaster reconstruction, requiring a vast amount of supplies. However, due to road traffic problems, NPCs are unable to deliver these supplies. They can only pile them up in various locations, mark construction supply boxes, and ask players to help deliver them to the roads under construction. Of course, whether players will pocket some of these supplies is their own business. NPCs can't get through, but players can? Players are supposed to be superhuman. I feel like there's a loophole. Guan Yi pondered the rules, and immediately found a very obvious loophole. Putting aside the distinction between players and NPCs, the supply delivery issue alone is highly problematic. To be honest, even with regulations in place, there are still cases of self-dealing at the expense of the public. In an unregulated game, who knows how many people would embezzle? The rules don't even spell out the consequences of doing so, merely advising drivers to be careful to distinguish, and don't mix them up. It seems to say, I know you secretly pocket some, but please, considering our hardship, leave us some. Guan Yi felt the system wasn't so kind, there must be some trap. She couldn't control others, but she absolutely had to get it right, and not mix anything up. Thinking this way, Guan Yi continued along the main road. She wanted to first check the construction status before searching for the supply boxes. Then, Guan Yi arrived at the first section of the main road marked with a blue under construction icon. However, instead of the bustling construction site she imagined, it was completely silent, like a project that had been halted due to a funding shortage. The damaged road before Guan Yi was, strictly speaking, a broken bridge. The bridge deck split in the middle, leaving at least 30 meters between the two sides. Even with the rapid propulsion effect, she couldn't guarantee she could jump over. Even if she did, her stamina would definitely drop significantly, and Guan Yi didn't want to take any risks unless absolutely necessary. After getting out of the car, Guan Yi walked to the broken bridge and looked down. Sharp rocks loomed in the rushing water below. Anyone or any car that fell would either be swept away, impaled on the rocks, or both. Clearly, the system strongly discourages going under the bridge. It wasn't impossible for her to cross on her own if she figured it out, but crossing was pointless. The car was still there, and she couldn't just continue on foot. Let alone making it to the service area, she couldn't even withstand the dangers of the night. It was clearly a no-go situation. After examining the bridge deck and the underside, Guan Yi finally walked over to the sign to read what was written on it. Materials needed for repairs: wood, November 5000, stone, 0/5000, metal, February 5000. Your contribution 0. Donate materials to earn contribution. Once all materials are gathered, the road will be repaired. Guan Yi rubbed his chin, staring at the contribution line again and again. My contribution should be a very important attribute. Is it that I can pass the road just by contributing, or do I have to meet a certain standard before I can pass? If it's the latter, I'm sure no new people will join the nearly completed project later. If I don't get the required contribution, the materials I put in will be wasted. Given this, the obvious choice is to find a new route. Ideally, a smaller route that can be tackled by one person is the most convenient, especially for lone players. Yes, Guan Yi knew almost immediately after seeing the sign that this wasn't a one-person job. Each material cost 5,000, which would be exhausting enough to kill one person. If this were the total number of supplies needed within 7 days, one person might be able to complete it if they gritted their teeth, but there were so many signs on the main road that even if they died trying, they couldn't accomplish it alone. So, this was a task that required collective cooperation. But within this cooperation, personal interests were also crucial. After all, no one wanted to lose both the wife and the army. Anyway, let's go find construction supplies first. Guan Yi returned to the car, started it, and turned around to leave. This was a dead end. Just like arriving at a building, turning around wouldn't violate the rules. Although there were no clear rules, Guan Yi always adhered to the principle of never making a U-turn on the road without reason. Although the road sometimes widened and sometimes narrowed, sometimes reaching 6 lanes, and sometimes barely wide enough for her to pass, there were no markings on the road from beginning to end. This could be understood as either an unnamed road where U-turns were allowed, or a dynamic one-way street. Specifically, a one-way street where one could only go forward and not back until reaching a building or a special obstacle. But if one reached a building or a dead end, it marked the end of the previous section and the beginning of the next, so turning around at this point naturally did not violate any rules. Supply box, where are you, my lovely supply box? Guan Yi slowed down the throttle, leaving the main road at about 60 kilometers per hour, turning onto a side road and slowly spun through the streets. Once off the main road, the number of people and cars on the street increased. Guan Yi initially thought this was another merging point, but after observing for a while, she realized they were probably all NPCs living in Lancheng. This place is just like the real world. Guan Yi sighed as she waited for the red light to pass. She wasn't used to it anymore. It was like getting off the highway and always wanting to hit the accelerator at 120 miles per hour even on a regular city road. Take it easy, I have to take it easy. Guan Yi kept reminding herself to be patient, and the people in the chat channel were right. She had to obey the traffic laws of this world. Although she barely knew the traffic laws here, judging by the stop on red, go on green, they shouldn't be much different, right? As for going left or right, Guan Yi followed the other NPCs. When everyone else did the same, it meant the road was clear. The truly terrifying thing was realizing I was the only one driving forward on this road. There were only 2 of us, either going the wrong way or hitting a dead end, and I have to turn back later. But how am I supposed to find the supply box then? After circling the road aimlessly 3 times, Guan Yi began to worry about this problem. Unlike other sections of the highway, this area was lined with shops and people strolling around. After all, placing a supply box with its own beam of light on the road was absurd. Imagine someone out shopping, and as they're walking, a large box with a white beam of light appears in front of them, unattended. Even the least curious would have taken a few more glances, wondering which company's promotion was this, or if it was a preview of a new product. It's impossible to ignore it. If that were the case, it would be incredibly strange. Not only was this incident strange, but the world itself seemed strange. After all, until now, the NPCs had always felt very real to Guan Yi. No, I'm just stereotyping. Guan Yi parked the car in a roadside spot, making sure to drive forward, not against the flow, and that all the wheels were within the marked area. She didn't want to get a ticket for such a trivial matter. I made another empiricist mistake. Even old gun number 1 and number 2 have real bodies living in the Golden City. They're just husks of them. So, could these people also be husks of someone living in the Golden City? It's just that these husks aren't as advanced, and therefore their IQ isn't that high. They're shopping, driving, and buying things, all following a set routine. Guan Yi sat in her car, observing the NPCs passing by. She felt that if she didn't understand this, her progress would be hampered. At this time, the chat channel was also discussing the supply boxes. Many people said they searched for a long time and hadn't seen a single construction supply box, not even a single ordinary supply box. Could they really find supplies to repair the roads in this world? Are they going to make us pay out of our own pockets? I only paid 100 stones in total, and the rest I exchanged for road coins at the service area. Don't run red lights, or you get a ticket. Don't ask me how I know. No supply boxes in sight, not a single one. Has everyone reunited? Or is everyone in their own plane? I found a shop that sells materials, but they're incredibly expensive. Even if I could afford them, it wouldn't be enough. Has anyone tried this before? Can everyone donate? Should we concentrate our resources and just conquer the main roads? I saw a supply box, but it's in someone else's house. Should I just go in and take it away like in an RPG? No, that was fine back then, but stealing things in those open-world games will be a problem. So, where are the construction supply boxes? Even if I have plenty of time to clear the game, I can't waste it constantly searching for items. I tried, but these NPCs are basically programs, unresponsive to external stimuli. I'm going to go get that supply box. Oh, I suggest everyone avoid that. What if there's an invisibility penalty? I can't care less. I need to get the supplies as soon as possible and get out of this awful place. Guan Yi, hiding the supply box in a resident's house? What a diabolical design. Even if someone had figured out that the NPCs here were mechanical, she didn't want to go rummaging through people's homes. This couldn't be right, Guan Yi thought. There had to be another way out. She just hadn't discovered it yet. To clear the level more efficiently, Guan Yi decided to get up close and personal with the NPCs, and then wander around the nearby shopping mall to see if she could find anything else. Again, a large amount of supplies were needed here, and the rules clearly stated there were construction supply boxes, so there had to be such things, and there were plenty. If they hadn't been discovered, it must be because people were using the wrong methods, not because they were hidden in hard-to-find places. Perhaps I need to complete a quest before I can get the supply boxes? Guan Yi remembered the rules stating that local residents would ask drivers for help, and thought this might be key information. So, she locked the door, got out of the car, and after a quick look at the direction, headed towards the largest shopping mall nearby. Come to think of it, the banner outside the mall had a familiar male celebrity on it. Guan Yi thought about it, and suddenly realized that the celebrity must be Jack Su. She seemed to still have a card of his. She wondered if she could sell it to his fans, thinking this, as she walked into the first floor of the mall. Chapter 68. As soon as he entered the mall, Guan Yi was captivated by the layout of the first floor. It looked like a live launch for some new game, with numerous NPCs queuing up to receive some sort of game merchandise. On the center stage stood a man dressed in 2D clothing. His every move elicited screams from the audience. He wondered if they were his fans or fans of the game. Guan Yi suspected it was the former. After all, this was a new game that needed to be downloaded live. So how could he possibly attract die-hard fans? There were many promotional posters for the game on both sides of the stage. Guan Yi leaned over to take a look, and was surprised to discover it was an AR game. Players used maps on their phones, and took their pets to various locations around the city to find the vengeful spirits that were destroying the world. They battled them, earning experience points and equipment to improve their abilities. The fun of AR games lies in the fact that, through mobile phones, you can see extraordinary things appear in ordinary places. In the early days, this was a very interesting experience. Unfortunately, traversing the world map can easily reveal key structures, like military bases. Therefore, Guan Yi's country banned the game to prevent players from scaling the walls of military facilities in the middle of the night to capture rare Pokémon. Guan Yi thought for a moment, pulled out her phone, and scanned the QR code on the poster. While waiting for the download, she queued up to receive game merchandise. Meanwhile, she stared at Jack Su on stage, considering asking him for an autograph with a small card. A small card signed by the original owner would probably fetch a high price among fans, right? Guan Yi hoped the little card she opened was genuine. After all, it would be incredibly rude to show a pirated copy to the original owner. The queue for the merchandise moved quickly. The staff simply glanced at the game's registration screen and handed each person a small bag containing an official card with a redemption code for a rare pet, a hat with the game's logo, and a bottle of water with the game's logo. That's quite thoughtful. Guan Yi simply put the hat on, blending in seamlessly with the other NPCs who were receiving merchandise. Then, she joined the crowd and lined up for a meeting with Jack Su to shake hands. Although she hadn't seen any of his work, that didn't stop her from chatting. After all, there were so many fans before her, repeating the same old things. Guan Yi only needed to combine them to create a new wheel of her own. The conversation was a delightful one for both hosts and guests. Jack Su happily signed Guan Yi's small card. After a few pleasantries, he diligently began to greet the next fan. Guan Yi, on the other hand, carried her bag of merchandise and opened her phone, ready to see the game in action. I feel like I'm in a very dangerous place. From Guan Yi's perspective, the mall remained the same. Even though there were many items, they were all owned by someone, the kind you couldn't take without paying. But from her phone's perspective, every floor of the mall was filled with a black, sinister aura. Some anxious players had already redeemed their pets, and begun battling the vengeful spirits. Guan Yi, unwilling to get involved in this invisible battle, deliberately avoided it. Then she saw the pet defeat the low-level vengeful spirit, repairing the crack and even revealing a supply box marked construction use. Guan Yi, shock. Pulling the phone away, there was nothing on the ground. Looking through the phone, she saw a gleaming supply box on the ground. Oh, that's not right. The supply box disappeared after the player put it away. I wonder what's inside. That's what Guan Yi thought, and she leaned over to ask. However, the player looked nervous and wary, clutching the phone tightly, shaking his arm, and scurried off. Am I some terrible villain? Guan Yi touched her face and decided to fight one herself. After all, she had the gifted spirit pet, and even with its common stats, it should be no problem taking down low-level early-stage spirits. So, she quickly searched the black resentment on the map and quickly located a corner on the top floor. Most NPC players started their battles on the lower floors, so she just heads straight to the top. It's decided on you, Big Orange Spirit Pet. Guan Yi's spirit pet was a ginger cat, still nimble and in its prime. Its first strike was a beautiful meow punch, beating the low-level vengeful spirits to the ground without a fight. The battle was quickly over. Big Orange sat on the ground, licking its paws triumphantly. Guan Yi clicked on the virtual supply box and pressed the pickup option. Ding! A pleasant pickup sound echoed, and a new supply box appeared in Guan Yi's in-game bag. She double-clicked it to open it, revealing Spirit Pet Food X3, Spirit Pet Coins X100, Patchwork Pet Nest X1, Toy Ball X1, and Construction Supply Box X1. After unboxing the box, the first 4 items went directly into Guan Yi's in-game backpack, while the construction supply box disappeared. She instinctively opened her own storage compartment and, as expected, found the new box. I see. Guan Yi muttered, but this is too hard to find. I just stumbled into this mall. If no one else had come in, would they have never found it? If that were the case, it would be too tricky. Guan Yi figured it wouldn't be that bad. With her membership in the Gray Frequency and Highway Mileage Association, she might have access to rare information or common news earlier than others. But basic information like this, necessary for getting to a service area, shouldn't be limited to just a few people. Thinking of this, Guan Yi exited the game and returned to the chat channel, only to find someone already discussing this. The clues were obvious. There were tons of game posters on the street, and many NPCs were making strange gestures with their phones. Traffic police would remind everyone not to look at their phones while crossing the street, and not to stand in traffic jams just to eliminate vengeful spirits. So, the most urgent thing was to buy a phone. The most urgent thing was to replace my phone. I bought a cheap button-operated model, but it couldn't scan the QR code to download. Someone was standing in the middle of the street handing out game flyers. I had no choice but to refuse. So what should those without phones do? Buy one. There are phone stores everywhere. Just go in and buy one. I'm broke. Someone, please help me. I'm selling supplies on the trading channel. It's already the 4th server, and there are still online beggars? Is that legitimate? Join a guild. The members will help you. Just to be clear, our Golden City Tour group doesn't want this kind of rubbish. And if you don't meet the requirements, don't apply. We only accept elite members. Go to the Spark Guild. While they can't give you a phone for free, the prices they charge for supplies are very fair. Spark Guild. Guan Yi recalled the news he'd seen earlier. It seemed like an official guild, but he wondered what their practices were like, whether they were similar to Ko Xia's. Let's observe. Seeing that everyone in the chat channel knew how to collect the supply boxes, Guan Yi stopped talking and began working with the NPCs to clear the area of vengeful spirits, trying to collect as many supply boxes as possible. An hour later, the mall's map showed clearance successful. The next vengeful spirit would appear in 8 hours, but Guan Yi couldn't wait there for 8 hours. At this point, the product launch and idle meet and greet on the first floor had concluded. Jack Su had already left, and the staff were busy finishing up with posters and moving things. Guan Yi had just come downstairs when an unfamiliar NPC blocked her path. The NPC was injured, looking like she just run away from a car accident. She was a Jack Su fan, but she hadn't made it to the meet and greet. I heard from the staff that you have a small card signed by him. Please pass it on to me. I'd pay you a lot. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Was this considered an NPC request as the rules said? If so, she wouldn't mind taking it. Oh, if not, that's fine. Guan Yi would still pass the small card on. She had no feelings towards Jack Su, and signing it was just for the sake of increasing its value. I want a supply box. Guan Yi showed the other person the game on her phone, which contained an unopened supply box. This is tradable. If you have a lot of money, find another player and trade with them. Bring me 20 of them, and I give you the small card. Collecting them all on her own would be too much trouble, Guan Yi thought. She'd have to mobilize the NPCs for help. The girl asked to inspect the goods first, and Guan Yi agreed. After showing them to her, she agreed to the deal. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Guan Yi stopped the girl and asked, "Do you like anyone else besides Jack Su?" Guan Yi wasn't a fan, but she knew some people liked several at once, while others were devoted to just one, and she didn't want to break any taboos. Mi Qingrui, I still like Mi Qingrui. What's wrong? That's great. Guan Yi held out a gift she received at a Mi Qingrui concert. Mi Qingrui's autograph poster, want it? But it requires 30 boxes of supplies. She actually had a fan badge, but Guan Yi kept it as a souvenir. The girl's eyes lit up, then grew determined. She clenched her fist and waved it vigorously. Just wait. It's just 50 boxes of supplies, right? Give me 3 hours, no 2 will do. I'll be back with the supplies. Don't leave, wait here. Guan Yi nodded. It's almost 11 o'clock now. I'm going to the roast-up place on the top floor for dinner. Come find me there. My name is Guan Yi. The girl wrote down Guan Yi's name and rushed out, making phone calls as she went, as if mobilizing all her connections. Guan Yi watched her leave, shrugged, and took the elevator to the top floor. It had been ages since she had freshly roasted and sliced roast duck. The buffet in the VIP lounge didn't even offer it. Chapter 69. After dinner, Guan Yi bought herself another cup of milk tea. The prices here were lower than at the service area, and she had already decided that when she left, she would definitely take 10 or 8 cups with her. She wouldn't sell them, so she just drank them herself. Speaking of which, it's quite nice to restock here. Guan Yi half leaned on the guardrail, looking down. If it weren't for the system and the chat, she'd have thought she returned to the real world. The two places were incredibly similar. From the architecture, the people, the goods, to the living habits and traffic regulations, they were all very similar. It was only natural for her to be confused. So why are they so similar? Could the inventor of this system belong to a civilization similar to Earth's? Guan Yi bit her milk tea straw, her thoughts wandering. If it wasn't a similar civilization, then they had modified the road survival game based on Earth's conditions, to help everyone adapt quickly. So, were those memory fragments modified too? Guan Yi herself had obtained a memory fragment, which showed a group photo of young people. Afterward, Phone Beauty gave her a memory fragment containing something similar. Next, there was the bronze treasure chest she exchanged for a card covered in stamps. It was still a similar item, with only the message on the note changing. The photos were taken at the same time, and the people in the photos are about the same age, but there are no duplicates in the 3 photos. Perhaps it's like taking graduation photos, where they're from different classes, but all are graduating this year. No, they're all going to participate in the challenge. Yeah, that's it. I'm really smart. Guan Yi habitually praised herself. After all, one must learn to affirm oneself. That way, when strange things maliciously questioned her, she would naturally develop the mindset of I'm great. If you think I'm not good, it's your problem, not mine. Then, she drew the curious gazes of 2 passers-by. Perhaps they were surprised by someone praising themselves in public, so they instinctively looked over. Guan Yi didn't see anything wrong with it at all. She raised her milk tea cup to the 2 and offered them a smile. The passers-by, embarrassed, turned back with a force that nearly broke their necks and hurried away. It's unclear whether they felt embarrassed at being caught peeping, or if they thought Guan Yi was a bit of a jerk. In short, they ran off. Guan Yi shrugged and sighed. See, sometimes people get so lonely. Because she had to wait for someone, Guan Yi didn't leave the rooftop. She just looked around and wandered around. Fortunately, her meal had already taken quite a while, so she only waited for about 15 minutes before she saw the girl again. She was panting, sweat beading on her forehead. Her clothes were still the same. Perhaps from running so much, the scrapes on her knees were more noticeable. Ah, I found you. The girl ran over to Guan Yi, her hand clutching her phone stretched forward. The short escalator ride had barely given her time to catch her breath. Change. Guan Yi blinked. Don't worry, the item is still there. Take your time. We can take our time with the transaction. The girl breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the item was still there. She stood there, catching her breath for a long moment, and then her words flowed more fluently. 50 supply boxes, all unopened. Let's trade, Guan Yi explained, then immediately opened the game and completed the online transaction. She then handed the signed poster and card to the girl. After inspecting the items, both parties expressed their positive feedback. Then, the girl happily left with her collection, while Guan Yi found a seat and began opening the in-game supply boxes one by one. 3 minutes later, Guan Yi left the mall, carrying 64 construction supply boxes in storage compartments. She was heading back to the main road, ready to become a major donor. Hee hee. Guan Yi hummed a song as she drove back to the main road. The sign had changed. Repair supplies. Wood, 510/5000. Stone, 278/5000. Metal, 143/5000. Your contribution 0. Huh? The donations have already started. Guan Yi got out of the car and walked over to the sign to take a look. The numbers had increased significantly since the original. It doesn't show who contributed, nor does it indicate the contribution required to pass the level. If I don't donate, will I be able to cross here when the bridge is finished? Or will only those who donate materials see the bridge's completed state? Guan Yi rubbed her chin and began unloading the boxes of supplies she had collected from the storage compartment. Soon, a pile of boxes covered the ground, waiting for the time to return to its original size. Speaking of which, how do I donate supplies? Guan Yi looked around but found nothing. This made her a little worried. She couldn't just throw the supplies onto the bridge later. You know what? This method might actually work. Let's try it first, and if it doesn't work, I just put them all away, Guan Yi thought. After the supply boxes were restored to their original state, she randomly picked one to dismantle. While the supplies inside were still in a state of recovery, she took a piece of wood and a stone and threw them onto the bridge. Then, she returned to the sign and found that her contribution had gone from 0 to 2. That saves me some time. Guan Yi first threw all the materials from this supply box onto the bridge, then began to dismantle the other boxes, grabbing a handful each and throwing them onto the bridge. Guan Yi toiled like this for about 10 minutes before finally throwing all the materials from all 50 boxes onto the bridge. As the materials grew, the bridge surface began to repair at a visible speed. From Guan Yi's perspective, it looked like an invisible hand had taken up the road repair tools, filling in a little here, smoothing out a little there, a dazzling sight. This speed is even faster than the infrastructure maniacs. Excellent! Guan Yi sighed, gathering up all the wood, nails, and other materials he unpacked and returning to the sign to check the current progress. Repair supplies. Wood, 1317/5000. Stone, 1978/5000. Metal, 1143/5000. Your contribution, 2393. Wow, the progress is quite fast. I already contributed half of the total. I should be safe then. Guan Yi clapped his hands, and was about to return to his car to search for new supplies, when the sign suddenly flashed twice. 2 silver coins appeared with a puff sound. What's this? Guan Yi bent down to pick up the coin from the ground, brushing off the dust. She noticed that both sides were identical, with no denomination written on them, but with the same simple drawing. Looks like a vending machine or something. Is this a unique currency? Guan Yi pondered fruitlessly, and temporarily put the coin in her old purse. She decided to keep an eye out on the road and check out any similar machines she saw. Speaking of which, driving to find the Wraith was really inconvenient, as not all roadsides had parking, nor were all roadsides accessible. The bridge is an emerging point, and when we drop off supplies, we won't see other players. So everyone's still on their own planes, and only the donated supplies are pooled. That's fine, Guan Yi thought, switching to the driver's seat, now the motorcycle. After the platform delivered it to the vehicle, she stepped on the accelerator and sped off. 2 wheels are more maneuverable than 4, and docking is easier, making it much easier to find vengeful spirits. Someone in the chat channel was discussing this. Some received the same coin as Guan Yi, but many others received nothing, only their contribution numbers increased. Those who received the coins must have been incredibly lucky. I hate this game of luck. I didn't find many supply boxes. The NPCs are so good at looting them. So, there are no regular supply boxes? What about our own supplies? Progress on the main road is so slow. After all, we have 100,000 people. If each person donates 1 material, shouldn't that be enough to complete the first section? Ordinary water can be restocked in the city, and you can even stay in a hotel at night. You haven't spent all your money, have you? There are too many people taking advantage of the situation, hoping to get something for free. This number is completely wrong. Are you all building side roads? I've seen some side roads that don't require much, so you can pay enough yourself. The contributions for the side roads are all your own. Of course, Side roads are more suitable than the main road. I won't hide it from you. I already left the first area and am about to circle back to the main road. It just feels like it's not that simple. This place is really nice. I'm kind of tempted to stay. Does anyone know how? Ha! I even looked at the rental ads and job postings. Anyway, I'm alone and free, so staying here would be nice. What are you dreaming about? The server will shut down in 7 days. Are you staying here just to die? Just to live a comfortable life for a week? We finally made it this far. Don't give up. Don't try to stop. Everyone, donate your supplies quickly, open the main road, and then get to the service area as soon as possible. That way you can rest for a few more days. Don't dawdle here. Yeah, donate. The chat channel was bustling with people urging others to donate supplies. Guanyi listened casually through her Bluetooth headphones, her phone still on the AR game, searching for vengeful spirits along the way. Speaking of which, although she had exchanged 50 supply boxes from that girl, she hadn't found much good stuff. After all, they were all basic boxes, containing only basic equipment, basic food, basic medicine, and toys. Medicine is used to heal wounds, and food is used to restore the pet's stamina. Without stamina, it can't fight. It either needs to rest, which restores 1 point every 6 minutes, or feed it. Toys are items that improve the pet's mood. After each battle, the pet's mood drops by 1 to 5 points. When it drops below 50, it will disobey its master's orders. If it drops below 10 points, it may flee, requiring the player to purchase a new pet egg from the store, and hatch it for another 2 hours before continuing the game. Catalysts can also be purchased, but they cost a different price. Guanyi roughly calculated that the supplies she saved were enough for her spirit pet to fight non-stop for a whole day, and still maintain a mood above 50. Oh, I already reached level 5 without realizing it. Time to try my luck in the higher level areas. Guanyi held up her phone, and through the screen, she could see 2 distinctly different colored areas. She was standing in the beginner-friendly green, a safe zone where vengeful spirits wouldn't attack. The area she was heading to was a pale yellow, followed by bright yellow, dark yellow, and finally the more dangerous, more distant red. Playing games in a game is pretty crazy. Guanyi grumbled as she twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared, carrying her towards the new area. Chapter 70. Perhaps because someone in the chat channel urged unity, or perhaps because the first checkpoint on the main road was too slow and could potentially slow everyone's progress, those who were still on the sidelines started contributing supplies. With everyone's concerted efforts, the damaged bridge was repaired in a matter of minutes, and the green road clear marker stretched a significant distance across everyone's map. No one was stopped outside the bridge, whether they contributed 2,222 or even 0. Some complained in the chat, while others gloated over how great it was to pocket all the supplies and then take advantage of the road others had built. Guanyi didn't know what to say. How could someone still be so impatient on the 4 server? It's fine if you're taking advantage, just find a quiet place to enjoy it secretly, but you have to show off in front of everyone. Isn't that asking for a scolding? Moreover, they'd be happy to be blocked. After all, no one wants to be working hard while a sneaky teammate waits in the background to take advantage. When you need to work hard, everyone should work together. When you need to play poorly, everyone should play poorly together. It's not the lack of effort that's worrying, but the inequality of effort. At least Guanyi himself happily blocked them to avoid spoiling his mood. While the main road was being repaired, Guanyi was playing a game in a higher level area, controlling his pet to slay various wraiths and obtain one construction supply box after another. Gaming is really addictive. After defeating another wraith, Guanyi reached out and rubbed his pet's head in the air. Then, he randomly placed a piece of food in its bowl and watched it eat with a smile. But it's time to go back. It's getting dark. It's a shame you can only eat in-game food, otherwise we could have something nice for dinner together. Although a portion of the main road had been repaired, Guanyi wasn't planning to go there just yet. She stayed in this area for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to collect as many supply boxes as possible from areas at level 10 and below to stock up on basic in-game supplies. Although the game setting states that the higher the level, the better the drops, Guanyi's intuition told her that things weren't that simple. Second, it was past noon when she exchanged the supply boxes from the star-chasing girl. By the time she reached level 5 for her spirit pet, it would be just before dusk. Guanyi wanted to stay in the primary area of the game map to see what dangers might arise at night. In other places, the danger level at night might increase based on the time of day, but here, I don't think it's that simple. Guanyi put away her phone, got on her motorcycle, and headed towards the bridge with her purchased dinner. It was almost dusk, and she had to get back to her car as quickly as possible. At night, only in her car was she safe, and that didn't include the motorcycle. The maps in the game are divided into levels, and I guess the dangers at night are the same. Right? When danger appears at night, we'd be able to tell from the chat. Guan Yi sped along on her motorcycle, unfortunately running into the evening rush hour. Fortunately, she had reserved time in advance, and the motorcycle's high maneuverability allowed her to return to Juxia safely. Huh. I was careless. I haven't driven in the city in a long time. I forgot about the dreaded morning and evening rush hours. Guan Yi got off the motorcycle and washed her face at the sink, wiping off the dust from the road. Then, with her medium-rare ribeye steak, she happily ascended to the rooftop balcony, ready to admire the sunset over the bridge while enjoying her steaming hot dinner. I can't believe it's only the 15th today, and it's already been 15 days since I entered the game. Guan Yi took the milk tea she brought back and sat on the newly furnished chair on the balcony, gazing at the distant city skyline. It was almost dark, and many houses had already turned on their lights, twinkling like stars, echoing the distant stars in the sky. Guan Yi couldn't help but think of her own travels. It seemed like she had often parked her car on remote roads, finding a higher vantage point to gaze at the bustling streets. It feels so familiar. Ah, it's dark. It's not like that in the real world, at least there's a buffer. In the game world, darkness falls quickly. When dusk ends and the sun sets, the night instantly shifts to darkness, never to return. Guan Yi didn't stay outside any longer. Although the streetlights meant the danger wasn't imminent, she decided to return to her car to enjoy the brighter, better artificial light. The chat channel was busier than it had been during the day. Everyone had parked their cars. Some, like Guan Yi, stayed outside, while others checked into hotels with parking spaces, continuing to chat from their cars. Because of the in-game resource gathering, over 90% of the players had obtained mobile phones, but not all of them could access the chat channel. Only phones purchased in the service area have this feature. All other phones purchased in Lancheng are really only good for gaming. Of course, basic functions like a calculator, flashlight, compass, and memo are still available. If you know a player's phone number, you can call them. This is no different from phones sold in the service area. They're limited to that server and don't offer cross-region service. So, while the phones sold in the service area are expensive, there's a reason for their high price. And they're not significantly more expensive than those in Lancheng, which made Guan Yi even more relieved upon hearing this news. Does anyone find the prices in this world strange? A phone costs 250 highway coins, but a night in a hotel costs 80. Not surprising. Think about it. Even old-fashioned phones in our area cost a few hundred yuan. If you're staying in a hotel, 80 is a price you only find in hostels, right? Can anyone guess what the danger is tonight? What could be in the city? A zombie riot. Humans by day, zombies by night? Good idea, but I suggest you forget it. Maybe it's related to the game. Has anyone redeemed those silver coins? You only get 1 silver coin for over 1,000 contributions. How stingy. I can't find a place to redeem them. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. This is exclusive information, and who would share it? A peaceful server. Will it get more peaceful the bigger it gets? More people, more resources, and everyone can work together. I really hope all servers are like this. It's getting dark, time to dream. What can silver coins be redeemed for? If anyone has redeemed them, please let me know in a private message. Message fee is acceptable. Guan Yi took a closer look. Currently, the messages only contain questions, but no answers. She wondered if someone had concealed their intentions, or if, like her, they had simply not found a place to redeem them. But since these silver coins were exchanged for 1,000 contribution points, they must have a use. Just because they couldn't find a place to redeem them didn't mean there wouldn't be one in the future. Soon, it was 10 p.m., and as the hour, minute, and second hands all closed, the once bustling streets outside suddenly fell silent. The young couple who had just been strolling hand in hand vanished, as did the family of 3 who had been visiting the night market with their children. The night at 10 o'clock seemed like an invisible abyss beast, devouring all humans and animals. Not only that, the lights disappeared too. From the lights in the residential buildings to the streetlights, from the landscape lights to the stars in the sky, all had lost their radiance. It was as if someone had pulled a thick black cloth, obscuring the world's light. Aside from the warning lights Guan Yi had left on, even her headlights and the fluorescent lights inside the car were off. Is the danger invisible? Guan Yi hesitated, still leaning against the car window, squinting as she adjusted to the sudden darkness. But before she could adjust, Her phone, placed beside her, suddenly lit up. On the screen, the game she had downloaded during the day had already launched, and after automatically logging in, a new announcement popped up. Night Carnival, time for revelry. Daytime belongs to humans, night to the vengeful spirits. Daytime's toil becomes glory on the road, while night's destruction becomes a revelry for the vengeful spirits. This is a test for both parties. To protect, or to let go, to destroy, or to give up, the answer will be yours to choose. Carnival time, every night from 10 p.m. to 11:45 p.m. Carnival content. An army of wraiths emerges from the darkness, destroying the road repaired during the day. When the road's damage reaches 100%, it will be permanently closed. Carnival rewards. 1. Defeat the wraiths to receive a supply box with a chance of silver coins. 2. Successfully defend the road. After the event, a blind box redemption machine will appear. This machine only lasts 15 minutes and accepts silver coins. Sure enough, it's related to the game. Guan Yi scrolled through the announcement to the end. At the bottom were 2 buttons, one to join and one to decline. This game actually gives you a rejection option. Forget it, I feel like there's a trap. Guan Yi unequivocally selected the participate button. Not to mention the supply crate granted after defeating the vengeful spirits, or the blind box redemption machine that spawned after successfully defending the game. Simply because it was the first night, she had to participate and see what was going on. Holding her finger to the participate button, Guan Yi felt a flash of light before she found herself transported from inside the car to outside. The good news, during the day, the vengeful spirits were dark, but at night, they transformed into luminous, white, misty creatures, allowing her to see clearly even in total darkness. The bad news, she and her pet had also switched places. Now, she was the pet battling the vengeful spirits, while the pet had become the one controlling the phone. Thankfully, even though it was basic equipment, my pet was fully equipped. Besides, this was the beginner zone, so fighting shouldn't be a problem. This was Guan Yi's first reaction, and then she thought of a more serious problem. Guan Yi, when I was leaving the game earlier, I deliberately raised Daeju's mood to 80, so it was happy. Since it's happy, then it can't intentionally mess with its owner, right? Chapter 71. Guan Yi soon discovered that her spirit pet, Daeju, wasn't actually controlling her to fight. This discovery made Guan Yi feel much better, and even a little guilty. She felt a little unfair for constantly forcing her spirit pet to fight for the supply boxes. But I gave it snacks too. So it doesn't count as exploiting the pet, right? Guan Yi muttered quietly, unaware that the spirit pets, in their bad moods, didn't relinquish their authority to their masters. Not only that, they controlled their masters, engaging them in battle over and over again, regardless of the enemy's level. Only when their health bars were nearly depleted would they administer some medicine and continue. On the bright side, this would at least mean more supply boxes. On the negative side, with this extreme tactic, a series of critical hits from a vengeful spirit might result in the spirit pet switching masters. Humans' disadvantages don't end there. They're unfamiliar with pets' bodies and how to fight with them. While the wraiths don't attack in mass, and the combat is a turn-based, one-on-one fight, it still feels awkward. Guan Yi's battle pet is a large orange cat, scanned from an official card. She specifically asked around and found everyone else's pets, only to discover they all have cats with identical stats. They're the kind of sign up and get an orange weapon kind of thing. The only differences are probably for color and breed. For example, Guan Yi's pet is a large orange cat, with a faint golden sheen around its edges. Ordinary people's pets have various cute cat designs, but without this golden sheen. To put it bluntly, the official game merchandise simply gives a special skin and doesn't improve combat effectiveness. It seems I was right. This is a low-level area on the map, and it's still a low-level area in reality. Guan Yi's pet had already reached level 10 before night fell. If it were in the real game, it would have been out of the novice village by then. The wraiths that appeared near the bridge were currently between levels 5 and 8, making it easy for Guan Yi to defeat them. She relied on her level and equipment to suppress them. Even with her basic equipment, it was not easy to put together a complete set. She easily killed several wraiths and obtained new supply boxes. Now is not the time to unpack them. Guan Yi shook her beard. She had fought hard, but this section of the repaired road was still being destroyed at a rapid rate. It was as if wraiths had spawned in other planes, but she was the only one fighting alone here. That was a mistake. Guan Yi retracted her paws and nuzzled her cheek against the kitten's paw pads, where the ghost had just been swatted. I was so focused on testing the danger zone that I forgot most people had already passed through. Only a handful of people remained. TSK, you can't blame me. I kept saying the cars were safe, and then forced everyone out. That's just too much. If it hadn't happened, she could have simply driven a bit through the night, at least crossed the bridge and reached the next area, avoiding the current situation. If we really can't hold it, there's nothing we can do. We stockpile supplies now, and find a new trail tomorrow. Even if someone initially repairs the trail themselves, once the main road is repaired and passable, no one will waste supplies, right? So, even if there were 100,000 people in the city at once, they should be able to find an unrepaired trail leading to the next section. But am I really the only one fighting here? It's impossible that 99,990 people have passed through the main road, leaving only me behind. Ah, it appears. Guan Yi noticed a short shadow suddenly appear near a wraith. It flickered a little at first, then stabilized after a few seconds. She looked closely, and saw it was a calico cat. A new cat pet. Yay, the calico cat's appearance was just the beginning. Over the next minute, a cow cat, a Siamese cat, a tabby cat, a yellow and white cat, a white cat, and a nearly invisible black cat appeared one after another. Oh, Guan Yi also seemed to see a Maine Coon. Its size alone gave her a sense of security. There wasn't just one cat of each color. Guan Yi glanced around and saw at least hundreds. With the appearance of the cat army, the number of wraiths on the map suddenly increased, as if all planes were superimposed on one another. Allies increased, and so did enemies. Thankfully, the rate of road destruction has slowed. But why hadn't I seen them before? Guan Yi was puzzled. Was it a time limit, or did both sides have to gather in the same area, or was it a certain number of wraiths that needed to be killed before they could meet up with the others? Insufficient information, I can't be sure. And while I'm happy to have someone to fight alongside me, I'm more concerned about something else right now. With more people and more monsters, are the drop supply boxes bound to each person, or can anyone pick them up? Until now, Guan Yi had been fighting alone, and the drop boxes were hers whether she picked them up or not. But now, things were different. Every spirit pet that appeared before her counted, and as soon as they killed a wraith, they would quickly pocket the spoils. Everyone is currently adhering to a line, only pick up your own loot. This is a tacit agreement that's formed spontaneously, relying entirely on individual initiative to maintain. This delicate balance can easily be disrupted. Once one person breaks the rules, others will follow suit. Even if the rules prevent them from picking up any loot, it can still create distrust between people. Don't forget, our cooperation isn't limited to nighttime. We continue to work together to deliver supplies to damaged roads during the day. Speaking of which, the destination of this area is still the service area, which means everyone must move forward and not remain behind. So, when no one is behind, will these sections of road still be haunted by vengeful spirits after nightfall? Or, when no players are present, will the roads continue to be damaged? Guan Yi pondered this, primarily wondering if complete road destruction would affect access to service areas. In short, could this be a trap? For example, if a certain percentage of the road is completely destroyed, the service areas will be closed. By then, everyone would have reached the final area, and the path behind them would have been destroyed. Going back to repair them would be too late, and the whole group might be wiped out. Thinking of this, Guan Yi narrowed his eyes, temporarily putting aside the terrifying thought and focusing on dealing with the wraiths. After all, these things were just like during the day. Kill one, and one less, and if you wanted a new one, you had to wait for the cooldown to refresh. When did you realize there were people around? Guan Yi asked the three-flowered lizard beside him. I didn't calculate the time, but I think we killed 5 wraiths. Sanhua nodded, 5. Although no one asked, the nearby cow cat raised its paw and answered. It was only after I killed 5 wraiths that I realized anyone was around. So whose plane is this now? The collective plane. The black cat spoke. It had just killed a wraith, and was shoving the drop supply box into its own storage compartment. Whoever kills 5 wraiths gets to take the remaining wraiths from their own plane and enter the collective plane. Guan Yi understood what it meant. If he wanted to play solo, he could stop after the 4th one. The wraiths wouldn't attack anyway, so he could just avoid them. If he wanted greater benefits, he would have to enter the team plane. There were more monsters, more supply boxes, and more dangers. Of course, this was only the rule for this match. In the next match, entering the team plane might require killing more wraiths or meeting other conditions. After a brief chat, everyone began a new round of operations. As more and more people joined in, the speed at which the wraiths were cleared grew faster and faster. Finally, at 11:30 p.m., they had collectively eliminated all the wraiths in their team's plane, successfully limiting the damage to 71%. Although exceeding 50% didn't look promising, observing the bridge confirmed that it was still passable, which brought everyone to a sigh of relief. At least they could drive directly across during the day tomorrow, without having to find another route. With 15 minutes left until the blind box redemption machine appeared, theoretically they could rest for a while, chat, or something, but everyone was busy unpacking the boxes, keeping as much distance from others as possible. No one wandered around, fearing suspicion of tampering. Guan Yi was also unpacking boxes. In just over an hour, she had killed 16 wraiths and obtained 16 supply boxes. A supplied box will inevitably contain one food item, one bottle of drinking water, and one random road coin. The largest denomination Guan Yi received was 20, and the smallest was 1 yuan, which was better than nothing. Some people had also found the silver coins mentioned in the announcement in the supply boxes. It wasn't guaranteed, but the chances were good, and even the most unlucky person would at least get 1 silver coin. In short, after unpacking all 16 boxes, Guan Yi's account totaled 5 red bean breads, 6 yellow peach breads, 5 chocolate breads, 16 drinking waters, 6 silver coins, and 29 wood. Including the 2 silver coins she had obtained earlier, Guan Yi had a total of 8 silver coins. She just had to wait for the blind box redemption machine to open and put in the coins. Hopefully, there will be more. Otherwise, with so many people and only 15 minutes, everyone will definitely fight over the order. Guan Yi lowered her eyes, pondering what she would do if this situation really happened, and then realized there was no solution. Even though she never cut in line in the real world, if there were many people in front of her, and each person wanted to exchange a large number of silver coins, the machine might be gone by the time it was her turn. Then, she would definitely try to squeeze forward. There was no other way. The future was long, and she had to think about herself first. Guan Yi shrugged and scanned her surroundings, ready to rush to the blind box exchange machine the moment she spotted it. She would grab a box if she could, and choose blindly if she could, so as not to give others a chance. Amidst this eerie silence, as everyone was wary of each other and silent, the blind box exchange machine finally appeared. Bad news. There was only one blind box exchange machine. Good news. Everyone else had disappeared. Guan Yi. That's great. Now I can take my time choosing. Chapter 72. The blind box redemption machine looked completely different from what Guan Yi had imagined. She had seen that kind of machine before while shopping at the mall. Behind a large transparent door, the blind box was displayed after it had been opened, and a touch screen next to it listed the names and prices of all the blind boxes. After selecting a blind box, one simply scanned and paid, and the blind box would drop into the bottom of the box. The purchaser simply opened the lid and took the contents out. However, this blind box redemption machine looked shabby. Not only did it lack a transparent door, but it also lacked a touch screen. It was simply a large, dark red metal cabinet, the paint peeling off, revealing rusted edges, giving it a very cyber-esque feel. In the center, slightly above the metal cabinet, was a cracked screen with 3 lines of text written on it in yellow-green pixelated font. 1 silver coin, redeem blind box, normal, 3 silver coins, redeem blind box, encrypted, today's redemption, 10. Below the screen was a coin slot that could only accommodate 1 silver coin. To the right of the coin slot was a green button labeled start. Guan Yi hadn't found a place to pick up the blind box yet, and figured she might have to go through Squirrel Express again. Having learned from her previous experience, she just checked the details of the announcement with someone else to make sure it wasn't exclusive to her, which reassured her somewhat. Regular blind box, encrypted blind box. Guan Yi tutored. Luckily I have 8 silver coins, otherwise I have a hard time deciding which one to buy. Guan Yi first inserted a silver coin into the coin slot, then pressed the green button. The machine emitted a dull click. It's like pure mechanical operation. Guan Yi put her ear close to the metal cabinet, and could faintly hear the whirring of gears inside. They were the kind of gears that hadn't been maintained for a long time, and were rusted from lack of grease. A few seconds later, the display panel clicked open from top to bottom, revealing a white paper box inside. Guan Yi counted the time from inserting the coin to receiving the blind box, which took a total of 30 seconds, still within an acceptable range. I can only exchange 10 at most, so 15 minutes should be enough. Let me see what's inside this ordinary blind box. Gain. Spirit Pet Experience Pack X3. Guan Yi blinked. Although this item would immediately grant 1,000 experience points to her spirit pet, at her current level 13, it could directly reach level 14.5, making it a very good way to level up. But was she cheating? She finally got the silver coins she needed, only to exchange them for an in-game item? Guan Yi felt like she was losing out, but then she thought, if regular blind boxes only contained game items, then her experience pack would be okay. Determined to test the waters, Guan Yi bought another regular blind box and received Pet Experience Packs X5. These are all experience packs. No need to bother, just buy the encrypted ones. If they still contain in-game items, I'd be mad. She invested 3 silver coins and followed the same process as before, this time receiving a black box. Obtained, Universal Antidote, Injection, X1. Wow, this is pretty good. Guan Yi picked up the antidote and read the instructions. It stated that drinking this would cure any poison, whether it was neurotoxins, blood toxins, respiratory toxins, psychotoxins, cellular toxins, or corrosive toxins, as long as the person was still breathing. If the person is unable to swallow on their own, a random needle insertion anywhere on the body will have the same effect, though if the placement is not optimal, a 2-hour pain debuff will be applied. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. This thing is quite worth it. Although she hadn't encountered a situation requiring an antidote yet, she never had too much of this life-saving stuff. Guan Yi regretted squandering the 2 silver coins she spent. If she had saved them and pooled them tomorrow, she might have been able to draw more encrypted blind boxes. Guan Yi put her last 3 silver coins into the redemption machine and received her final black blind box of the day. This time, she received a small bottle of coagulant, specifically for dealing with liquid creatures. For example, the ooze in the novice server. Just spray a little of this on it, and it will instantly solidify, then be crushed with a shovel. The encrypted blind boxes are still more cost-effective, but they also cost more silver coins. There are currently 2 ways to earn silver coins: either donate supplies during the day, or fight vengeful spirits at night. But even to donate supplies, you have to fight vengeful spirits first. I'm not going to have to fight the game for the next 7 days, am I? Guan Yi frowned. She'd been fighting all night, and her mind was a little dull, making thinking a bit difficult. Leave it for tomorrow. I'm sleepy. Can I get back to the car now? Since the battle, Guan Yi had returned to her normal self. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to use her cat body to stuff silver coins into the blind box redemption machine. Now that she had exchanged everything she needed, it felt eerie to stay outside in the pitch-black darkness. Guan Yi wanted to get back to the car and get some good sleep. Thankfully, although the lighting in this world hadn't been restored, Zhuxia's headlights had come on, pointing Guan Yi in the right direction. Only then did she realize she walked quite a distance, almost to the middle of the bridge. It's scary. If there weren't headlights, I have fallen off while walking. It's a good thing the blind box redemption machine isn't on the edge of a bridge. Guan Yi felt the place was full of potholes. Her pace quickened, from a walk to a jog, then a trot, finally returning to the car along the smooth road illuminated by the headlights. Opening the door, Guan Yi leaped in like a rabbit, then closed and locked it in one smooth motion, shutting out the darkness. Sitting in the driver's seat, illuminated by the interior lights, Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a long-lost sense of security. Then she withdrew her gaze from the window. It still looks pretty creepy. No, I have to go to the trunk. It's late at night, I can't stay here anymore. Guan Yi had spent the night in the suburbs before, but no matter how dark the normal world was, it was never like this. The outside was like a thick layer of ink. Aside from the blind box redemption machine, there was no light at all. Don't stare into the abyss. Night is almost as dark. It's much better to lie in bed and scroll through your phone. Why stay here staring at the windshield? Guan Yi entered the trunk and laid down on her comfortable double bed. After all this tossing and turning, it was only 2 or 3 minutes until midnight. She decided to wait until normal outside before going to sleep, otherwise she'd feel uneasy. After all, this crappy game really does throw people out of the car. What if she fell asleep right after hitting the pillow and the game wasn't over, and was killed by a vengeful spirit in her dream? That would be terrible. Theoretically, that wouldn't happen, but it's only a little while, so I just see everyone's reactions. Guan Yi huddled under the covers, summoning a floating car screen. It smoothly transitioned into the chat channel, and then was instantly flooded with messages. Beep. That's too much. They actually threw people out. I beep. What's the point in getting angry? I better quickly summarize my experience. Everyone knows it's easy on the first day, but tomorrow, you never know. To summarize, the level of the wraith has nothing to do with the level of the pet. It's related to the area. The further you go, the stronger the wraith. The silver coin drop rate is about 5:1. That's my experience. What about you? I lost 2,183 silver coins in one night. How did I die? I was killed by the wraith. How else could I die? Is it related to the pet? My crappy pet keeps making me kill monsters. Luckily, I leveled up during the day, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to make it. Everyone, be careful when killing monsters. Some people specialize in stealing other people's loot. Hey, I don't have any pets. Mine's also being manipulated. What's going on, Guanyi? It's not being manipulated, and my pet's mood is 80. Is that related? The white blind box is garbage. It opened a bunch of pet items. I also encountered people stealing items. Is there no way to punish them? I have a phobia of the dark. I don't want to see anything but the wraiths. I'm not being manipulated, and my pet's mood is 75. I want PvP functionality. If anyone touches my box again, I kill them. Fighting a wraith is so hard. What are those who steal other people's boxes thinking? Shame on them. Think positively. We can use the items in the white blind box ourselves, provided they're not being manipulated and can eat them ourselves. So, is the theme of this server all about pets fighting wraiths, Guanyi? No, it's about rebuilding the city. Because construction supply boxes are obtained in-game, and everyone had just experienced a real-life battle tonight, it's normal for their minds to be distracted. She was just giving a heads up, and she believed someone would soon catch on. After she finished speaking, Guanyi glanced at the chat channel for a moment. Sure enough, compared to the bewilderment on the newbie server and the frustration on the second server, those who made it here were somewhat capable. Most of the chats were meaningful, and she gleaned quite a bit of information. The contents of the white blind boxes are pretty much the same. Little is said about the contents of the black blind boxes, but from the few messages I've seen so far, they all seem very useful for future journeys, and they're not sold at service areas or post stations. Also, the drop supply boxes aren't bound to items. Anyone can take them. I have to pay attention to my surroundings when I fight monsters next time. So annoying. Yawn. Guanyi covered her mouth and yawned. She'd been on edge during the battle, and the fatigue from the physical exertion washed over her now that she was relaxed. She wanted to check the chat channel for a bit longer, but her eyelids were so heavy she couldn't open them, her body constantly telling her to go to sleep. Guanyi yawned again, then decided to let nature take its course. She closed her eyes, pushed the large in-car screen aside, and slid down onto her back, half leaning against the pillow. Within seconds, she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 73. The next day, Guanyi was awoke to the association's newsletter. Not wanting to get up, she simply lay in bed and opened the envelope. She had 4,286 membership points remaining. Since she hadn't driven much yesterday, relying solely on her motorcycle, her mileage had only increased by a few hundred, now standing at 8,561.37, still at level 1. The mileage on the motorcycle isn't counted as part of the cars. Well, that makes sense, considering the odometer isn't strapped to the driver's leg. Even so, Guanyi couldn't help but grumble. If it wasn't strapped to the driver's leg, she could have strapped it to the motorcycle's odometer. How could it not count? She had driven her motorcycle for most of the day yesterday. It seems I have to keep driving if I want to accumulate mileage. My motorcycle can only be used for emergencies. Guanyi shifted her position and continued reading the rest of the newsletter. Today's redemptions were still unremarkable. Guanyi didn't want to waste points on them, so she quickly skimmed over them and looked at the final news flash. Highway Mutual Aid Mission? Guanyi sat up and read through the flashes word for word. Highway Flash 1. Lancheng is carrying out post-disaster reconstruction efforts. Members who are able are requested to contribute their efforts and help residents in need whenever possible. Fulfilling our responsibility for road coexistence is our obligation. Every goodwill stop will earn you 2.7 extra mileage bonus. 2. The association will make 2 construction supply drops today at 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Morning, coordinates. Afternoon, coordinates. Members nearby, please go pick it up. 3. Madam Crow wants a new shawl. Drivers passing through Black Pine Forest are requested to bring one to her. The reward is 200 road coins, plus a box of homemade snacks. Isn't Lancheng where I'm staying now? Helping residents in need. But I ran around all day yesterday and didn't see anyone needing help. Guanyi frowned, thinking. The last time she'd seen the phrase roadside symbiotic responsibility was when she first entered the game. At that time, all sorts of strange creatures were stopping cars on the roadside, and she needed a ride. But that was on a deserted road. This was the city, full of cars, taxis, and buses. No one would hitchhike here. Not even paid rides counted. I can't just run into someone and ask if they need help, right? If I do, I'd probably get the police after just a few questions. Guan Yi smacked her lips in frustration and decided to go wash up and eat. Doing these things would give her time to think. She couldn't just sit there in bed all the time. Though she longed to just lie there and daydream, it was already the second day, and she had to keep moving. She couldn't fall too far behind the main force, or else she wouldn't even be able to hold onto the road by nightfall. After dinner, Guan Yi first drove across the crumbling bridge. After all, it had already reached 71% damage, looking shabby and ready to crash at any moment. Luckily, I made it through. Guan Yi stopped the car and glanced in the rearview mirror at the bridge behind her. According to the game map, she was now in the level 9 to 20 area, a bit dangerous for a level 13 pet. Let's eat the experience packs first. Guan Yi pulled out her phone. Yesterday, she opened 8 experience packs, each containing 1,000 experience points. After using them all on her pet, her level went from a little over 13 to a half level 17. That's about it. I just kill a few vengeful spirits along the way to level 18. It would be great if I could get some gear. That way, even if I run into a 20 level one, I won't be in trouble. With only a 2 level difference, I shouldn't have any problems leveling it out. After crossing the bridge, Guan Yi continued along the main road. Compared to the commercial area yesterday, she seemed to be in a residential area today. It wasn't one of the established neighborhoods around here, but more like a newly developed, relatively uninhabited community. The most striking feature of this type of neighborhood is its tall, new buildings, wide, yet deserted roads, and a near absence of shops. Even buying a bottle of water from a convenience store would require driving 500 meters. The only good thing is probably that there's no one to deal with the vengeful spirits here. Guan Yi parked her car in a roadside spot, turned on her phone, and began to control her pet to fight monsters. Once she eliminated those in the immediate area, she drove forward to take on the wave ahead. This time, Guan Yi learned from the others' mistakes. After defeating a few monsters, she let her big orange pet rest for a while, eating and playing, keeping her spirit level above 95, determined not to be a heartless owner. About an hour passed like this. Just as Guan Yi was about to control her pet to continue the battle, her big orange pet seemed to notice something. Leaving the vengeful spirit nearby, it trotted briskly into the adjacent residential complex. Guan Yi, no, you're in. What am I supposed to do? Big orange pets are AR creatures, while Guan Yi is a living person. Even if she could scale the wall, she couldn't do anything too outrageous in broad daylight. I hope this community doesn't allow strangers in or out. Guan Yi thought this as she drove to the main entrance. She was pleasantly surprised to find that, despite the stop barrier blocking the road, strangers were allowed in. After recording her license plate, the barrier was lifted and allowed to pass. As for the security guard in the booth, he seemed to be video chatting with someone, laughing so hard he didn't even notice anyone entering the community. Lucky I didn't buy a house here. Guan Yi curled her lips. After entering the community, she slowed down and, through the screen of her phone on the mount, tried to keep close to her pet Daiju. Then, Daiju spun around the community, leading Guan Yi away from the residential building and toward the half-finished green area at the back. If you're here to catch rats, I take your dried fish. The Winta #1 engine sacrificed 20 miles per hour in speed for enhanced off-road performance. Simply put, the Zhuxiao could navigate even the most pothole construction debris without getting damaged by the haphazardly piled broken bricks and planks. As Guan Yi drove onto this road where cars shouldn't be used, the car felt surprisingly stable. She barely felt the potholes beneath her, as if the tires had become something that automatically changed shape according to the bumps and depressions. So stable, Guan Yi praised. This is well worth the money. When Guan Yi decided to enhance Zhuxiao's off-road capabilities, Sang Tutu recommended the narrow road stabilizer add-on. When the tires enter a narrow section of road, this stabilizer comes into play, correcting their direction and increasing friction and adhesion between the tire and the narrow road, preventing them from slipping, drifting, or falling off. Of course, the stabilizer is only an auxiliary measure. If the driver gets nervous and their hands are shaky, losing control of the steering wheel and causing it to veer significantly off course, then, not to mention the stabilizer, even a driving instructor probably wouldn't be able to save the car. After all, it's the human behind the wheel, everything else is merely auxiliary. Under the guidance of Big Orange, Guan Yi drove on for another 2 or 3 minutes over the pile of construction debris before finally reaching their destination. A man-made garbage pit. The orange cat, her spirit pet, peered down meowing. Guan Yi, exiting the car with her phone in hand, seemed to hear something coming from inside. A place like this? Could it really be full of rats? Guan Yi turned on the flashlight on her phone, shone it in, and shouted hello, testing for a response. Be it a meow, woof, or squeak, at least let her hear it clearly, so she could decide whether to rescue the person based on what was inside. Help! Help me! Guan Yi. Oh, so there's a person inside. After retrieving a newly purchased rope from the storage compartment, Guan Yi dropped it into the garbage pit, letting the child wrap around her waist. Then, relying on her strength, she slowly lifted the filthy child out. Stinky. If you remember the phone number, I can help you call. Guan Yi covered her nose and stepped back. Although the garbage pit was unused, the accumulated leaves and water inside had fermented and now coated the child. Originally, Guan Yi wanted to take the child home, but now she didn't want to. The little thing was too smelly. If she really took it back with her, how long would it take for the smell to dissipate in the car? My home is in this neighborhood. The child sniffed and rubbed his dirty little hands on his pants. Thank you for rescuing me. I give you a gift. Not really. Guan Yi hesitated. The child was wearing a crewneck, short-sleeved t-shirt and grimy, knee-length shorts. It was hard to see where to put a gift. Probably candy, or a toy a child might like, Guan Yi thought. Better to refuse. Regardless of whether it was food or toys, it was already out of the question in this situation. You're welcome, big sister. I must thank you. As the child spoke, his dirty little hands reached into his pants pockets, rummaging around, and finally pulled out a golden card. Big sister, are you playing pet tracking? I got this while eating potato chips. Mom said it can be redeemed for items, but she won't let me use my phone. I'm giving it to you. You're an adult. You can definitely use your phone. Guan Yi looked at the child, who was looking at Guan Yi. The other person was holding a gold card, and there was a suspicious, unknown stain on the upper left corner of the card. Huh? Okay, thank you. Guan Yi pinched the upper right corner of the gold card and smiled at the child. Go home quickly, and don't run around anymore. Your family will be worried. The child nodded and ran away quickly. Guan Yi returned to the car and pulled out a wet wipe, wiping her hands and the gold card in her hand. After wiping the stain, the card revealed a barely legible redemption code. Guan Yi found the redemption location in the game and entered it, receiving a surprise blind box. This kid's got real luck. Guan Yi looked at the new item on the game screen and sighed heartily. He fell into the garbage pit and didn't even get hurt. He even got a rare item from eating chips. He should buy a lottery ticket. Companion collar. The owner's companionship makes your pet even more powerful. Attaching a collar to your pet converts online time into experience points. 1 minute equals 15 points. Your bond is your greatest strength. Guan Yi. It's an idle item. Great. From now on, she's going to be a crazy gamer who stays online 24/7. Chapter 74. After receiving the item, the spirit pet, Big Orange, crouched back in its nest in the game. Guan Yi guessed there were no more special items here, so she drove Xuxia out of the complex. As for why the spirit pet could find the real-world golden card, Guan Yi decided not to pursue the matter. What was so strange about the game setting? She could even go out at night to fight vengeful spirits, so why couldn't the spirit pet find things in the real world? Besides, while the golden card was physical, it could be exchanged for in-game items. Perhaps in the eyes of the spirit pet, Big Orange, it was simply marked on the game map, and it was only chasing in-game items, not real-world cards. Don't worry, I don't think about it. There are coordinates nearby. Let's go see how much supplies there are. As soon as she saw the coordinates, Guan Yi entered them into her phone's map, and the navigation automatically mapped out a reasonable route. This was also the reason she was fighting vengeful spirits in this area, because it was very close to the coordinates. The coordinates were at the next intersection. It was now 8:40 a.m., so she had more than enough time to arrive before 9 a.m. Guan Yi followed the navigation, turned around the intersection, and soon saw the building at the end of the road that matched the coordinates. Looks like a factory. Guan Yi sat in the car, carefully examining the buildings in the courtyard. The white exterior walls were mottled, revealing the gray bricks underneath. The window glass was mostly broken, but few were intact. But whether broken or intact, they were all dirty and dusty, clearly having not been cleaned in a long time. The centermost and tallest building once had several signboards, but several had fallen off. From the remaining words, one could barely deduce that this was once a chemical factory. The factory gate was locked, entwined with layers of chains. Entering from here was unlikely. Guan Yi cast his gaze back at the wall, estimating its height to be about 4 meters. Sunlight shone on the top, occasionally flashing. It must have been pierced with glass, or broken tiles or metal. It's all thief-proof, making it difficult to climb. So how skilled must this thief be to scale this high with his bare hands? The wall looks quite smooth. I don't see any leverage. Guan Yi got out of the car and approached the iron gate. He first tested its strength, finding it weak. He then lifted the chain and shook it, finding it weak as well. Getting in here isn't feasible. Even if I applied a bit more force, I have a hard time ripping it open. Since this path was blocked, they had to search for a new one. So Guan Yi drove the Zhuxia around the factory for a while, finally finding a breakthrough. A small section of the wall had collapsed, but it didn't reveal a gap for entry. Instead, a slope had been formed from mud and stones. The slope's angle was quite steep. A human could climb it if they insisted, but it would be extremely strenuous. The average person would likely fall, halfway due to lack of strength and a lack of support. It's time for the mountain bike show. After choosing a spot, Guan Yi returned to his bike, donned his helmet and protective gear, and switched from the driver's seat to the mountain bike. It's time to show off my true skills. Guan Yi steered his motorcycle, turning again and again along the road markings until he reached a point slightly further from the slope. Then, Guan Yi lowered his helmet's visor and slammed the throttle to the floor. The exhaust pipe roared loudly as he charged down the gravel slope. Guan Yi gritted her teeth, her mind completely focused on the road. Her grip on the handlebars was steady, her body tense, swaying slightly as the wheels rolled over various objects. Riding a mountain bike up a slope was a new challenge for Guan Yi. After all, while she knew about this extreme sport, she had only seen videos and had never experienced it herself. Thankfully, for a novice's debut, the slope wasn't too steep or long, and Guan Yi finally reached the top safely and headed down the other side. Guan Yi supported herself on one leg, the rear wheel swung out in a beautiful arc. She removed her helmet, wiped the sweat from her face, and looked back at the slope behind her, only then realizing the magnitude of her accomplishment. I'm really amazing. Guan Yi habitually praised herself, then drove her motorcycle back to the coordinates. This time, she didn't dare overlap. Who knew how the supply box appeared? If it was an airdrop, the helmet she was wearing wouldn't protect her head. 9 o'clock. Guan Yi stared at the time on her phone. As soon as it hit, she quickly and cautiously glanced around, searching for supply boxes and checking for any danger. Then, several boxes of supplies fell from the sky. If Guan Yi hadn't been on guard and immediately fled the area on her motorcycle the moment she noticed a shadow on the ground, she might have been hit. I know the association is generous, but this is a bit too generous. Dozens of supply boxes landed on the factory grounds. Because it was an airdrop, some boxes landed on the ground, while others piled on top of each other. The highest stack had 5 boxes, and they were not properly arranged, looking shaky and ready to fall at any moment. Come on, it's time to unpack. Guan Yi parked her motorcycle and, holding her fire axe, walked towards the supply box. She had to see if she could fit the box into the storage compartment. If she could, that would be great. If not, she would have to unpack it on the spot. After all, regular supply boxes couldn't be put directly into the storage compartment, while the construction supply boxes she had obtained earlier were collected through the game and were directly sent to the storage compartment. Guan Yi actually wondered what would happen to those whose storage compartments were full and were forced to put items in. Would they be thrown aside because they couldn't fit them in, or would they appear with an extra storage compartment like her DLC backpack? TSK, I can't fit them in. Guess I have to dismantle them right there. Guan Yi placed her hand on the box and found that she couldn't transfer it to the storage compartment. So she opened it right there and transferred the items into her backpack one by one. Then she used the dismantling skill on the box to earn some extra income. It was mindless, physically demanding work. As Guan Yi unpacked, her whole being became somewhat mechanical. She repeated the unpacking process, unpacking boxes, picking up supplies, and placing them in storage compartments. Unpacking boxes. Her eyes seemed to drift off. If it were in a game, picking up supplies would be fun, with the sound effects of picking them up, but now, having to do it yourself, and the items inside the boxes were unremarkable, it felt rather dull. Just as Guan Yi had collected about a third of the supply boxes, she suddenly heard a heavy gasp behind her. Guan Yi turned cautiously, then froze. A man in a gray security uniform stood 6 or 7 steps away from her. His skin was an unnatural gray, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he was struggling to suppress some frantic impulse. I can't. Take it. I can't. That's factory property. Guan Yi instinctively took a step back. Then the security guard rushed toward her. The man's movements were faster than Guan Yi had imagined. If she hadn't been prepared, she would have been unable to dodge the lightning-fast blow. Guan Yi swung the fire axe at the man. After the game's release, martial arts training classes had sprung up like bamboo shoots. Unable to discern the true value, she only learned a few moves from the fighting videos released by the government. Zheng Yaojin's 3-axe-and-a-half strike stunt from the Romance of Sui and Tang dynasties. I may not know how to do it, but this move should be pretty powerful. With a point of strength bonus, Guan Yi swung the fire axe with great vigor. However, because the security guard, despite his current state, still had a human form, and, most importantly, could speak, she avoided the man's head, and instead swept the back of the axe across his neck. A solid blow would have surely knocked him unconscious, but the security guard's reflexes were quite sharp, and he dodged with a quick move. "Oh my god, Agile," Guan Yi complained, trying to reason with the other party. "These things fell from the sky. Do you know about the Highway Mileage Association? They're the aid supplies they sent to Lancheng. I took them and sent them to the road construction site to support urban development. These aren't from your factory. I didn't steal your property." The security guard ignored Guan Yi's words, still muttering factory, property, and continued to attack Guan Yi. "TSK, looks like this is the only way." The security guard was quite fast, and Guan Yi was not slow either. She just couldn't reach the other party, but she wouldn't be easily caught either. So Guan Yi, with the security guard in hot pursuit, staged a classic she flees, he chases, she can't escape drama around the supply box. Guan Yi wasn't just running blindly, she had a plan. She would lure the security guard to the supply box at the perfect moment, and then have him lift the lid, or simply smash the outer shell with her fists, letting the supplies spill out through the hole. Guan Yi would take the opportunity to store the supplies in her own storage compartment, then dismantle the shattered box. Even if the only thing she got was scraps of wood that could only be used for burning, she would resolutely not let go of any of the supplies. It was like a game she used to play, kiting the boss while picking up scattered equipment and money. Once they were all cleaned up, who would care about the currently invincible boss? Of course, she would just run away and happily count her loot. The security guard, either unaware of Guan Yi's strategy or perhaps lacking intelligence to detect the problem, cooperated perfectly in the chase, quickly opening all the supply boxes Guan Yi hadn't managed to put away. "Guan Yi, listen, thank you." Without the supply boxes as cover, Guan Yi used other objects within the factory as obstacles, finally making it back to the motorcycle after circling more than a dozen times. Then, Guan Yi boarded the motorcycle, and the security guard rushed towards her. Turning the accelerator, Guan Yi brushed past the security guard. Just as she was about to charge up the factory ramp, she heard the security guards mumbling, struggling to add another word. "Factory. Poisoned. Property. Save me." Guan Yi's pupils dilated, and her right hand, gripping the accelerator, subconsciously relaxed for a moment. This man is still conscious. He's a living being controlled by the toxin. Chapter 75. The fact that the security guard was a conscious, living being was a bit of a surprise to Guan Yi. The monsters she had previously faced were all inhuman creatures like kobolds, and she fought them without any pressure, each strike aiming for a fatal spot. This time, seeing the security guard, although his condition wasn't right, Guan Yi was somewhat concerned because he was in human form and could speak. Furthermore, his goal was to pick up the items and escape, so she resorted to the same tactics as before. So, the security guard was always a step behind when hitting the supply box. Was he trying to control himself and coordinate, if that were the case? Guan Yi gritted her teeth and turned the car around. Regardless of the security guard's situation, he was about to catch up. She had to get out of the way first. No matter how fast the security guard was, he was still human, and there was no way he could catch up to a motorcycle moving at almost full speed. Guan Yi needed a section to accelerate up the ramp, and now with her concerns about the security guard, she simply circled the factory grounds, accelerating her motorcycle while rapidly pondering what to do. If possible, she wanted to save the security guard. It wasn't that Guan Yi felt pity or anything, but her intuition told her to do so. Saving the security guard would bring unexpected rewards. It's not that there's no other way. The security guard looked more like he was poisoned than being manipulated. Guan Yi couldn't help but think of zombies in movies and TV shows. Universal antidote. "So the point of having this thing is to give it to you?" Guan Yi sighed. It was quite difficult. This security guard didn't look like the type to take the medicine obediently. Luckily, the antidote came with a syringe, otherwise it would have been quite a hassle. That said, injecting the security guard wasn't a simple task either. Guan Yi circled the guard 8 times on her motorcycle, but couldn't find a suitable spot. She gave up in frustration. She couldn't risk her life for a possible windfall. Hey! If you can still control yourself, could you open your mouth a little wider? Guan Yi yelled at the security guard. She was about to be an uncivilized zoo visitor and throw a tube of antidote at the zombie security guard as food. I'm truly a law-abiding person, Guan Yi thought. It's all because of this damn game that I've done so many things that break the rules. The security guard didn't respond to Guan Yi's words, instinctively continuing to chase the erratic motorcycle. However, his frequency increased. Previously, he would only mumble a few words every minute or so, but now, he would utter the next sentence almost every few seconds after finishing the previous one. No. Factory. Save me. Property. Take it away. The repetition was laced with a plea for help, and with its increased frequency, Guan Yi found it difficult to ignore. Come to think of it, are you one of those indigenous people in need mentioned in the newsletter? Guan Yi circled again. After repeating this route several times, she had calculated the optimal time to feed the child. Just ahead, at the large trash can, she would pass the security guard. The security guard didn't respond to Guan Yi's question. Sending a distress signal was the limit, there was no other way. Guan Yi didn't expect him to answer, but drove toward the large dumpster as planned, holding the universal antidote in his hand, ready to throw it in at any moment. As for how to break the outer packaging of the antidote after throwing it in, and whether the needle would pierce the opponent's mouth, that was the security guard's responsibility. Guan Yi only cared about the sale, not the after-sales service. Guan Yi circled the large dumpster to the left, while the security guard chased around it to the right, separated by only a narrow metal box. Now, Guan Yi released the accelerator, and the security guard opened his mouth wide and began to recite his lines, which was why his lines were so slurred. After all, apart from the few words required opening his mouth. Guan Yi successfully dropped the universal antidote into the security guard's mouth. Then, with a crack, the security guard closed his mouth, biting the outer shell of the tube. Guan Yi swallowed hard. Brother, you're really ruthless. A mouthful of glass fragments like that, I need to go to the hospital and have a doctor pick them out bit by bit with tweezers, right? I admire you. I really admire you, even though the potion was dropped into the security guard's mouth and he actually chewed it up and swallowed it. Guan Yi didn't rush in. Instead, he continued circling on his motorcycle, maintaining his dynamic effect. That way, if an emergency arose, Guan Yi could simply drive up the dirt slope and away from this dangerous place. Thankfully, the security guard didn't transform into something more terrifying. Instead, he gradually calmed down. As his movements slowed, his skin color became more and more normal. Over the course of 5 minutes, the security guard went from sprinting to jogging, from jogging to trotting, from trotting to a brisk walk, then a slow walk, and finally, he sat down on the ground. Oh my God, I'm so exhausted. These were the first words the security guard uttered after returning to normal. He then looked up at Guan Yi and expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you so much. I really thought I was going to die here. Guan Yi examined him closely for a moment, confirming he was safe. Then he rode his bike over, still not getting off. What happened? Guan Yi asked. How did it become like that? The security guard sat on the ground, looking up at Guan Yi. It must have been a leak. I was patrolling near the lab when an earthquake suddenly struck. The walls collapsed, sending everything flying out. I was so focused on running for my life and avoiding getting hit by rocks that I didn't even notice if I was contaminated. Finally, when I finally made it outside, I found myself like this. He looked at his hands. They had returned to their normal color, but from the force of the previous attack, his nails were broken and his fingers were covered in blood. While not serious, the sight was quite shocking. Guan Yi was somewhat disappointed. While a chemical plant leak wasn't unfortunate, it certainly wasn't a rare incident. She once stayed in a hotel while traveling, and was suddenly awakened in the middle of the night by a choking gas. After asking the front desk, she learned that a pipe leak at a nearby pesticide processing plant had caused the foul-smelling gas to spread everywhere. She didn't want to know that, but something deeper. Although Guan Yi herself wasn't sure what it was, it certainly wasn't this kind of news. If the information wasn't available, then just give her a thank you gift, Guan Yi muttered to herself, deciding to give the security guard a second chance. If he didn't offer it, she'd have to take it herself. The security guard's mind likely hadn't recovered from the freezing still. He spoke of his recent panic and mumbling. Just as Guan Yi's expression grew increasingly impatient, he finally said something useful. Hey, you're a traveler, right? We need to get to Golden City as soon as possible. The trial is about to begin. We can't be late. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Golden City, finally getting to something useful? I can't quite remember when the trial takes place. I feel like there's still plenty of time. Guan Yi feigned bewilderment. Besides, isn't Golden City in the largest area? From a small town like me, I don't even know the way there. The trial begins every year in October. Anyone over 18, regardless of birthday, can participate in the adult trial. Fight. The security guard looked worried. My child participated in the trial last year, but there's been no news yet. Are you participating in this year's trial? If you run into him, could you please pass on a message? Guan Yi blinked. Could this year's trialists still meet last year's? The security guard nodded. As long as you keep chasing, keep chasing. The time inside the trial field is chaotic. Arriving first doesn't necessarily maintain an advantage, and arriving later isn't necessarily at a disadvantage. At this point, the security guard's face grew serious, and he earnestly instructed Guan Yi. You must arrive at Golden City before October. Don't miss the opening. Guan Yi said, Oh. If I miss, I have to wait another year? Also, you only mentioned October, but didn't specify the exact time. Does that mean the entire month is acceptable? The security guard seemed oblivious to Guan Yi's words. He fished a wallet from the pocket of his tattered uniform, pulled out a photo from the inner compartment, and handed it to Guan Yi. Here, this is my son. If you see him during the trial, tell him I'm fine. I make him his favorite seafood feast when he gets home. Guan Yi took the photo, and was about to ask the security guard something, but he saw his eyes were empty. He mechanically climbed up from the ground and, with the gait of an old-fashioned robot from a movie, walked towards the factory's front door. Work. Guard. Patrol. Intruder? As if sensing something, the security guard suddenly stopped and twisted his body to look at Guan Yi. Although he hadn't transformed into his zombie-like appearance, he no longer looked alive. Guan Yi cursed and immediately stepped on the accelerator, charging down the slope, safely back to the road outside before the security guard could make another move. What a dedicated security guard. Guan Yi glanced sideways at the factory and rode his motorcycle back to Juxia. The vengeful spirits here were nearly eliminated, and the supplies the association had already arrived. It was time to head to the main road to make some donations. And I got some good news. The universal antidote was worth using. The security guard provided two crucial pieces of information. 1. The Golden City will only open in October. While the exact date wasn't mentioned, at least the month was specific. 2. You must skip levels, and keep skipping levels. The other party's advice was to keep chasing, so that you could catch up with his son, one of the uniformed young men in the memory fragments. So, I have to jump to the front server before October, otherwise I miss out. That way, those who enter the game first will have a huge advantage, which is unfair to those who enter later. Guan Yi closed her eyes. Never mind. What kind of fairness was she pursuing in a place like this? This rubbish game didn't offer any fairness to Earthlings when it first arrived. Unless, this October wasn't the October she understood, but some other name. But if that were the case, then what could it be? Guan Yi couldn't think of anything yet, so he decided to put it aside and drove Juxia toward the next section of the main road that was under maintenance. Chapter 76. The main road that needs repair this time is the regular road surface. It's completely collapsed, with exposed rebar and various debris everywhere. With the right equipment, it's possible to cross it on foot. Just take each step carefully, don't let your feet slip, and stay away from the rebar to avoid slipping and getting strung up like a human skewer. Of course, even those roads that appear pristine aren't necessarily truly intact. The appearance of pristine conditions might just be an illusion. If you step on them, you miss out and plummet into the deep groundwater below. Guan Yi had just peered in. The groundwater was pitch black, with an unknown substance inside, occasionally flashing white. Thankfully, players can't cross it on foot. They need to bring their vehicles with them. This presents an interesting situation. Usually on the road, the vehicles carry the people, and people rely on the vehicles to move quickly. Now, the only way to achieve greater speed and maneuverability is to park the car to the side. This has many people in the chat complaining, we're in a game world now, so why can't there be a gadget that shrinks the car and fits in your pocket, so they can just crawl across without having to donate supplies? They can't walk, but I can. Guan Yi observed the bridge surface. While it was bumpy, there were also some slightly flatter areas. With good skills and some off-road capability, driving across it wouldn't be a problem. Coincidentally, Juxia had just gotten a new engine, sacrificing some speed in exchange for off-road capability. This kind of road shouldn't be a problem, as long as they avoided sharp obstacles. The sign still stood by the main road under repair. Guan Yi leaned over to take a look and found it had the same format as before, just with significantly more supplies. Supplies needed for repairs: wood, 11,000/20,000, stone, 12,000/20,000, metal, 8,000/20,000. Your contribution 0. That's 60,000 already, and we probably need more later. But it's probably okay. This is a server with 100,000 people after all. Well, even with the downtime yesterday, if everyone donated one supply, it would cover the cost. So why were there so few people donating supplies? Guan Yi was a little confused by these people's thinking. With so many supply boxes available, why wouldn't they be willing to share even one? Are they really treating this server like a health recovery zone? They think they can just pick up supplies here and sell them back at the service area for a killing spree? Guan Yi thought about it and found it unlikely. He guessed that perhaps everyone was repairing the side roads, which require fewer materials and therefore receive all the contribution points. Anyway, I just repair the main road. Guan Yi began dumping materials. For every 1,000 materials donated, she received 1 silver coin. She hoped to wait until evening to unearth something new. Despite the appearance of a construction supply box and a regular supply box, the materials inside were identical. Wood was wood, and stone was stone. Guan Yi threw materials onto the road in measured quantities. As long as it didn't affect her own interests, she was a law-abiding person who didn't cut in line, littered, or took things that didn't belong to her. So Guan Yi would count her own reserves every day, donating all the supplies she'd taken from the construction supply boxes to the main road, leaving nothing for herself. Other people's stuff is theirs. Exchanging supplies for rewards is the proper way to beat the game. Guan Yi watched her contribution point jump from 0 to 2,000, and after receiving 2 silver coins, she stopped with satisfaction. She still had 327 supplies, but there was no need to donate them now. After all, silver coins were only given when she reached 1,000, and there was still a lot of time left today. She could wait until she had 1,000 before donating more. Since the amounts on the sign were all round numbers, it seemed like everyone was on the same page. But if we're going to donate, it won't be to this section of road. Guan Yi surveyed the now much improved main road and estimated Zhuxia's performance. Before the donation, the success rate had been around 30%, but now it had at least increased to 50%, a significant improvement. It's a 50-50 chance. We can give it a try. Guan Yi returned to the driver's seat, took a deep breath, then started the Zhuxia and instinctively headed for what she deemed the safest path. Bumpy! The Zhuxia's off-road capabilities certainly worked, but the road was so bumpy that Guan Yi was still tossed around like popcorn in a microwave. If she hadn't been wearing her seatbelt, she wouldn't know how many times she would have hit her head on the roof. This section of damaged road wasn't short, showing 1,200 meters on the map. Guan Yi drove forward with a tense nerve, not daring to go too fast or too slow, maintaining a speed of around 60 to 70 kilometers per hour, carefully driving the entire way. Fortunately, with the combined power of intuition and inspiration, Guan Yi safely navigated this stretch of unrepaired road. When she pulled over in a safe spot and looked back, she realized her clothes were soaking wet. The plan works. It can be used as a way to save time. The fastest route to the service area is to continue straight ahead via the main road, but again, there are as many as 12 repair sections on the main road, requiring a significant investment of supplies to repair and open to traffic. This isn't something one person can do alone. Even someone like Guan Yi, who has a road mileage association to deliver supplies, can't handle the entire process. Guan Yi could also choose a detour, but this was tricky because the map didn't show which forks were passable or needed repairs, so it was a matter of luck. She might encounter a road section that was blocked from one side and the other, and then again, it would require continuous investment in construction supplies, which might not be less than donating to the main road. According to the chat, the small sections of road required very few supplies, rarely exceeding 1,000. So even if she repaired the entire path, she wouldn't receive any silver. So Guan Yi had almost given up on this method. Her only option was the main road. But if she kept waiting for donations and followed the main group, she wouldn't have the speed advantage. So she took a different approach, hoping to see if it would work. Now she had the answer, a positive one. Guan Yi expressed her satisfaction, then entered the trunk, took a combat shower, and changed clothes before re-emerging. Her clothes were already covered in dust from the previous battle with the security guards, and she was sweating from the nervous driving just now. It didn't matter if she didn't have the facilities, but since she had a shower, why not make herself comfortable? It's already 10:30. Should we go back to the area we were in to continue leveling and exploring? Guan Yi hesitated. Her pet, Daiju, was currently level 21, and this area was between 22 and 30. Fighting would be a bit challenging, but not impossible. Going back would allow for easier leveling, and it would be easier to handle at night. But honestly, Guan Yi didn't want to risk driving back, at least not with the current level of repairs. Besides, staying put had its advantages. Fighting monsters was only a little difficult in the early stages, but you could get better equipment and items. After all, it was a game, and the rewards of fighting monsters above your level were still great. After much deliberation, Guan Yi finished a bottle of Coke and decided to stay and explore this less crowded area. Guan Yi stood on the rooftop balcony, tiptoeing and gazing into the distance. However, due to the well-maintained landscaping and lush trees, she couldn't see much. The first area is a commercial street, and the second is a new residential area. What could this new area be like? So many plants? Could it be a park or something? Guan Yi pondered for a moment, but had no idea. He decided to just go and take a look. Since he was already here, instead of guessing, he might as well go and see for himself. So Shuxia started up again, driving along the main road, which had suddenly become winding, until he came to a new fork in the road. Not many people, not many cars. Compared to parks in the city, this place feels more like a suburb. In the city, Guan Yi had never seen such a quiet park. Not even children running around, not even an elderly person strolling for exercise. Only wetland parks on the outskirts of the city could be so quiet on a weekday. After all, the distance was quite long, and it wasn't convenient to walk the kids that far. Of course, it could also be because of the wrong time. After all, it was almost noon, the sun was getting brighter, and many people didn't want to go out at this time, but still, something's wrong. Guan Yi looked around. Her 7 points of inspiration told her that there were things in the park, lots of them, but she couldn't see anything. All right. Guan Yi suddenly realized the problem. She slapped her forehead and hurried back to the car to grab her phone from its holder. She hadn't logged out of the game while driving, to make up for the online time so her pet could gain experience. Now she could just use it without logging in again. Then, through the phone screen, Guan Yi saw a dense crowd of people standing in the park, all staring at her. Fuck. Guan Yi instinctively took a step back, then, as if remembering something, glanced behind her on her phone. The screen was filled with a crowd of people, still staring at her. One person's expression was particularly fierce, because Guan Yi had stepped on her new leather shoes. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Guan Yi quickly lifted her foot and returned to her original position. Goosebumps were all over her skin. Even if she saw a screen full of vengeful spirits, she wouldn't be more surprised. Honestly, it would be better if they were all vengeful spirits. At least vengeful spirits could be attacked with pets, but these people were all green names, representing their own people, so they couldn't be attacked. Since she couldn't attack them, she could only ask. Guan Yi scanned the area and finally decided to ask the young lady she had stepped on. The excuse was already there. She could sincerely apologize first, then throw out the question. It was perfect. Chapter 77. When it comes to coaxing people, Guan Yi can do it if she wants to, but she often doesn't feel like it. So, under Guan Yi's sweet talk, the little leather shoe sister quickly forgot about her new shoes and got into a good chat with the other person. Then, Guan Yi was introduced to an elderly woman wearing a dark green cardigan and a houndstooth long skirt. She was sitting on a stone bench, reading a newspaper. This is Grandma Hu. You have to help her with something before we can leave. Guan Yi. Oh, a prerequisite quest. In games, you often encounter a series of quests that are linked together, and these quests are often not shared with others unless they are at the same level as you. A prerequisite quest, or starting quest, is usually the first quest in the series. That is, Grandma Hu had already put down the newspaper in front of Guan Yi. Why are you all gathered here? Grandma, who was a kindly old woman, wearing a pair of reading glasses. She spoke slowly, her voice neither too high nor too low, exuding a comforting energy. Because the road is broken, no one can get out, so they're stuck here. Guan Yi perked up at this. The road's broken. That's easy to fix. She can fix it. Grandma Hu, where's the broken road? I brought building materials. I can fix it. To an elderly woman like Grandma Hu looked so experienced and peaceful, Guan Yi even spoke softly, fearing that a loud voice would disturb her peace. You brought the materials? That's great. Come on, I take you there. Grandma Hu was delighted to hear this. She folded the newspaper in her hand and stood to lead Guanyi. The road is right up ahead. It was already cracked during the earthquake, and the rain has washed away the remaining good parts. Debris and tree roots have completely blocked the road. Fix the road and clear the obstacles, and they can get out. As soon as she finished speaking, a system notification popped up on her phone. Mission: repair the East Gate Passage, unfinished. Guanyi: it's a mission, great. Grandma, who led the way, and Guanyi followed behind. The other NPCs either followed them, or dispersed to do their own things. Guanyi confirmed that this was indeed a character from the game. The reason was simple. She kept her phone held up, so she could see the NPCs, and talk to them through the screen. In the real world, someone would probably think she was impolite for looking at her phone while talking to someone. Some might think she was crazy, mumbling into her phone alone, something that didn't look like a call or a voice message, and the screen wasn't even a video chat. It would be safer to stay away. But here, everyone was acting normal, as if no one could see Guanyi talking to them through the phone. These were NPCs in the game, Guanyi thought. This realization made her feel relieved. NPCs were better than real people. Even so, she imagined many terrifying things. For example, these people were NPCs during the day, but at night they became vengeful spirits in the area. If killed by players, they would disappear during the day. Horrible, Guanyi thought, rubbing the goosebumps that covered her skin with a hand that wasn't holding the phone. This thought was too terrifying. We're here. This is it. My legs aren't working well, so I can't go any further. Grandma Hu, the guide, paused and pointed to the damaged section of road ahead. Guanyi could see the damaged section even without a phone. The path, which should have been paved with stone, was now broken into pieces, making a crackling sound when stepped on. A sign stood near the nearest slab of broken stone. Guanyi carefully stepped over it, and saw the number marked on it. Supplies needed for repairs, stone slabs, 0/50. Your contribution 0. TSK, they need upgraded supplies. 1 stone slab equals 3 stones, which need to be processed in the workshop inside the vehicle. The construction supplies Guanyi had obtained were all basic materials, no upgraded materials. What a hassle. Guanyi grumbled softly, explaining the situation to Grandma Hu first. Then, she retraced her steps to Juxia's side. After processing the stone slabs, she rode her motorcycle over. Aren't players' legs just legs? This isn't a point-based game where players have to run back and forth to burn up points. Luckily I have a motorcycle, otherwise I'd be exhausted. Processing all level 1 materials to level 2 isn't an option. No one knows what will be needed later. To avoid waste, Guanyi can only craft them on site based on the tasks, which means she's bound to have to make multiple trips back and forth between the road repair section and Juxia. After all, this is a park, and the roads are narrow. It's good enough for a car to reach the entrance. Thinking of using it as a means of transportation inside is sheer fantasy. Grandma Hu and Xiaoming were still waiting at the east gate. Guanyi parked his motorcycle haphazardly, got off, and began throwing the prepared slabs onto the road. Then, while working, Guanyi spoke, Grandma Hu, the way I came in is fine. Can't you go that way? Why do we have to repair this east gate? Is there a gate over there? Grandma Hu was a little confused. I remember it was a wall. It's so high, we can't get up without a ladder. Your car was parked at the delivery lane before, right? But it's collapsed there too. Not only is it hard to get around, but there's no bus stop to get out. No one wants to go through there. Guanyi silently raised her phone and looked around. Her attention had been completely diverted by the NPC Xiaoming, aka Little Shu's sister, and she had just realized that the park on her phone wasn't exactly the same as the one she saw with her own eyes. Simply put, the path she entered from looked like a wall to the NPC, and the east gate, as the NPC saw it, wouldn't be accessible in real life, even if she fixed it. This was different from before, Guanyi thought. The phone map before was exactly the same as the real world, so why was there a discrepancy when they got to the park? Is it just a game setting, or is there something else going on? Never mind. Let's fix the road first. Throwing 50 stone slabs onto the road was quite quick. Guanyi completed the task in under a minute, and the game gave her the corresponding feedback. Mission: repair the East Gate passageway. Completed. Reward: Night Maintenance Volunteer X20. Before Guanyi could even begin to contemplate what this night maintenance volunteer meant, he noticed the crowd gathered behind him, staring at him, suddenly shift. About a dozen people began to move, their stiff postures fading. They turned their heads to survey their surroundings. As their movements increased, their gazes gradually cleared. Then, They all headed towards the repaired east gate passageway. 1 step. 2 steps. Their pace quickened, their expressions growing more vivid, as if someone trapped in a maze had finally found the exit, or someone trapped in time had discovered the seconds had finally begun to move. As they passed Guan Yi, some nodded slightly, others murmured, and a little girl, tugging at her skirt, hid behind her parents with a timid smile. Grandma Hu smiled too. Look, they can go home. Guan Yi glanced sideways at her, but there are still many who haven't left. She had just silently counted, exactly 20 had left, the same number as the reward she had received. Grandma Hu nodded. Because we haven't done enough. Some people have stayed too long, and they need more help. Guan Yi couldn't help but ask, what about you? Grandma, who was a little surprised at first, then she smiled kindly. I'm the ranger of this park. This is my home, and I'm not going anywhere. Guan Yi blinked, not pursuing the topic further. She pushed her scooter forward, following Grandma Hu. After passing those still staring at her, she came to a woman in a gray uniform, bent over sweeping fallen leaves. Xiao Lin, I brought someone who can help you. Grandma Hu said this, motioning for Guan Yi to go up and ask. Then, Aunt Lin gave a strange excuse. If the fallen leaves from last autumn are still here, we can't welcome this summer. Guan Yi, It was a little confusing, but it didn't matter. Just get the key information, and the text is fine. In real games, apart from those who love the story, few people read the stories written by the copywriter. Look at those blackened leaves. We need to clean them up. As soon as she finished speaking, Guan Yi received a new prompt. Mission: clear fallen leaves, 0/3. Auntie Lin pointed to a pile of fallen leaves not far away. Unlike the usual red and yellow leaves, they were pure black. Rather than being stacked there, they looked like densely packed leaves growing from the cracks in the stone slabs. If I hadn't accepted the mission, I wouldn't have noticed the difference. There weren't many piles of fallen leaves on the ground. Guan Yi had already seen them all when she arrived, but it wasn't until she accepted the mission that she could see the difference. Furthermore, a faint red shimmer shone through the 3 piles of black leaves. Great, Guan Yi thought. Isn't this mission objective highlighting? How thoughtful. Just do it, and it's done. Guan Yi walked over to the pile of fallen leaves and gently kicked them with her toe. The leaves swayed a few times, and then a dark figure darted out from within. A wild, vengeful spirit has appeared. A system notification sounded, and then the spirit pounced upon Guan Yi and her pet, Daiju. A new round of battle began. Guan Yi, Holy crap, wild, vengeful spirits. Were all those I fought before domesticated? Who would keep one for no reason? What for? To curse others? If you think about it that way, it seems like it's not impossible to keep a few. Just as Guan Yi was daydreaming, Daiju had already dispatched the vengeful spirit. As the black mist representing the spirit vanished, so too did the black fallen leaves. 2 more to go. Guan Yi glanced at the other 2 piles of black fallen leaves. This time, she chose to let her pet, Daiju, scoop up the spirits on its own. She wouldn't get involved. Honestly, that encounter with the spirit had made Guan Yi's toes go cold. Whether it was psychological or a genuine problem, she wasn't going to touch them with her body again. The in-game affairs were left to the characters. Even though it was Daiju's original form during the day, and she controlled Daiju at night, she was still using Daiju's body. Guan Yi's intuition and inspiration were both telling her it was best for humans not to confront vengeful spirits unarmed. Chapter 78. If Daiju can defeat one vengeful spirit, he can defeat a second, and a third. Auntie Lin's mission was quickly completed. This time, not only did Guan Yi not have to refill the boxes with materials herself, but she also received 3 supply boxes. Mission: clearing fallen leaves, completed. Reward: night maintenance patrolman X5. Guan Yi, huh? Last time, the reward seemed to be night maintenance volunteers, and now it's patrolmen. What's the difference between the two? Unfortunately, no one answered her, as Auntie Lin gathered her colleagues and happily left the park through the east gate. Guan Yi counted. Great, exactly 5. So, she had 5 new subordinates. I don't know what they do, but I keep doing the mission. Then, under Grandma Hu's guidance, Guan Yi continued with Uncle Zhou's mission to find people, Ningning's mission to find objects, the boat repair mission at the Lake Center Pavilion, and the dredging mission for the East and West District's cross-lake bridges, until he had cleared all the tasks within the park. After completing these scattered tasks, Guan Yi earned a total of 12 boxes of construction supplies, 100 volunteers, and 20 patrolmen. The prefix for these 120 individuals was night maintenance. Even if one didn't know their specific duties, one could guess from the names. They're all helpers. Guan Yi sighed, saying goodbye to Grandma Hu. With Xiao Ming and a group of people behind him, he headed towards his parking spot. After completing all the tasks in the park, the in-game map overlapped with the real one, and the point where Xuxia entered became the park's main entrance. Now, Guan Yi had to go off to the mission outside the park. Xiao Ming and the others had originally planned to take the bus home, but because traffic in the area was severely paralyzed, the buses were either stuck in traffic or stopped running altogether, so Guan Yi had to find a solution. My car can only seat 4 people at most. Guan Yi pointed at Xuxia. It was originally a 5-seater, but she had converted the passenger seat into a motorcycle parking space, so she could only accommodate 1 less passenger. Tell me where your homes are, and I plan a route. We deliver in waves, okay? Even though she asked, Guan Yi had already decided that regardless of the other party's yes or no, she would stick to her plan. She was kind enough to give them a ride and not charge them, so the guests had better be polite and not act rashly. Thank you for your help. I live at 18, number 2 Road, East District. Xiao Ming spoke first, and after her, the others followed suit, each giving their own address. Guan Yi entered them into her phone's navigation system, then lost her temper. Beautiful. How did you manage to go in 8 directions with 8 people? Send everyone back in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, plus southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Just enough to circle this area. TSK. Guan Yi smacked her lips, a look of pain in her teeth. If, and I mean if, you pass a station or subway station, and there's a ride going your way, can you get back on your own? Just think about it. During this period of total traffic paralysis, you encounter countless small roads requiring supplies while circling the area. Supplies from small roads don't stack. Building 5 roads that only cost 200 supplies each wouldn't earn you any silver coins. This puts Guan Yi at a disadvantage. After all, she has plenty of supplies, and could easily donate 1,000 or so. Xiao Ming shook her head. I'm afraid not. Guan Yi sighed, no longer struggling. Then you guys should split up. I can only take 3 people at a time. Ideally, they should be in connected areas, so I don't have to go diagonally. A few seconds later, the first 3 people stepped forward and, at Guan Yi's beckoning, got into the back seat of Xuxia's car. Luckily, I cleaned up the car beforehand, otherwise you wouldn't have anywhere to sit. Thinking of her own messy back seat a few days ago, Guan Yi was especially thankful she cleaned it up at the service station, otherwise, these 3 people would have been stuck with all that clutter. Seatbelts, fasten your seatbelts, even in the back. I drive hard, so don't get lucky. Guan Yi watched the 3 people fasten their seatbelts in the rearview mirror before starting Xuxia. After checking the road conditions, she activated the turn signal and re-entered the road. Although there were no people, no cars, no security cameras, and no police, Guan Yi still adhered to traffic rules and acted like a law-abiding citizen. The 3 people were heading southwest, south, and southeast. Guan Yi followed the navigation system while chatting with them, trying to elicit more information through conversation. Passenger A, what's fun in Lancheng? I don't think there's anything fun. I'm a local and have lived here for over 30 years, but I really don't know where to go. It's so boring. Passenger B, it's true. There aren't many natural attractions or cultural buildings here. If I had to say something, the gaming industry is quite developed, with frequent offline events. If you're interested in gaming, there are plenty of nearby shops. Passenger C, oh, I don't know what happened. The earthquake, heavy rain, and meteorite all came at the same time. The surrounding cities are fine, but Lancheng is the only one in trouble. I'm thinking of moving. Passenger A, I hadn't thought about that. No matter how bad it is, it's my home. The government found a pretty good construction team this time. I heard a large section of the main road has been repaired, and many of the other side roads have also been repaired. It should be back to normal soon. Passenger C, but I heard the construction team's skills are poor. They repaired it and broke it again. In just one night, a lot of it broke again. Passenger B, it's a shoddy construction. Someone must have pocketed the money. Passenger C, yeah, I think so too. I don't know who is so greedy. It's really abhorrent. They're profiting from the national crisis. Passenger A, that's not quite right. It seems like a group of people tried to steal rebar, cables, and other things at night, then smashed everything that had been properly repaired. Passenger C, how could someone be so bad? Passenger B, they deserve to die. Passenger A, who says it isn't? I doubt it's shoddy construction. If they're found out, they'd definitely be locked up. They're not allowed to use their phones in prison, and they can't do anything else. After starting a topic, they didn't say much, just half-heartedly agreeing with him and all. Guan Yi, who had been eavesdropping, was speechless. However, if they could restrain themselves from breaking the law for this reason, it would be a good deterrent. When people get excited about a conversation, the topic often jumps from one topic to another, and by the end, they often strayed a long way from the original topic, and no one notices. After the initial introduction, Guan Yi let them chat on their own. Sometimes deliberately bringing up something is unpleasant, but casually mentioning it can reveal more information. For example, now, after dropping off the first two people, Guan Yi was driving passenger C home when he suddenly pointed to a store and said to her, "That's the best secondhand shop here. I found a great coat there last time." While waiting at a red light, Guan Yi tilted her head to follow passenger C's finger and was drawn to a shawl hanging in the shop window. Why does it look so similar to Mrs. Crow's shawl? Guan Yi was eager to go over and take a look, but she had a passenger in her car, so she asked for their opinion. After learning that passenger C wanted to go together, Guan Yi crossed the intersection, found a place to park, and the two walked back side by side. Although this was a second-hand shop, the decor was very modern and had the air of an internet celebrity. If no one had introduced it, Guan Yi would never have believed it was a second-hand shop. Pushing the door open, the wind chimes hanging above the door chimed, alerting the owner to the entrance. Perhaps because they were selling second-hand items, the smell inside wasn't pleasant, a mix of fresh sawdust, the southern rainy season, sandalwood, and Lucian toilet water. Guan Yi frowned slightly, sneezed twice at the odor. This place is really... In someone else's shop, Guan Yi restrained herself from saying anything rude, but passenger C was understanding and spoke for her. "It smells pretty bad, doesn't it?" "It's okay, you get used to it after a while." Guan Yi, not really. Although she wanted to leave immediately, for the sake of Mrs. Crow's shawl, Guan Yi held back. She followed passenger C's advice and stood by the doorway, where the smell was the lightest, waiting for her sense of smell to adjust. To distract herself, Guan Yi chose to chat with passenger C, who was familiar with the area. "Where are the staff here?" "This is a self-service store. Once you made your selection, go check out over there." Passenger C pointed to a row of dusty curtains near the wall. "If you want to try something on, go over there." "Okay, thank you." Despite this, Guan Yi was determined not to approach. She had no interest in second-hand clothing. As her parents' only child, her clothes and shoes were always new. No matter how expensive someone else's, if they had only been worn once, she wouldn't even bother looking. Compared to passenger C, who was enthusiastically selecting her favorite item, Guan Yi's target was clear, the shawl hanging in the window. After waiting a few minutes, Guan Yi made sure she wouldn't sneeze as she approached. Then she passed the cart blocking her way and walked around to the window to take a look at the hanging shawl. When Guan Yi looked at it from the car earlier, due to the distance, she could only make out the black shawl. Now, closer, she noticed a golden pattern woven around the edge, resembling abstract birds and thorns. Madame Crow's shawl introduction. Madame Crow's most precious shawl. She curses anyone who takes it and doesn't return it. Slots occupied. 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi suddenly felt the shawl a bit hot, but considering the 200 highway coins and a box of unidentified snacks, she decided to ignore the minor curse. After the purchase, Guan Yi planned to call Squirrel Express. That way, the item would be delivered to Madame Crow, and the curse would be nullified. Oh, by the way, Madame Crow wants a new shawl again. I buy her a new one and send it over later. I give her both the old and new ones, and she can wear whichever she likes. Guan Yi took the shawl and went to the ATM to pay. After paying 19 highway coins, she received the shawl. Then, she suddenly felt a chill on her back and shuddered. Guan Yi, The air conditioner must have been turned down suddenly. It couldn't have been Madame Crow's curse. No way. Chapter 79. After buying the shawl, Guan Yi didn't want to stay in this smelly place anymore, so she waved to the reluctant passenger C and led her out of the second-hand store. While driving, Guan Yi felt like someone was staring at the back of her head. But when she looked in the rearview mirror, she could see passenger C looking down at his phone, not even paying attention to the road, let alone anything else. "Can you see me?" Guan Yi heard this sudden question from behind her. If she hadn't had strong self-control, she would have tilted the steering wheel. "I can't see it, but can I hear it?" Guan Yi stared straight ahead, poking at the car's large screen with her right hand and starting to play Mi Qingrui's record. It's Mi Qingrui's song. I haven't heard it in a while. The owner of that store doesn't like music and must be really lonely. Guan Yi sighed. It seemed the other person was convinced he could sense her, so there was no point in hiding it. But there were other passengers in the car, and she didn't want to talk to the air in front of them. So, is this the consequence of clicking 7 points of inspiration? If I keep clicking this thing, will even President could be able to see it? Hee, a girl with high inspiration. I like girls with high inspiration. The voice that had originally only appeared behind Guan Yi became erratic. If the shawl itself hadn't been kept safely in Guan Yi's storage compartment, she would have imagined it flying around the car. This shawl was actually lost by Madame Crow. Guan Yi suddenly spoke, as if speaking to passenger C in the back seat, but also to the voice. That second-hand store's supply sources are questionable. Passenger C looked up from his phone. I don't know about that, but their stuff is really cheap, and they always have new items. So are you going to send this shawl back to your friend? Ah, you're actually going to send me back to that witch. I don't want to. You can't. Guan Yi hummed. She really liked this shawl. She's been looking for it for a long time since she lost it. She wants a new one now, but she'd probably be happy to send it back, right? Passenger C. Yeah, there's no such thing as too many shawls. We have new and old ones. We can wear whichever one we want. You can't buy a new one. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. You're not happy about sending you back, and you're not happy about someone buying you a new one. So what exactly do you want? After I drop you off, I go buy her a new shawl, and have it delivered to her along with a shawl, just in case I forget. Passenger C, upon hearing this, immediately offered Guan Yi a suggestion. There's a store near my house that sells shawls. You can go there and pick one out. You're not allowed to go. She can't have a new shawl. Guan Yi smiled and thanked Passenger C. 10 minutes later, she dropped him off at his doorstep and drove to the shawl shop he mentioned. Now that we're alone, tell me. What's your relationship with Madame Crow? Guan Yi was finally able to speak with the voice. From the information it had just revealed, it was either the shawl or the spirit attached to it. In short, it was something related to that object. Have you heard the story of the Black Pine Forest? A blurry white figure appeared in the passenger seat, huddled in the motorcycle seat, seemingly enjoying it. Guan Yi thought for a moment and replied, a greedy man took something he shouldn't have, was cursed and hunted, and was forced to flee into the Black Pine Forest to hide. If that's the story you're telling, I heard it before. Lie! The white shadow protested sharply, its curled body suddenly stretching out like someone stretching dough into ramen. Guan Yi spoke calmly, this is a story I heard on the radio. If you think it's a lie, then what is the truth? The white shadow was silent for a long time. Just as Guan Yi was about to reach the store, it spoke softly, recounting another story. Legend has it that the Crow Lady lives deep in the Black Pine Forest, a rare friendly presence in the night. She doesn't participate in hunting, nor does she harm anyone. She simply sets up lights at the edge of the forest to guide the lost and even provide shelter. The white shadow's voice, no longer as erratic as when he teased Guan Yi, had become heavier. The orphan child, driven by greedy relatives, gradually made her way towards the Black Pine Forest. She received guidance from Lady Crow, and from then on she no longer had to deal with those greedy relatives. Bai Ying's voice grew colder. Do you know why? Guan Yi frowned and stared at her. Because she's dead, or perhaps she's turned into a shawl. Although Bai Ying had no form, she still looked as if she were choking. Guan Yi's response dissipated the sorrow and solemnity that had just formed. The shawl is me, but it's more than me. Please take it out. Guan Yi did as she was told. Bai Ying twirled around the shawl and began to sing softly. Guan Yi listened quietly, as if transported back to her childhood, nestled in her mother's arms. Back then, when she wouldn't sleep, her mother would hum long, melodious folk songs. She was still very young at the time, and her mother hadn't actually sung the lyrics. For a long time, Guan Yi believed that folk songs only had tunes, not words. It wasn't until she grew up and understood them that she realized how straightforward many folk songs' lyrics truly were. Guan Yi's thoughts drifted further and further as the white shadow sang, and only when it ended with a final melody that lingered for 3 days did she regain consciousness. The shawl was now filled with gray-white shadows. Guan Yi roughly counted them, at least 20 or 30, not counting those that overlapped. If each gray-white shadow represented a soul, then this shawl held at least dozens of lives. Regardless of whether this was a game world or not, Guan Yi felt a momentary breathlessness and could only offer a pale diversion. There are too many people in the car. The traffic police will say it's overloaded. After Guan Yi finished speaking, the white shadows didn't move. Only the first one floated over and spoke softly. That's what's left of them, but it's almost gone. According to you, you're the only human in the car. I count as half, and they count as body parts, so there's no overloading. Guan Yi said calmly. That's worse than overloading. At least overloading falls under the jurisdiction of the traffic department, while transporting body parts will be handled by the criminal investigation department. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. She waited until her heartbeat, which had been beating like a drum, calmed before asking again, so what should I do? She definitely wouldn't return it, and she wouldn't buy him a new shawl. Now that I think about it, Bai Ying's words about she can't have a new shawl weren't out of jealousy, but rather a desire to prevent more people from getting killed. After all, this shawl is woven from souls. Go to the Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department. They handle this. This place sounds familiar. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, recalling an unpleasant memory. I know. The department with the traitor. She had called to report the gang brothers' whereabouts, but instead of receiving the reward, they knew she was the informant and pursued her on the highway. If it weren't for Mi Qingrui's gift and her own fearlessness, thinking of the power-up strategy used in the racing game, she might have perished before she could even begin her quest, let alone find the Golden City. Bai Ying wavered in confusion, clearly not understanding what the department with the traitor meant. Guan Yi briefly recounted her experience, then said, while I could make another call, I'm not sure if the insider who tipped off last time has been apprehended. So, are there any other solutions? Calling was risky. Guan Yi felt sorry for the White Shadows, but after all, they just met. She could uphold justice and lend a hand, but she couldn't risk her life for them. She was just an ordinary person, not the invincible protagonist in a hot-blooded manga. Some things were better left to professionals. The White Shadow fell silent, then began circling the other gray-white shadows, clinging to each one, as if absorbing something from their remains. Energy, or memory, Guan Yi wondered as she watched quietly. She felt a little sorry for letting Passenger C go first. If he were still around, she could conduct an experiment to see if anyone besides herself could see the White Shadows. This hinges on the specific conditions for triggering the quest, obtaining Lady Crow's shawl, or requiring a high level of inspiration, or both. If you don't obtain the quest item, it won't trigger. And if your inspiration isn't high after triggering it, you won't see or hear Shiro's words. His. Such sinister intentions. If she hadn't seen Shiro, hadn't heard the other story, and hadn't used Squirrel Express, but had personally delivered the shawl to her door, then the outcome would likely have been to become part of the shawl's embroidery, replacing Shiro as the freshest soul. Second option, take us to Lady Crow, and then defeat her with your inspiration. We regain our freedom. Guan Yi fell silent. No, sister, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Having high inspiration doesn't mean you can use it in battle. Do I have to stare at Lady Crow, using my gaze to force her to feel guilty, and then commit suicide in apology? What a joke. Again, I'm just an ordinary person. My eyes can't hypnotize people, nor can they emit heat vision. Guan Yi swallowed her grumble and asked, is there a third way? No. Don't try to just throw me out or transfer me to someone else. It's useless. The curse is already in effect, hee. Guan Yi looked at her expressionlessly. Are you threatening me? Don't forget, you don't have a third way, but I do. I can choose to mail you to Lady Crow, and the curse will cease. This time it was Bai Ying's turn to remain silent. After a few minutes, she spoke again, her tone devoid of the previous malice directed at the living. Don't do that. You regret it. We suppressed the curse, but please report it to the Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department as soon as possible, or learn to use your high-level intuition, otherwise Madame Crow will find you sooner or later. With that, all the gray and white shadows vanished, and the White Shadow retreated into her shawl, uttering no sound. It was as if she was completely focused on fighting the curse, and had no time to communicate with Guan Yi. Guan Yi, TSK, before accepting this side quest, no one said it was a trap. Chapter 80. Bearing the unknown effects of the Crow Lady's curse, Guan Yi returned to the park and began escorting the second group of 3 people. Then came the third group of 2. Xiao Ming, a park staff member, volunteered to stay until last. When Guan Yi and she were alone in the car, she explained the difference between volunteers and patrolmen. Simply put, volunteers are white ordinary soldiers, patrolmen are green elite soldiers, and Xiao Ming is the blue general. After they return, they will gather a group of volunteers in their respective areas. The number is uncertain, and they won't be under orders, but the rewards and merits they earn for maintaining road safety will accrue to you. After Xiao Ming finished speaking, she tilted her head to look out the window, her pink fingerprinted fingers tapping lightly on the seat. Her expression was stoic, making it impossible to decipher her feelings. Probably not good, Guan Yi thought. Considering what the security guard had said earlier, If these NPCs were all indigenous and had been transformed into this appearance for some reason, no one would be happy. But there's nothing I can do. Guan Yi focused her attention on the road ahead. I just want to leave this game. Before that, I have to try my best to stay alive. I really don't have the energy to help you. In silence, Guan Yi delivered the last passenger to their destination. The side quest was then completed, and she received the reward Xiaoming had mentioned earlier. Mission, Departure, August 8th, Reward, Night Maintenance Recruiter X8. Complete all missions in Central Park. Reward, Silver Coin X5, Highway Coin X300, Supply Box X5, Spirit Pet Experience Pack, Medium X5. It's so comfortable. I love maps like this where you can clear all the missions. Guan Yi happily found a place to park, then fed all her pet experience packs to Daiju. Watching its level skyrocket to 28, she felt reassured. She'd go kill a few more wraiths later and get it to level 30+, which would make the evening easy. Next, 5 supply boxes appeared, all ordinary, with one still green. Guan Yi opened it first, obtaining snorkeling equipment X1 set and high-quality coffee beans X1 ton. Guan Yi, a ton of coffee beans. I'm going to drink myself to death. Let's just say this amount is okay, is it? Deploying aside her complaints, Guan Yi quickly transferred the high-quality coffee beans to her own storage compartment, fearing that a second later would crush her to death under the mountain of coffee beans. If you were truly trapped, no amount of effort would be enough. It would be like quicksand, with nowhere to find support, and as the surface shoved away, one pile would immediately fill up with another, suffocating you to the point of suffocation. The snorkeling gear is great. If we ever get to the ocean, we can go and try it out. Guan Yi knows how to dive, and has a certification. She's quite adept with deep diving equipment, let alone more common snorkeling gear. So, she didn't need any instruction, she could tinker with these things. Actually, the service area didn't seem to offer this kind of gear. As expected, the largest supplier was the supply boxes, but the quantity and variety of supplies were unreliable. After opening the green boxes, Guan Yi opened a few other ordinary boxes, obtaining some materials, some food, and some useless miscellaneous items that NPCs might want. A kite, that's nice. The rain boots could come in handy too. The ostrich feather duster. Maybe someone would like it, but I don't have any use for it myself. I have a hot pack too, but unfortunately, there are only 2, which isn't enough. Guan Yi shook her head and put her things away. She could use the silver coins tonight, and the road coins would help her put some extra cash into her wallet. In short, the park mission was a good one, worth doing. Back in the car, Guan Yi checked the time. It was already 2 p.m. The 2 coordinates given by the association were quite far away, and there was no way she could get there. Should she let the supplies go to waste, or notify someone to pick them up? Guan Yi hesitated for a moment, then chose the latter. So, she sat in a chair on the rooftop balcony, munching on a piece of bread, while composing a long message and sending it to the chat channel. Guan Yi, rumor has it, at coordinates, a large number of supply boxes might appear at 3 p.m. There's a possibility of danger, and the level is unknown. In short, those with limited abilities shouldn't go. Also, perhaps due to dimensional factors, the supply boxes won't appear. So whether you believe it or not is up to you, whether you go or not is up to you. Don't involve me. I have no reason to lie to you. This is very likely to happen, as the newsletter stated, nearby members can pick it up, not that this item is available to all planes. But Guan Yi was unwilling to give up just because of this, so she decided to spread the word. After all, she had already said she wasn't sure, so it wouldn't be her fault if others went there in vain. Ultimately, this is a road section that requires everyone's cooperation. I could work myself to death to collect all the supplies. So, if she can't get it, let someone else get it. It's better than wasting it. Guan Yi's message received mixed reviews in the chat channel. What's going on? Are there scams in this place? They were just suggesting it. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Anyone who's close can go check it out. People like me who are far away won't go. If there really are supplies, why don't you go get them yourself? You actually posted it. Guan Yi, it's too far. I can't get there. Otherwise, they wouldn't let you snatch it up. Supply box, I want a supply box. That's what I said. TSK, I still don't believe anyone would be so kind. There must be a trap over there. Are you crazy? Supplies could be distributed across all planes. How could a trap be set across planes? Is there a possibility that not everyone is harming others and benefiting themselves? Guan Yi, Let me remind you, this is a cooperative level. If you're confident you can single-handedly donate enough supplies for the entire main road, then go ahead and do it. But I doubt it's possible. After all, some people are so desperate, they already given up their brains. Ha 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 ha, good mouth. That's right, this is a section of highway that requires cooperation. Please don't be so lazy this evening. Do you really think you can gather enough supplies on your own later? Some people are thinking of taking a side road. Do you think it leads to the service area? Hee, my guess is no. Without repairs to the main road, you can't get in. Seeing someone agree with him, Guan Yi knew not everyone was clueless. After all, this is a large area with 100,000 people, so it's not uncommon to have a few stupid and bad guys. That being the case, Guan Yi had no interest in arguing with fools. He'd rather rest for a while, because he had to continue driving. The park seemed to be the only quest area in this area. After Guan Yi finished lunch and drove again, there were only scattered spirits on the road, and no more quests. It seems there's only one major quest point in each area. Initially, it might be the mall, or the residential area above. Guan Yi felt a little regretful that she hadn't explored the residential area much, but she didn't want to go back, unless the main road was repaired more completely, making it easier to pass. Then forget it. Let me see. I accumulated some supplies. I go donate to the main road early, then rest up and recharge for tonight. Guan Yi decided not to fight with those people for the entire section of road. Since she was already here, she might as well donate to the next section. I'd love to get some extra mileage now. 10,000 isn't far off. I feel like I level up once I exceed the number, so I can see what benefits level 2 offers. In fact, the staff at the 7th station had told her that the most direct benefit of level 2 is a 15% discount on everything in the store, plus gifts commensurate with the level, and each time a limited edition item is featured, the price will be upgraded. There were also some hidden benefits, which they vaguely mentioned without going into detail. Guan Yi suspected there might be some restrictions they couldn't disclose to lower-level members, so she considerately didn't ask further. At the very least, completing the highway section of this server is enough. Guan Yi calculated her progress and realized it wasn't optimistic. If she wasted too much time on the vengeful spirits, she wouldn't have enough time to travel. After all, Lancheng is a city, and city roads have speed limits. Guan Yi's original plan was to drive at 160 kilometers per hour for 5 hours each day, so she could at least cover the entire main road. Then, she planned to drive a little longer when appropriate, so she could squeeze in some time and make her journey more leisurely. After all, everyone had to wait until the main roads were repaired before they could continue on their journey. Trying to sneak away alone was unrealistic. As someone mentioned earlier in the chat channel, even if the small road near the border was repaired, would it really lead to the service area? It was just a temporary solution. The real problem was the main road. Guan Yi thought as she drove. Before she knew it, it was already 3 o'clock. She opened the chat channel again to see if anyone had gone to the coordinates and picked up the supply box the association had dropped off. Sure enough, nonsense. I went there too and didn't see it. It's quite dangerous. Guan Yi was right. Don't go if you don't have high martial arts skills. What are you talking about? There's absolutely nothing. Haha, whether there is or not, only those who have been there know. I don't understand either. Everyone is only in the same plane at night. Even if we have the same coordinates during the day, we each take our own. Is there any point in lying about this? The second main road is finished. Keep going, build faster. Don't you think we can't reach it within 7 days at the current rate? I'm confused. It's a server with 100,000 people, so why is the progress so slow? We can pass it with 1 donation each, so why is it stuck for so long? Is it possible that everyone's missions are actually different? What? So one group is building the path, and then heading to the service area. One group is destroying it, and then finding another way to reach the service area. Of course, this is just an assumption, otherwise, there's no way to explain so many people not donating. Guan Yi, who saw this message, said, It's terrifying to think about it. Chapter 81. In fact, Guan Yi had long harbored the same doubts as that person. A server with 100,000 people, no matter how selfish and slacking off, wouldn't be so stingy as to refuse to contribute even a single material. Guan Yi had originally assumed they were all working on the side roads. While there were no silver coins as compensation, there must have been some other benefits, though she hadn't discovered them herself. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the disappearance of so much supplies. Now, someone had offered a different explanation. While it was terrifying, the more Guan Yi thought about it, the more she felt it might be true. That's the most plausible explanation. Guan Yi muttered to herself. So, while we're working on it here, there's another group working hard to tear it down. Guan Yi was convinced she was on the road building team. She hadn't received any road demolition missions or prompts. Her goal was to complete the main road and then drive along it to the next service area. If the other group's mission is to hinder the city's reconstruction, how will they get to the service area? Will they teleport automatically when the timer expires, or will they be given items to clear the level based on their mission completion? In the chat, everyone is discussing this. Unlike the hesitation when the person first proposed this possibility, many people have already accepted it. I've been complaining about you guys not donating, but it turns out there's a traitor. What sinister intentions? Are they deliberately creating opposing factions to divide us because we're so numerous? That's right. Faction wars in regular games can get intense, let alone when it's a matter of life and death. You're definitely going to fight tooth and nail. It's terrifying to think about it. Those vengeful spirits at night, could they be them? We're pets, they're vengeful spirits. This. Someone from the other camp, come out and tell us what's going on over there. Let's brainstorm, and maybe we can find a win-win solution. Stop talking about our road construction. They're completely thorough. Damn, we keep talking about it here all day and night, and we already revealed everything. No, have you guys gone through some special training to be so tight-lipped? Not a single one of you panicked when you received the villain mission, and you didn't reveal a single detail in the chat channel. Is it possible that there's no opposing camp at all, and some people are just selfish and don't want to donate at all? After all, the materials and the supplies are the same as our own. Once we take them to the recycling shop at the service area, we can exchange them for tons of road coins. That makes sense. Road coins are very useful, incredibly useful. We've been living hand to mouth before. If we could just haul all the materials over there and sell them, wouldn't we be earning tens of thousands of yuan? But have you ever thought about this? If the main roads aren't repaired and no one can reach the service areas, what good are all the materials and road coins? They just like the Battle Royale, with 100,000 people vying for those few passes? Even if the server is a city, and they can get supplies from NPCs, how long can they last? Guan Yi sneered at this. These people were still too naive. She didn't know if they ever interacted with NPCs before. She only knew that NPCs were definitely not as harmless as they appeared. Not to mention special NPCs, like Old Gun, even Grandma Hu Xiaoming, and that star-chasing girl were no simple characters. During the first 7 days of the server's opening, they might be friendly, issuing quests or offering assistance. But after the server shuts down, will these people really still be like this? Still dreaming of getting supplies from the NPCs? It's best if all the NPCs disappear altogether. Otherwise, just like humans and spirit pets swap places at night, they become supplies that the NPCs fight over. Guan Yi muttered to herself, typing her speculation into the chat channel. Guan Yi, the chat channel doesn't display the number of people online. Perhaps people with different missions have been split into 2 channels. Stop being suspicious of each other. The most important thing is to donate supplies as quickly as possible and move forward. After posting, Guan Yi thought for a moment and added a sentence. Guan Yi, there's a speed limit on city roads. Be careful around people and cameras. She was now a little suspicious that she'd been photographed. Although she kept an eye on the road, she wasn't sure if she'd lost focus at any point. After all, she'd been driving on deserted roads so often that it was hard to get used to slowing down. Seeing that it was almost 4 a.m. and dusk wasn't far off, Guan Yi decided to spend the rest of her time on the road. She had to rest near the main road tonight and participate in the battle tonight. I'm still curious. If there really are opposing factions, what determines their division? Is it based on the order they enter the server? Or random? Or perhaps some special achievements, titles, or hidden traits? Guan Yi was baffled, desperate to get some useful answers from the chat messages. Unfortunately, the atmosphere in the channel was tense, and many seemingly innocuous comments were being overinterpreted. Forget it, let's just wait for them to calm down. Tomorrow is the 3rd day. For survival, we have to cooperate, even with those we dislike. Guan Yi drove on for a while, and at 4:35, he finally arrived at the next area on the main road that needed repairs. Then, Guan Yi got out of the car and looked at the supply sign. Supplies needed for repairs: wood 0/60 000, stone 0/6 000, metal 0/60 000. Your contribution 0. Looks like I'm the first one. Guan Yi rubbed his chin. He wasn't in a rush to donate now. The total amount of donations had already reached 180,000, and it was finally time for everyone to donate to pass. It's almost dusk. I parked the car first. There's no rush for dinner. I'm not hungry anyway. No rush to donate supplies. Guan Yi put her warning triangle away first, then strolled back, observing the surroundings. Having defeated a few more vengeful spirits on the way, Dage's level had risen to 31. Even if he couldn't move sideways in this area, he didn't have to worry about being instantly killed by the powerful vengeful spirits. Guan Yi flipped through the supplies, donating 2,000 pieces of wood, 1,000 pieces of stone, and 1,000 pieces of metal. With less than 1,000 pieces left, she decided to trade with others. Back in the car, Guan Yi opened the trading channel and found many people who shared her idea. Bartering supplies was everywhere, almost all in 100-unit increments. And it was always stone for wood, or wood for stone. Very few used metal as an exchange. I thought someone was secretly withholding supplies. Guan Yi snorted. Metal was priced at 1 highway coin at the recycling shop, while wood and stone were both 0.5 highway coins. It was obvious which was more cost-effective to keep. After exchanging 300 units of stone, Guan Yi switched to the gray channel and, as usual, checked the day's posts to see if they related to her. As a channel exclusively for bounty hunters, only the gray channel owner could post wanted notices. Hunters could only post items for sale, and if they wished, they could also include personal comments. Guan Yi's mind flickered. When she opened the encrypted blind box yesterday, she gotten 2 items. She used up the universal antidote, but still had 1 coagulant left. She wouldn't need it right away, so why not sell it on the gray channel and ask other hunters if they had any information about Lancheng? Again, the rate of supply donations was so strange that Guan Yi felt uneasy. She needed a lot of relevant information to feel reassured. FM13 News. Supply number 0516B099 is now online. Item: coagulant, 30 ml. Seller: Lu Tingfeng. Description: spray on liquid organisms to solidify them. If the organisms are large, spray several times. Paid consultation for information about Lancheng. Stock: 1. Price: 5 highway coins. Guan Yi didn't expect a quick response after posting the message. Just like her previous posts, someone had gone to inquire, only to never get back. But this time was different. Just minutes after posting, she discovered someone had purchased the item and responded. FM13 report. Item number 0516B100 is now online. Item: portable disposable illegal signal detector. Seller: Blue Morpho. Description: detects all special equipment within a 100-meter range. Silver coins can only be used to purchase defective items. Beware of scams. Don't sell junk, no one wants it. Inventory: 1. Price: 500 highway coins. This information is quite expensive. Guan Yi stared at the message, then snapped his fingers and bought the detector for 500 highway coins. This is also an unwritten rule in the gray channel. Those seeking help sell cheap items, and the buyer needs to provide the information they need and indicate the price of their message. Simply put, the detector might only be worth 20 highway coins, and the remaining 480 is the message fee. If someone takes advantage of the information for free, reading the message but not buying anything is fine. After all, this is a communication method developed by the hunters themselves and is not protected by the channel. But this person will never receive any private information from the gray channel again. Similarly, if the price of information is too high, exceeding its value, the price set by the price will be questioned, affecting their credibility within the channel. Given that the gray channel cannot change its codename, hunters are very careful about their reputation. Regardless of their working appearance, they are all lawful within the gray channel. Defective items. No wonder the security guard lost consciousness later. It was because the antidote was faulty. Guan Yi gasped at this thought. It was a good thing the security guard had used it first. Now she had received this news. If she had treasured the universal antidote and this coagulant, saving them for her own use in a life or death situation, wouldn't she have died with regrets? It's truly shameful to be betrayed by my own tools. But this silver coin is so rare, why are all the items I redeemed defective? And the descriptions of these defective items don't even mention them as defective. Just as Guan Yi was pondering this, there was a knock on the car window. The squirrel courier delivered the detector she had bought from Huibin. From Lu Xilan City Construction, consignee Guan Yi. Guan Yi held the package and watched the courier disappear into the distance, her mind filled with thoughts like, wow, I didn't know there was a way to use the shipping address. New way to leave messages, get. Chapter 82. After unpacking the package, Guan Yi picked up the detector she had purchased. She felt that Blue Morpho wasn't just selling something random, but rather that this item might be useful to her. Since my intuition suggests it's useful, let's give it a try. Guan Yi followed the item's instructions and mounted the pagoda-shaped detector next to the sign. Then, she pressed the red button on the top of the pagoda and waited for it to take effect. If there's an illegal signal source nearby, the detector will automatically sound an alarm and mark it. Of course, the range is limited to 100 meters, anything further away won't work. Because it's a single-use device, the detector will self-destruct after 3 minutes, regardless of whether it detects an illegal signal. This means that if there are many illegal signals, the user needs to record the location as soon as possible to avoid being lost. The pagoda has 10 floors, each representing a 10-meter range, with higher floors representing a greater distance. For example, if the illegal signal occurred 56 meters from the pagoda, a red light would illuminate inside the 5th floor. The window with the red light would indicate the corresponding direction. Beep, beep, beep. When the pagoda was first powered on, it flashed green regularly. After a few seconds, it suddenly emitted a sharp, booming sound. Guan Yi hurried to see where the lights were on, and was surprised to find red lights on 2 floors. One was on the 1st floor, with all 8 windows lit red, indicating either directly below or directly above. The other was on the 6th floor, with a window located due north flashing red. Let's go farther. Guan Yi made a decisive decision. The signs for directly below and directly above were easy to find, but within 60 to 70 meters, he had to quickly search while the pagoda was still working, otherwise it would self-destruct and become a real hassle. Even at this critical moment, Guan Yi's thoughts drifted for a moment. She felt she shouldn't be carrying the pagoda, but rather holding it in her hands. I just wonder which version of Nezumi Li Jing cosplay can summon. Guan Yi muttered to herself as she cautiously entered the collapsed section of road. There was still a bridge, its deck shattered and falling into the water, leaving only the shattered pier standing. Lancheng seems to be a city on the water. I seem to have seen several rivers and bridges these past few days. I wonder if I can get a larger boat and drive up to it and use the water. The damaged bridge was difficult to navigate, and Guan Yi, carrying something in her hand, had to stop and go, watching her step and the location of the pagoda's lights, constantly adjusting her position according to the red light window. Initially, the lights on the 1st floor of the pagoda were fully illuminated, with the 6th floor lighting the north. Now, the lights on the 1st floor were still fully illuminated, but the 6th floor was only lighting the south. So the things underfoot? Guan Yi leaned down to look. The water beneath the bridge was still rushing, though it was slightly calmer than the first section of road to be repaired. That transmitter must be quite heavy, otherwise it would have been washed away by the current. Guan Yi rubbed her chin and looked around, wondering how she would get down. Xuxia couldn't drive over, and her mountain bike wasn't heavy enough. She didn't want to have to pull a motorcycle along when she got swept away. Never mind, let's give it a try. Oops. Because she was so focused on getting down to the water, Guan Yi forgot about the detector's self-destruct timer, and the thing exploded right in her hand. The force wasn't great, but it was quite frightening. After the shock, Guan Yi was still a bit shaken. She slipped and nearly fell. Unable to stay there any longer, she scurried back to the car as fast as she could. Dusk had already fallen, and night would soon follow. Guan Yi pondered for a moment, and decided to start her search nearer, leaving the one in the river for the next morning. If it were still dark while she searched, and Guan Yi was still submerged in the water, she dreaded what she would encounter in such pitch-black conditions. Besides, kittens don't like water. After confirming her action plan, Guan Yi took out her engineering shovel and began digging. Fortunately, the sign was in the dirt, not concrete, so digging was easy. 5 minutes later, Guan Yi let out a disgusted TSK and cautiously stepped back with the shovel, fearing that the creature in the pit, which looked like a facehugger, would suddenly jump up and pounce on her. Good news, it's mechanical and won't jump up and bite. Bad news, its tail is connected to the supply sign, and it's unclear how the two are connected. Guan Yi didn't dare act rashly, fearing that if she damaged it, she wouldn't be able to continue donating supplies. But I can't just leave it alone, right? If I knew there was a problem and pretended not to see it, then why would I have spent so much time digging it out? While there was still light, Guan Yi used her phone to take a picture of the device, along with the sign next to it, and then returned to the car. She wanted to ask someone what it was, but Gray Channel couldn't upload images, and since the Blue Morpho Butterfly mentioned Lancheng Construction in the same way it sent a package, she knew it wasn't something she could discuss openly. If the NPCs can't help, what about asking other players? Guan Yi opened the chat channel and, after much deliberation, decided not to post this directly. What if, Not only was there a problem with launching's construction, but there was also a hostile faction among the players. Posting this would alert them and raise their guard. That's a problem. Oh, right. There's also the Highway Mileage Association. Guan Yi's eyes lit up, remembering the association's frequent statement, all cardholders must fulfill their road coexistence responsibilities. The association had previously sent supplies to Lancheng and hoped members would help the residents, demonstrating their deep concern for the roads and the people who use them. Since someone was tampering with a road in need of repair, surely the association should take it seriously. Recalling Lu Yu's calm and decisive personality, Guan Yi felt reassured. Before 7 o'clock, he picked up his phone and started making a call. This number wasn't the one from the advertising department, but the one Lu Yu had specifically approved for Guan Yi to use after filing a complaint against the imposters. The department behind this number specifically handles member complaints, suggestions, and feedback. Guan Yi had definitely reached the right person. A pleasant male voice spoke from behind the phone, his tone gentle and formally polite. This is the Road Management Department of the Highway Mileage Association. How can I help you? Guan Yi cleared his throat. I'm participating in the Lancheng reconstruction effort, but something seems amiss. I unearthed a strange machine beneath the sign that says supplies needed. The person on the other end wasn't curious about why Guan Yi was about to dig up the ground, but simply continued with the procedure. What kind of machine is it? Can you fax it to me? If you don't have a fax machine, please describe it in detail. Guan Yi carefully described the facehugger, emphasizing that its tail was connected to the wooden sign, making it look like it was stealing electricity or data. The man listened quietly, confirmed that she had nothing to add, and then said, "Okay, your feedback has been submitted. A dedicated person will follow up. Please keep your phone open. We contact you within 1 business day. Anything else?" Guan Yi, yes. I can't answer the phone between 10 p.m. and 12 a.m. Please don't contact me during these hours. During this time, she was a big orange. Although she could speak human language, she couldn't touch her phone, and the game wouldn't forward her calls. Guan Yi didn't want to miss any messages. Staff, okay, I added a note for you. Do you have any other questions? Guan Yi, no thank you. Staff, okay, we wish you a pleasant journey. Please do not trust any calls from the Highway Mileage Association asking you to rate our service. We never return calls, and do not care about ratings. Guan Yi, okay. After hanging up, Guan Yi perfectly passed her troubles on to the association. She felt that joining the Highway Mileage Association was the luckiest thing that had happened to her since entering the game. What a great association. Members get compensation if they're scammed, and there's always someone to help them if they run into trouble. Even if they occasionally pose small side quests, they still offer rewards. Guan Yi praised the Highway Mileage Association and hoped it would continue to improve so that she could enjoy more member benefits before leaving. Since the other party had promised results within 1 business day, Guan Yi was no longer anxious. With only a few minutes until dark, she had no intention of getting out of the car again. She simply returned to the trunk and lay on the bed, bonding with her pet Daiju, while waiting for 10 o'clock. After yesterday's lesson, Guan Yi believed many people would prioritize their pets' well-being. Even if they didn't have time to let them recover naturally through rest, they would still feed and play with them to keep their stats up. Guan Yi took a 2-pronged approach: rest time, feeding, and playing with them. She also never interfered with what Daiju did in the in-game lounge. What could the kitten do wrong? She just didn't like the look and color of the nest. There are several spares anyway. If she wants to tear it down, she can. What's the big deal? At this moment, Guan Yi, like most cat owners, was endlessly doting and tolerant of Daiju's behavior. After all, she didn't even have to clean up her poop. What's the difference between keeping a pet in your phone and raising it online? Of course, the kitten could do whatever she pleased. At worst, I could just kill a few more raids tonight and pick up a few more supply boxes. Then I could have whatever I wanted. If the items in the encrypted blind boxes are all worthless defective items, it would be better to exchange them all for experience packs and directly raise Big Orange's level. Once the association has dealt with the facehugger tomorrow, I can challenge the higher level areas. That being said, Guan Yi still considered redeeming a few more encrypted blind boxes to see what they could reveal. Then, when the staff gave her feedback tomorrow, she would ask them about the blind box items. By comparing them with what Blue Morpho Butterfly had said, she would know if they had been deceiving her. Guan Yi, I guess I'd become a bit afraid of ropes after being bitten once. Chapter 83. Night fell, and it quickly reached 10 o'clock. Guan Yi, fully armed and ready, was once again transported outside the car in her spirit pet form. In the early stages, she still faced the possibility of fighting alone, and in the later stages, she might not be alone either. After all, when she arrived, no one had donated supplies to the brand. Some might have arrived now, but Guan Yi felt that she couldn't pin her hopes on them. Come and fight! You little bastards! Let me show you the power of Big Orange. Speaking of which, perhaps from consuming too many experience packs or snacks, Guan Yi felt that Big Orange was gaining weight as his level increased. His movements were still agile, but from behind, he did seem to have gained a lot of weight. Well, whatever. What's wrong with a little kitty loving snacks? The new area's vengeful spirits were indeed much stronger. Fortunately, Guan Yi had the foresight to level up. Initially, she had to choose her enemies carefully, picking off the weaker ones first. After defeating a few, she gradually switched to unstoppable mode, slaying each one, then a pair. Over and over, Guan Yi gradually became a cold, relentless harvester of vengeful spirits. Only after she had slain a full 20, did she notice the presence of other spirit pets around her. That calico looks familiar, and so does that cow cat. Guan Yi raised her paw and waved it in a friendly manner. Yo! The calico cat nodded modestly, waving its paw slightly in response, seemingly still unaccustomed to communicating with a human in its feline form. The cow cat, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic, waving its paw vigorously, and even moving closer. Yo! Good evening! It's just the three of us today. Go for it, we must hold this place. Guan Yi nodded. No problem. That said, she figured it didn't matter if she couldn't defend it. She hadn't donated much anyway, and the repair progress wasn't very high, so she could just let it be. Since they had entered the team dimension, even though there were only 3 of them, the number of vengeful spirits had increased. Just as Guan Yi flicked her claws, ready to get to work, the scene shifted again. Men in hard hats, tool-wielding, appeared one after another. Without a word, they rushed towards the bridge under repair, pulling out stones, wood, and metal from nowhere, transforming the area around the bridge into a bustling construction site. Guan Yi blinked. Wow! Only now did she begin to feel the reality of the city's reconstruction. Simply throwing supplies onto the bridge would show progress, but it wasn't as reassuring as seeing a construction site. Who are these people? The cow cat grew excited. Bridge construction crew? Why haven't we seen them before? Are they new to this phase? The calico cat shook her head. I don't know, not sure. Guan Yi counted the people, a vague suspicion forming in her mind. These might be the night maintenance volunteers, my mission reward. The number of people repairing the bridge and the road overlapped with the volunteers, but the patrolmen hadn't seen them yet. Guan Yi suspected they might be patrolling somewhere else, and wouldn't be able to get here for a while. This time, even the usually reserved calico cat was shocked. Mission reward? Guan Yi nodded. The triggering method is rather unique, and it might not be replicated. She didn't intend to reveal her inspiration. If she hadn't been afraid they disrupt the volunteers, Guan Yi wouldn't have even considered saying that. The cow cat understood. Special mission, I get it. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. No wonder she arrived here before the others. It seemed not just her, but everyone else had their own opportunities. That's normal. It's impossible for her to be the only one encountering a special event, Guan Yi thought as she continued to fight monsters. Today, there were only 3 of them, so the pressure was quite high. She couldn't afford to slack off any longer. Then, before she could kill a few, new people rushed into the battlefield. Guan Yi looked closely, and saw Aunt Lin and her colleagues, wielding brooms to sweep away vengeful spirits. Aunt Lin, 1 vengeful spirit, 1 box. The vengeful spirit is mine, the box is yours. Guan Yi. Wow, San Hua, and the cow cat stared in amazement. After fighting so many vengeful spirits, they never seen one like Guan Yi, who came with a humanoid and a pet. I want it so badly. The cow cat wiped its mouth with its paw and made an envious sound. The calico cat reluctantly averted its gaze, extending its claws toward the next vengeful spirit. It didn't matter if no one was helping her fight monsters, she could do it herself. While the 2 kittens were diligently killing monsters, Guan Yi happily began collecting boxes and then opening them. Even if she only did these 2 things, she was almost falling behind Aunt Lin and her companions. What is a dimensionality reduction attack? This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Guan Yi was like a small character following behind the main character, with no responsibility. Just cleaning up the battlefield was already busy enough. Time passed by, and soon it was time for the blind box redemption machine to refresh for the day. The bridge maintenance volunteers, Aunt Lin, and the others left. They had arrived in a hurry, and left in a hurry. No one came up to greet Guan Yi, as if their actions had nothing to do with her. If the supply boxes hadn't been sitting quietly in Guanyi's backpack, she would have thought she was hallucinating. During the day, Guanyi obtained 11 silver coins, and at night, she opened another 15 from the supply boxes, enough to redeem a lot of items from the blind box redemption machine. Guanyi had his own ideas about what blind boxes to exchange for. Even though Blue Morpho Butterfly said everything bought with Lancheng silver coins was junk, I still have to buy a few to keep. I can use them for sending messages on the Gray Channel. At worst, I can just mark the price down, like 1 cent or something, and use it as a message fee. So, Guanyi exchanged 3 encrypted blind boxes, opened 3 universal antidotes, and then exchanged 6 regular blind boxes, opening a number of toys, snacks, and experience packs. Back in the car, Guanyi briefly browsed the chat channel. After midnight, when the night outside returned to normal, he finally fell asleep in bed. The next day, the newsletter arrived promptly, its content unremarkable. While it predicted a cold snap in the low-temperature zone for the next 2 days, it had nothing to do with Guanyi. There were no limited edition items available for point redemption, just food. These could also be bought in Lancheng, and the prices were much more reasonable, so it wasn't worth using points for them. Guanyi's mileage had improved, reaching 9,345 kilometers, less than 700 kilometers away from the predicted 10,000 kilometers. If nothing unexpected happened, she would reach her goal on the 5th day of this zone. After breakfast, Guanyi got out of the car and walked to the display board to check the supply count. Shi Sanhua and Cao Cat were the only ones there last night, but that didn't mean they were the only 3 donating supplies. Some people might not like to fight vengeful spirits in person, some might dislike team-based play, and some might even pull all-nighters to catch up, arriving here in the middle of the night. After all, this server has a large player base, so any player's behavior is not surprising. Repair supplies? Wood, 31560/60,000. Stone, 23017/60,000. Metal, 21005/60,000. Your contribution, 4,000. Huh? So much more than yesterday? Were those 2 all donated? Or is there really a hidden boss out there who just doesn't want to get involved with us? Guanyi was shocked. Did she really only sleep for 1 night? How could the progress be so fast? And it's only this early morning. Once the main force arrives, it should be mostly repaired quickly. Even if this is a bridge with a turbulent river below, if the distance between the 2 sides is reduced and the rapid propulsion effect is used, Guanyi thinks that with Juxia's performance, it should be able to fly 2 or 3 meters without any problem. But don't rush off yet. There's still stuff underwater. Now that it was daylight, everything around her was clearly visible. Guanyi first screwed the tow hook onto Juxia's tow rope, then secured it. If one wasn't long enough, she had another. She bought several and stored them in her storage compartment, so she could stack items of the same type, so she didn't worry about taking up too much space. Once she had 6 tow ropes connected, Guanyi slid slowly along the riverbank, pulling them to the water's edge. Then, she changed into her diving suit and tied the ropes securely around her waist to prevent herself from being swept away by the swift current. With everything in place, Guanyi slowly entered the river, taking small, steady steps, each one carefully chosen for stability over speed. In this way, it took Guanyi about 10 minutes to finally reach the approximate location of the pagoda's flashing lights yesterday. She donned her diving mask, bit her snorkel, and slowly crouched down, lowering her head into the water to survey her surroundings. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that the current wasn't as turbulent as it appeared, but Guanyi remained firmly in the river and discovered something hidden in the mud at the bottom. Guanyi, oh, as expected. It's the same bug series as above. Perhaps because it was in the river, this creature was significantly larger than the facehugger above, both in weight and size. It resembled a bug lying on the ground, its limbs and tail facing the surface. Its body was grooved, seemingly capable of holding a large amount of material. Guanyi examined it carefully, but found nothing. She wondered if it was simply posing, or if it had something that had been taken away. Guanyi's phone wasn't waterproof, so she couldn't capture the scene. After checking, she could only regretfully surface and return to shore, tugging on the rope. There's definitely something wrong here. Guanyi smoothed her damp hair, and a thought suddenly struck her. She walked over to the sign, glanced at the record, then took 50 stones from yesterday's distribution and threw them onto the bridge, watching her contribution points rise by another 50. After doing this, Guanyi immediately re-entered the water and returned to the insect side. Then, she noticed that the previously empty groove was now filled with many stones that hadn't yet returned to their original state. She leaned over to count them. Exactly 49. Guanyi. Okay, Salt. No wonder the server has 100,000 people, and the road construction is so slow. It turns out all the donated supplies have been diverted here. So, isn't this a bit too cruel a tax rate, 49 for 50? Chapter 84. Although the Highway Mileage Association's investigators hadn't responded to Guanyi yet, she had already roughly guessed something. The face of her next to the sign was used to falsify the sign's data, and the group bug underwater was used to steal players' supplies. Amazing. No wonder they told me to pay attention to Lancheng City construction. It's waiting for me right here. A player invested 50 supplies, and Lancheng City construction stole 49, leaving 1 for the road section to be repaired. However, because the data on the sign had been tampered with, the player saw that they had received 50 contribution points and believed that these 50 points had indeed been given to the road section. They're lying to both sides. No wonder blind boxes bought with silver coins are worthless. Regular blind boxes only give in-game items, and encrypted blind boxes give seemingly good items, but they're actually defective. So, is someone from the game company involved? 1,000 supplies for 1 silver coin, but the road section actually only received 20 supplies. Even if the donated metal was metal, the recycling shop would only pay 20 highway coins for it. What could I buy with 20 yuan? I couldn't even buy a few bottles of water. Thinking about it, giving a defective product seemed pretty conscientious. But what the hell, Guanyi gritted her teeth, picked up all the stones from the groove, and then decided to try something fun. After getting ashore, Guanyi gathered 1,000 pieces of wood, threw them onto the bridge, and received a silver coin. Then, she went back into the water, and retrieved 980 pieces of wood from the groove worm's clutches. After that, Guanyi added 20 more pieces of wood, throwing another 1,000 pieces onto the bridge, and the sign spat out another silver coin for her. This cycle continued until Guanyi received a call from an investigator from the Highway Mileage Association. She finally withdrew, breathless. Hello, this is Guanyi. Guanyi leaned against the steep slope by the river, taking a deep breath as she waited for a response. There was no other way. Even she was tired from all the back and forth, so she took the opportunity to rest. I'm Feng Ming. I'm responsible for your complaint. Our investigation revealed significant problems with Lancheng's construction. We need more time to handle this matter. Feng Ming's voice was steady, his tone unhurried, just like Liu Yu's, giving off a sense of reliability and reassurance. However, Guanyi wasn't satisfied with his answer. Today is our 3rd day in this area, and they disrupted our normal progress. If we don't resolve this quickly, we won't be able to reach the service area on time. After saying this, Guanyi paused and added, we shoulder the responsibility of road coexistence. I'm fine with it myself, but we also have to consider others. You're right, Ms. Guanyi. Feng Ming's voice remained steady. Next, I tell you how to destroy their device. When the illusion fades, you see the truth. Also, you can share this method with others who need it. It's not confidential. Guanyi said, oh. Then tell me. In the machine below the sign, find the 3rd joint on the tail. From the body. There's a black button there. Press it, and the tail will fall off. The machine that collects materials is usually hidden in water. Look carefully. Guanyi interrupted, we found it. It looks like a bug with a groove. Yes, that's even simpler. Just destroy it, and it won't work. But it's recommended to retrieve the supplies inside the groove before destroying it. Otherwise, after the machine breaks down, the supplies will return to their normal size after a minute, which could be dangerous. Thank you for the reminder. Guanyi thanked him politely. It seemed the groove served the same purpose as the storage compartment, except it looked a bit more disgusting. Feng Ming, do you have any other questions? Guanyi, yes. I want to know how they operate. I always have to explain it to others. She actually had a guess, but she still wanted to hear Feng Ming's definitive answer. Feng Ming, time is tight. I need to follow up on the incident. I text you the investigation report later. It's everything you need to know. Guanyi agreed. After hanging up the phone and waiting a few minutes, she received a long text message. Lancheng Incident Investigation Report. No. CLC 06171115. After receiving a member complaint yesterday, May 16th, we immediately launched an investigation. The findings as of today, May 17th, are as follows. 1. Lancheng Construction illegally used illegal machinery. The investigation confirmed that Lancheng Construction illegally used illegal machinery numbered C03961 to tamper with the material demand display. They also used illegal machinery numbered B12171 to replace materials donated by donors. The operational process was as follows. 1. A donor deposited 50 units of materials. 2. The illegal machinery number B12171 was activated, producing and transferring 49 units of temporary materials to the road section under repair. 3. The donor's display shows contribution plus 50, while everyone else's display shows only a plus of 1. 4. At night, vengeful spirits appear and destroy the temporary materials exchanged during the day, using the excuse of destruction by the spirits to cover up the issue of the temporary materials automatically disappearing upon expiration. After reading the entire report, Guanyi exclaimed repeatedly, "Wow, this is truly wonderful. No wonder the bridge is in such good condition today. It's all thanks to the volunteers." The volunteers paid out of their own pockets to replace the temporary materials, and took back the good materials that had been exchanged, which is why the bridge repair progress has accelerated. We still have to tell them, otherwise all the supplies will be stolen by Lancheng Urban Construction, and we might not have enough later. Guanyi paused for a moment, then pulled the rope back up. She had already reaped enough benefits, and couldn't delay any longer. Fengming said Lancheng's construction was a scam, meaning future supply drops wouldn't be as plentiful as they are now. If the scam isn't exposed, and everyone wastes valuable materials, the players will be the ones who suffer in the later stages. After landing, Guanyi changed into normal clothes before editing a long message and posting it in the chat channel, explaining the entire process in as concise a manner as possible. Then, the chat channel exploded. Holy crap! Is this true? This is ridiculous. Can the system actually deceive people? Are you stupid? The system has nothing to do with this. This is Lancheng's construction, an NPC organization. I told you NPCs can't be trusted, and you still trust them so much. Unbelievable, you even figured this out. I admire you. Thanks to Guanyi for letting me know. There really is one under the sign. Is it real? I see someone upstairs dug it out. I'm about to move on to the next stage, and I go dig it up there. So just destroying the upper machine won't work. We have to deal with the lower one as well, right? They're all hidden somewhere. I can't get down here. Then don't donate for now. Take the back street. Didn't the boss say it would be ready in a few days? Save the supplies first and donate later. Then it's too late, right? Guanyi just said, the items in the encrypted blind box are all defective. I don't believe it. The item descriptions don't even mention defects. Why does she say they are? Guanyi, believe it or not, it's none of my business. It doesn't benefit me to harm you. People with dark minds see everything darkly. Ha ha ha. What about the people who promised yesterday that there was another opposing faction? Come out. Now you understand why donating supplies is so difficult, right? It's getting harder and harder. I hate these brain-twisting servers, me too. I rather face natural disasters than these people rip me off. Am I the only one curious about how Guanyi got this news? She couldn't have just dug under the display board for no reason, could she? I thought it was an unspoken rule not to pry into each other's secrets. What? You all have secrets? What secrets? Why didn't you tell me when you got the cheat code, so we don't have to worry about anything for the time being, right? We can just find the repaired side roads. The main roads are shared, but are the side roads too? Good question. I don't know. Guanyi thought it was a good question. Anyway, every side road she encountered had 0 supplies, so she had to take care of the whole thing herself. Previously, Guanyi had thought it was because there were too many side roads and paths, and she found places no one else had. But now she thought, with a server of 100,000 people, and Lancheng being open zone by zone, how could there be so many unmaintained side roads? Guanyi, after considering other information in the chat channel, made a final judgment. So, the side roads are yours, and the main roads are everyone's. We recommend that you stop donating the main roads now. Everyone will have to rely on the side roads to reach the next area. There was no other way. Not everyone could destroy the underwater devices. Donating now would just give Lancheng Construction an advantage. Even Guanyi herself didn't want to go underwater every time she donated. It was a waste of time. She already earned enough silver coins, so there was no point in continuing. Besides, taking a detour wasn't that difficult. Although the next area wasn't marked on the map, it was still there. Observing the map level in the game was one way to go. Any area slightly higher than the current level was definitely the next area. Or, you could look at the direction of the main road and then take a side path. As long as you keep the same direction, you eventually bypass this blocked main road and reach the next area. That's if this isn't my hometown, Guanyi complained, activating Chasing Cloud. Back home, east, south, west, and north don't count. Guanye's hometown is a city built along a river, and the roads follow that winding path. Locals rarely mention east, south, west, and north when giving directions, because if you force your way in one direction, you either hit a wall or fall into the river. She learned to distinguish east, south, west, and north thanks to her father, a war correspondent, but she didn't truly apply it in her daily life until she left home for college. I hope the association expedites and takes down that embezzler as soon as possible. But what about the game company? Supply boxes appearing in NPC homes or on store shelves is outrageous enough, but appearing in a game within a game is even more outrageous. Ever since entering this server, Guanyi had felt uneasy. Something felt strange about this place, unlike the road survival game she knew. But Guanyi couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, so she could only suppress her doubts and focus on solving the problem at hand. For example, she tried to travel as much as possible, and the closer to a service area the better. Speaking of which, for some reason, the 7th post, found in the other 2 servers, wasn't even in Lancheng. Chapter 85. Guanyi drove along the road, hoping to listen to a real car radio, not a chat channel. Alas, there was none. Guanyi felt a little annoyed. This server was rife with mysteries, comparable to the foggy road sections she had encountered before. It felt like there were questions everywhere, yet no clear clues were available. So, she took out Lady Crow's shawl and tried to harass the white ghost. Even if it was no longer alive, at least it was an offline conversation. Can you tell me more about Madame Crow? Or about you? Like, where are those shameless relatives of yours? If I ever run into them, maybe I can do something for you. What? A white shadow emerged from the shawl draped over the motorcycle. They taken my family's property, and I'm already dead. What can you do? Guanyi, publicize their evil deeds? The white shadow seemed caught off guard by this answer. After a few seconds of pause, he said, I thought you say kill them or set them on fire. Guanye's eyes widened. Please, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Arson is a felony. The white shadow swayed. Murder, isn't it? Guanyi snorted disdainfully. That depends on who was killed. Never mind. It's too complicated to explain. Anyway, once I'm out of here, when we report Mrs. Crow's case to the Highway Abnormal Behavior Correction Management Department, can we also include your story? Or maybe we can expose it to the media? Don't bother. Once I'm free of this cape, I seek revenge myself. Bai Ying wrapped her arms around the motorcycle's handlebars. Let's talk about your curse. For some reason, Guanyi suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if the word curse itself carried a curse. Every mention of it made her feel uncomfortable. Furthermore, every time she brought it up, Guanyi felt Bai Ying's aura shift, from benevolent to menacing. Madame Crow's curse is a sign that she's noticed you. She knows you taken her shawl. Bai Ying's voice was filled with gloating, as if she longed to see Guanyi suffer misfortune. If you go to the Black Pine Forest, even if you just tiptoe over the edge, she sense it immediately and lead you deep into the woods. Do you prefer beaks or wings? I look forward to seeing you again on her cape. Guanyi hummed. What if I never go? Bai Ying chuckled. Madame Crow will always wait for you. Those carrying the curse will gradually encounter more bizarre and terrifying things. They will make you restless, and you become increasingly impatient and panicky. No matter how long you hide, sooner or later you venture into the Black Pine Forest, seeking a solution. Or a way to escape. Guanyi fell silent. It wasn't that she was frightened by Bai Ying's threats, but rather that she felt a deep sense of disconnection. Since she entered the game, her first server was a high-temperature zone, and her second was a foggy zone. While a bit outrageous, both were technologically advanced. The same is true for the indigenous people we meet, such as Old Gun Number 1 and Number 2, the semi-mechanized old man, Card, who is obsessed with modifying vehicles, and Sang Tutu, who has endless passion for engines. Before meeting Bai Ying, Guanyi had always thought this world had a cyberpunk or steampunk setting. How could the style suddenly change? Isn't this a technological world? Guanyi asked, puzzled. How can there be magic? Bai Ying revealed a few gaps in his body, pretending to be a terrifying ghost face. This world has many taboos, many. Guanyi still didn't quite understand, but when she remembered that today was only the 17th, and she had only been in close contact with this world for 17 days, she immediately felt relieved. Just think of this as the world of Skytrack and Warcraft. Guanyi muttered. The former had telekinesis and magic, while the latter was even more bizarre. Traveling to other planets could be done via spaceships or through small portals. Never mind, let it be. Instead of worrying about this world, it's better to think about the curse on her. Then, Guan Yi received some troubling news from Bai Ying, who was even more gloating. Even if I hand over the shawl, the curse won't transfer with it. Shouldn't it go with the shawl? How could she mark me, someone without a shawl? Shiro spun around excitedly. Taking the shawl and not returning it is also a sin in Madame Crow's eyes. Guan Yi, if I return it, won't I lose my life? Shiro, yes, yes. Guan Yi, why are you so happy? She killed you, shouldn't you hate her? Shouldn't you share my hatred? Shiro, I know, but I can't help it. The thought of a new companion makes me excited. Maybe this is the power of the curse. Guan Yi understood. The other person had been cursed. Reason was one thing, emotion was another. To prevent the other person from going even further insane, Guan Yi could only put the shawl away. She knew what she needed to know. After leaving the server, she would have to find a way to deal with Lady Crow. From a folklore perspective, to resolve a curse, one must first address its source. This source might be a person, a place, a special object, or even a special medium, like a special formation painted somewhere. Guan Yi's mother was a folklorist, but research was research, and work was work. Ms. Sun herself was a materialist. She had hypothesized with Guan Yi what to do if someone was cursed. First, go to the hospital to see if there were any viruses on the items they touched. After all, bacteria can't be seen with the naked eye, and in the days before science, they could easily become horror stories. If there were no physical problems, then consider whether it was related to psychological suggestion. There were people who had frightened themselves to death. The solution to this problem had to be addressed from the spiritual perspective. If there's still no clue, Ms. Sun said, then we have to resort to physical means. Fear stems from insufficient firepower, so if that's the case, we need to supplement our firepower. The real world might be more complicated, but in this game world, Guan Yi felt it was much easier. If all else fails, we can acquire some firepower and directly destroy the enemy with one shot. If one shot doesn't work, we can use two. If two shots don't work, we can use artillery. Guan Yi believed that if she could afford it, she might be able to acquire small missiles and flatten the black pine forest. Let's not think about this for now. I feel like an outlaw. Guan Yi muttered, turning the steering wheel and following the route to the service area on the map, reaching another intersection. Speaking of which, this area seemed to have become a residential area again, but unlike the previously empty new residential areas, this seemed to be a mature, established neighborhood. If there was anything wrong with this place, it was that because the community was mature, there were many people outside, most of them young people with their phones, walking around, obsessed with the game of fighting evil spirits. Simply put, Guan Yi had many more competitors. And because she was driving, she couldn't compete with the free-roaming natives. If it weren't for an item that increased experience by online time, Guan Yi would definitely be anxious about the level of her pet. Since she couldn't get it, Guan Yi simply gave up on it. She focused on driving, only finding a restaurant she wanted to eat when she was hungry, and getting out to satisfy her craving. After all, Guan Yi didn't want to eat fast food, nor did she want to cook. Many people in the chat channel were buying tons of supplies, figuring it was cheaper here than in the service area, and that the game was giving them a chance to stock up. But for Guan Yi, the prices here were similar to those at the 7th station. While cheaper for others, it was a huge disadvantage for her, as she couldn't earn membership points while shopping. Although it was strange that Lancheng didn't have a 7th station, Guan Yi still had no desire to restock here. She had no shortage of basic supplies, and her heart was as calm as water, not even the slightest desire to shop. Guan Yi drove safely until nightfall, where another, predictable battle with vengeful spirits ensued. This time, Guan Yi discovered she needed to slay even more vengeful spirits to enter the team plane. However, perhaps because the main road hadn't been repaired, everyone was scattered along various side roads, resulting in the team plane remaining small, with only a few small creatures and no familiar faces. This was convenient. Everyone fought their own battles, keeping their distance, and no one approached each other. No one interacted with anyone until the blind box redemption machine emptied out, and they returned to their own planes. Guan Yi had spent the day repeatedly going up and down the river, earning a large amount of silver coins by repeatedly donating supplies. This time, she traded all of them for ordinary blind boxes, opening a large number of experience packs, which she fed to her pet, Daiju, instantly raising its level to the highest level. Even so, Guan Yi still had over 50 experience packs left, and she planned to list them on the trading channel to see if anyone else wanted them. After finishing, Guan Yi fell asleep on the bed in the car. The other players followed suit. Some chose their own cars, others chose the Lancheng Inn. Some simply fell asleep, while others continued to flood the chat, debating what to do next. After all, tomorrow would be the 4th day on this server, and they were already halfway through their journey. Not only had they not found their ideal path to the game, but they had also discovered flaws in their previous methods. This immediately led to a wave of anxiety, with many players repeatedly debating and reconsidering their next move in the chat. Should they risk letting Lancheng City take advantage of the construction and donate supplies to build a shoddy project, just so they could get through? Or should they just take the side roads and see if they could reach the service area? If not, they could return and build the final section of the main road. Each approach had its supporters, and they exchanged opinions in the chat, neither convinced the other. Only when they realized it was getting late, and they couldn't even recover their fatigue without sleeping, did they reluctantly reach a consensus. They decided to tag Guan Yi tomorrow and ask her, the person who first discovered the problem, to offer a solution. It wasn't enough to just raise the issue, they had to solve it. Guan Yi, who was sleeping soundly, seemed to sense something. He muttered something, and without even opening his eyelids, he turned over and continued to sleep. Chapter 86. May 18th, Guan Yi's 4th day on the Lancheng server. The 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived duly, bearing useless points and meaningless information. Thank goodness this isn't the newspaper I paid for. Guan Yi sighed, shoving the newsletter aside, leaving it to self-destruct somewhere out of sight. After all, it was free, she couldn't ask for more. After getting up, washing up, and continuing to drive, Guan Yi habitually opened the chat channel, and was bombarded with a barrage of it. No, she just slept that night. What happened? Was the world going to end? That would be wonderful, but unfortunately, it wasn't. After seeing the tags, Guan Yi was speechless. This is a server with 100,000 users. 100,000. Even if 10,000 people died inexplicably, there are still 90,000, many of whom are successful people in various fields. Why pin their hopes on her? Big guys, stop playing dumb. It's day 4, time to get involved. Guan Yi couldn't block everyone in the chat channel, but she could deal with those who tagged her. She didn't want to bear this inexplicable pressure. Why should she be given the choice to decide her future? Her young back couldn't bear such a heavy burden. Guan Yi, ever since I was little my mother always told me, do your own thing. Do you all have no parents? Kindly providing information, only to be forced to bear the fate of others. When was this written into the Constitution? I don't remember anyone informing me. If you want to build a big road, build it. If you want to build a small road, build it. If you really can't decide, just roll the dice. If there's no dice, pull out a handful of hair and count the odd and even numbers. If there's no hair at all, just slap yourself. When you don't want to slap anymore, count the numbers again. Stop trying to blackmail me. Guan Yi, all those who maliciously tagged me have been blocked, including those who tagged me just to join in the fun. Good news, there are only 312 of them. Bad news, there are a surprising 312 malicious bastards. Guan Yi, edit this. Those malicious bastards just insulted the dog. I apologize to the dog. After this outburst, Guan Yi felt refreshed. She quickly entered a description for the blocking condition and blocked the person with one click. Speaking of which, the chat channel has gotten much easier to use as the server has grown. In the last fog zone, she had to manually block everyone one by one, but now she can block everyone who meets the criteria in one go. Technological progress is truly wonderful, Guan Yi thought. Perhaps even better service would be available on a larger server. Come to think of it, did she still have a signal booster she hadn't used? Guan Yi suddenly remembered her inventory. Back then, due to the blockade in the fog zone, she bought numerous signal boosters, all without success. When the association discovered this, they generously said that while it wasn't their fault, they could still give them all to her. After receiving the signal booster, many other things happened, and Guan Yi temporarily ignored it, forgetting about it. It boosts the signal, counters blocking, and occasionally allows you to hear private radio stations. Are they private stations like Gray Frequency? Official radio stations are legal, while illegal channels like Gray Frequency must be privately set up. Anyway, she had nothing else to do, and Guan Yi didn't want to watch the bloody chatter for now. She was quite happy after her output, so she didn't bother reading the feedback to avoid making herself uncomfortable. Hee. The signal booster is very easy to install. Just connect it to the car radio. The signal on the screen will then turn from white to gold, giving you a VIP feeling. Guan Yi noticed that the main radio interface, which originally only had icons for chat radio, trading radio, Gray Frequency, and records, now occasionally flashed a frequency line. Is this a private radio station? Guan Yi clicked on it curiously. First there was a crackling sound of electricity, interspersed with a few inaudible voices, as if someone was talking, but no matter how hard she listened, she couldn't make it out. The signal is still unstable. I wonder if I can combine it with another one. Guan Yi had 5 signal boosters in total, which was perfect for testing her idea. If it worked, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't be a loss. She could sell it to someone else later. In the end, the combination actually worked. Wow, it can be stacked. Guan Yi was surprised. After poking in again, she could clearly feel the hum of the private radio becoming quieter and the voice becoming louder. Although it was still intermittent, she could barely make out a few words. It works, then keep stacking. Guan Yi added a 3rd signal booster. The hum of the current became shorter, and the voice became longer and more continuous. She could now make out some of the sentences. Low temperature, loss, odds. Lancheng, haha, fallen, how many people, came. Plunder failed, marked, Guan Yi, interesting. Guan Yi, Sure enough, it was a private radio. It sounded rather unreliable. And did she hear her own name? Guan Yi assembled the 4 signal booster, then the 5th. According to the latest news, Guan Yi, one of the targets everyone's been watching, has discovered a clue once again, but her odds remain low. After all, Lancheng is unique. She can only reach the finish line by following a predetermined route. Solving puzzles won't help her win. The Lancheng protocol, yes, the one that even the Highway Mileage Association finds troublesome. Thanks to the technical support of yesterday's Ghost, otherwise there would be no fun in Lancheng. See, player Fios is also excellent. He anticipated what was about to happen and avoided danger. It's a pity for his teammates, but I imagine he definitely gather new followers. Oh no! Those dog noses are here again. Goodbye before they sniff us out. The broadcast abruptly ended, the icons on the screen vanishing, leaving Guan Yi with not even a crackling sound of electricity. Guan Yi, my odds aren't high, okay. If they're not high, then they're not high. Although I don't know the specifics yet, I seem to have been labeled a target of special attention by certain individuals. These individuals are likely not good people. While they can't directly monitor me, they can certainly keep track of some of my actions. Also, the Lancheng agreement seems to be very important, so important that the Highway Mileage Association has no choice but to abide by it, and therefore cannot provide me with any further assistance. Does this have anything to do with Lancheng not having a 7th station? Also, the points-based merchandise featured in the newsletters these days is terrible, so bad that I have no desire to redeem it. This is also because it's difficult to transport supplies to Lancheng, so they deliberately chose items that no one wants, just to save trouble. If that's the case, I should exchange some supplies tomorrow. Guan Yi's heart crackled, but then she thought it didn't make sense. If transporting supplies wasn't easy, then how could she explain the coordinates and the large number of construction supply boxes? She had actually gotten quite a bit, and after she gave the coordinates, others had also received them, proving they weren't imaginary, but real. Yesterday's Ghost must have been a technical expert, able to break through the Lancheng protocol's firewall, allowing a private radio station to enter and observe certain situations. Wait! Firewall? Guan Yi stopped the car. She couldn't keep thinking about this and driving at the same time. The materials in the construction supply boxes are the same as those in regular supply boxes. The names and appearances are the same, so why are they separated? Guan Yi tried to find the ends of the yarn in the tangled ball, but it wasn't easy. Not everyone can master Sherlock Holmes's deduction method. If they use it correctly, it's Sherlock Holmes and Conan, but if they use it incorrectly, it's Muri Kagoro. Furthermore, Guan Yi couldn't be sure whether the private radio station was reliable. What if it was just a hoax meant to confuse people? The goal was to manipulate people's minds. After all, the signal booster clearly stated that users could identify private radio stations. Don't trust it completely, but don't disbelieve it either. Guan Yi rubbed his chin. The message mentioned someone named Fios. He couldn't tell if he was Chinese or foreign. It sounded like the person had just lost a teammate. But on a road trip alone, who would have teammates except for the occasional encounter? And that yesterday's Ghost, judging by his codename, seemed like a skilled technician who was adept at concealing himself. But at least one thing was certain. There was something wrong with Lancheng. Not just the city's construction, but the entire city. This aligns with Guan Yi's feelings about the city. She wasn't surprised at all when she concluded there was something wrong. Thanks, Blue Morpho. Thinking of the only non-construction materials she had received from outside, Guan Yi couldn't help but sigh. If delivering supplies was truly difficult, then Blue Morpho, having Squirrel Express deliver emails to her, must have been paying a huge price. It might even have made very little money. Guan Yi sat in the car and pondered for a while, still having no clue. She had received so much information from this server, but it was all fragmented, like pearls scattered on the ground. Until she found the thread, she couldn't connect it all. Forget it, let's drive ahead. We reached the service area, and the edge of Lancheng is planned. Then, if we can leave, we donate all the construction supplies we collected. If not, we find a main road and donate while waiting for others. With a concrete plan, implementation was simple. Guan Yi spent the entire day driving as fast as she could, avoiding detours whenever possible. When she was hungry, she ate the food in the car, and when she was thirsty, she drank water. Even though there were milk tea shops along the way, she didn't stop. This morning's mileage was 10,910 kilometers. Counting from the time she logged into the server, she'd driven about 2,800 kilometers. This was far too slow. Even if she only driven on the main roads, she still had to drive a full 5,500 kilometers to reach the service area. And now, she had left the main road and was circling back and forth on side roads and side roads. She inadvertently taken many detours, but the distance wasn't necessarily much closer. So Guan Yi set a goal for herself today, to drive at least 1,200 kilometers, and the same for tomorrow. That way, by the 6th day, she had driven about 5,200 kilometers. With a little more effort that day, she reached the edge of the service area and see if she could pass. Thankfully, Guan Yi was currently in a suburban area. While there were red lights, there were no speed limit signs. As long as she was going straight and there were no other people around, she could push forward with all her might. To this end, Guan Yi even started using the rapid boost effect on cooldown, using it immediately as soon as the cooldown expired, allowing Zhuxia to rush forward at 500% speed. Although the cooldown for rapid boost had increased from 1 minute to 1 hour after leaving the arena, the effect duration had also been extended from 3 seconds to 15 seconds, which was sufficient for someone like Guan Yi who needed to hurry. Thus, as Guan Yi silently hurried on, the time arrived on May 20th, her 6th day in Lancheng. Chapter 87. On her 6th day in Lancheng, Guan Yi had covered a total of 5,273 kilometers. Her mileage level in the Highway Mileage Association had reached level 2, but she only received a notification that her membership discount had been upgraded to 15%, and no material rewards. Guan Yi suspected this might have something to do with Lancheng's unique characteristics, but it wasn't entirely clear. She asked the clerk at the 7th post station, but the answer had been vague. As if upgrading membership levels was something shameful. Guan Yi sighed. Today's newsletter was still a bunch of nonsense, and Fengming hadn't responded. She couldn't place her hopes on him anymore. For the past 2 days, relying on her pet's maximum level, she had no fear of night spirits, no matter where she stayed. She spent almost the entire day traveling, finally catching up on most of the mileage. If nothing unexpected happened, she reached the city's edge before noon today. Speaking of which, since yesterday afternoon, Guan Yi had rarely encountered anyone on the road, and the number of cars had also decreased. She had left the urban area of Lancheng behind her, and the dense forest ahead was getting closer and closer. It's just like the buffer zone I passed through on my way here. Guan Yi looked out at the almost continuous forest in the distance. Behind it lay a series of mountains, their peaks shrouded in mist, creating a beauty reminiscent of an ink painting. The discussion about the main road had concluded over the past 2 days. The supplies needed weren't that much anyway, so if anyone wanted to donate, they could go ahead and do it. At worst, they could just go back to Aocheng and recycle the supplies. This was also the main reason why Guan Yi couldn't sell her experience packs. So, regardless of whether they were using inferior or genuine materials, the progress on the main road repairs was still good. The atmosphere in the chat channel was quite optimistic, and no matter how far away they were, they felt they could reach the service area before the 7th day. Guan Yi was now driving along the main road. There were no people or cars on the road now, and even the traffic lights and cameras were gone. It was like she was back in her previous 2 servers, worrying about nothing but driving forward. Oh, she didn't even have to look for supply boxes this time. If she wanted a box, she could just kill the wraiths and get the construction materials and other in-game items. In this way, Guan Yi drove along the main road for about 3 hours, finally reaching the last section of road to be repaired around 10:30 a.m. Theoretically, as long as this section of road was completed, she could follow the signs next to it to the service area 60 kilometers away. However, this donation was not so easy to make. This is outrageous. Supplies needed for repairs, any construction materials, 940 million/3 billion, amounts less than 10 million will not be displayed. Your contribution, 43,277. This is the last section of road to be repaired. Instead of categorizing it by wood, stone, or metal, it uses the word any. The amount is ridiculously high, clearly a total. Not only is the amount of materials needed a total, but Guan Yi's own contribution is also a total. She'd been on a rush for the past 2 days, not stopping to fight vengeful spirits along the way, relying entirely on the less than 2 hours she spent at night to replenish her supplies. Similarly, because she'd been on a rush and hadn't had time to check on the main road, she hadn't donated the supplies she accumulated over the past 2 days. Together with the supplies she accumulated previously, they remained in her storage compartment. Guan Yi always adhered to the principle of what's mine is mine, what's theirs is theirs. She rather set aside 3 compartments specifically for construction supplies than mixed them with her own, and now it was convenient to take them out. Guan Yi's original plan was to donate all these construction supplies to the final section of the main road awaiting repair. Now it seemed like a drop in the bucket, but she remained committed. But before that, Guan Yi took out her engineer's shovel and began digging the dirt beneath the sign to see if there were any facehuggers there. If there were, she severed the connection between it and the sign, just as before, and then see what the true number was. If not, Guan Yi thought, then that would be a serious problem. Although she hadn't started excavating yet, she preferred the latter option, because this section of road was just that, and she didn't see the water flow from before. In other words, there wouldn't be any groove beetles waiting to steal the show. Under other circumstances, this would be good news, but under the current circumstances, Guan Yi hoped that Lancheng Construction would continue its falsification. Alas, her hopes were dashed. Looking at the huge pit beneath her feet, Guan Yi sighed, and immediately donated all the construction supplies she had. Soon, her personal contribution points went from 46,277 to 61,512. When she was completely depleted of construction supplies, Guan Yi quietly pulled out her phone, took a photo, and sent it to the group chat. This massive gap was no longer something she could handle alone. Guan Yi, image of sign I'm in front of the last section of the main road to be repaired. That's what the sign says. It should be the total number. There's a lot of gaps. Everyone, take a look. The message was sent, and for the first few seconds, it was a continuation of the previous chat. A few seconds later, everyone who saw it was going crazy. What the hell? 3 billion? Is that bullshit? Huh? Someone tell me it's bullshit. It's been 6 days, and we still haven't donated 1 billion. That shouldn't be right. I feel like we donated a lot. The requests were small at first, but from the 3rd stage onwards, they become much larger, hundreds of thousands for each item, and the 4th stage has already reached 1 million. But I still find this number ridiculous. Guan Yi donated 61,000 alone, almost 10,000 a day. How many supply boxes did she get? Amazing. I don't know about others, but for me, 5,000 supplies a day is more than enough. This supply is calculated based on everyone in the game, and it should be the total for the entire game. Even if there were missed donations in the previous stages, we can still make up for it now. On a server with 100,000 people, if everyone donates 5,000 supplies a day, that's 500 million a day, and 3.5 billion in 7 days, with an extra 500 million margin for error. This statistic has to be a joke. I rather believe there's a hostile faction than see this. So in 6 days, only 1 billion has been spent. So did they embezzle 2 billion? I'm floored. Even in a situation like this where lives are at stake, there's still corruption. What a bunch of idiots. Just forget about repairing it. Those who arrive first can check out the surrounding side roads. If that doesn't work, we can repair it. I'd probably be there around 2 p.m., so I explore the route then. It shouldn't be far from the service area. We can explore along the edge. Don't be so reluctant. Please donate it all. Don't think about exchanging it for road tokens. Guan Yi felt a headache watching the frantic chatter. She couldn't keep up with a few thousand people chatting, let alone over 90,000. If things continued this chaotic, she shuddered to imagine how frenzied the chat channel would get after the Golden City. Guan Yi, let me remind you, you haven't counted the construction materials that were swapped. The amount stolen must be hundreds of millions, perhaps even billions. The materials that were diverted naturally can't be counted on the highway, and the substandard materials that were replaced certainly can't be counted on the players. This inflow and outflow creates a discrepancy, so the amount is bound to be insufficient, even with a 500 million margin of error. Failure to identify the problem directly meant that this main road could never be fully repaired. If that was the case, Would further repairs be necessary? If they could bypass it, Guan Yi felt, the number on the sign might not change again. It didn't matter, she thought. She had a clear conscience. Since the main road couldn't be repaired for the time being, Guan Yi had no choice but to get in the car and search for a smaller path leading to the service area. This search took over 3 more hours, and it was already 2 p.m., with only 5 hours left until dark. All the forked roads lead to that forest. Guan Yi stood on the rooftop balcony, eating her late lunch while gazing at the lush, almost dark forest. But that place gives me a very uncomfortable feeling. The more she gazed at the forest, the more uneasy Guan Yi felt. Anxiously, she placed her cup on the table, summoned the car's large screen, and listened to Mi Qingrui's music. Old times had an anxiety-relieving effect, and it had always worked before. But for some reason, Guan Yi was still anxious this time, as if she had suddenly become allergic to tea polyphenol and caffeine, becoming restless and agitated after consuming them. Guan Yi was certain it was her sixth sense radar calling out. So, she opened the chat channel and asked those who claimed they would soon reach the final section of the main road if they had seen the forest at the edge. Guan Yi, forest image, the edge I see, all the paths lead there. Zzz, electrical sound. The text was blurry. The text was twisting, trying to crawl off the screen. Guan Yi decisively closed the chat channel. This thing was temporarily unusable. If she continued to read, she would definitely be affected by something strange. If this isn't what everyone will experience, then I'm being targeted again. Considering I've been so obedient on this server, never even running a red light. The answer is obvious. Madame Crow, Black Pine Forest. Guan Yi couldn't think of any other answer. Guan Yi pulled Lady Crow's shawl from his storage compartment, and a white shadow floated out. It circled Guan Yi a few times like a bird, then stopped, its tone tinged with gloating. Lady Crow transformed this place into a black pine forest. Are you ready to face her? Guan Yi shook his head. You mean, this wasn't originally a black pine forest? This is Lady Crow's ability. She can transform any forest that meets the requirements into a black pine forest. You're being targeted, hee hee hee. You can't escape. Guan Yi chuckled. I'm not planning on running away. Since she came to see me, I go meet her. Since she likes this shawl so much, who knows? We might be able to come to an agreement. Agreement? You want to make a deal with her? What am I supposed to do then? The white shadow screamed at Guan Yi's words, circling Guan Yi, furiously venting its frustration. Guan Yi folded his arms across his chest and sneered, I don't care. Shocked by Guan Yi's attitude, Bai Ying forgot to continue spinning and simply floated there. If you think we're all in this together, then control your hostility towards the living. Guan Yi's tone was cold. I don't want you to suddenly jump out and hinder me while I'm dealing with Madame Crow. Now, Guan Yi paused, staring at Bai Ying as he finished the rest of his words. Tell me what you know about Madame Crow and her weaknesses. Chapter 88. Ever since receiving the shawl and being cursed, Guan Yi had envisioned a meeting with Lady Crow, but in her plans, that was supposed to happen much later. For example, she should have equipped Juxiao with weapons and gotten herself a few firearms, fully prepared, and then go find this Lady Crow, who was either human or ghost. But now her plans were shattered. She had to face Lady Crow completely unprepared, and Guan Yi was irritated, deeply irritated. So, if Bai Ying's words didn't satisfy her, she would be furious. However, Bai Ying didn't know much more about Lady Crow than Guan Yi did. Although she was a victim, she was a confused victim. After all, she was still young when she was made into the shawl, barely even graduating from elementary school. How could she explain anything? I ran to the edge of the forest. It was dark, and I was terrified. Just as I was thinking of giving up and going back, a round glass lantern appeared before me. Talking about his past, Bai Ying's voice lost its sharpness and harshness. That glass lantern was so beautiful. I was immediately drawn to it. I followed it, walking and walking, until I arrived at a brightly lit mansion. The mansion was full of servants. They took me to meals, bathed me, and provided me with a soft bed. They told me that this was all Madame Crow's instructions, and that they would treat any traveler lost in the Black Pine Forest with kindness. Then, I fell asleep. When I woke, I had become part of the shawl. Guan Yi, listening intently, said, The crucial part had been skipped, leaving the story unsettled. So you never even seen Madame Crow, and you're just gone? So what? You be killed by her without even seeing anything. Hearing the white shadow's sharp roar, Guan Yi clicked her tongue twice, and waved her finger in front of the other person. While bullying a child wasn't exactly kind, she had to use this method to extract what she wanted. I'm different from you. You know nothing about Madame Crow, but I already know she's no good. You were a weak child back then, but I'm a brave adult. I could punch the Nanshan nursing home, kick the Beihai kindergarten, and beat up Madame Crow without a problem. Guan Yi didn't have any firearms, but she had a fire axe and a shovel. As long as Madame Crow wasn't a spirit, she wouldn't feel any guilt about assaulting such an old woman. Even if the other party was a pure psychic, Guan Yi felt that she had had a sixth sense radar since she was a child, and now her inspiration had reached level 7, which made her at least an apprentice. Perhaps she could comprehend some killer move in a life-or-death crisis. Didn't Kuwabara Kazuma in Yu Yu Hakusho comprehend the spirit sword in a life-or-death situation? Even if this crappy game wasn't a hot-blooded manga, since she played it, it made sense for her, as a player who survived to this day, to have comprehended something. I never seen Lady Crow's weakness. She just hates the smell of coffee, but that's not enough to kill her. Oh, the smell of coffee. Okay, got it. Guan Yi tilted her head. Okay, don't be angry. If you told me this earlier, I wouldn't have provoked you, would I? Bitterness can make animals think it's poisonous, preventing them from consuming or approaching it. However, unground and roasted coffee beans have a subtle smell and won't have a repelling effect. Even so, Guan Yi remembered that crows don't have a keen sense of smell, so it shouldn't bother them. Besides, is Lady Crow's true form necessarily a crow? Guan Yi didn't think so. Lady Crow sounded more like a nickname than a bird form. Go meet Lady Crow, but I won't leave you a place in my shawl. Bai Ying said, burying himself in the shawl, and no matter how Guan Yi called out, he wouldn't come out. Isn't that still a consideration for the living? Bai Ying's moods were volatile. Sometimes he'd try to stop someone from meeting Lady Crow, and other times he'd say something harsh. Guan Yi assumed it was because of his unstable soul that he couldn't control his thoughts. As for Lady Crow's dislike of coffee, Guan Yi decided to take it seriously. She already had some canned coffee in stock, and with the ton of coffee beans she found in the box, it seemed like more than enough. Be someone who is annoying. Guan Yi sang as she ground coffee beans manually. She didn't have a dedicated coffee maker, so she just used something else. She wasn't going to drink the coffee anyway, so why worry about cleanliness? Be someone who is annoying to Madame Crow. Guan Yi hummed incoherently. When people are mischievous, they always show great patience. Even though the grinding work was boring and difficult, she worked very hard. Then, the white shadow quietly emerged from the shawl again. What good would it do you to anger Lady Crow? She might torture you, making your journey into the shawl extremely painful. Guan Yi paused his self-entertainment and glanced at it. The best outcome is that I kill her. The worst outcome is that we end up in a draw, and I escape safely. The worst outcome is that she captures me. Since I'm going to be killed, of course, I want to make her angry, the angrier the better. Why should she be happy when she kills me? Bai Ying, unable to understand Guan Yi's thoughts, muttered and sank back into the shawl. This isn't the real Black Pine Forest. You still have hope. Guan Yi paused for a moment, then resumed his work. According to the snippets of information leaked on that private radio station, Lancheng is a special area, so special that the Highway Mileage Association is unwilling to waste resources on it. Anything that benefits the players shouldn't be interfered with. But someone like Madame Crow, who poses a threat to the players, can interfere freely. Is this the rule of Lancheng? Guan Yi couldn't help but complain. Given Lu Yu's previous efficiency, Fengming's lack of response further reinforced the truth of the matter. In other words, the Highway Mileage Association can provide informational assistance, but is unwilling to provide material support. The construction supplies previously delivered don't count, as they were also quest items needed by Lancheng, perhaps pre-arranged and triggered once certain conditions are met. It's like a side quest in a program. Wait, side quest? Guan Yi's mind flashed with inspiration, and he suddenly understood what had been bothering him these days. This Lan City truly feels like a giant game. I see. They've been hinting at this ever since I entered the city and downloaded the game. Guan Yi's days of confusion vanished. She finally found the point of incongruity. If she viewed Lan City as a game within a game, everything made sense. Ordinary supply boxes occasionally appeared in residents' homes or on store shelves because they were NPCs within the game, and their contents were automatically subject to player plunder. In previous RPGs, taking was allowed, but in later sandbox games, taking without permission would be met with resistance from NPCs. Lan City naturally fell into the latter category, so those who went to residents' homes to take supply boxes were beaten and arrested by the police. So, rebuilding Lan City is the main quest. The cause of Lan City's problems was the earthquake caused by the meteorite. Or perhaps the simultaneous occurrence of the earthquake and meteorite. The order doesn't matter, What matters is the resulting influx of vengeful spirits. Guan Yi connected all the clues, her speech becoming increasingly fluent. Players want to rebuild Lancheng. Besides donating supplies, they also need to eliminate the vengeful spirits caused by the natural disaster. To prevent public panic, the government has arranged for a new gaming company to use the game to show everyone these things. Of course, this is a bit far-fetched. After all, if the NPCs were truly real, they would likely not accept in-game items being brought into the real world. Thus, Guan Yi suspected that the players and NPCs were playing different versions of the game. While both could control their pets to slay the vengeful spirits, their items would be donated directly to the in-game Lancheng. Construction supply boxes only go into the player's inventory when they're obtained by a player. If they're obtained by an NPC, they're used directly in the in-game Lancheng. After all, this is an AR game, and there's a Lancheng on the phone screen. The supply issue has been resolved. Next up is the lack of the 7th station and the perfunctory nature of the 7 o'clock asphalt news for several days. If this were a massive sandbox game, they could have pre-programmed items, such as preparing hundreds of news items for a random daily draw. The items redeemed with points are also simple. They can be converted and placed in the game beforehand, just like the shops everywhere in Lancheng. After all, they're virtual, so naturally, there's no limit on quantity, and the prices are very cheap. Looking at it this way, the association seems quite conscientious. They're afraid everyone's efforts will be in vain, so they set up items that are unattractive to purchase, so only a very small number of fools will redeem them. At least Guan Yi himself hasn't spent any points in the past few days. I just pity those people. Guan Yi thought of the people in the chat channel who were enthusiastically spending money to stock up, and her heart ached for their wallets for 3 seconds. Given the usual rip-off nature of this crappy game, even though players bought virtual goods and couldn't take them out of Lancheng, they definitely couldn't give back the highway coins they spent. Spending money on virtual items in the game is completely normal. Being stingy has its advantages. If I hadn't been thinking about getting membership points, I might have bought a whole car of stuff by now. As for the food and milk tea, Guan Yi didn't mind. Firstly, it didn't cost much, and secondly, her taste buds were truly enjoying it. What goes into your mouth is worth it. Speaking of which, during the closed beta, you can change the game however you want, but once it's in the public beta, adding or removing content will require patching. The information isn't a big deal, just connecting to the game is enough. But transferring supplies into the game is a real hassle. If that's the case, then even the Highway Mileage Association can't do it. Or doesn't want to do it. But the Gray Band Bounty Hunter, Morpho Butterfly, actually did it. Guan Yi mentally elevated Morpho Butterfly's importance several notches higher. Not only did he send a squirrel courier to deliver her things, he also provided her with crucial information. Things bought with silver coins are worthless. Virtual goods, unsellable in the outside world. Watch out for Lan City's construction. The main story's embezzlement quest. Transferring real-world items into the game. Lan City isn't a secret to some people. Unless this is also a side quest, and the items given to me and the squirrel courier were predetermined, then my guess is pretty close. Guan Yi decided to send another message looking for Morpho Butterfly after leaving this server. Whether it was a predetermined Gray Band side quest, or if he actually delivered something to the sandbox, she would thank him profusely. Chapter 89. After figuring out what was going on, Guan Yi felt much more at ease. If Lady Crow was an NPC in the game, then there was nothing to fear. As long as they left the game, her curse would be nothing to worry about. If Lady Crow was a real person, then it would be even simpler. Regardless of the agreement or otherwise, the Highway Mileage Association couldn't interfere too much with the game of Lancheng. Even if Lady Crow invaded, she would only be a projection. Since she was a projection, she had little lethality, or perhaps only a few % of her true form. Guan Yi felt that in her current state, she might not be completely powerless. Don't games often have similar settings? When the protagonist is still weak, the final boss appears. Then, either due to force majeure, it's unable to kill the protagonist. Or, after making contact with the protagonist, the projection shouts something like "I'm waiting for you" at XXX, giving the still weak protagonist a jolt of sanity. Although Guan Yi didn't consider herself the protagonist of the world, if Lancheng was a game, then she must be a hero. After all, only the brave can fight dragons. Okay, that's a pretty dull joke. Guan Yi rolled her eyes, and quickened the pace of grinding the coffee. She didn't care if it was wasteful or not, efficiency was paramount. She had a ton of coffee beans anyway, so she had no worries about running out of raw materials. After finishing all this, Guan Yi deliberately changed back into her overalls, and a top with plenty of pockets. Then she wrapped the ground coffee in paper, making small bullet packets. After filling his pockets, Guan Yi placed the emergency medicine kit he seized from the gang brothers into the passenger side glove compartment. Aside from the previous fight with the kobold, Guan Yi had barely sustained any injuries, so the gauze, painkillers, primary antidote, and piston brand all-purpose ointment in the kit remained untouched. I hope I never need them, but I definitely have them. The glove compartment was also accessible from under the car, and since it only had one compartment, there was no need to search or select. It was a no-brainer. After tidying up the storage compartment, Guan Yi began to boil water and brew cup after cup of intensely rich black coffee from the remaining coffee grounds. Not bad, not bad. This is definitely the flavor. The rich, bitter aroma lingered at the tip of Guan Yi's nose, and she sniffed hard, satisfied with the taste. If she really hates coffee, attack her with coffee or coffee powder. If she's fake, then throw hot coffee at her. Guan Yi shook her head, suddenly realizing she hit a blind spot. Hot water and hot coffee were nowhere near as stimulating as hot oil. Since the storage compartments now had a freshness function, why didn't she just make a pot of sugar coloring? The thought of half-melted sugar in boiling oil gave Guan Yi goosebumps. In the real world, doing this would be illegal, but in a game within a game. Hee. This was so exciting. If she hadn't been short on materials, Guan Yi would have even considered making aqua regia or a homemade bomb. But boiling hot sugar water and oil were also quite good. It was hard to defend against them. Well, in that case, we can't use the drinking water bottle from before. The hot coffee in the drinking water bottle had already been slightly scalded, but it still held its shape and hadn't leaked. But if it had been hot oil, that would have been a different story. So Guan Yi began searching for her production licenses. Ever since she started reselling supplies at the 7th station, she rarely done OEM work. In order to upgrade her workshop, Guan Yi had acquired a lot of production licenses. Since her goal was to increase sales, she took them all, no matter how useless the contents might be. There were items like woven grasshoppers, breathing puppies in bamboo baskets, wreaths, and brooches, all purely for spiritual enjoyment, as well as everyday items like chopsticks, spoons, enamel pots, and glass bottles. That thick, wide-mouthed glass bottle would be perfect. Guan Yi quickly found what she needed and immediately got the workshop going, churning out all 200 bottles in one go. She herself took out the rope from the supplies and cut it into lengths with scissors. Since they were all glass bottles filled with hot oil, tying ropes around the mouths to make them throwable seemed natural. Since she was alone, Guan Yi worked until nightfall, finally finishing all the bottles before transforming into a spirit pet to go out and fight monsters. I can't reach the service area on the 6th day like before. Guan Yi sighed, but it was only a hint of regret. She had long known she couldn't stay ahead, especially after being cut off from chatting with the others. She had already made up her mind to rush to the service area at the last minute. Madam Crow, huh? You taken my first place. I remember this. Guan Yi muttered as she slashed the vengeful spirit to death with one claw. But it's hard to say. The numbers on the main road are already falling behind, so most people will choose to take the side roads. My level's boss is Lady Crow. They can't just get by easily. There's bound to be other bosses waiting. A game with unbalanced numbers isn't a good game. Just as Guan Yi had guessed, those like her who reached the final section of the main road on the 6th day, after seeing the astronomical numbers, almost all chose to find another way. Then, when they reached a fork in the road and were about a third of the way there, they were automatically disconnected from the chat channel. It was too late to retreat at this point, so they had no choice but to continue on their path, challenging their respective final bosses. Different paths lead to different bosses, and each level has its own distinct focus. Unfortunately, players don't get any boss hints, so if they encounter a weak point, they can only blame themselves. So, this chat channel incident wasn't Lady Crow deliberately targeting Guan Yi. It was a common experience for all players who trigger the finale. Guan Yi didn't know this, but even if she did, she wouldn't be grateful for the game's fairness. Instead, she cursed them for being idle and incompetent. From another perspective, Guan Yi, knowing her opponent was Lady Crow and calmly preparing her battle items, was far happier than those players who knew nothing about their future. Regardless of the disparity in skill, at least she had the information advantage. A night of silence followed. The next morning, the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived promptly. While the merchandise remained as unrefined as ever, at least the information provided new guidance. Highway News 1. The remaining vengeful spirits in Lancheng have coalesced into a super vengeful spirit. This area has been marked as a danger zone. Please do not enter without permission. 2. A case of corruption in Lancheng's construction has been filed, and a working group will soon be entering Lancheng to investigate. Drivers in Lancheng are advised to conduct self-inspections and avoid mixing up Lancheng supplies with their own. 3. Today is the last day of the server operation. Drivers, please stay alert on the roads. Drink hot tea, coffee, or energy drinks to stay alert, and avoid driving while fatigued. It's the last day, so they're giving me a tip? Guan Yi carefully read every item in the newsletter, and roughly understood what the Highway Mileage Association was trying to say. The first item meant that if it weren't for Lady Crow, the boss she would have faced would have been a super vengeful spirit. The second item was even simpler: don't covet other people's construction supplies. Return them immediately before the investigation team arrives, or else something bad will happen. The third one. Guan Yi felt like the association was calling her out. She was about to meet Madame Crow, so how could she still be so sleepy? The tea and coffee were hot, of course, but even the energy drinks were hot. Doesn't that speak volumes? So I'm under surveillance? Guan Yi thought about it, then quickly dismissed the idea. They probably only saw the general plot, and couldn't observe every individual in detail. That would be too terrifying. Guan Yi rubbed her chin and looked up at the sky. After staring at the dark clouds for a few seconds, she pointed her index finger at the sky, then her thumb, swiping it horizontally across the side of her neck. Then, she pointed her thumb downward, fiercely at the ground. The entire set of movements flowed smoothly, carrying an aura of "I found you, and I finish you off sooner or later." This was Guan Yi's silent declaration to the people monitoring Lancheng. Afterward, feeling refreshed, Guan Yi returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and drove along the current road toward the Black Pine Forest. She could have kept it to herself, pretending she hadn't guessed the truth, but Guan Yi felt that if the fragments of information leaked by the private radio station were true, it would prove that someone was already paying attention to her. Don't forget, she had her championship prize stolen once. Since that was the case, there was no point in forcing herself to keep it to herself. It would be better to directly provoke. This would allow her to vent her emotions without causing breast hyperplasia, and it would also mislead those people into thinking she was a strong-willed, impulsive person. Guan Yi enjoyed this kind of double-edged sword. As for whether the other party would actually follow her path, she didn't really care. Mainly, she still thought real-time monitoring was ridiculous, which was why she didn't feel socially awkward when she performed the action just now. After all, she was the only one who could see it, so why not? As they drove along the road, the sky grew increasingly overcast, and a strong wind picked up. Sand and rocks on the roadside were blown backwards, and small stones occasionally hit the car window, making a crackling sound. The storm is brewing. Do you have to be so emotional? Guan Yi narrowed his eyes at the approaching Black Pine Forest ahead, and sneered, clearly disapproving of Madame Crow's tactics. Since you already hacked into the Lancheng server, why don't you look at me? Do I look like I'd be afraid of this kind of weather? Guan Yi didn't know about others, but as a travel blogger, she traveled extensively and naturally encountered all sorts of unexpected situations. It was just wind and dark clouds, so what was there to be afraid of? When modifying the car, Guan Yi had paid extra for a lightning arrestor. Whether it was lightning or hail, Xu Xiao wasn't afraid. Let the storm get even worse. With the weather's blessing, Guan Yi's Chinabaka's spirit erupted completely. He slammed the accelerator, increasing Xu Xiao's speed to maximum. And then, at this speed, Guan Yi charged into the Black Pine Forest and, following the bumpy forest path, quickly arrived in front of a Gothic building with a pointed roof. Beep! Guan Yi honked the horn. Madame Crow, open the door. We have a visitor. Chapter 90. At the urging of a car horn, the Gothic, black iron, card gate slowly opened. A butler in a black and white tuxedo emerged, respectfully inviting Guan Yi inside. Guan Yi refused to get out. Please ask Madame Crow to come out. I'm a driver, tied to the car, and I don't feel comfortable leaving it in such a strange place. After saying this, Guan Yi took out a shawl and waved it. You should recognize this, right? If she wants, she can come out. Shirting was killed after entering the house. Guan Yi wasn't sure if it was the food or the house itself. She had watched a lot of anime, and many of them featured characters with their own domains. If an outsider accidentally stepped into one, they would be at their mercy. Guan Yi wasn't sure if Madame Crow was the one, so she chose not to take the risk. The butler felt embarrassed by Guan Yi's rudeness, but he couldn't force his guest. Or rather, he couldn't do anything without orders. This is Lancheng, a separate program. Even Lady Crow must abide by its rules. This was something Lady Crow had understood even before she decided to send her clone into Lancheng. She must abide by the protocol, or she would be instantly wiped out by the program. There are always troublemakers coming, thought the butler, motioning Guan Yi to wait while he consulted his master. Guan Yi had no objection, sitting quietly in the car, waiting. She admitted she was just testing the waters. If the other party insisted, she would still go in. After all, Lady Crow was her final boss, and she couldn't reach the service area until she had dealt with her. Guan Yi waited for about 10 minutes before the butler reappeared within her sight. Behind him, a tall, slender woman in a black gothic dress followed. Her hair had turned white, piled high on her head. Guan Yi had initially suspected she was an elderly woman, but as she approached, she was surprised to discover her face was wrinkle-free and, in fact, rich in collagen. She looked more like a young woman than a madam, Guan Yi thought, wondering if she had mistaken her for someone else. However, when the person approached and spoke, Guan Yi immediately realized she had been mistaken. This woman was Madame Crow. The maturity and experience in her voice was not something a naive young woman could feign. "Welcome to my estate, my guest from afar. Why don't you get out of the car and sit down? I have the finest tea and pastries. Do you prefer scones or cheesecake? I like Alfred's cookies." Guan Yi began to ramble seriously, or the peerless noodles made by Little Chef. "Sorry, I don't like any of those you mentioned." Guan Yi actually loved light cheesecake, but even if she was a greedy girl, she couldn't eat something given by a bad person. Madame Crow's smile faded. She didn't know Alfred or Little Chef, let alone the cookies they were talking about, or what peerless noodles meant. She only knew one thing. This person, who refused to get out of the car, was here to cause trouble. "In that case, please return my shawl." Madame Crow's voice was cold. "Hand over the shawl, and let you go, or I spend a day with you, and you never leave again." Oh, she was getting anxious. Guan Yi scoffed in front of Madame Crow, adopting a nonchalant attitude, saying, "I won't do what you say," and spoke lazily. "The shawl is indeed in my possession, but it's not the real thing, just a piece of data. You and I both know that Lawn City is virtual, a game within a game. So why are you so obsessed with a piece of data?" This was also Guan Yi's curiosity. It was understandable that he wanted the shawl. After all, it was quite difficult to obtain. Even for Madame Crow, collecting so many souls would be a difficult task. But what she didn't understand was that if Lancheng was a game, the cape and the white shadow were just data. What was the point of a piece of data? Was it to add a bonus to the collection, or was it simply an obsession? Guan Yi's words were somewhat of a ploy to trick Lady Crow, a gamble on whether she would admit that Lancheng was a game. Everyone jokes in movies and TV shows that villains die because they talk too much, but there's a reason for that. After all, this villain has to lay out the whole story, explaining everything to the audience. Lady Crow was clearly the same way, talking endlessly. Guan Yi speculated that one of the conditions for her projection into the game was that she had to take on all the tasks expected of the final boss. For example, a detailed explanation of what Lancheng was all about. And why did she insist on having an electronic cape? According to Madame Crow, problems had already arisen when Lawn City was first built in the original world, and the investigation team had already entered Lawn City to conduct an investigation, but due to natural disasters and man-made disasters, they were unable to leave. So inaudible fuzzy syllables stopped the loss in time and turned Lawn City into an independent sandbox game. The Highway Mileage Association is a preset mission, delivering supplies at a fixed time frame. The people you contacted also had preset missions, but the chances of triggering them are very, very low. Madame Crow stared at Guan Yi's head with curiosity, as if trying to peer through her hard skull to see how her mind truly worked. Hearing this, Guan Yi's heart skipped a beat. This was something she hadn't anticipated. She thought she contacted an external association, only to discover she only triggered a rare side quest with demanding prerequisites. If Fengming was also data, then what about the blue morpho butterfly that delivered her supplies? Could it also be a side quest exclusive to the Bounty Hunter channel? No wonder. I was wrong about that. Guan Yi's theory was that Fengming, the blue morpho butterfly, and the squirrel courier were all from the outside world, having paid a heavy price for their efforts. But if they were truly part of Lancheng, preset data, automatically activated upon player triggering, the difficulty would be dramatically reduced. After all, her previous speculation about breaking through the dimensional wall was merely a result of the game's meticulous and realistic design, not a difficult task for the game's designers. Wait, if that were the case, then the only way this world could communicate with the outside world would be that private radio station. After all, no matter how far in advance the mission was planned, it was impossible for her name to be included. Guan Yi was certain that she had heard something related to herself. Even if the name could be solved with code, after all, Most games that allow players to choose their own names do so. The fact that she had been deprived of the championship reward couldn't have been planned in advance. I don't think it's impossible. After all, there are so few words, it seems anyone could relate. Guanye's head ached. She decided to give it up. Whatever happened, after defeating Lady Crow, who wasn't a projection but data, she could get to the service area. Now she understood why she was so obsessed with an electronic shawl. It was a damn game quest. Lady Crow didn't seem to notice Guanye's distraction, and diligently continued to recount the little stunts about Lawn City construction. Of course, Guanye had already guessed all this, and hearing Lady Crow's words was just confirmation. She only regretted not being able to fast forward, and could only patiently listen to this long, predictable text. Finally, the plot progressed to the shawl, and Guanye perked up, knowing that the main point, which would determine her success, was about to begin. "That's my shawl. You must return it to me," Madame Crow said, motioning the butler forward to receive it. "I understand that every girl wants a shawl like that, but you have to fight for it yourself, find a way to get it, instead of just hoarding it." As she finished speaking, 2 lines of text distortedly appeared in front of Guanye. "Hand over the shawl to enter ending 5. Refuse to proceed to ending 1 or 2. Guanye, TSK, you're talking like I committed a crime of illegal appropriation of other people's property. At worst, you sue me for unjust enrichment, right?" She stuffed the shawl back into the storage compartment in front of Madame Crow, then spread her empty hands, gesturing for her to hurry up and not waste time. Madame Crow didn't attack immediately, but instead asked Guanye one final question. "Since you know the shawl is a piece of data, why are you fighting me for it? Your true form is also data now. If you lose to me here, you'd be instantly obliterated." Guanye smiled. "Maybe it's because even in a sandbox game, I insist on being a good person." With that, she didn't wait for Madame Crow to make a move. She immediately put the car into reverse, backed out a distance, and then, at a speed so fast that no ordinary person would react, slammed into Madame Crow. However, Madame Crow deftly dodged. The butler quietly retreated away from the center of the battlefield, but judging by his direction, Guanye suspected he was going to mobilize forces. Who knew, soon, a horde of maids and servants would burst out of the mansion, becoming Madame Crow's minions. Guanye hated this. She had no AoE abilities. Maybe she could use chasing Xia to ram her later, but only after she dealt with Madame Crow. She was too agile. Guanye tried several times, but couldn't reach her. She had no choice but to get out of the car and confront her head-on with a fire axe. "Do you like this?" After another attack missed, Guanye freed her left hand, pulled out a bottle of hot coffee from the storage compartment, chopped off the neck with her axe, and threw it at the approaching Crow Lady. "I'm treating you to hot coffee, so don't hesitate, enjoy it." Crow Lady cried out in exasperation, "Hot coffee? I hate hot coffee. It ruined my last shawl." Guanye, "Oh, it has this effect? I have to try it later." She didn't dare try it now, mainly because she was afraid Crow Lady would have a berserk mechanic, like destroying the shawl would trigger it, which would be pure trouble. But throwing a few bottles of coffee would still be okay, Guanye thought. She took out another bottle of hot coffee, chopped off the lid, and threw it at Crow Lady's beautiful dress. "You won't let me through, right? Then let's fight it out. Let's see who gives up first. If you don't let me get to the service area, I splash your clothes. I ruin all your pretty dresses with coffee stains." With this conviction in mind, Guanye's axe chopped slower and slower, while splashing faster and faster, at increasingly thorny angles. Guanye, while it's not good to waste money, it seems she has no other choice. Hee hee. Chapter 91. Lady Crow's attack style is quite impressive. Guanye attributes it to rapid movement, sonic attacks, mental attacks, and skirt attacks. The rapid movement is primarily due to Guanye's inability to hit anyone while driving. If she were to get out and engage Lady Crow in physical combat, the opponent's movement would return to normal. Guanye speculated that this was probably a game restriction, designed to prevent players from cheating and defeating the boss in unexpected ways. The sonic attack primarily involves Lady Crow's scream. Every time Guanye splashes her, she screams, her voice incredibly high-pitched. If Guanye hadn't been wearing noise-canceling headphones, she would have been unbearable. The mental attack is Lady Crow's inherent ability. She begins by cupping her hands over her chest, followed by a black ball ejected from her mouth. Guanye must dodge these attacks. If she's hit, she feels dizzy, her body will become sluggish, and she starts to mutter strange thoughts. She was hit once when she first encountered it, and she's since prioritized avoiding it. As for the skirt attack, it's considered Lady Crow's defensive measure. When Guanye approaches, her long black skirt automatically spins, and the lace hem transforms into sharp blades, leaving a deep wound if one isn't careful. Guan Yi's offensive methods are much weaker. She wields a fire axe with great vigor, leaving her free to throw the hot coffee she's prepared. Oh, and she also has a dog whistle, summoning 3 vicious dogs that are now barking wildly around Lady Crow, occasionally pouncing and attempting a bite. Unfortunately, Lady Crow's skirt is quite powerful. After the dogs' mouths are slashed by the sharp blades, they can only bark and cheer from the periphery. Guan Yi didn't need cheerleaders, so she blew the dog whistle again, telling the dogs to end their fight, saving time for later. As for the hot oil mixed with icing sugar, Guan Yi used it as a second-stage weapon, but it wasn't time to use it yet. Madame Crow was clearly wary of Guan Yi's coffee attacks. Whether it was the smell or the potential stains or burns, she tried to avoid them, even willing to be struck by Guan Yi's axe. Guan Yi decided to change her tactics. She had plenty of coffee, coffee grounds, and coffee beans. She didn't care about accuracy, she'd just throw them. Since physical attacks, specifically the fire axe, couldn't hurt Madame Crow, there was no point in using them. So Guan Yi put away the fire axe and switched to throwing coffee cups with both hands, occasionally mixing in empty bottles. After a few times, Madame Crow noticed the empty bottles and, believing Guan Yi had run out of tricks, arrogantly dodged all the coffee bottles, but allowed glass objects other than coffee bottles to fall on her. "Is that your little trick?" Mrs. Crow sneered at Guan Yi. "Do you think I like those shiny pieces like a stupid crow?" "Oh, you don't?" Guan Yi pretended to be surprised. "I thought you were a crow." Sorry, it's my fault. I should have thought of it earlier." After all what?" Mrs. Crow asked sharply. "What do you want to say?" Guan Yi threw several more bottles at him. "After all, real crows are very smart, and you are very stupid. I should have known the difference between you two." "How dare you?" Madame Crow was furious. She couldn't stand Guan Yi calling her foolish. After all, she was beautiful and noble, and had cultivated a reputation for philanthropy, becoming the last hope for those with nowhere else to turn. She had always prided herself on this, believing she could manipulate anyone with a flick of her finger. She was the smartest person, and now this person was mocking her foolishness? Unforgivable. Madame Crow's attacks intensified, their frequency increasing. Guan Yi dodged left and right, but still fell. At the same time, Madame Crow no longer cared about the glass bottle. She let it fall on her, then rolled to the ground with a crisp, shattering sound. Guan Yi ducked, observing Madame Crow. When she was absolutely certain she wouldn't dodge the glass bottle, she finally unleashed her hot oil weapon and began the second phase of her attack. Bang! The first one struck Lady Crow, then was shattered by her skirt, which automatically activated its defense. The hot oil, mixed with icing sugar, along with shards of glass, smeared all over her face. "Ah! What have you done?" Lady Crow screamed shrilly. She raised her hands and rubbed them across her face, as if trying to wipe away the burns. However, Guan Yi had added frosted sugar to the oil, and the more she rubbed, the more evenly it spread. "Guan Yi, hot oil and icing sugar mask, I hope you like it." Anyone who has played games knows that when a boss becomes paralyzed or stunned, it's time for players to pounce and unleash their ultimates. All the previous dodging and endurance were for this moment, and Guan Yi was no exception. She kept taking out bottles of hot oil from her pocket, and her hands were like rotating fan blades, pouring the oil with added ingredients on Mrs. Crow's face, neck, arms, legs, in short, all the exposed skin had to be taken care of. "It's the skirt that makes you who you are, and the skirt that breaks you." Guan Yi sighed as she tossed the items. The skirt, with its automatic defense function, continued to do its job diligently even while Lady Crow was paralyzed. In other words, the bottles Guan Yi threw would still shatter, and she didn't have to waste time uncorking them. What a wonderful skirt! After pouring the hot oil, Guan Yi began pouring coffee, then coffee powder. With each successive action, a strange smell emanated from Lady Crow's body. It was like someone roasting meat with coffee powder. It was strange, but somewhat appetizing. Gradually, Lady Crow's howling and struggling subsided, and before the butler, accompanied by the male and female servants, rushed out, she collapsed to the ground. After the boss battle, the monsters were easily dealt with. In fact, when they saw Lady Crow collapse to the ground, they all froze in place. Then, with the exception of the butler, all the servants disappeared. The butler's eyes glowed red, and he charged at Guan Yi, his weapon raised, shouting, "Ah!" Guan Yi didn't dodge or evade. He waited until the butler reached him, then sleekly stepped to the left. Then, with a sharp step, he twisted his waist driving his shoulder, his shoulder driving his hand, and with one blow, he struck the butler's fragile neck, turning him into a half-headless knight. Blood spurted out, nearly splashing Guan Yi's face. Guan Yi frowned in disgust and took a few steps back, avoiding the butler's grimacing body. Honestly, she felt a little sick right now. Even though it was the final boss, a mere piece of data, the crow lady and the butler looked so real that Guan Yi felt like she had actually killed someone. Killing someone seems easy enough to netizens, but in reality, even armed police officers who kill a criminal in the line of duty need counseling, let alone most ordinary people who haven't even killed a chicken, duck, or fish. No wonder the monsters in VR games are subhuman. If I were facing a movie-quality face, I feel guilty. Guan Yi finished dry retching and wiped her mouth. The housekeeper's body had vanished, which made her feel better. After all, it meant she was just data, not a real person. But Lady Crow still lay there quietly. Guan Yi narrowed her eyes, and threw another bottle of hot coffee at her. Seeing no movement, she cautiously approached and gently nudged her corpse with her toe. Bang! Lady Crow exploded, disintegrating into a shimmering mess. Guan Yi scoffed. It's all data. She's leaving soon. What's the point of this thing? 5 seconds later, Guan Yi silently began to pick up the fallen items. They were all her spoils, perfect for taking photos, so why not? So Guan Yi obtained tattered long skirt, excellent, X1, silk handkerchief X1, bronze key X1, and bird head key X1. Some equipment actually dropped. Not bad, not bad. I just messed it up a bit. If I'd known, I wouldn't have thrown it at her. Guan Yi's eyes lit up when she saw the blue equipment marked excellent. Regardless of whether she could take it out, at least she finally saw some blue gear. The skirt was the same one Madame Crow had been wearing, but it was tattered and covered in coffee stains and sticky sugary oil stains. Of course, that was just the appearance. It felt refreshing in the hand. Guan Yi happily swapped her leather vest for the skirt. It wouldn't show anyway, and if she didn't say anything, no one would know she was dressed so shabbily. The leather vest has 5 points of armor, while the skirt only has 3, but it also has a waltz defense effect that triggers once every 60 seconds, automatically blocking the opponent's attack. If it's a small hidden weapon, it will simply shatter, as it did just now. The silk handkerchief wasn't very useful, just a beautiful one. If it weren't in Lawn City, it would probably fetch a lot of money in a second-hand shop. The bronze key opens the bronze treasure chest, while the birdhead key is a bit more unique. Guan Yi glanced at the description, and it seemed the corresponding door was in Lady Crow's mansion. So, she happily rushed in and, like any player in an old-school RPG, searched Lady Crow's mansion thoroughly. Incidentally, while the house looked quite large, there weren't many rooms you could actually enter. Most of them, the moment you touched the doorknob, a system notification popped up stating you didn't have access permission. Guan Yi ultimately only managed to enter 3 rooms: the study, the bedroom, and the basement. The study was filled with books, their contents obscure and difficult to understand. Even someone with trained memory skills, like Guan Yi, couldn't possibly memorize them. Forget memorizing them, she couldn't even read the titles. Guan Yi was frustrated. She even felt like a pathetic illiterate. Just as Guan Yi, convinced her visit to the study had been a waste of time, clapped her hands and prepared to leave, she received a new system message. She could choose a book from the bookshelf and take it away. Guan Yi, the reward is nice, but can you please let me understand it first? Chapter 92. There was a timer limit for book selection, so Guan Yi had no choice but to pick a book she liked from the books she couldn't understand. It was a dark green book, about as thick as the Civil Code. Guan Yi's intuition told her to choose it, and her mind told her that thicker books sell for more. After choosing the book, the study door opened again, and Guan Yi walked out, clutching her copy of the Civil Code. The next room was the bedroom, brimming with gothic charm, which made Guan Yi, who was indifferent to it, conclude, if I slept here, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Guan Yi tried to get another blue dress from Mrs. Crow's closet, but unfortunately, it was just ordinary clothing, the kind without even a description, making it useless as a prop. The same was true for the other decorations, even the dressing box. All the jewelry inside was fake. It looked beautiful, but in reality, it was worthless. Guan Yi, ugh, thankfully, her hard work paid off. Guan Yi finally found a small vault behind a large portrait of the Crow Lady, and received 5,000 road coins, plus a large nugget of gold. Wow, that's almost 2 pounds. Guan Yi tossed the gold nuggets in her hand, along with a thick book, into her backpack. It was too heavy, and she didn't want to carry them any longer. After searching so far, Guan Yi had a vague idea in her mind. Regardless of whether she could take the item she bought in Lawn City these past few days, the item she obtained from the final boss seemed to be an exception. The last accessible room was the basement, which required the bird head key to open. Just as Guan Yi had guessed, a magic circle was drawn on the floor, various bottles and jars were placed on the shelves, and the walls were painted with runes she couldn't decipher. Clearly, this wasn't a good place. Could the shawl have been made here? Guan Yi stared at the 2 knitting needles floating in the center of the magic circle. He felt the hint was obvious. If it had been made here, could it also be destroyed here? Thinking this way, Guan Yi pulled the shawl from his backpack. A white shadow, seemingly drawn by the surroundings, floated out without waiting for Guan Yi to speak. And it wasn't just the white shadow, the other energy forms, unable to communicate, also floated out. They had lost their consciousness, and simply circled around the knitting needles. You actually defeated Lady Crow. Guan Yi hummed. What else? You're much stronger than I thought. The white shadow circled Guan Yi several times before approaching the knitting needles. A powerful person shouldn't be trapped here. You should go further, defeat stronger enemies. Guan Yi, what stronger enemies? Bai Ying slowly shook her head, answering a question that didn't seem to be relevant. Place the shawl in the center of the magic circle, then reverse the surrounding instruments. We will be free. Please, powerful lady. Guan Yi nodded. Today was already the 7th day, the Lancheng game had come to an end. The final boss had been defeated, the loot had been collected, and this scene before her should be the final cut scene. After watching it, she could leave. So, she followed Bai Ying's instructions, first placing the shawl in the center of the magic circle, then rotating the wooden sculptures on the outer circle one by one, so that they stared outward instead of gazing at the circle. Of course, to be on the safe side, Guan Yi photographed the entire formation before proceeding, fearing any mistake would prevent her from recreating it. After Guan Yi finished placing the last wooden sculpture, a sudden change occurred within the formation. The shawl spontaneously ignited without fire, and puffs of black smoke billowed from it. With each shadow energy form, a puff of black smoke entered it, and the shadow energy forms gradually took on facial features and corresponding bodies. At first, they stared blankly, then glanced down at their bodies. Finally, they nodded to Guan Yi, and one by one, they entered the fireplace and drifted down the chimney into the distance. The last to leave was the still conscious white shadow. Guan Yi finally saw the little girl's true form. She wore a blue dress and 2 pigtails, a familiar image from fairy tales. Thank you, powerful lady. I am leaving here for a warmer place. With that, the white shadow waved to Guan Yi and also drifted towards the fireplace. But before entering, she turned back to look at Guan Yi again. My name is Alice. I hope I can live to at least your age in my next life. With that, Alice slipped into the fireplace and vanished like the other shadowy energy forms. Clang! The metal badge landed on the stone floor with a crisp sound. Guan Yi went to pick it up and discovered it was a diamond-shaped metal seal. It featured a half-length portrait of Lady Crow draped in a shawl, and behind her were dozens of white shadows. The most prominent one was the little girl Alice. She stared down at Lady Crow, her eyes gleaming with the fire of revenge. Guan Yi rubbed the badge with the tip of her thumb. It was quite heavy, with no pins on the back. It also looked angular, giving her the impression that it should be embedded somewhere. Then, Guan Yi spotted a diamond-shaped groove right in the center of the fireplace frame. The antidote is within 7 steps, indeed. Guan Yi sighed, pressing the diamond-shaped badge into the groove. Then, she felt the fireplace make a crackling sound and begin to shake slightly. She quickly stepped back, holding her breath to avoid inhaling dust caused by the vibrations. After a dozen seconds, the vibration stopped, and a large crack appeared in the fireplace, revealing a faint light coming from the opposite side. Guan Yi peeked inside from the hole for a moment, then returned to the basement entrance. Unsurprisingly, the door was locked. The only way out was through the fireplace. And, whether it was an illusion or not, Guan Yi felt that the vibrations were not only continuing, but seemed to be getting stronger. The boss is defeated, and the castle collapses. What a cliched plot. The protagonist ends up standing on a high cliff, looking back at the gradually crumbling castle. Oh, and facing the rising sun, that's what makes it feel like an RPG. Complaints aside, Guan Yi's speed didn't slow her down as she entered the secret passage. She ran as fast as she could, following the light ahead, fearing she'd fail and die in the passage. 3 minutes later, Guan Yi plunged into the white light at the cave entrance. Then, she felt a dizzying sensation. Once she regained her composure, she found herself sitting securely in Juxia, with a straight road ahead. Next to the road, a large sign read, 50 kilometers from Lancheng service area. Guan Yi immediately checked her phone. The time displayed was May 21st, for 27 p.m. It's almost 5 o'clock already. TSK, first place is out of the question, but at least I made it to the next round, and won't have to play a multiplayer battle royale. Since the service area was just ahead, there was no need to hesitate. Guan Yi started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the service area with all her might. 15 minutes later, Guan Yi was stopped by a group of uniformed staff about 1,000 meters from the service area. "Madam, we are from the Lancheng inspection team. Please accept our questionnaire and luggage inspection before entering the service area." The staff's words were polite, and there were only 2 people surrounding her, but Guan Yi didn't dare to act rashly. She saw the group outside the interception card, each holding an American-style II sword, staring at her intently. Cooperate, of course she had to. She had a clear conscience. "Do you want me to take out everything?" Guan Yi took the tablet they handed her, which contained an open questionnaire. The staff member politely replied, "No need to bother, we just scan it." Guan Yi shrugged, signaling them to proceed as she began filling out the questionnaire. Although it was called a questionnaire, it actually consisted of only 2 questions. 1. Did you donate all the construction supplies you received from Lancheng? 2. Have you discovered any problems with Lancheng's construction? If so, please describe them in detail. Guan Yi wrote yes after the first question. She truly hadn't kept any of it. She had donated all the construction supplies she had received. As for the items she had unpacked, none of them were marked as construction items, they were simply rewards for players. The second question was equally simple. She was the first person to discover the facehugger and grooved worm. Adding to her subsequent speculation, Guan Yi organized her words a bit, and wrote down her findings one by one. Meanwhile, the staff were using a strange instrument to inspect Xuxia, focusing primarily on the trunk. After Guan Yi finished filling out the questionnaire, the staff asked her to exit the car and inspected her backpack and waist bag. 10 minutes later, a red pass stamp appeared on Xuxia's passenger window. The staff member said, "Don't worry about your car. The stamp can be removed at the car wash in the service area. Here's your car wash voucher, please accept it." Guan Yi accepted the voucher, worth 160 highway coins, and the roadblock was removed, allowing her to continue on her way. The final 1,000 meters passed without any obstruction, and Guan Yi arrived at the service area safely, where she heard the system notification chime. Player Guan Yi earned the title, Level 4 Section Lead Driver. Rewards: 300 highway coins, 1 zone jump option, 1 gold medal, 1 sponsorship gift bag. Huh. Finally! Only now did Guan Yi truly relax. But I've been delayed for so long, how could I still be first? What a joke. This server has 100,000 players. Even if over 10,000 died along the way, Guan Yi didn't think she'd stand out. She was prepared to stay in her car even if she couldn't get a hotel room, so how could she still be first? Something's wrong. Something's terribly wrong. Something's wrong with the chat channel too. Guan Yi entered the chat channel and found it incredibly quiet, as if everyone had vanished, leaving her as the only person online. Could it be that they haven't finished defeating the boss and haven't left the game yet? That shouldn't be the case. Could the Wraith Collective be even harder to defeat than Lady Crow? If that's the case, Guan Yi thought, then she'd gotten a leg up by starting Lady Crow's side quest. Although this speculation was far-fetched, just thinking about it made Guan Yi happy. Chapter 93. Although she didn't know what the others were up to, winning the championship was always a good thing. Guan Yi calmly drove into the service area, found a repair shop, and sent Xuxia for a checkup. Then, she rode her motorcycle onto the service area street, ready to head to the old tire inn to book a king-size bed. This service area has a bit of a cyber world vibe. Guan Yi looked up at the stacked buildings as she rode her motorcycle. It was clear that ordinary bungalows could no longer meet the service area's requirement of accommodating 100,000 people simultaneously. Of course, everyone knew that the final number of people arriving wouldn't be that high, and there would inevitably be losses along the way. Even so, new areas needed to be explored. For example, looking up or looking down. Guan Yi stood at the edge of the platform on this floor, feeling a bit dazed. She still thought she was back in the mountain town she visited before. Entered from the first floor, took the elevator up more than 20 floors, and when she emerged, she saw, oh, it was still the first floor. Without a map, this place would be hard to find. Guan Yi muttered, regretting that she hadn't gotten the lounge VIP privileges this time. Now she finally understood the value of the shopping delivery service. It wasn't meant for small service areas, but for large ones like these, which resembled a cyber maze. Thankfully, The main purpose of service areas is to provide drivers with a break, to ease their tense nerves, soothe their anxiety, and empty their pockets of road coins. For this reason, Guan Yi could see road signs of all sizes within a few steps. For just 20 road coins, she could rent a mini navigation assistant. Simply state your needs, and it will automatically plan a route, listing all the places that meet your needs, allowing players to choose where to go. It's a nice, thoughtful feature, but could you please make the time display font a little bigger? Guan Yi couldn't help but complain. She initially thought the 20 yuan rental was for a day, but then, thinking the service area wasn't so discreet, she assumed it was for an hour. But after she paid, she realized the 20 yuan only covered 15 minutes. The 15-minute sign was as small as an ant and tucked away in a hidden corner. She looked at it 3 times and ignored it, showing how hidden it was. What's the point of writing it out? No one knows the way, so they have to rent it anyway. Guan Yi was puzzled. Unless this person was determined to wander around and see where they went, considering everyone was only going to be there for 2 days at most, who would be reluctant to spend that little money? Besides, the navigation system can be paused when not in use. If you're frugal, it shouldn't cost that much. Isn't that right, little vampire? Guan Yi flicked the small, round navigation device. It was a sphere that could float in midair, seemingly with many different skins. The one she rented had black bat wings, fangs, and red eyes. It looked like a spherical vampire. Let's find a hotel first. I'm going to arrange accommodations. Sort by convenience and price. Guan Yi figured there couldn't be only one hotel in such a large service area. Sure enough, the little vampire gave her a list. Although they were all under the old tire brand, they ranged from high-end hotels to low-end chains, allowing her to choose freely. The cheapest is still 80 per day, and the most expensive is 5,000. Guan Yi's eyes widened. What? A luxury suite in a 5-star hotel? If it didn't come with any added value, it would have to be a complete rip-off to stay there. Even if she had over 20,000 highway coins, she wouldn't be willing to spend nearly a fifth of that on a single night's stay unless there were clear benefits. If she only upgraded the bedding and room quality, Guan Yi felt she wasn't ready for luxury. After all, in the real world, mattresses range in price from tens to tens of thousands, and even more expensive ones cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. So, the high price might not be due to something special. Perhaps it's simply because the room is comfortable. I can go check it out later, Guan Yi pondered. After all, the high-end hotel was located at the top of the service area, considered the rich area, so she had to go check it out. Search the 7th post station. I see how many shops there are. The previous search had given Guan Yi a clue. Since this service area could accommodate 100,000 people at a time, there should be many shops with similar functions. Otherwise, everyone would be crowded together, and there might not be a queue until the service area closed. As Guan Yi expected, the 7th station also had numerous establishments. But unlike the old tire inn, each one was labeled same goods, same source, same price, conveying the message, anyone's fine. Except for the one on the very top floor. According to the little vampire, this is the main store for the area, with a members-only section. Many items aren't for sale to the public, and can only be redeemed with membership points. I have to go. I accumulated quite a few points, and my mileage level has reached level 2. Even if prices in the service area are higher, I can still get a 15% discount. Guan Yi's efforts on the Lancheng server were in vain. She wasn't able to spend money at the 7th post station, nor was she able to profit from reselling. She was very dissatisfied with this. She didn't like to rest on her laurels. Guan Yi decided to go to the post station first. Just as she was about to call continue navigation to unpause the little vampire, the familiar squirrel courier appeared before her. From the Lancheng Investigation Committee, addressee, Guan Yi. Guan Yi was a little surprised. She wondered what the committee that had just intercepted her had sent her. It couldn't be a traffic ticket, could it? She took the box from the squirrel courier, who saluted and disappeared. Guan Yi picked up the box and shook it against her ear, deciding to postpone her journey and open it now. Huh? These things look so familiar. Guan Yi felt a sense of recovery when she saw the items inside. These were all the spoils she had looted from Lancheng, and she had thought they had all disappeared. Upon leaving the castle and returning to Chasing Cloud, Guan Yi checked her loot. It was still there, and she thought she guessed correctly that the loot from the final boss could be taken. But after meeting the investigation team, and having her backpack and trunk searched, Guan Yi discovered that everything was gone. She assumed it had been taken, and while she felt disappointed and angry, it was understandable. After all, Lancheng was virtual, but shouldn't virtual property be returned to the players after being liquidated? Afterward, Entering the service area, Guan Yi checked again, hoping for a lucky break. Only after confirming that nothing was left did she give up. She hadn't expected the other party to delay the return. The items in the box were the same ones she searched from Lady Crow in her room, but all the uneaten snacks Guan Yi had bought in Lancheng were gone. Incidentally, her coffee beans, now less than a ton, were gone, but the other materials used to make hot oil bottles and hot coffee had returned to their pre-entry levels. To put it simply, aside from the loot from defeating the final boss, everything she gained from Lancheng was nothing. Similarly, everything she consumed within Lancheng was also nothing. After all, it was just a game, and the supplies were copied in, all just data, naturally not affecting the actual quantity. If that's the case, did my highway mileage really reach level 2? Guan Yi held the box, feeling somewhat unsure. She finally decided to pack everything up, and then go to the 7th post station to ask. She remembered they had a service for checking current points and mileage. Since that was the case, let's go. Guan Yi ordered the little vampire to lead the way, then stepped on the accelerator and followed on her motorcycle. On the way, the little vampire, while flying ahead with the navigation, advised Guan Yi to rent a shuttle bus, one of the service area's special shuttles, which would make navigating this unusual terrain more convenient. Guan Yi was tempted. She inquired about the rental price. Guan Yi gave up. She thought riding a motorcycle was fine. After all, it was a mountain bike, and while it required careful maneuvering up and down the stairs, it was still more cost-effective than renting a shuttle bus that cost 200 highway coins for 10 minutes. Guan Yi had thought herself a wealthy woman, but now she realized she wasn't quite there yet. A few minutes later, while riding her motorcycle down the stairs, Guan Yi noticed another motorcycle beside her, following suit. She turned her head, and saw that the rider was someone she knew. The squirrel courier bared his white teeth at Guan Yi, holding the handlebars with one hand and handing her a box with the other. From Lancheng Space Inspector, addressee Guan Yi. Guan Yi, why is there more? Can you help me get it downstairs? Thank you. Guan Yi was certain her skills weren't as good as the squirrel courier's. He could hold the handlebars with one hand, and if she let go, she'd be tumbling to the ground. The squirrel courier readily agreed, and as they were descending the stairs, he kindly shared his motorcycle riding tips. If you're afraid, the motorcycle will overtake you. You have to show your strength. Push the throttle all the way down, and it's over. Going down the stairs doesn't require any skill. Relax, let the motorcycle take over the direction and pace. Just make sure you hold steady. Guan Yi, thanks for the instruction, but please don't. I'm just saying, is there a possibility that humans aren't suited to learning the way squirrels do? Half a minute later, Guan Yi successfully reached the flat ground at the bottom of the stairs. She breathed a sigh of relief, removed her gloves, and wiped the sweat from her palms before accepting the box the squirrel courier had been holding for her. After the squirrel deliveryman completed his mission and left, Guan Yi began to unpack the box, pulling out something that looked particularly familiar. Madame Crow's shawl. No, didn't I destroy this thing? How could it still be here? Guan Yi exclaimed. Seeing something he had recently destroyed reappear was like a resurrection. Thankfully, there was a brief card in the box explaining, all items that trigger special endings have corresponding physical counterparts. We found this in the warehouse. Hope you like it. Guan Yi, We rummaged through boxes and drawers just to find this. Thank you so much. Chapter 94. Madame Crow's shawl still bore her mark, and because it was the real person, Guan Yi felt a chill running down her spine. So, there really is a Madame Crow. That's right, I saw her registration ad before. Guan Yi rubbed her arms, feeling that things were getting awkward. If there really was a soul within this shawl, would she have to fight Madame Crow again? No. Guan Yi looked hopeless, feeling like she was holding a hot potato, not a shawl. Hey Alice, are you there? Come out and chat. I buy you some milk tea. Guan Yi poked at the shawl, then picked it up and shook it, but it was just a shawl, offering no response. Why couldn't she call out? Guan Yi felt something was wrong, and suspiciously glanced at the item description, only to discover that this shawl looked different from the one in the game. Madame Crow's shawl introduction. Madame Crow's most treasured shawl. She will thank anyone who returns it. Slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. And no more curse? Guan Yi scratched her head, thinking it over. It might be the difference between the game and reality, like in a movie, where the villain in the storyline is a truly kind person in real life. Then return the shawl to her. But I remember she seemed to want a new one. Anyway, call the association's advertising department and see what they mean. Delivering it in person was impossible. Guan Yi didn't even know where this Madame Crow lived. She remembered the advertisement only mentioning that the shawl seemed to have been lost in the Black Pine Forest, but that didn't mean Madame Crow lived there. What if they were traveling? Or maybe they were taking their pigs truffle hunting. Guan Yi pulled out her phone and was about to call the advertising department, but before she could dial, a squirrel-like courier stopped in front of her again. From Dot Matrix Pulse Company, addressee, Guan Yi. Guan Yi put the phone away, took the package with a stern face, and opened the box. Inside was a silver card the size of a bank card. On the front was written, Dot Matrix Pulse Company. On the back was written, thank you for your love of our coffee. Giving you one all-type coffee extraction card, 10 kilograms. We hope you will continue to support our coffee. This card can be picked up at a Dot Matrix Pulse store. Guan Yi, I see. This is the reward for the 1 ton of coffee beans, but 1 ton is a bit exaggerated, so I changed it to 10 kilograms. So does she have any new deliveries? The answer is yes. The new squirrel courier delivered the in-game snorkeling gear, along with a set of deep diving equipment, suitable for staying underwater for a full 2 hours. Afterwards, Guan Yi received the supplies she found in the regular supply boxes, along with some snacks she bought in Lancheng. Along with them came various coupons for these items, which could be used at service areas, though they still required some out-of-pocket expenses. After receiving the coupons, Guan Yi waited a few minutes, confirming that no new squirrel courier had appeared, before continuing on her motorcycle towards the 7 station's headquarters in the district. As for calling the advertising department, there wasn't much urgency. She'd deal with it later when she had some free time that evening. Right now, shopping was the priority. After a bumpy and treacherous journey, Guan Yi finally arrived at the 7 station's headquarters in the district half an hour later. This store looks quite large, a bit like a large supermarket. Guan Yi parked her car at the entrance, locked it, and stepped into the 7th post station. The shelves were filled with a dazzling array of goods. The further she walked, the more she felt like a large chain supermarket. Finally, they're selling fruits and vegetables, and a variety of raw meats. Everyone can cook their own meals. Guan Yi didn't rush to the member store on the 2nd floor. She first took a tour of the 1st floor to assess where the future server crisis lay. There's food, clothing, and daily necessities. It seems food and water won't be a bottleneck anymore. Guan Yi pondered. If this continued, she might lose her fortune from reselling goods at the 7th post station. Don't panic. There's always a way out, and middlemen won't give up easily. Guan Yi walked around the store for a while, and after confirming that all the goods were standard, she took the escalator up to the 2nd floor. Unlike the open-air store on the 1st floor, the 2nd floor is enclosed, requiring a member badge for entry. This means that even if an outsider stumbles onto the 2nd floor, they can only wander around the elevator entrance, unable to enter or see what's going on inside. Guan Yi took out his hexagonal badge and scanned it against the device in front of the door. An electronic voice instantly began to announce, "Welcome Level 2 member, 4567, to the member store. Products are being matched based on your level. Matching completed. Happy shopping." The voice trailed off, the door slowly opened, and Guan Yi stepped inside. This contrast is truly horrific. The large supermarket downstairs was overflowing with shelves, boasting at least hundreds of categories. Upstairs, there were 10 shelves in total. Guan Yi leaned over to take a look and saw that 5 were still empty. These 5 shelves only had signs with prices, no actual items. Small signs next to them either said sold out or upcoming. Some, even more scarce, said limited quantity purchased. So, all the items I can redeem with points are displayed here? Guan Yi examined the items, her gaze lingering for a moment on the ever-popular drinking water and ham pancakes, then averted her gaze. She had seen these 2 items frequently since she was a level 1 member, and the fact that she still saw them meant that the level 2 purchase range was backwards compatible. After figuring out what was going on, Guan Yi began browsing items she could buy that hadn't previously been updated in the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express. She now had 4,286 points, giving her free reign in the level 2 membership mall. It was like walking around the school gate with 100 yuan in her pocket, buying everything. Just as Guan Yi grabbed a shopping basket and prepared to start shopping, the door opened again, and several people trickled in. They nodded to Guan Yi, but didn't seem to be engaging in conversation. Instead, they each grabbed their shopping baskets and began dumping items into them. Guan Yi, oh no! They're here to grab the goods. What else could she say? She quickly rummaged into her own basket. Guan Yi immediately lost all desire to find out who they were and join the rush. After all, the items were limited in quantity, and the association didn't seem to be restocking anytime soon. Spicy finger biscuits, this one's used, And it's great. A must-buy. Chocolate milk, hot, a special dish that warms the body after eating. Buy. Chocolate milk, iced, like the previous one, it cools the body after eating, so you should buy some too. Mosquito repellent, special effect, this is better than the regular ones downstairs, it lasts longer, and is more effective. Stock up on some. Summer is coming, and mosquito repellent is crucial. Full coverage rainproof set, this is also useful. It's always hard to carry an umbrella when exploring. It should sell well, so get a few sets. Eternal lantern, fake, no refueling or charging required, theoretically it can last forever. Theoretically. Guan Yi rubbed his chin, thinking that selling this item for 15 points was a bit useless. People usually don't go out at night, so even if they're driving at night, they still have headlights to illuminate the way ahead. If you're staying in the car to rest, there's also lighting inside. Even if the initial light source isn't very bright, this is the 4th server, so I guess everyone has upgraded. Just as she was hesitating, a man approached and directly placed 10 lanterns into her shopping cart. This tipped off Guan Yi, and she quickly stopped the man as he was about to leave, offering a bright smile as he looked over. Excuse me, is this lantern any special use? Guan Yi felt a little embarrassed. I don't have many points, so I don't dare to squander them. The man glanced down at Guan Yi's shopping cart, half convinced of her words, but still answered. Besides lighting, the Eternal Lantern's primary use is to dispel evil. He paused, then added, to dispel unpleasant things. You know, in the darkness of night, what people need most is peace of mind. Guan Yi nodded, roughly understanding what he meant. It was like playing Don't Starve. If there were no lights at night, scary things would appear in the darkness. Hanging this lantern would ward off those things. So, if I hung this thing up, would the slime-like things not appear at night? Guan Yi thought so, and added 10 lanterns to her shopping cart. This was the maximum number of lanterns she could buy, probably because they were afraid that those who arrived first would have bought everything, leaving those who came later with nothing. Now that she had struck up a conversation, Guan Yi decided to keep going and inquire more about the membership. Guan Yi casually picked up an item from the shelf next to the other person, and found it was a long-lasting cooling body wash. She also added it to her shopping cart. If she had this on her first trip, she would feel refreshed for a long time after just one bath. She pretended to read the item descriptions, then, in a casual chat, said, "Are you buying these things for later?" "I guess so. I'm out of stock, so I need to restock." The man picked up the lantern and waved it. "Those travelers would pay a fortune for this," Guan Yi said calmly. "Oh," then nodded in agreement. "Of course they are. They're always short of things. But I'm not as experienced as you. I can't predict exactly what they need." The man nodded. "It's indeed difficult. You need to learn to pinpoint the exact road you're going to travel to so you can prepare ahead of time. It's a good thing the guild isn't open to them, otherwise we have more competition." This person didn't seem to be a player. Guan Yi was initially surprised, but then she remembered the female clerk she first met. She seemed to have said, "Generally speaking, the guild doesn't accept newbies." At first, Guan Yi had assumed they didn't accept rookies, but if they replaced newbies with player drivers, it made sense. Most members of the Highway Mileage Association are locals, and only a handful of spots are open to players. Thinking about it that way, getting the badge and joining was truly a stroke of luck. She was incredibly lucky. So, to avoid suspicion or internal reports, Guan Yi decided it would be best to keep her background a secret. Had she known this, she wouldn't have spoken to him. Guan Yi felt a little regretful, but then she realized that if she hadn't spoken to him, she wouldn't have known that most of the people who competed with her for limited edition goods every morning were NPCs. Now that she already spoken to him, she might as well not bother him again. Next, she hoped this fellow traveler could tell her how to accurately locate the next section of highway. Chapter 95. The Large Group. Faced with Guan Yi's questions and flattery, her colleagues quickly grew complacent, revealing their admirable side as they recounted their own successes. Guan Yi, assuming an air of humility, coldly filtered out all irrelevant information, ultimately distilling the 3 most crucial points. 1. Those guys in the film association always have inside information, and they're happy to showcase their prowess through posters. They scan people approaching the cinema, then, based on a secret algorithm, project posters that resemble those people. 2. The Highway Mileage Association's newsletters occasionally provide information. After all, while the newsletters aren't completely customized, they at least offer different alerts for different sections of highway. Simply put, if you're in a hot zone, there's a very low chance you receive information about a cold zone, and vice versa. This resolves Guan Yi's long-held question, Why does the newsletter she receives every morning often include reminders that seem tailored to her needs? 3. Another option is to find a fortune-telling shop, draw a fortune stick, and then, based on the information on the fortune stick, decide for yourself where to go. According to colleagues, the above 3 sources of information are either inaccurate or provide only occasional clues, and none of them are a 100% reliable way to verify the server. If someone were truly foolproof, they wouldn't bother acting as a middleman on the server. Guan Yi speculated that they might be a senior member of the game's management, or a mastermind. That makes sense, Guan Yi thought. The mastermind's interest lies in watching players struggle on the brink of life and death. How could they possibly care about the small profits from reselling? Guan Yi's colleagues chatted with her for a while, with the others who had come in occasionally chiming in. Guan Yi was a good listener, and when it was her turn to speak, she would offer some information that sounded useful. Whether it was actually useful or not was a matter of opinion. After all, while everyone had the same membership level, their progress seemed different. After saying goodbye to her colleagues, Guan Yi made a few simple purchases, and then went to check out, where she was deducted 1,325 points. While there were many items here, there were purchase limits for all items, regardless of whether they were limited edition or not. Guan Yi's colleagues said that while competitors are enemies, they were also happy enemies. They would cheat when it was time to cheat, and they would also help each other when it was time to help. It was said that this rule was originally an unwritten rule, but after being recognized by the association, it became the mandatory rule it is today. As Guan Yi left the second floor, her mind was filled with the association's history, which her colleagues had instilled in her. She felt a little dazed as she got off the elevator, but it wasn't until she saw the large supermarket on the first floor that she perked up. Come to think of it, haven't those people reached the service area yet? Guan Yi pulled out his phone and entered the chat channel. Someone finally spoke, but the content looked quite horrifying. Ha ha ha, I can't survive this. How am I supposed to download a server like this? Go to the hospital, hurry to the hospital. Find the navigation, call a taxi. Don't worry about the cost, just get to the hospital. Are you guys that miserable? I'm fine, just missing a little flesh. Blame it on me, I got things mixed up. No, what happened? Can someone tell me? Huh? Didn't your flesh and blood pay for your debt? Why do I have to pay off a debt? I don't owe any money. Wow, there's an honest person here who didn't withhold construction supplies. Why withhold them? Don't the rules emphasize not to mess around? I was extremely careful when donating, and the checkpoint inspection team didn't do anything. They just checked my bag and let me go. What did you all do? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. She knew there must be someone like her. Public is public, private is private. You see, this is the right thing to do, right? So, looking at the chat channel, it seems that those who withheld supplies paid the price with their bodies? Just reading the text hurts. How are those who experienced it firsthand? This game may digitize the body, but it doesn't block pain. Speaking of which, there's a hospital in this service area? I have to go see it. Everyone's bodies are digitized, so they can't get sick. So what's the hospital for? Guan Yi thought that if she took a look at the hospital's departments, she might be able to figure this out. The insults continued in the chat channel. Guan Yi simply plugged in her Bluetooth headphones and listened while wandering around the first floor market, restocking her stock. Monsheng was a self-contained entity, so Guan Yi couldn't sell anything to anyone else. Those who came to the service area could easily buy their own goods, without her as a middleman. So, she simply resold the goods based on her previous experience. Rather than saying those of us who didn't keep anything were honest, it's better to say those who withheld items were fools. The NPCs had repeatedly emphasized the importance of not mixing the two, so why did some people ignore them and think they were so clever? How refreshing. Aren't there so many people who just love to disregard all the rules, thinking those who follow them are fools? It's fine if they don't follow the rules themselves, but they even mock those who do. They got slaughtered this time, right? Serves them right, deserves them right. It's so satisfying to watch. What are you saying? Have you lost even a basic sense of sympathy? We're one team, and the NPCs are rivals. Can't you just be clear? I'm not going to be your teammate. So, was the chief slaughtered, or not? I really want to know. My vengeful spirits are really hard to beat, otherwise I could be faster. Speaking of which, did you, the slaughterers, answer the questionnaire truthfully? Shouldn't you answer truthfully? He asked me to fill it out, and I panicked. After a long hesitation, I finally filled it out. They were carrying inspection equipment. There was no point in being stubborn. Are you really going to cry until you see the coffin? Me too. It seems so. So should I get away with it? If so, I'm going to make a scene. P.S. I'm an honest person. I didn't steal anything. Holy crap. What the hell? A humanoid squirrel delivered a package to me. How can you believe this? I didn't steal anything. What's wrong with being an honest person? I think this game treats honest people well. They let me in without saying anything. But the Wraith Collective was really hard to beat. I almost died. Rewards, 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 they're all virtual. Ugh, I beat such a tough boss for nothing. Holy crap. Listen to me. This humanoid squirrel delivered a box to me. Inside was all the loot from the boss fights. I thought I couldn't get it. It's just a squirrel deliver man. No need to make a fuss unless this is your first time seeing them. I'm more concerned about what's happened to those who Mark didn't take but then took some. Has anyone made it to the service area? Tell me about it. Guanyi. Yeah, I'm curious too. Didn't any of those people come? It's known that those who took supplies and bravely admitted it will be mutilated based on the amount they took. The worst case scenario seems to be the one who didn't want to live. I guess he looks pretty miserable, otherwise I wouldn't be so pessimistic. After all, if you leave the game, you leave in your current state. If you're healthy, you definitely leave in good health. If you're mutilated, you probably leave in a mess too. Guanyi suddenly became curious. She wanted to see what that person looked like. If they were just missing a few pieces of flesh, even if they'd be disabled after leaving, there wasn't much reason to be so pessimistic. After all, there was still a long time to live. What if they could get some repair items? This is a road survival game. She's seen so many unusual items. It's not impossible that something could revive the dead. Besides, she also wanted to know what happened to the other clever people who tried to get away with it. Unfortunately, no one in the chat channel answered this question, and even when Guanyi checked into the old Tire Inn, there was still no relevant information. It was already around 8:10 p.m., with less than 4 hours until the service area entrance closed at midnight. And currently, there were fewer than 40,000 people in the service area. Clearly, unless those people hadn't yet defeated the final boss, and therefore couldn't enter the service area. Otherwise, the answer was obvious. Those who had illegally withheld construction supplies and denied admitting it were all dead. Those who didn't defeat the boss died. Guanyi even suspected that those who didn't contribute enough might not end up well either. Of course, this type of person overlapped with the first type. After all, as long as they worked hard, they could still obtain a considerable amount of resources. Those who didn't contribute would inevitably embezzle them, and their deaths were understandable. In addition, based on the chat messages, Guanyi suspected that the final rewards would likely be tied to their contribution level. For example, everyone got the boss's loot, but few mentioned special items like coffee beans, shawls, and snorkeling gear. As for the supplies purchased in Lancheng, Guanyi saw most people lamenting that they had wasted their money and hadn't brought anything with them. However, she did receive the snack gift boxes she had purchased. Guanyi suspected that it was probably due to the contribution level system. Reaching a certain level allowed them to bring in supplies of that level. Since her level was quite high, she had brought in quite a lot. If that's true, then it's quite humane. Guanyi grumbled, but stopped commenting. She was preparing for her next zone jump. But unlike last time, this time, after submitting her item, she still hadn't received a notification of approval, which made her a little anxious. If the security guard's words were true, then if she wanted to go to Golden City in October, she would have to rush ahead. He said that time in the trial field is chaotic. Entering first doesn't necessarily maintain an advantage, and entering later isn't necessarily at a disadvantage. The trial field probably corresponds to the various servers, and time probably corresponds to the number of servers cleared. Otherwise, the phrase time is chaotic couldn't be explained. Guanyi had previously asked in the chat channel, confirming that this wave of people had indeed arrived last month. This was their fourth server, the previous one having 70,000 people. It seemed Guanyi had caught up with them, but there was a very illogical bug. If calculated according to real-world timelines, by the time Guanyi entered the first novice server, they should have already completed their fourth. On April 1st, 1 million people entered the first server. From April 9th to 10th, the survivors entered the second server. From April 19th to 20th, the survivors entered the third server. From April 20th to 30th, the fourth server began. At this point, Guanyi hadn't even been selected to enter the highway survival game. If I were to calculate based on this timeline, I have to jump through many levels to catch up with the previous group. But now that I met them, it means time is truly chaotic. Guanyi shook her head, feeling that this mechanic was confusing and a little bewildered. Forget it. If she didn't understand, then she didn't understand. It didn't matter. As long as she survived and kept chasing, she would definitely reach the Golden City. As for whether the 10th server was the Golden City, or whether she had to reach the 10th server before October in the real world, Guan Yi didn't dare to make a hasty judgment. I need to ask someone what the denial of this zone jump application means. This is the champion's reward, so I can't go unused. Guan Yi drove her motorcycle to the service area's lobby. She wanted to find out what was going on. This service area had no curfew, and many shops and buildings were open 24 hours a day, so she didn't have to worry about arriving too late and people closing. Much busier than the newbie service area. After returning to the first floor, Guan Yi looked up at the brightly lit service area, watching the circular shuttles, resembling manhole covers, plying between the different levels. Occasionally, a shuttle would approach, and Guan Yi could clearly see the passengers seated on them. Some were tall, some short, some half-human, half-machine, and some even had animal heads. Clearly, these were NPCs living in the service area, not players like Guan Yi. Come to think of it, the rental fees for this thing were very high, and only a few were willing to pay for it. Guan Yi's thoughts wandered wildly, and he saw with his own eyes someone who looked like a frog noodle merchant being pursued by a patrol drone. From the warnings the drone was playing on a loop, it seemed the frog noodle merchant had just thrown something from a high altitude. The frog noodle merchant frantically drove the shuttle to escape, croaking, it was an accident, not intentional, but the patrol drone continued its pursuit, determined to apprehend him, repeating its warnings as it soared through the sky. Guan Yi, good job. Whether it was intentional or not, knowing you were so high up and not keeping an eye on your belongings deserves a rest. This little interlude ended, and Guan Yi throttled the car towards the service hall on the main road, arriving a few minutes later. Parking the car and entering, Guan Yi had planned to consult a staff member, but when he looked up, he was stunned by what he saw. Why are all the people in this room so strange? Guan Yi rubbed his eyes, suspecting he was dazzled. She closed her eyes, then opened them again. Oh, the scene before her was the same as before. That wasn't her fault. From the chat channel, Guan Yi learned that those who had secretly withheld supplies, but reported the incident truthfully had corresponding amounts of flesh removed. She had assumed it was just a sudden weight loss, or a piece of flesh being cut off. The former would make it difficult for organs to adapt, while the latter would result in a negative bleeding condition, requiring immediate bandages or immediate hospitalization. Otherwise, death from a depleted health bar was a possibility. But she had never imagined that the so-called meat removal would be done in this way. No wonder. Some people are so desperate. Guan Yi muttered softly. The people in this room were more like human calendars than people. Every piece of flesh had been removed thoroughly, as if someone had thrust a thick straw into someone's body, from front to back, and then pulled the straw out. The flesh that had been pierced by the straw had left the person's body along with the straw. It wasn't just the flesh, but also the bones. If the chosen location was the abdomen, the corresponding internal organs would disappear as well. Guan Yi could even peer through the small hole in a person's stomach and see the racks behind them. This was terrifying. Guan Yi closed her eyes again. No wonder those people had mental breakdowns. With bodies in this state, they could only exist in the game, right? Guan Yi couldn't imagine what would happen to them once they got out. After all, with real-world medical standards, a wound that pierced through an organ would be extremely difficult to treat. Maybe I came at the wrong time, Guan Yi thought silently. As the only healthy human in the room, besides the NPCs, her sixth sense radar was frantically sounding warnings. People had already seen her. Their gazes shifted from initial indifference to confusion, then, after sizing her up and down, to disbelief. Then, disbelief turned to resentment. For some, resentment transformed into longing and hope. For others, resentment turned to jealousy, then to resentment. Finally, it settled into madness. A mad desire to destroy Guan Yi, to turn her into a broken person like them. Guan Yi tilted her head and sighed. She was thankful they were in a safe zone, otherwise she wouldn't have dared stay here any longer. Even though you're miserable, I have to continue my business, Guan Yi thought, calmly walking towards the staff standing by the wall, ready to ask her questions. Chapter 96. Guan Yi found a staff member and asked him about her failed server jump application. The staff member said, "This situation does occur. It's usually due to delays in applying for qualifications. Some servers have very strict entry requirements." Guan Yi pondered. Was the next server she was about to jump to just as strict? Then how long will this delay last? I have to leave early tomorrow morning. Guan Yi couldn't leave that early, but that didn't stop her from saying so. Sometimes you have to exaggerate the consequences, otherwise you won't get their attention. The service area's time isn't synchronized with the servers. Even if you enter the server at 9 p.m., it will be daytime upon arrival. Otherwise, someone would definitely leave at night to save a day. So everyone rushed to leave first, not to get a head start on the server, but simply to squeeze into the next level server, so as to avoid being forced to start all over again. We understand your concerns. Please don't worry. This kind of review usually causes a delay of 2 to 5 hours. Regardless, we have a result tomorrow morning. Could you please recommend a suitable hotel? No, thank you. I already booked a room. Guan Yi thanked the other party. What aspects are typically reviewed during this review? I like to prepare in advance. I also have an application card, and I don't want to go through this hassle every time. The staff member smiled. Sorry, this is confidential. It's not that I don't want to talk about it, but I don't know. Can you understand? I'm just an ordinary employee earning 3,000 yuan a month. I don't know many confidential matters. Although the other person maintained a formal smile, Guan Yi could clearly see a deep resentment on his face after hearing this. Come to think of it, a 24-hour service hall, and still having to deal with so many terrifying humans. If it were her, she would have run away on her first day. This service area is so big, couldn't he work somewhere else? However, considering that this person, though reluctant, still stood there smiling and answering questions, Guan Yi guessed that he probably couldn't choose his job. Speaking of which, she had been to 3 service areas in total, with both lively NPCs, like Sang Tutu, and stoic NPCs, like this staff member. The other person's name tag didn't even have a name on it, just employee number, 23 D-level employee. So, service area NPCs should also be divided into levels. These are the functional NPCs in the game, while people like Sang Tutu and Karda have identity cards, and they might even be connected to specific quests. This is very interesting, Guan Yi thought. How exactly are these NPCs ranked? Forget about intelligence, isn't this person quite talkative? His resentment and smile just prove that he's a person with his own thoughts, trapped here by some kind of rule. Just like the employee who's nearly dead from overwork while recycling bitter almond tea, and the security guards in Lon City, they look like they're being forced to work. It's a suspicious point, but it's none of my business for now, Guan Yi thought. Since she couldn't get any more information from the staff, she decided to go back to bed, and wait until tomorrow morning to see what was going on. Then Guan Yi, attempting to leave, was stopped by those civ-like men. What do you want to do? Guan Yi asked cautiously, and with a flick of his wrist, a fire axe appeared in his hand. Whether or not to fight is another matter. We must show our strength. Did you bring anything from Moncheng? I pay a high price for it. The man who had first stopped Guan Yi raised his hand, signaling his intentions. His wound was poorly placed, a clear hole in the middle of his forehead. He was the type of man who, outside of comics, looked certain death. Guan Yi blinked. What do you mean? The man pulled out a piece of pink cardboard, holding most of it in his hand, leaving only the tip open for Guan Yi, motioning her to come forward and touch it. This was the universal in-game method for accessing item information. Guan Yi considered it, then went over and touched it. Lancheng Debt Settlement Card Introduction. Holders of this card can use supplies from Lancheng to offset debts. For every 20% repayment, a portion of the collateral is returned. Regardless of whether the debt is settled, the collateral can be returned up to 90%. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Note, the cardholder can choose the type of collateral returned. Guan Yi said roughly understanding what the other party meant. Receiving supplies from Lancheng can be exchanged for one's own flesh. Although the upper limit is 90%, if one focuses on filling the gaps in one's brain, even if some bones are still missing in the end, as long as one is careful and cautious in the future, one can still live for many years. You all have the same idea, but why did you come to me? How did you know I would have supplies from Lancheng? Guan Yi did have some snacks, but not much. Since she had no shortage of supplies, she hadn't spent much in Lancheng. I asked around, and only people like you who didn't mix up the supplies at all get any rewards from Lancheng. The man pointed at the hole in his head, his expression resigned and aggrieved. I really didn't mean to withhold anything. I made a mistake unpacking the items, and when I filled out the form, I confidently wrote I didn't take anything. But then I got caught. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. I thought anyone who kept something and claimed they didn't take it was dead. After all, so few people came to the service area. It's impossible that they all died along the way or at the hands of the final boss. The man waved his hand. It depends on the circumstances. Because my donated supplies included some of my own, they deemed me an uninformed person and only deducted a small amount of meat. I was just unlucky, randomly ending up in such a dangerous place. Guan Yi was a little speechless. Brother, you call that just unlucky? You're just incredibly unlucky. But it makes sense. If it wasn't intentional withholding, but rather an accidental mix-up of supplies, and someone donated the same amount, just the wrong kind, then this approach would be much more humane. I don't have much stuff, and with your injury, is 1 cup of milk tea enough? Guan Yi pulled the snacks Lan Cheng had sent back from his backpack. How much are you going to give? The man nodded repeatedly. Enough, enough, enough. Well, how about 100 road coins? I'm really low on money, and I need to save some for other supplies. I also give you some extra stuff. Do you have anything you like? This cup of milk tea costs Guan Yi 12 highway coins. With 100 highway coins, she'd make a net profit of 88, and the other party would have to give her a little extra. Guan Yi readily agreed. When it came to matters involving human life, she was always a fair trader. At this point, others had offered higher prices, but Guan Yi, adhering to the first come, first served principle, made the deal with the man first. She traded 1 cup of milk tea for 100 highway coins. Then, Guan Yi picked through the items the man brought out and selected a very beautiful stone. The stone marked unidentified. Guan Yi speculated it might be some kind of gem. The man said he didn't have the skills to identify it and couldn't find anyone who could, so it was good to have it taken away so he wouldn't have to worry about it all the time. Afterwards, Guan Yi traded the other snacks she picked up from Lan Cheng. Unfortunately, because she hadn't bought much before and had insisted on saving lives at a fair price, her earnings were limited. A rough calculation revealed only a little over 1,000 yuan. Those shopping sprees in Lan Cheng must have made a killing. After clearing out her inventory, Guan Yi couldn't help but sigh, feeling like she missed out on 100 million. But then Bao Dating explained that not everyone would receive rewards from Lan Cheng. Bao Dating was the one who had first stopped Guan Yi. After receiving the milk tea, he went to redeem his own flesh, and now he's left with a circular, sunken scar on his forehead. Bao Dating, according to what I heard, those who report truthfully and don't mix up their supplies will receive all the spoils from defeating the boss. Only those who contribute over 50,000 points to the main road are eligible for rewards. For every 10,000 points above that you receive more. Guan Yi suddenly realized, I see. In that case, it wasn't a loss that she didn't go on a shopping spree in Lan Cheng. After all, her contribution points weren't that high, so being able to return these was quite a bonus. Guan Yi added the man, whose name sounds like Bao Dating, as her friend. Guan Yi felt he was quite impressive. He could actually get information she couldn't even get. Even if they were unlikely to meet again, she had to add him as her friend. Oh my god! Bao Dating exclaimed in surprise, then immediately lowered his voice. You're Guan Yi, the one with over 60,000 contribution points? No wonder you have so many things to exchange. Guan Yi smiled. Not bad, mainly just some luck. Bao Dating circled Guan Yi twice, marveling at her, but tactfully refrained from further questioning how she managed it. He wasn't able to get so much information by relying on cheap tactics like persistent pestering. After they separated, Guan Yi prepared to head to a hotel. She had already seen the top floor during her visit to the 7th Inn, and after inquiring about the most expensive hotel, the Old Tire Inn, she was told, we offer the best service. Finally, Guan Yi decided to stay at the most expensive hotel for a night. Just for the best service, she was reluctant to spend the money, but she had to give it a try. It's expensive for a reason, Guan Yi reasoned. If I don't stay this time, I keep complaining about it. I might as well give it a try now. At worst, I spend 5,000 yuan and learn a lesson. Besides, she had just made a windfall. After deducting the extra 1,000 yuan, the cost per night was less than 4,000 yuan, which was a much better deal. I don't feel bad, Guan Yi gritted her teeth. I really don't feel bad. Guan Yi had been to the 5-star Old Tire Hotel before, so she was familiar with the route. She no longer needed the little vampire's constant chatter. She almost suspected that the system had been filled with ads first, and then a navigation program was added in between. The way it manifested itself was that, besides navigation, the little vampire had been constantly trying to sell her various paid experiences, all of which were incredibly expensive. It's like that TV show I saw before, where people are uploaded to a virtual world before they die, and everything in there costs money. If you don't pay, you'd be bombarded with pop-up ads just walking around. It had to be said that this design perfectly matched Guan Yi's stereotype of the cyber world. The rich enjoy every convenience, while the poor face endless advertising harassment. Finally, Guan Yi parked her motorcycle at the hotel entrance. A parking attendant came out to take over the vehicle, and she, led by another guide, headed directly to the elevator. The room she booked was on the 7th floor, a suite. If Guan Yi had friends there, she could bring them over to stay, splitting the bill evenly, and making it seem less expensive. Unfortunately, Guan Yi tried to message Ko Xia, but still failed, so she had to enjoy the ultra-luxurious room and its ultra-luxurious rate all to herself. The suite's waiter was a handsome young man who introduced himself as Guan Yi's personal butler, serving her exclusively during her stay. You can customize my appearance and personality to your liking, free of charge. The butler was polite and human-like, but his words were cybernetic. Guan Yi suddenly realized that this might be one of the reasons for the high fee, to satisfy certain guests' needs. After all, not all the guests here are players, there are also many NPC guests. But Guan Yi wasn't interested. She asked the butler to maintain his current demeanor and introduce the hotel's benefits. As a distinguished guest of this hotel, you enjoy free meals, afternoon tea, and supper. You can eat in the restaurant or order room service. The butler's voice was pleasant, his tone respectful and polite, and his speed was just right. He was a very qualified introducer. The hotel has a gym, swimming pool, meditation room, and other recreational facilities. They're open 24 hours a day, so you can visit anytime. Guan Yi nodded. What about information? I'm not familiar with this area. Could you provide some information about the service area? Of course. What would you like to know? Guan Yi shifted his posture and picked a lychee from the welcome fruit on the coffee table. As he peeled it, he asked, "Are there any special buildings in the service area?" "Yes, there are some special buildings in this service area." The butler's answer was precise. The hospital is currently only accepting patients with trauma and poisoning, and is unable to treat any illnesses. The library is open to citizens with library cards, and books are accepted for a fee. You can bring your own books and try your luck. The 7th Station main store, located on the 2nd floor of the same building, is open only to members, and points can be redeemed for special merchandise. The cinema is about to show the latest film, but admission requires a ticket or membership in the Film Association. Piston Happy City adheres to a strict referral membership system. For members, Happy City is the ultimate place to spend money. Also, our Old Tire Hotel's main branch in this service area is right where you are. These are all the special buildings in this area. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Since this place is so special, what makes it so special? Butler, our gym will provide some property benefits. Your room and its bedding will provide you with a good night's sleep. Guan Yi, oh, she was right. This place does have special effects. In that case, after hearing all the information, she planned to go to the gym. Providing some attribute assistance meant giving her 1 attribute point, didn't it? If that was the case, Guan Yi felt the 5,000 yuan was well worth it. Spending money was fine, as long as it wasn't wasted. With that in mind, Guan Yi ate the lychee in her hand, wiped her hands, and took out the book, whose purpose was unknown, and the unidentified stone, asking the housekeeper what to do with them. "Do you know Madame Crow? Where can I get these things identified?" Guan Yi asked indifferently. Asking wouldn't hurt her, and if she could get some information, it would be a win. Chapter 97. The butler knew little about Madame Crow, and couldn't provide any useful information. However, regarding the stone in Guan Yi's hand, he pointed out a small jewelry store that not only sold jewelry, but also recycled gold and silver and offered appraisals. If it's a gemstone, you get your answer there. If not, you have to wait until the next service area. Guan Yi nodded, indicating that she understood, and would check it out tomorrow. The following information wasn't very important, so Guan Yi simply took it in for granted. The hotel's checkout time was before 2 p.m., giving her plenty of time to explore the hotel with the butler tomorrow. Theoretically, the butler could stay overnight, but Guan Yi simply didn't have that inclination. She wanted to let him do whatever he wanted, but before she could say it, she hesitated. What if this housekeeper appears to be a robot, but is actually still a controlled local resident? "If I don't need your services, where will you be on call?" "Housekeeper, outside, ma'am." A good housekeeper should be available to respond to guests' needs at all times. Guan Yi, what if you don't even need to be on call? "Housekeeper, housekeepers who are not needed during their shift will enter a dormant state, awaiting their next awakening." Guan Yi understood. They were simply eliminated. When there were fewer guests, they weren't needed. Only when there were more guests would these unnecessary defectives be called back to work, given a second chance. When Guan Yi played games, she always treated the NPCs kindly. She wouldn't massacre a village or city, or deliberately mess up the ending. Especially in this hyper-realistic game, she was even less likely to do such things. Since the other party needed work, then let him work. It's a piece of cake, no big deal. Alright then, come with me to the gym, and then take me to the restaurant. I haven't had dinner yet. The butler gladly accepted Guan Yi's order, and dutifully led her to the gym. An hour later, Guan Yi happily gained 1 attribute point. She decided to keep it for now, and add it when needed. Dinner time soon followed. The food here was even more extensive than the VIP lounge in the service area. It was also a buffet. Guan Yi only had to eat, while the butler took care of the peeling and other tasks. After eating and drinking, Guan Yi returned to her room and asked the butler to bring another room service dinner. Earlier in the restaurant, Guan Yi had invited the butler to eat with her, but was told, butlers are not allowed to sit in the restaurant. She guessed that the butler needed to eat, but couldn't do so in front of guests. This is for you. Just order it to your liking. Then you can rest in the suite outside tonight. I don't need any wake-up calls or any tucking in. You understand what I mean, right? With the punctual alarm clock of the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, Guan Yi thought, she really didn't need a second alarm clock. Yes, don't worry, I won't disturb your sleep. The butler was quite surprised by Guan Yi's orders to order him dinner and sleep in the suite, but since they were orders from a guest, as a butler, he had to obey, so he had no choice but to obey. This was one of the few nights, since he became a butler, that he could eat a full meal and sleep properly. The next morning, the express arrived on time, and Guan Yi finally saw useful information after a long time. 7 o'clock Asphalt News, Destruction Countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds, Member Points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on May 22nd, your membership points are 2984, and your mileage is 14,065.21 LV2. Please calculate your points accurately during use. If you enter a negative point, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendations: double-door refrigerator equals 30 points. Portable water purifier equals 15 points. Drinking water equals 1 point. Highway News 1. It is reported that the Agricultural Products Association is protesting the Storage Association, and many farms would rather let their produce rot in the fields than express their support. Drivers, please stay away from disputes. If you are accidentally involved, please express a relatively favorable view of the current situation. 2. Green Apricot Leaf Company, in collaboration with Dot Pulse Company, has launched a new product, Bitter Almond Coffee, which achieves the ultimate in bitterness. Purchases within the first 3 months of release will receive a 20% discount. 3. Drivers, please check your car's air conditioner. Model KB 3017 is reaching its end of life. Please replace it with a new model as soon as possible. If replacement is not possible, please prepare extra air conditioning filters and a fire extinguisher. It could die at any moment. Guan Yi, this is a wealth of information. If nothing else, buy a refrigerator and a water purifier first. They'd definitely be useful on the road. Her car refrigerator is too small. Although she can store food and supplies in the storage compartment, Guan Yi has always worried that the compartment might lose its ability to keep things fresh in the future. If it weren't for this, the refrigerator would be a locker with both freezer and refrigerator functions, which Guan Yi always felt was not right. Now, the Agricultural Products Association is protesting the Storage Association. Although the information doesn't specify the reason, Guan Yi suspects it might be related to the storage function. Aside from the items marked limited quantity, all other items in the newsletter are not limited in quantity. This is different from the rules in the store. It's clearly a competition of skill. So, Guan Yi bought 20 refrigerators and 50 water purifiers in one go, spending 1,350 points. She plans to save the rest and wait and see what happens with the next server. I still have to check out the air conditioner models. This news might serve as a reminder to others. And there's bitter almond coffee. Guan Yi pondered the bitter almond tea and black coffee combination and shuddered. What kind of flavor would that be? Has the taste of people in this world changed? Speaking of this, she wanted to complain about the mint coffee she once drank. She really couldn't stand the taste, but since she bought 10 bottles at once to meet the purchase target, she felt it would be a waste to throw them away, so she mentally prepared herself every time she opened it. I bought it myself, so I finish it even if I cry. Good food brings happiness, while bad food brings pain. Guan Yi didn't want to suffer, so she decided to be cautious about purchasing this bitter almond coffee, no matter how cheap it was. Unless, of course, this coffee had other benefits. Call first. Guan Yi swiped the newsletter aside, leaving it to self-destruct, and pulled out her phone again to call the association's advertising department. After the call was connected, Guan Yi recounted her encounter with Lady Crow and her return of her shawl. So how should I give her the shawl? Guan Yi asked. The shawl in Lancheng is cursed. Even though they didn't mention it, I'm still uneasy and want to get this handled quickly. The operator, upon hearing Guan Ye's words, chuckled unprofessionally. Ma'am, you can call Squirrel Express. Madam Crow is a very kind person, but she's a bit special in Lancheng. Or, we can call Squirrel Express to retrieve the shawl. However, in that case, you only get the reward she offers. Guan Yi said expressionlessly. So Madam Crow in Lancheng is a real crow. Is this a character designed by Madam? Operator, strictly speaking, it's a modified character, and Madam Crow herself was involved in the design. Madam, you can ask Madam Crow for more details. I'm sure she'd be willing to talk more after seeing her lost shawl restored. Guan Yi, what about foaming? Is he real? Operator, oh no, our association doesn't go to Lancheng. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. The operator's tone was faintly proud, as if not getting involved in Lancheng's affairs was something to be proud of. But the association also has missions in Lancheng. On second thought, Guan Yi figured that the operator's comment might be because designing missions and modifying real-life NPCs were different. After the operator finished explaining, feeling that the question was clear, he brought the topic back to Guan Yi, asking if she would deliver the goods herself or have the association do it for her. Guan Yi chose to do it herself. If the association delivered the goods, she would only receive a fixed reward. Delivering the goods to Mrs. Crow yourself may require paying for the courier fee, but you may gain something else. So Guan Yi hung up the phone, had the housekeeper order a generous breakfast directly to her room, and she called the squirrel courier. This time, Guan Yi deliberately didn't go downstairs. She wanted to know if the squirrel courier would be waiting for her downstairs if she was on the 7th floor, or would he come upstairs and see me directly. Okay, I know the answer. Just as Guan Yi hung up the phone, she heard a tap on the glass. She tilted her head and saw the squirrel courier on a motorcycle floating outside the window. Your motorcycle is really nice. It can even float. Guan Yi took out her shawl and tore off a piece of notepaper from the room. She scribbled down the questions she wanted to ask Madam Crow. Then, she handed the note and shawl to the squirrel courier. I need a 10 yuan delivery box for these two things, and where did you buy this motorcycle? I want it too. The squirrel deliverman brought the shawl to his nose and sniffed it, his beard twitching a few times. Then, as if by magic, he pulled out a box and placed the shawl and the note inside. He looked up and bared his large teeth at Guan Yi. Sorry ma'am, we don't accept outsiders. This meant that the motorcycle was a distribution, so outsiders shouldn't even think about it. Guan Yi shrugged. She didn't have the money, and she was just envious. After all, this thing looked expensive. Sender, Guan Yi, recipient, Madam Crow. Interregional postage, 500 highway coins, plus a delivery box, for a total of 510 highway coins. Guan Yi nodded and paid the full amount. After watching the squirrel deliverman leave, she was about to close the window when she saw a small green bird flying towards her. Although it had a bird's head, just as Guan Yi could read the expressions on the squirrel deliverman's face, she also detected the anxious don't close the window and wait for me emotions in the bird's head. Guan Yi, okay, I wait for you. The green-haired bird wasn't as big as the squirrel deliverman, but it was still about the size of a human head, and its round shape made it look incredibly cute. Guan Ye's letter, please sign for it. The little green bird's voice was crisp, like the crisp crunch of biting into a chilled cucumber on a hot summer day. Guan Yi took the envelope and found it familiar, suddenly remembering that it was a letter from her past self to her future self. So, was it her present self who was contacting her back then? Please wait, I write back. Guan Yi spoke softly to the little green bird, afraid that a loud voice would scare the furry creature. The little green bird nodded modestly, tiptoeing around the room, seemingly inspecting Guan Ye's accommodations and searching for something to eat. Just then, room service arrived, and the butler took the cart and brought it to Guan Yi. The little green bird quickly fluttered over, perched on the handle, and remained motionless. Guan Yi heard the butler cough softly, glanced sideways, and suddenly thought of the owls that delivered mail to Hogwarts, so he spoke immediately. Have anything you like, please? It's my treat. Though technically the little green bird was a postal employee, and delivering mail was its job, it was still a furry little bird. What was wrong with eating a little? If the squirrel couriers weren't always so fast, Guan Yi would have even thought of feeding them. Of course, this was only possible in the service areas with abundant supplies. It wouldn't work in the wild when food and clothing were scarce. The bird remained silent, simply pecking at the nuts Guan Yi had specifically requested. Guan Yi quickly wrote a reply. She wanted to test it, so she deliberately included a lot of information, including not only the server's future, but also some information about Lan Cheng. When Guan Yi handed the letter to the green-haired bird, it simply pecked at it with its beak before fluttering off into the distance, clearly showing its disapproval. So Guan Yi kept reducing the offer, and the bird refused again and again. Only after Guan Yi changed the letter's content to the words she had seen, did the green-haired bird finally agree to deliver the letter. Guan Yi feigned a complaint. "You eaten so much of my food, can't you be a bit more flexible?" The bird pondered for a few seconds, tilted its head, then glanced left and right, hopped over to Guan Yi, and puffed out its chest, as if inviting her to touch it. Guan Yi: "Oh, then I have to think about it." If it were a real bird, touching its chest would indicate a fondness for small animals, but if it were a local, wouldn't that be rude? Also, it did just say it signed for it, but it only said that one sentence, so could I even touch that soft chest? Guan Yi hesitated, her hands itching to move. After just going through such an irritating dungeon, she really needed to soothe her tense spirit by petting some adorable furry creatures. Chapter 98. Finally, Guan Yi finally got the green-haired bird, after the housekeeper told her that the post office would be using special bird messengers to deliver special letters. It couldn't actually speak, it simply read the recipient's name and took the appropriate reply. Beyond that, it was just a little smarter than a clever bird. Guan Yi played with the green-haired bird for a few minutes before it fluttered its wings and flew away. She could only watch it go with regret, then drag the housekeeper along for breakfast. Afterwards, under the housekeeper's guidance, Guan Yi enjoyed a wonderful morning at the hotel, her tense spirit relaxing considerably. After finishing her final spa treatment, Guan Yi chose to check out after a break. "I have a lot to do," Guan Yi told the housekeeper. "The hotel is nice, but I can't stay here forever. Putting aside the price tag, I really want to go home. Now that I rested, I should prepare for my next trip." Guan Yi was going to the library to sort out her book problem, then to the cinema to look at the posters and make final preparations for her upcoming trip. Then, she would leave here and head to the next server. This time, her lead was short, so she couldn't wait here leisurely until tomorrow. Otherwise, she'd be stuck at the checkout counter, Guan Yi thought, and followed the housekeeper to the elevator, ready to check out at the front desk. The housekeeper, still diligently leading the way, suddenly slowed down as Guan Yi exited the elevator and was about to leave the short hallway, which could only accommodate one person. He took advantage of Guan Yi's proximity and spoke in a low voice. "You made the right decision to purchase the large refrigerator. Soon, the storage compartments will no longer retain fresh food." Guan Yi was stunned. Was this some bonus information? She had seen the news flash before, but it was just a guess. Now the butler had confirmed it for her. The butler continued. "In the future, the supply boxes will contain fewer instant foods and instead contain a large amount of fresh fruits and vegetables. The 7th station, located on the 5th floor, has a large inventory of canned goods. The library is not open to the public, but you can go directly to the souvenir shop, which sells some useful items." After that, the checkout hall was just ahead. The butler, maintaining a polite smile, guided Guan Yi to the checkout process, as if he had said nothing. Clearly, what he had just said to Guan Yi was a violation, and could not be discovered by others. Perhaps, he wanted to repay Guan Yi for her special kindness. Guan Yi guessed that the butler must have thought long and hard before deciding to do this. Otherwise, they had spent a lot of time alone together, and she had kept her mouth shut, but she had seized the last opportunity just as she was about to leave. After completing the formalities, Guan Yi nodded to the butler and spoke with a double meaning. "I'm very satisfied with your service." "Thank you." This remark attracted no attention. Guan Yi's words sounded normal. She then turned and left. The butler bowed and went to his place, awaiting his next call. Butlers with good reviews were allowed to wait in the servants' quarters, and were not forced into hibernation. Once the service area closed, their memories were temporarily sealed, and they could devote themselves to other tasks. Some people would rather hibernate than have their memories sealed, but he didn't care. He just wanted to feel alive, no matter what identity he held. Guan Yi drove her freshly cleaned motorcycle. The hotel offered free car washes, and prepared to go to the 7th station on the 5th floor to buy canned food. Afterwards, she'd go to the cinema to look at posters, and guess what the next server would be like. Then, she'd go to the library on the same floor to donate books, browse the souvenir shop, and finally, go to the fractional pulse company to blend coffee beans. That's 10 kilograms, enough for a long time. After all that, Guan Yi prepared to leave. She had to rush to the next server, and couldn't let a fleeting moment of comfort erode her will. But a big bed that costs 5,000 a night is so comfortable. Guan Yi shrugged and twisted her waist. The muscle fatigue from the long drive had disappeared. It wasn't reflected in the numbers, but only those who felt it knew. It's a shame they don't sell mattresses here, otherwise I'd definitely buy one for my big bed. Just thinking about rolling around in such a comfortable place would be such a blessing. Guan Yi sighed, jotting down a note in his inner notebook as he steered his motorcycle. I need to save up for a better mattress. The 7th station on the 5th floor was much like the ones Guan Yi had always seen. It wasn't the extravagant hypermarket of the main store, and consequently, there weren't many customers. It's so remote here, the clerk complained. With the main store in this area, who would come here? I'm here, aren't I? Guan Yi chatted with the man, while frantically scanning the shelves for canned goods. Come to think of it, why did you buy so much? This stuff isn't going to sell well here. It's more like they're just not selling at all. The clerk sighed. I used to run my own business, but I lost all my money on this batch of canned goods. So I had to come to the 7th station as a clerk to at least support myself. Guan Yi blinked. So it was a former colleague who failed in his business venture. No matter, I wouldn't make the same mistake. Canned goods are for myself first, and then I consider selling them to others. In this store, Guan Yi bought 100 cans of braised beef, 100 buckets of noodles with hot water, 100 packs of compressed biscuits, 100 packs of organic dried vegetables, and 100 packs of hot soup mixed with 5 different flavors. This time, Guan Yi spent 7,870 highway coins. She still had a little over 10,000 in savings, so she wasn't planning on spending any more for the time being. Although these canned goods had a shelf life of 2 years, Guan Yi knew that under certain conditions, such as the high temperature zone she'd been in before, even canned goods could spoil. So even though she still had some money, she didn't buy any more canned goods. After all, her competitors had blindly stockpiled too much and ended up losing money. Guan Yi didn't want to follow in their footsteps, having learned from their mistakes. After completing her shopping and bidding farewell to the clerk, Guan Yi headed to the cinema. It didn't matter that she didn't have a ticket. After ascending the tall stairs and standing next to the ticket gate, Guan Yi saw the giant poster that was supposedly custom-made for each person. In her poster, heavy rain poured down, plants entwined a deserted city, and the city was covered in rust. Even so, the city wasn't the main subject of the poster. Beyond the city, the view stretched to a boundless rainforest and a perilous wetland. Just looking at the poster makes me feel stuffy, and Guan Yi couldn't help but fan herself by tugging at her collar. Looks like there's a lot of mosquitoes. Guan Yi thought about the clothes she bought before. There seemed to be several sets specifically for outdoor use, with collars, cuffs, and ankles that could be tightened and tucked into boots. In places like this, no matter how hot it gets, you need boots. They have to be high-quality outdoor boots. I remember my old outdoor sports collection should have something suitable for this. Guan Yi thought about the clothes and shoes in her closet and decided they were fine. She even had matching gloves and a hat, so there was no need to buy anything extra. After finishing looking at the poster, Guan Yi thought for a moment, pulled out her phone, entered the chat channel, edited a message, and sent it out. Guan Yi, rumor has it, starting with the next server, storage compartments will no longer preserve food. I recommend buying a refrigerator and long-term storage. Also, the car air conditioner, numbered KB3017, is entering its aging stage. Replace it if you can, it could break at any time. After the previous scramble for supplies from Lancheng, the atmosphere in the chat room had been tense. Those who had gotten the goods were naturally elated. Though their bodies were still damaged, at least they looked less like cheese people. Those who hadn't gotten the goods were naturally filled with resentment. Guan Yi still remembered the look on the faces of those who wished they could eat her after she said, "No more." Of course, they quickly restrained themselves, perhaps because they realized this was a safe zone, and they couldn't resort to violence. Or perhaps they figured that since they could trade with Guan Yi, they could naturally find others with Lancheng supplies, so there was no need to go crazy right away. Anyway, those people quickly dispersed, and the chat channel soon became lively. Prices for Lancheng supplies skyrocketed, and some people took advantage of the situation, profiting from goods not originally from Lancheng. So before Guan Yi even spoke, the chat channel was already abuzz with smog. Even after she posted, the verbal battle raged for over a minute before anyone noticed her. What do you mean? The storage compartments can't keep things fresh? I just bought a lot of vegetables and meat. That can't be right. There's no sign of this. Besides, supermarkets sell fresh meat and vegetables, so don't they encourage people to stock up? Air conditioning? Why air conditioning again? Is it even possible? I don't believe it. Could it be that once we all believe it, she starts selling refrigerators, Guan Yi scratched her head. You know what, she actually had that idea. She had previously issued a production license for a car refrigerator, but after production was completed, the drawings were locked. When she was rushing to collect production licenses recently, Guan Yi received the same license, so the lock was lifted and production could resume. Besides, this time, the order is for 500 units. In addition to the car refrigerator, Guan Yi also has a large double-door refrigerator. She'd definitely sell it later, but not under these circumstances. She wants to maintain a seller's market, so she can't beg people to buy. There's nothing wrong with people advising you to stock up on food that will last, but you're all so stressed out. I listen. I go buy it now. It doesn't matter what I eat. I want fresh fish and water vegetables, and I want canned biscuits too. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw many similar items in the supermarket. I was so busy buying groceries and fruit at the time that I didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, something seems off. Guan Yi, are you colluding with the auto repair shop? A new air conditioner costs 1,000 highway coins. I don't believe it. I don't believe anyone right now. Huang Xingwan, come out. Is it fun to scam people with fake Lancheng supplies? Everyone, beware of anyone with that name. Don't trade with him. Huang Xingwan is a scammer. Don't trade with him. I expletive. Looking for Lancheng supplies, first come first, and only through the trade channel. No freeloaders. Guan Yi stopped reading after seeing this. She already received the notice. Believe it or not, it's up to them. She still had to go to the library. The library was in the center of the 4th floor. It was a plain, somewhat run-down building, standing out from the other brightly lit buildings. Guan Yi speculated that it might be due to the membership system, or perhaps it was because the service area was so digitized that even local residents with library cards were reluctant to read paper books. In short, the library was deserted. Besides her and the staff member who handled the paid book collection, the only other people to be seen were the souvenir shop. That was good, Guan Yi thought, at least she wouldn't have to wait in long lines. Chapter 99. The book collector sat behind the window, head bowed. From Guan Yi's perspective, she could only see the top of his thinning hair. She figured in a few years, from this vantage point, he'd be just a scalp. Hello, I have a book here. Would you take it? Guan Yi lowered her voice. Even though the library was empty, she didn't want to make unnecessary noise. The man raised his head, revealing a blurry old man. Guan Yi blinked, feeling a little dizzy. It was like a 360p image suddenly inserted into a 4K HD video. The features were blurry, and it was hard to make out, but she could tell it was a person. Yes, we take books. Let me see what books you have. The man mumbled, his voice slurred. He stood up reluctantly, his movements as slow as those of a dying man. Guan Yi passed the loot she'd taken from Mon City into the window. After a moment's thought, she also passed in the forgotten history book she once obtained. She bought it with her points, along with a motorcycle and dog whistle. Guan Yi flipped through it, but, as the item description indicated, most of the content was blurry, leaving only fragments. Guan Yi guessed, believing she was witnessing a history of wars and dynasties. A foolish king, harsh decrees, a rebellious people, a brand new system. Although Guan Yi could only discern fragments, from these fragments, she could confirm that this world possessed a well-established civilization. Then, the crucial Golden City appeared, but that was all. Guan Yi speculated that it might be the location of the Xian dynasty's capital, but unfortunately, there was no further information for her to refer to. Since she had already read the contents of the book so many times that it had lost its meaning, if the price was good, she might as well sell it. The blurry old man took the 2 books and rubbed them back and forth in his hands, as if his eyesight had failed and he could only discern the contents by touch. A few minutes later, the old man spoke. These are 2 excellent books. What reward do you want? Guan Yi didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that the old man's voice was less vague than before, as if the 2 books had recharged him. Can I choose my own reward? Guan Yi asked. At least you have to tell me what the choice is. The old man muttered, the choice. A production license or money. A useful production license or some useful money. Guan Yi, very good, it's the same as not saying anything. Money is certainly a good thing, but in a place like this, Guan Yi felt that choosing it would be a betrayal of her travels. I choose the useful production license, Guan Yi replied to the old man, then added, I handed over 2 books, and I only get 1 in return. The old man nodded, his voice vague and tinged with sadness. History is great, but no one cares anymore. This is my personal token of gratitude. After speaking, the old man lowered his head and searched under the window, then handed over a thin envelope and 10 highway coins as payment. Guan Yi, damn it! This is clearly my well-deserved reward. Why do I feel so guilty? Like I'm stealing from a beggar? Whatever. Just take it. Grabbing the envelope containing the permit and the money, Guan Yi said goodbye to the old man and headed to the museum's only marginally popular souvenir shop. She then noticed there were only 4 other people in the shop, including her, one of whom was a clerk. There's nothing much to see. I walked around the shop in about 30 steps. Guan Yi shook her head. The shop was mostly made up of bookmarks, with the occasional crudely made keychain. She patiently examined each item, trying to discern the difference between the props and ordinary items. Huh? This must be the one worth buying, right? Guan Yi touched a set of thin metal bookmarks. They were quite interesting. The upper left corner was shaped like a mushroom, and the center was a hollowed-out version of the same shape. The metal felt fine, unlike those shoddy items. 20 edible mushroom bookmarks. Introduction. Use the cutouts to identify the corresponding mushroom. If correct, the bookmark will glow gold. If incorrect, the bookmark will glow red. Slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Note, after 3 consecutive incorrect answers, the bookmark will be destroyed. Guan Yi, this is a great thing. It helps you avoid unnecessary downtime while picking mushrooms. Buy as many sets as you can. Good news. The souvenir shop has no limit on quantity. Bad news. There are only 100 sets in stock. Guan Yi, okay, even a mosquito leg is good. With this, Guan Yi's library tour came to an end. She hurriedly left. Perhaps it was because she was overly inspired, but the entire library, including the old man, gave her a sense of the melancholy of a hero in his twilight years. She felt so devastated that she didn't even want to open the envelope in the library to check the production license. Of course, Guan Yi wasn't afraid of the old man deceiving her. If the goods weren't what she ordered, she could just go back and fight. No liability after delivery wouldn't work for her. Then, Guan Yi opened the envelope and, after carefully reading the contents of the license, exclaimed in surprise. Huh? They're giving me this kind of license? Guan Yi shook the license in her hand, a look of shock on her face. If this is the reward for completing a special mission, I have to work harder next time. Directed energy shotgun. Introduction. Strictly controlled lethal weapon, license required. Requires level 2 energy source to activate, with 3 shots per energy source. Maximum range, 5 meters. Radius, 1.5 meters. Quantity produced, 1. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Materials. In accordance with the Firearms Secrecy Act, specific quantities cannot be marked. Please bring 100 of each of the following 9 materials: metal, stone, intermediate parts, wood, plastic, rubber, cotton, rags, and oil to the workshop to produce this product. Note, we guarantee that every production license is compliant, but this compliance does not include the gun owner. Good riddance. Guan Yi exclaimed. It seemed she had to get a gun license before leaving, otherwise someone might suddenly accuse her of violating regulations. The consequences of violating regulations were evident in those cheese figures riddled with holes. Guan Yi didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Besides, she had always been a well-behaved and honest person. As planned, Guan Yi first went to Dot Matrix Pulse to pick up her coffee beans. They provided her with a 10-kilogram package, but she could choose her own variety. Guan Yi didn't know much about the local coffee beans, but she patiently listened to the staff's explanation. She learned that beans from Area 2 have a fruity woody aroma, while beans from Nanshan District have a strong nutty flavor. Finally, Guan Yi selected a few of each type and bought the accompanying milk balls and sugar cubes. She's never been comfortable with black coffee and must add milk and sugar to it. As for the new bitter almond coffee, Guan Yi also bought 24 bottles. She doesn't drink it herself, but what if anyone needs it? After all, the label says, a taste favored by indigenous people. Guan Yi didn't want to judge the indigenous people's taste. After all, after taking a quick sip, she decided, unless I'm dying of thirst, I never touch this stuff. With the selected coffee beans in hand, Guan Yi asked the clerk where she could apply for a gun permit. The clerk said she could go to the service hall on the first floor and get one immediately after passing the qualification review. Qualification review again. Why does this place always require qualification review? Guan Yi's application for a pre-approval pass was approved that morning, so the poster she saw at the cinema was indeed the place she was going to next. Never mind. It's a gun permit after all, so it seems normal to have to go through the review process. I hope it won't take me too long. Guan Yi returned to the service hall on the first floor. Unlike before, there were no more people gathered there. Although there was a free lounge next to it, everyone who came here had some money. Most people preferred to spend a bit of money on a comfortable hotel, rather than the free but shabby lounge. Of course, some people returned to their cars. After all, where there were crowds, there were bound to be disputes. Even in safe zones where violence was forbidden, face-to-face arguments were detrimental. So, avoiding the game was a good option. However, some people were already extremely irritated by the game, eager to pick a fight with anyone they could find. However, since the service area didn't allow that, they could only engage in heated arguments in the chat room, disliking everyone and making the entire channel a mess. It was very frustrating, Guan Yi thought. Those who couldn't control their emotions probably wouldn't make it to the end. It doesn't matter. It's none of my business. I can't save everyone. Guan Yi let out a long sigh, went to the corner window, and asked the clerk inside how to apply for a gun license. The result was beyond Guan Yi's expectations. She expected another long wait, but the clerk simply asked her to tell them her license plate number, and after verifying it with her, he readily handed her the license. Guan Yi held the metal badge in her hand, and couldn't help but ask, "Is that all? I thought you were going to verify my qualifications." The staff member smiled and said, "We were just doing that. You have an excellent reputation on the road. Not only are you eager to help others, you also assisted the relevant authorities in apprehending 2 wanted criminals. The Lancheng investigation team also holds you in high regard. A traveler as outstanding as you should certainly pass the gun permit review." Guan Yi understood. Because she had never done anything bad to the good NPCs, her reputation with the NPC faction was very good, which was why she easily passed the review. This is wonderful, Guan Yi thought with relief. Good people are rewarded, and good people deserve convenience. Okay, everything's done. Time to go. Guan Yi rode his motorcycle to the auto repair shop to pick up his lovely Zhuxiao. Then, Guan Yi put the motorcycle back in its place and double-checked that the serial number on his car's air conditioner wasn't KB3017. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the driver's seat, where he hadn't been for a long time, and started the car. Leaving the auto repair shop, Guan Yi drove along the road leading to the toll booth, admiring the tall buildings of the cyber service area through the open car window. I don't know what the next service area will look like yet. It'd accommodate more people, probably be bigger. Maybe it'd be an expansion of this one? After all, the second service area is like an expansion of the first, and maybe the next one will be too. Guan Yi drove straight ahead for almost 10 minutes before he saw the sign for the toll booth, indicating that the destination was 800 meters ahead. Then, after driving just over halfway, Guan Yi saw a massive traffic jam. Long lines formed in almost every lane at the toll booth, as if everyone had agreed to leave today. I was wondering why I didn't see anyone there, but now everyone's already here. It seems everyone has the same idea, to get out first and qualify for the next server. Guan Yi peered out of the car for a few seconds, then decisively pulled her head back. She turned the steering wheel, and steered onto the only empty road. As soon as she left, the car behind her quickly filled her spot. Even if Guan Yi regretted wanting to turn back, there was no room left. Hey, look! Another clever guy has emerged. The driver of the car filling in the gap leaned forward, a look of gloating effortless on his face. Why do you think people aren't taking this road? Look up. That's the East lane. Guan Yi was baffled. I saw it. The words are right there, so big and bright. Do you even need to tell me? Then why are you still going? You don't think you'd be allowed through if you plead with them after you pass, do you? The driver behind him, a look of sudden enlightenment on his face, said, I see. You must be thinking you're going to open the lane. Look for another opportunity to cut in line once you get to the front. I report this to the chat channel right now. You won't stand a chance. Guan Yi gave him a look of pity. After all, one less look was one less. With his brain and way of thinking, getting this far was pretty much the limit, right? Let's just say, is there a possibility I have an ETC card and can skip the line? With that, Guan Yi stopped looking at the suddenly stunned driver. He stepped on the accelerator and shot off down the deserted aisle, leaving behind only a plume of exhaust that perfectly met environmental standards. Chapter 100. Guan Yi's behavior caught the attention of the other drivers. The chat channel was almost entirely occupied by discussion, and some truly brilliant people followed, hoping to get a piece of the action. Well, it's my own fault, so don't blame others. Guan Yi glanced in the rearview mirror at the car tailing her, shrugged, and continued driving, not intending to alert them. Speaking of which, Guan Yi had been stuck on the highway many times, watching those who didn't follow the rules whizzing along the emergency lane. Most of the time, those people wouldn't face any punishment, only gloating over their own cleverness and arguing that those who stayed in the regular lane were fools. Only rarely would they be intercepted by traffic police ahead and receive some rather mild punishment. Guan Yi hated those people, but in the real world, she was powerless. The most she could do was like the videos of people being blocked in the lane and forced to reverse. She couldn't do anything else. But things were different in this game world. Guan Yi didn't remind those people in the chat channel that she had an ETC card. After all, the words ETC dedicated channel were clearly written in large letters at the end of the passage, so she had fulfilled her duty of reminder. Don't say her eyesight is poor, everyone's bodies are digitized, and their myopia has long been corrected. If she can see, then everyone else can too. Come on, I see. I get through in a bit. What are you going to do? Guan Yi snorted softly, knowing what those people following closely behind her were up to. They were just trying to break through. So what? With no vehicles blocking the way ahead, Guan Yi quickly reached a point less than 50 meters ahead of the ETC lane. She began to tap the brakes and slowly slowed down, trying to avoid a collision with the barrier due to insufficient lifting speed. Detected the driver ahead has an ETC card, please pass. The barrier suddenly sprang up, too fast to react. Inertia caused the barrier to tremble slightly after it stood upright, as if it would snap back again in the next second, cleaving any car that hesitated to pass. Guan Yi was certainly quick. She was a legal card holder. She stepped on the accelerator and whizzed through the toll booth. Then, in the rearview mirror, she watched the barrier descend again, and just as she had imagined, it struck the hood of the car trying to follow behind. TSK, it's all smoke. Guan Yi hadn't left the toll booth yet, but she could still see what was happening in her rearview mirror. Several staff members emerged from the toll booth, forcibly lifted the offending vehicle and its driver, then walked to the side of the road and dumped the car. There's no road on either side of the road. I don't think there's one. Guan Yi reflected on the view from the window while driving. It looked like a steep cliff. Even if she were thrown off, her chances of survival would be slim, let alone driving herself down. The consequences of not following the rules. Guan Yi muttered, looking back. She remembered there were more than one car following her. Detection. The driver ahead doesn't have an ETC card. To ensure smooth traffic on this lane, they are being expelled. As the mechanical announcement faded, Guan Yi saw all the cars stuck in the ETC lane begin to float, as if an invisible mechanical clamp in midair were grabbing them, rapidly moving them backwards, like a claw machine, until they reached the end of the manual lane. Of course, Guan Yi couldn't see that far, but she guessed that was the case. Since these people didn't break through the barrier, they might have been drivers who accidentally took the wrong lane. Since the trap didn't throw them all down, Guan Yi deduced that they were thrown back to the end of the line for the manual lane. That was quite satisfying to watch. Okay, now that the excitement is over, it's time for me to get going. Guan Yi didn't sympathize with the driver who was thrown off the cliff, nor with the drivers who returned to the end, they simply deserved it. She was now more focused on her new destination. Driving straight along the highway, the toll booth gradually disappeared in the rearview mirror. Guan Yi knew she had entered the buffer zone, and with a little more driving, she would reach the new section of highway. Tick-tock. Raindrops fell on the windshield, forming a puddle. Guan Yi turned on the wipers to sweep them away, knowing it was a sign. It's going to rain, 7 days in a row. Guan Yi felt uncomfortable at the thought, and related words automatically popped into her mind. Humid, sticky, and stuffy. And the irritability of not seeing the sun for so long. There must be mosquitoes and diseases. Skin diseases are a minor issue, but infectious diseases are a real problem. Guan Yi had also visited a hospital while wandering around, but they only saw patients and didn't sell medicine to the public. She couldn't even spend money, and she was speechless. Oh, it's raining now. TSK, I can't drive too fast now. From a drip to a downpour, there was no pause, as if in the blink of an eye, the rain covered the entire windshield like it was free. Guan Yi could only turn the windshield wipers to full speed, barely able to see the road ahead. She slowly slowed down to avoid skidding off the road. There were still mountain roads on both sides. I don't know where that city in the rain is, but the city isn't the main subject on the poster. I guess I see it on the 3rd or 4th day. By the way, Lady Crow's return gift hadn't arrived yet. Guan Yi wasn't sure if it was because the journey was too long, so she decided to wait a few more days. If there was still no news, she would call the association's advertising department and Squirrel Express headquarters to find out what was going on. If they hadn't mentioned a thank you gift, it would be fine. But since they had, they couldn't lie, right? Just as Guan Yi was wondering how long to wait, she suddenly heard the long-awaited electronic announcement. Congratulations to the players on entering the 6th stage server. Your server number is 601. Current server population 248, 211/300, 000. Server population is being filled. Wish you a pleasant journey and a safe arrival at your destination. A server with 300,000 people. It looks like the 5th server might have 150,000 or 200,000 people. The number of people is growing. Guan Yi sighed, turning on the radio to hear what the communication style on this server was like. The chat channel was bustling with people celebrating their advancement, freeing them from the hassle of waiting in line at the checkout counter, anxiously worrying about whether their advancement server would be full. Looking at the weather, it's going to rain. I'm so awesome. Ha ha ha. I knew I was right to leave early. Didn't you see the poster in front of the cinema? It's a city in a rainstorm. I slept in my car last night and left right away. I almost got left behind last time, but I won't take any chances this time. Huh? I saw a rainforest and a downpour. Why are the posters different? That shouldn't be the case. Different people wouldn't be on the same server. Anyway, I bought a thick raincoat so I can get wet while I'm searching for supplies. Sadly, I was planning a barbecue, but now it's raining. I have to eat in the car. I listed a small car barbecue grill on the trading side. It's a must-have for home and travel, but there aren't many in stock. If I order it as OEM, I need 3 level 2 energy sources in addition to the basic materials. I actually enjoy the rain. I don't have any other cars anyway, so I just drive it myself. As long as I don't get too crazy and drive steadily, I'm not afraid of slipping. I hope there's something useful in the supply box. I'm tired of steamed buns. Everyone buys a bunch of fruits and vegetables and leaves them there. Only those who just arrived would just eat steamed buns. Seeing this, Guan Yi felt something was amiss. It seemed those who had arrived earlier than her didn't know the storage compartments were about to lose their fresh-keeping function. Guan Yi thought for a moment and typed a message. Guan Yi, I heard in the service area that the storage compartments seem to be losing their fresh-keeping function soon. I'm not sure if it's true or when this will happen. I suggest everyone be careful with your food. Refrigerate what needs to be refrigerated. Don't worry about it all rotting. The housekeeper had told her soon. The 7 o'clock Asphalt Express also mentioned that the Agricultural Association was protesting the storage compartment's function. Guan Yi felt that this matter would only drag on for a day or two at most, and there would be a resolution soon. And the outcome will be one where the players suffer. Come to think of it, Guan Yi had previously thought this was a fixed plot trigger, like how starting from the 5th server, storage compartments no longer have a freshness function in order to make survival more difficult for players. But now she's on the 6th server. If this were a fixed plot, then everyone in the chat channel would surely have known about it and wouldn't have stockpiled large quantities of fruits and vegetables, specifically, quantities that wouldn't fit in the refrigerator. Maybe my timing was still flawed before. Guan Yi curled her lips, feeling a little tired. Never mind, as long as it didn't hinder her journey to the Golden City, whatever. At this moment, someone in the chat channel saw Guan Yi's message and expressed their own doubts. You don't mention the source of the information, so how can I know if your message is true or not? Ha ha ha, you also came from Ice City, right? I can tell at a glance that you were ripped off. What Ice City? Was your last server Ice City? I came from a high-temperature zone and nearly died from the heat. Got some gossip? Tell me now, while we're still fresh in the spirit of the journey. Wait until the last 2 days, and you whisper in my ear that I'm not interested anymore. It's normal for people not to reveal their sources, right? Some sources just can't be revealed. Someone in Ice City played a big game, stealing a lot of people's supplies. I heard someone even lost their life. Luckily I don't take advantage, or I'd be screwed too. Tell me, Guan Yi, where did you get this information? Why are you silent, Guan Yi, believe it or not? You see for yourself after a while by looking at the degree of decay in the food. I have no reason to lie, and you're not worth it. Beyond confirming her source in the chat, Guan Yi found something else even more interesting. Not counting those who skipped levels like her, the others who had also reached the 5th stage were from different servers. She had assumed that, under normal circumstances, people who enter the game at the same time would remain on the same server. So how many servers does this highway survival game actually have? Guan Yi couldn't help but wonder, is the 10th or 11th server really the Golden City? Chapter 101. Guan Yi drove along the road for about 20 minutes, gradually entering the wetlands. The shape of the road became blurred in the rain, and she could hardly tell whether she was on the road itself or on the side of it. This rain must be torrential, right? Has it been this exciting since day one? Guan Yi had always believed that the dangers on the road increased with the passage of time, but this downpour had completely sobered her up. Let's do an experiment to see when food spoils. Guan Yi said this as she found a place to park. She took 2 carrots from the refrigerator, put one in the car, and put the other in the storage compartment to compare and observe. To be honest, even a refrigerator's refrigeration function isn't foolproof. Food will spoil if it's supposed to, but it just keeps longer than at room temperature. The same goes for canned goods and other instant foods. Guan Yi felt that the real source of food still depended on the supply boxes, but the delivery rate was too unstable. I can't see the road anymore. Guan Yi slammed on the brakes again. She had completely left the mountain road and entered the wetlands, a land filled with swamps and waters of unknown depth. The road became intermittent. If she could just barely make out the outline just now she could only barely make out sections at a distance. The road is safe, but even the road is barely visible now. TSK, I have to find the right spot when I park at night. Theoretically, the waters in the wetlands are mostly shallow, but deeper areas are possible. On a clear day, Guan Yi could make a preliminary assessment based on the color of the water. Now, she decided to stick to the rules and avoid the swamps and peatlands. Luckily, the Jushia's performance is still biased towards off-roading and hasn't been modified. Otherwise, if the wheels got stuck, there wouldn't even be anyone to help push the car. Guan Yi slowly stepped on the accelerator, restarting the Juxia and moving it forward. Aside from the heavy rain, there weren't any other dangers she could see. She couldn't stay where she was. She had to get to the service area. The Juxia's front and rear windshields had wipers, but the side windows didn't. In the pouring rain, she couldn't open the windows. Her vision was practically blocked to the front, and she could barely see through the side windows. Then, Guan Yi saw a dark figure suddenly leap into the air from the water to the left, then plunge into the water to the right with a splash. Guan Yi's eyes widened as she slammed on the brakes. What was that thing that arced in midair? Is it a fish? It must be a fish. And it even has a tail. It's so big, it can't even fit in one pot. What a huge fish, almost 2 meters long, right? Guan Yi licked her lips, feeling as if she knew where the food on this stretch of road came from. Speaking of which, she was quite skilled at killing and cooking fish. If she could catch a fish that big, she definitely has several meals to eat. Of course, that presupposes she could actually catch that big fish. A normal fishing rod probably won't work, and neither will a fishing net. Guan Yi began searching for any fishing equipment she could find, but after a long search, she found nothing. Then I just have to wait for it to jump out, and then chop it down with the usual methods. Guan Yi sighed. If anything, she didn't want to engage in physical combat with a fish. Who knew if it had any special attacks? Even if this fish can't, the water's so deep, what if there are crocodiles? She added strength, sure, but it wouldn't be enough to withstand the death roll. After all, ordinary fish are this big, so who knows if crocodiles are even bigger? We can't just expect all the crocodiles here to be caimans or alligators. I see. The danger comes from the area itself. The animals, plants, fish, and other creatures here are all dangerous to humans. Guan Yi frowned, looking ahead. As expected, as the server grew larger, the danger level also increased. Especially now that it was difficult to distinguish between the road and the road below, she had to be extremely careful. Fortunately, Juxia has high durability. She can withstand a few hits if she encounters danger. Thinking of Juxia's 1500 durability, Guan Yi felt somewhat reassured. She continued along what might have been the road until she faintly spotted a white beam of light in the torrential rain. Supply box? Guan Yi was excited. Seeing the supply box just a short while after driving, no matter what was inside, it was a good omen. She parked the car and went to the trunk to change into wetland-appropriate clothing. Guan Yi then threw on a thick raincoat over her clothes. After all, a raincoat's waterproofing only protects against light or moderate rain. For downpours like this, it was best to wear a raincoat. As soon as Guan Yi opened the car door, the wind from outside blew heavy rain into the car, as if someone was waiting outside with a basin, ready to pour water inside at the right moment. The seats were almost completely soaked. This is terrible, Guan Yi muttered to herself, shoveling her way through the ground with an engineer's shovel, edging her way toward the pillar of light. As she got closer, she realized it wasn't just a pillar of light, but also a green-covered truck with half its front end submerged in water. It seems this place is full of NPCs, Guan Yi thought. This car couldn't have just fallen from the sky. She approached the car cautiously, first checking the driver's cabin. After confirming it was empty, she began circling the vehicle. The canopy was largely damaged. Guan Yi guessed it had been soaked by rain and then blown away by the wind, leaving only the skeleton still attached, allowing her to clearly see what was inside. The car's interior was a mixture of leaves, weeds, and the feces of unknown creatures, soaked in the rain and giving off a rotting smell. The supply box, emitting a beam of white light, sat at an angle next to the front fender. However, because the front of the car had plunged into the water, 2/3 of the box was also submerged. Guan Yi climbed into the car's cabin by the wheel. Once she reached the box, she realized something was amiss. This supply box was different from the one she'd seen before. It was made of metal, and though it was rusted, Guan Yi could still make out some barely discernible writing. Relief supplies? It looked a bit like the construction supply boxes distributed by Lan Chung. Thinking of this, Guan Yi couldn't help but shudder, perhaps from the rain or perhaps from the recollection of something unpleasant. She didn't want to enter the Unreal server again. Guan Yi forced herself to stop thinking about it. She had to hurry. She couldn't stay in the rain. In theory, the temperature would drop when it rained, making people feel damp and cold. But perhaps because of the unique environment here, Guan Yi didn't feel damp and cold. Instead, she felt incredibly hot and stuffy. After all, her full-coverage rain suit came with a built-in mask, effectively blocking out any unpleasant elements in the air. After 2 clicks, Guan Yi opened the box. Even though she prepared herself and held her breath, she could still smell the stench of decay. Guan Yi couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Once the horrible smell had dissipated somewhat, she approached the box again and peered inside. On the outermost layer lay a layer of unrecognizable packing material, along with a pile of bags covered in gray-black fungus, labeled first aid supplies. Guan Yi sighed and reached in with her shovel, trying to pry the contents apart. It was already in such a state, it was definitely useless. She decided to continue looking. Although her hope was slim, the lower half of the box had long been submerged in water. If anything on top was worthless, the bottom was likely to be equally unacceptable. But she had to take a look first, Guan Yi thought. Just as she was lifting the packaging with her shovel, she heard something behind her. Guan Yi whipped her head around. At first, she saw nothing, only the dense raindrops hitting the water. But that was normal, it was pouring down, and Guan Yi could even see the individual drops. The water in the pool was pounding, creating layers of dense bubbles. This was a perfectly normal sight, but the more Guan Yi looked, the more nervous she became. Her heart was pounding like a drum, her sixth sense radar blaring. Guan Yi pulled out her newly crafted guided energy shotgun and pointed it at the pool. If anything went wrong, she would fire decisively. Fear stemmed from a lack of firepower. Since that was the case, she might as well unleash her full firepower. Guan Yi was nervous, but her hand was steady. After all, it was a shotgun, and with its calibration aid, she wasn't afraid of missing the target. Now all I need is a target, Guan Yi thought, and then he saw the bubbles in the pool becoming increasingly dense, appearing and bursting at a faster rate. It's coming. As if to confirm Guan Yi's thoughts, a fish-like monster with ape-like arms suddenly leaped from the water. Its skin was translucent, revealing its muscles and parasitic nematodes. Saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, and it let out a hyena-like howl as it scurried toward Guan Yi. It looked like this, and it would be a disservice not to shoot. Guan Yi decisively pulled the trigger. A cold light flashed on the gun, and several blue rails instantly activated, with a sizzling sound as the gun activated its energy. The next second, a pulse of blue light shattered into a shower of scattered light points, all striking the strange fish. The fish let out a shrill howl, and a stream of murky gray liquid gushed from its gaping mouth, heading towards Guan Yi. Guan Yi quickly jumped out of the car, dodging the attack. The liquid sprayed onto the car's hull, corroding a large area of the metal. This is so exciting, Guan Yi thought, and she squeezed the trigger again. This time, the shotgun beam accurately hit the fish's head, completely shattering its skull. The good news: the fish's skull was shattered, and it was dead. The bad news: it wasn't alone. The impact of the shotgun beam shattering the fish's skull sent it plummeting back into the pool with a loud plop. Then, blood spread across the water, and more bubbles appeared and burst. Under Guan Yi's vigilant gaze, 3 more fish heads emerged from the water. One level 2 energy cell can fire 3 times. Guan Yi had just fired 2 shots, but considering she was in a dangerous area and not the time to conserve energy, she had already replaced the shotgun's energy cell with a new one when the fish fell back into the pool. 3 fish, 3 chances to launch. Just 1 for each of you. Don't accuse me of being unfair. With the experience she had just gained, Guan Yi's hand on the gun grew steadier. This time, she aimed at the nearest strange fish. Chapter 102. Guan Yi aimed at the monster fish, and was about to pull the trigger when she suddenly noticed 3 figures rapidly approaching her. One of them shouted, "Don't do it. Don't fight alone." As he spoke, the figure threw something at the monster fish, landing accurately on it, and emitting a large burst of orange-yellow light. The monster fish whistled and turned back. Along with its companions, their voices echoed in unison, directing the primary aggro towards the 3 figures. Guan Yi, coming to rescue them, or to steal the monster? Whatever, just fight them. Guan Yi stood in the mud, mentally recalculating the monster fish's trajectory through the goggles of her full-coverage raincoat. She had already aimed, but the appearance of those 3 forced her to start over. It wasn't that bad, Guan Yi consoled herself, thinking of the monster being pulled away by the tank. As a DPS, she could just stand there and deal damage. ZZ. The gun's energy reactivated. Guan Yi aimed at the protrusion, where the tail of a strange fish connected to its body, and pulled the trigger. Blue arcs of light rained down again. The strange fish let out an even sharper cry, and its tail snapped with a bloody spurt. Not a fatal wound, Guan Yi judged. As the strange fish turned to look at her, she fired a second shot. A fatal blow. Guan Yi was pleased with this. Meanwhile, the other 3 men were not idle either. They continued to hurl the flammable substance that could still burn in the heavy rain, while also firing their weapons at the strange fish. A few minutes later, the 3 strange fish were dead. Just as they had arrived, they sank back into the pool with a gurgling sound and bubbles. Now, the target Guan Yi had marked as dangerous had changed. "Don't come over here." Guan Yi pointed his gun at them. "Just stand there and say, you just saw its power. Don't force me to do it." Because of the battle, the 3 men were now in a similar position to the strange fish, within range. They had no choice but to raise their hands to indicate they were not bad guys. "We won't go over, but can we salvage our spoils first?" The man who had first warned Guan Yi not to fight alone spoke up. He was wearing a full-coverage raincoat with a windbreaker collar, and was pointing in the direction of the pond. "They sink to the bottom soon. We need to pull them out and process them quickly, or our battle supplies will be wasted." Guan Yi narrowed his eyes, weighed them for a moment, and nodded in agreement. "I just caught one too. You can fish them out, but don't come near me, or make any preparatory movements like throwing anything." The man in the raincoat agreed, and the 2 men who followed him immediately approached the pool. Guan Yi watched their every move intently, not breathing a sigh of relief until he saw them pull all 4 strange fish up and immediately process them on the spot. It seemed they were locals, and the strange fish held what they needed to survive. Guan Yi lowered his gun and approached them. "What's the name of this strange fish?" Guan Yi asked. "I'm new here, so I'm not familiar with the situation here." "We call it a monkey fish," the man in the raincoat replied. "Only the legs are edible, but the skin, bones, and fat are all good ingredients." "Where are you from?" "Good question. Where should I say I'm from?" Guan Yi had tried this before. She mentioned some Earth-related topics to the NPC, but unfortunately, the NPC claimed they didn't hear anything clearly and expressed their understanding. After all, some things in this world are like this. Even if someone higher up says something, someone lower down won't hear it. So Guan Yi couldn't tell the man in the raincoat that she was from Earth, or her country either. She had to make one up on the spot to get by. After all, in this kind of atmosphere, the answer was best to be concise and to the point, neither pretentious nor making the other party suspicious. Guan Yi felt a little worried. It wouldn't be right to say she came from the service area, right? It didn't seem impossible. "I'm a traveling merchant." Guan Yi finally chose this answer, tilting her head towards Yushia's position. "I sell a few random things. It's my first time in this area, and I encountered this. Monkey fish? Traveling merchant? What interesting things did you bring?" After hearing Guan Yi's words, a cheerful voice suddenly came from behind the man in the raincoat. It sounded young, still in the stage of being indistinguishable between male and female. Guan Yi guessed it was a young man, but he was wearing a long raincoat that covered his head and face, making it impossible to see his face clearly. Some canned goods, some vegetables and fruits, some puppy figurines, playing cards, coffee beans. Oh, and the latest bitter almond coffee. Guan Yi thought about the production licenses she had collected. Most of them were for products with little market share among players. Besides the one she mentioned, there were also items like a ball, a fly swatter, a wall clock, and slippers. After all, she was driven by a rush. Anything she had was enough, regardless of whether it was worthless. Meanwhile, the owners saw no use for these items, and were happy to trade them with Guan Yi for something useful. It was a mutually satisfactory transaction. After Guan Yi obtained the production license, He simply added the items to the craftable items in his workshop, not intending to sell them. But now, it seems, even the odds and ends players didn't particularly care about Kuneva use. Sounds interesting. Then you need to come back to camp with us. The boy's mouth was gagged. The other person, who had remained silent, had taken the initiative. The man in the raincoat nodded to Guan Yi, his tone a half-hearted apology. Sorry, please don't take her words to heart. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, understanding. In such dire circumstances, only a child would naively invite a stranger back to their camp. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, I'd like to leave. I don't like being outside in this weather. The man in the raincoat nodded. Yes, the weather is terrible, but that's the norm in the wetlands. I can't even remember the last sunny day. Oh, by the way, please take this. It's your share. The silent man released his hand from the boy's mouth and silently placed a large portion of his trophy, skin and flesh included, at Guan Yi's feet. The man in the raincoat said, These are the 2 monkeyfish you killed yourself, and the other 2 we killed together. We take it a small processing fee. Is that okay? The distribution seemed fair, at least on paper. But Guan Yi didn't want to accept all this bloody stuff. Her storage compartment was running out of freshness, and something that smelled so awful wouldn't go in her refrigerator, but Guan Yi squatted down and reached out to rummage through the loot. Great, there were all item hints, so she had to take them. Never mind, at worst, she could just install a refrigerator to store all this stuff. Seeing Guan Yi collect her things, the man in the raincoat told the boy and another person to take their loot. After saying goodbye to Guan Yi, the 3 of them walked out into the pouring rain, gradually disappearing. Guan Yi watched them leave, finally breathing a sigh of relief. However, because of the strange fish, the monkey fish, she didn't dare put the shotgun away. Instead, she carried it and returned to the supply box she hadn't finished checking. The gun was good, but it consumed too much energy. In just a few moments, she had already used up 3.5 yuan of level 2 energy. These things weren't sold at the service area, so she had to get level 1 energy from supply boxes and then craft them herself in the workshop. So we need to be frugal. We couldn't help it during the battle, but now we can't just throw it away, that would be a waste. The supply box had already been partially soaked in water before it was opened. Guan Yi had opened the lid earlier, but hadn't taken everything out in time, causing the box to fill with rainwater, transforming it from a supply box into a supply water tank. Wow, this is really a big deal. Guan Yi hesitated for a moment as she stared at the supply box. She could have used a shovel to pry around, but now she had to reach in. Thinking of those black fungus spawn, even with gloves on, Guan Yi felt a little reluctant. The supply box couldn't be opened until it was completely emptied, so Guan Yi had no choice but to begin. She first used the shovel to scoop out the dirt that had floated to the surface, then shook the box vigorously to remove some of the rainwater that had overflowed over the edges. Unlike Lancheng, the supply boxes here are still the old, immovable ones. Players must empty them outside, and then either move the empty boxes away for storage or dismantle them for parts. Obtained, miasma antidote, expired, X3, moldy buns, inedible, X3, broken nutrients, inactivated, X2, damaged raincoat, rotten, X5, map supplement page X1 Guan Yi, I give in. Out of 5 pieces of loot, only 1 is usable. Although I had expected this, Guan Yi was still a little disappointed to see this outcome. Dumping the useless junk that only took up storage space, Guan Yi returned to the car, carrying the lightly fluttering map supplement page. Taking off his raincoat mask, Guan Yi let out a long breath, then took out a towel he had prepared, covered his face, and began rubbing it frantically. It's so uncomfortable out there, worse than being in a steamer. I only been out there for less than 40 minutes, and this is already happening. How do those indigenous people live? Guan Yi sighed for a moment, not even going to the trunk to remove her raincoat. She just sat dripping wet in the driver's seat, enjoying the air conditioning. The rain outside showed no sign of stopping. If she saw the supply box later, she'd have to go back down. It would be a hassle to put on and take off the supplies repeatedly, but Guan Yi didn't think it was necessary. Let me see if this map supplement can point me to anything. The navigation in the wetland was almost blank. The map had returned to its novice state. A small car representing Guan Yi on the far left, an icon representing a service area on the far right, and a large blank space in the middle, not even the shape of the road. Only when Guan Yi crossed a certain road did the map of the corresponding area light up, just like when she had just fought the monkey fish by the pond, and now the map showed that place and gave it its name. Monkey fish area. Guan Yi, Beautiful. Listening to you, I'm listening to you. This place name is truly desolate. Never mind. It's my own map. What else can I do? I just have to bear with it, Guan Yi said as he combined the map supplement with his current map. Then, a village-like icon slowly appeared on the blank map. It seems this is the camp the young man mentioned earlier. I wonder if it's temporary or permanently inhabited. Guan Yi rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, would anyone really name their permanent residence camp? That wouldn't feel very homey, would it? Whatever it is, at least I know where my next destination is. So, Guan Yi determined the direction, adjusted the car, and drove the Zhuxia towards the camp icon on the map. Chapter 103. The torrential rain continued. Guan Yi, enjoying the air conditioning in the car, didn't find it unbearable. She had just re-examined the spoils the man in the raincoat had distributed to her, a large bundle of monkeyfish skin, flesh, scales, and tendons. The descriptions were similar, except for the flesh being food, while the others were labeled materials. Guan Yi looked through her club's production licenses, but none required those materials. She guessed they either had a server-only license or that these items could be traded with the indigenous people, as only they would use them for survival supplies. Speaking of which, the material of their raincoats is quite unique. It's not noticeable up close, but from a distance, it feels like they become one with the rain. Indeed, without that effect, they'd be hunted by the monkeyfish like me, rather than actively hunting them. Guan Yi looked at the materials in her storage compartment and decided to keep them for now. As for the edible fish meat, she planned to wait until dinner time to try it. If it tastes okay and doesn't kill them, then monsters like the monkeyfish will be a source of food for the players. If most of the supply boxes are like what happened just now, maybe everyone will have to hunt for themselves. Guan Yi sighed, looking at the carrots in the storage compartment and in the car. A countdown of 6 hours 21 minutes and 11 seconds appeared on the former, while the latter seemed to be unchanged. After all, the car was air-conditioned, and carrots were relatively durable. I guess they should have noticed this. This carrot will be inedible in more than 6 hours. The one in the refrigerator can keep for a few more days. Theoretically, as long as Guan Yi reached the service area within 7 days, she wouldn't have to worry about food. Her supplies were more than enough, and as long as freshness wasn't a concern, vegetables like carrots, potatoes, and cabbage were quite durable and could easily last 7 days. But I don't think it's that simple. Guan Yi shook her head. Her car now had 3 double-door refrigerators, one for canned goods and other instant foods, one for rice, flour, grains, and oil, and the last for fruits and vegetables. I haven't tried frozen canned food yet, so I don't know if it tastes good. Guan Yi curled her lips, beginning to worry about her stomach. This wetland must have been inhabited before, otherwise there's no way to explain all the abandoned things. Speaking of which, am I even on the road right now? The heavy rain obscured the windows on both sides, leaving Guan Yi with only the fan-shaped area ahead. So far, she had found no trace of the road. Hazard 1, weather. Hazard 2, food. Hazard 3, monsters. Hazard 4, invisible road. Guan Yi listed the known dangers of this section of road and felt the need to add one more. Hazard 5, indigenous people. Despite the raincoat man's friendly behavior and fair distribution of the spoils, even giving Guan Yi a little extra, she didn't let her guard down. At the time, she was alone, while the enemy had 3. Even with her American-style AI. Well, that might be the reason. After all, the raincoat man and his men's attack methods were relatively primitive. The only firearm they could truly call firepower was that incendiary bomb, which wasn't extinguished by rain. That must be it. They saw the power of the shotgun, and even if they had originally planned to rob me or withhold my spoils, they gave up. That's why they acted so friendly. Of course, the possibility of them being naturally friendly couldn't be ruled out. Guan Yi shrugged. While the possibility was extremely slim, it was still a possibility. Wetlands, heavy rain, ferocious monsters, and scarce supplies. If I were surviving in such harsh conditions, I'd be fine with a fair distribution, but why would I give more to a stranger? He's also carrying a young boy, which means there are children in the tribe. With children to raise, it's even more unlikely they'd be generous to strangers. Guan Yi thought perhaps those people were trying to make a good impression on her, so she'd be less wary the next time they met. The rain seemed to be getting heavier, making the road ahead almost invisible. Even Guan Yi's enhanced headlights could only illuminate a short distance. Huh? A dead end? The headlights illuminated the front of the car, obscured by the plants in the mud. The light was so dim that she could only vaguely make out a few trees covered in vines, but nothing more. Guan Yi glanced at the map. The previously gray area had been brightened, revealing a small forest. A forest of withered vines? That sounds unlucky. Let's take another route. Guan Yi shook her head and shifted into reverse, but just halfway around the corner, she saw a faint flash of light in the woods. She stopped the car and swayed around inside, searching for the angle from which she had seen the light. 10 seconds later, when she saw it again, Guan Yi was finally sure she wasn't seeing things. A blue beam of light? Could it be a blue supply box? Guan Yi perked up instantly. Although she had only been here for a little over 2 hours, the downpour was already making her feel uneasy. Plus, having just been through another fight, she thought she could soothe herself by opening crates and finding supplies, but instead, she found a mountain of junk. Ugh, it's all the server's fault. So, the blue supply crate that appeared just then was her compensation. Come to think of it, she hadn't even seen one yet. Guan Yi donned her raincoat visor and, carrying her American-style armor, got out of the car again. The blue crate was not far from the edge of the woods. It was about 10 steps inside. So, Guan Yi cautiously headed towards the woods, testing her footing with each step, fearing she might accidentally sink into the mud and be stuck. If she did, no one would rescue her. 1 step. 2 steps. 19 steps. Guan Yi paused. Something felt off. When she'd been peering in from the edge of the woods, she estimated it was only about 10 steps away, but now it was almost 20. She was still some distance from the blue crate in the beam of light. Why does it feel like this box is moving forward? Guan Yi stared at the box. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the beam of light, carrying the box, seemed to move a little further forward. Rustle. Guan Yi spun abruptly, aiming her shotgun in the direction she come from. But there was nothing there, only the frantic rain and the mist it kicked up. Rustle. The sound came again. Guan Yi held a gun in her right hand and pulled a fire axe from her equipment with her left. She wasn't actually left-handed, and in the real world, she couldn't do delicate work with her left hand. Luckily, this was a game, and players automatically had dual-wielding abilities. Furthermore, weapons weren't categorized as one-handed or two-handed. As long as one hand could hold it, it was assumed to be single-handed. The most she noticed was a slight hit difference with her non-dominant hand. Guan Yi discovered this discrepancy through personal experience. Sometimes, she deliberately chopped with her left hand, only to discover that she occasionally missed. At this point, Guan Yi, holding her melee weapon in her left hand and her long-range shotgun in her right, slowly circled in place, trying to locate the source of the sound. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sounds intensified, and Guan Yi felt the hairs on her back stand on end. Her sixth sense radar was frantically warning her, and her heightened perception was also alerting her that something wasn't right here. Snap! The sound of something being thrown. Guan Yi whipped around again, but this time, there was no longer nothing. Several vines dangling from the dead tree seemed to come alive, clutching the air and pulling at her. I knew it! Guan Yi had been prepared, rolling on the ground to dodge the vines that whipped towards her. These soft things were difficult to deal with, and unless she could cut them off immediately, she would be stuck with a stick. The shotgun was a good idea. Guan Yi climbed up, aimed at the vines, and fired. A blue light instantly covered all the vines in front of her. Good news, it worked, and the entire wave of vines was cut. Bad news, there was more than one wave of vines. It always happens. I'm so tired. Guan Yi gritted her teeth and continued. Just as she was concentrating on dealing with the vines, the blue light beam that had just moved away, carrying the box, slid back and approached her at a completely opposite speed. Then, with a clang, the box suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth, and bit towards Guan Yi. Boom! Guan Yi seemed so absorbed in dealing with the vines that she had no time to look behind her. But just as the box was about to bite her, she seemed to have eyes in the back of her head and rolled sideways twice, letting the box taste the air. I've been waiting for you for so long. Guan Yi pulled the blue blood she had prepared from her backpack and doused it over the biting box. This was the blood she had previously obtained from the giant frog statue, which was specifically designed to corrode all kinds of wood. Guan Yi had observed that the blue box was also made of wood. If she weren't worried that the fire would be extinguished by rain, she would have used the spicy finger biscuits first when facing the vines. Besides the spicy finger biscuits that were always kept in the glove box, Guan Yi always rearranged her backpack before setting off, placing any emergency items at the front. If her backpack was full and she needed to add one more item, Guan Yi would reposition it again, placing the emergency items at the back. Because the DLC backpacks feature allows for unlimited +1 items, if you want to take items out of it now, you must first take out the items in the +1 item, working from the back to the front. Only then can you use the items in the original backpack. Guan Yi had just set out, and there was still space in her backpack, so she simply needed to take items from the front to the back. Looks like this thing could work for you too. Looking at the blue box, its shell largely corroded by blue blood, Guan Yi climbed out of the mud with a slightly embarrassed look. The vines had been mostly destroyed, and she planned to try the remaining blue blood as well. After all, wood was originally a plant, and vines were also plants, so perhaps the effects would be the same. Guan Yi decided to take a gamble. If this thing didn't work, she still had the shotgun. Aside from its rapid energy consumption, it was a perfect companion. Guan Yi won the gamble. The few remaining vines, stained by the blue blood, hissed like snakes. Vines as thick as bowls visibly withered and crumbled to ash in the rain, scattering into the mud. Guan Yi breathed a sigh of relief and, standing in the rain, sloppily wiped the water off her mask. She rested there for a moment, her heartbeat slowing slightly before she headed towards the blue box, corroded to the point where only its sharp fangs remained. She had to see if there was anything inside. If not, Guan Yi felt, she might not leave the car to collect the supply boxes again. Chapter 104. Blue blood only corrodes wood, consuming itself as it corrodes. So, when only the teeth remained in the box, only a pool of blue blood, roughly the size of a walnut, remained on the ground. Guan Yi collected all the blue blood. The more she used, the less it would be needed, and she didn't know where to restock, so she decided to be frugal. After collecting the blue blood and the sharp teeth left in the blue supply box, Guan Yi finally looked at the box's original contents. Gains: 12 oral protective masks, 1 absorbent energy refill box, 5 dried fish, 5 dried fruits, rotten, 5 dried meats, partially rotten, 1 pair of blue wading boots partially rotten. Sorry, I don't want to eat the rest either. Bacteria don't just live on the surface. Guan Yi refused the rotten and partially rotten food and took only the other items, especially the blue outfit, which somewhat soothed her heartache from being chased and bitten by the treasure chest monster. Then, Guan Yi turned to look at the withered vines, hoping to leave a legacy. Unfortunately, the vine ashes had already blended with the mud, rendering them useless. Should I continue further inside? Guan Yi gazed into the depths of the forest, feeling a certain sense of belonging. After some thought, she decided to keep going. Otherwise, she would surely become obsessed with it, and might even wake up in the middle of the night, regretting not checking it out. So, Guan Yi gathered her spoils, pulled the eternal lantern from her backpack, and lit it. The lantern emitted a milky white light, illuminating the path around her. Not bad, at least better than those old battery-powered flashlights. Guan Yi muttered softly, as if praising the lantern, but also as a way to encourage herself. After all, she had just experienced a thrilling battle here, and she was feeling a little uneasy. And so, Guan Yi, holding the rainproof eternal lantern, trudged deeper into the withered vine forest. To avoid getting lost, Guan Yi left a beacon dummy every few steps. She had a few left, and now they came in handy. Whenever she placed a beacon dummy, Guan Yi would record the time and decided to explore the forest for a maximum of 1 hour. If she found what she was looking for, she could continue. If she found nothing, she would return home on time. The withered vine forest gave Guan Yi a bad impression. She believed that the longer she stayed there, the more dangerous it would be. After Guan Yi had placed her 5th beacon dummy, and 37 minutes had passed, she finally found something that looked out of place in the forest. It was a green carriage resting on the mossy ground, its surface stained with dark brown rust. Whether it was the work of vines or something else, the carriage door had been smashed in, a welcome relief for Guan Yi who had arrived. There's a train in this shabby place? Guan Yi found it absurd. She hadn't seen a single track the entire way there. How had this train carriage even come to be? Maybe the trains here don't use tracks. Or maybe they were pulled here by a larger vehicle. But why was that vehicle gone, leaving only this carriage here? Guan Yi was baffled and decided to put it aside. Instead of trying to figure out how this thing came to be, she should first investigate what was inside. Holding the eternal lantern in her left hand, and the American eye in her right, Guan Yi cautiously approached the carriage. Learning from her previous experience, she carefully checked her surroundings. After confirming that there were no more enemies like vines, Guan Yi climbed up the slightly higher carriage, carrying her belongings, and squeezed through the twisted and deformed door. The interior was dim and damp, filled with a sweltering, rotting odor. Even with the protective visor on her full-coverage raincoat, Guan Yi could hardly withstand the stale aroma. In less than 2 minutes, Guan Yi was defeated, and as if she were being pursued by a monkeyfish, she scrambled out of the damaged carriage door in a panic. Damn it! It's so damn terrible. Guan Yi removed the visor from her full-coverage raincoat, and let the rain lash her face. Even though the forest air was damp and stuffy, she breathed deeply, wishing she could immediately replace the smell she had just smelled. The protective mask that came with the raincoat could filter out some harmful gases. Guan Yi had always thought it was a good idea, but she hadn't expected to be so vulnerable in just one train car. Clearly, either the odor here exceeded the mask's protection limit, or the mask simply wasn't blocking out the odor. The reason she hadn't felt any discomfort before was simply because the thickness of the mask itself physically blocked the odor. Guess I have no choice but to try this. I hope it works better. Guan Yi pulled out the oral protective mask she had just received, poured a pill from the bottle, and popped it into her mouth. The product's instructions claimed it effectively blocked germs and odors for 2 hours, and she had been saving it for later. In theory, if air could circulate in a place with a strong odor, staying inside wouldn't be too uncomfortable. However, considering the heavy rain, Guan Yi didn't want to bet on whether her search would be faster or the rain would flood the carriage faster. Let's just leave the broken carriage door there. Although there's a gap half a person's width, it can at least provide some protection from the wind and rain. Let's go! The sooner we finish searching, the sooner we can get home. It'd take us half a day to walk back to this shabby place. The oral protective mask took effect immediately after taking it. Guan Yi squatted by the carriage door, mentally preparing herself for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth and stamped her feet, once again slipping through the not-so-wide crack. This time, Guan Yi felt much better. The unbearable mixed smell was now blocked outside the protective mask, and she could finally breathe freely. Even so, Guan Yi still intended to make a quick decision. She didn't plan to stay here for too long. This was originally a sleeper car, a soft sleeper by the standards of Guan Yi's hometown, with each compartment containing 2 upper berths and 2 lower berths. The car had clearly been remodeled, with only 3 remaining compartments. The others had been remodeled in various ways. Some contained tables and cabinets, while others contained shelves that had collapsed but still showed their original appearance. Guan Yi even found broken pots and pans in one compartment, suspecting it was the kitchen. It was clear that someone had once lived here, at least 4 people, otherwise there wouldn't be so many traces of life. Maybe this was once a camp, abandoned for some reason. Was it the vines, or the treasure chest monster? Guan Yi wasn't sure, as there could be other reasons. But that was all in the past. Even if she needed to solve a puzzle, there was no rush. She had more important exploration tasks to attend to. At the end of the carriage, Guan Yi saw a room that looked like a classroom. Inside, there were 12 sets of desks and chairs, the same number as the beds. Persisting in studying under any circumstances is a good thing. At this point, Guan Yi had already gone through the carriage, eliminating any hidden dangers. She could finally search with peace of mind. Let's start with this classroom, Guan Yi thought, placing the lantern in the middle and carefully searching through the few remaining items. Then she found a few tattered books, most of the pages stuck together and covered in unidentifiable stains. It looked quite disgusting. Guan Yi carefully flipped through the books. From the scant information available, they were mostly introductions to local species. A half-page illustration of a monkeyfish Guan Yi had once hunted detailed its attack methods and the resources its carcass could provide. The meat can be eaten. The skin, after tanning, can be made into clothing. The scales, ground up, can be eaten, effectively replenishing several vitamins. If not eaten, they can be made into armor after special processing. The tendons have even more uses. Through various processing methods, they can be used as ropes for daily use or for crafting weapons and equipment. Guan Yi flipped through the pages further, memorizing several more wetland and swamp creatures. Although the information was incomplete due to the damaged pages, knowing these was a pleasant surprise. Not bad, Guan Yi thought, and then concluded her search of the classroom. For the next 30 minutes, Guan Yi meticulously searched the other private rooms, obtaining nutrient powder, 100G, X2, duckling wood sculpture X1, rubber gloves, white, X1, pear, detachable toy gun X1, and dried mushrooms, 30G, X7. Now, only one locked private room remained. Guan Yi pulled out a fire axe and violently pried the door open, revealing it to be a storage room. She searched through the contents, finding most of them useless except for a palm-sized iron box that contained information about the props. The box wasn't high-tech, so Guan Yi unscrewed the lock with her bare hands, opened the lid, and retrieved several items. One report, 2 biometric test cards, and a metal plaque that read Withered Vine Observation Area, private territory of the Berkeley family. Guan Yi didn't want to check the props here, so she pocketed everything she could use, returned to the outside of the car, and, following the beacon dummy she placed along the way, successfully made her way back inside. Finally, we're safe. This trip was so tiring. Guan Yi slumped in the driver's seat, not wanting to move a finger. She saw it was almost noon, so she decided to grab some lunch. It was incredibly hot outside, and Guan Yi had bundled up extra tightly to prevent mosquito bites. Furthermore, she'd been exercising vigorously, so her clothes were already soaked with sweat. She took this opportunity to change and shower, making herself feel better. Then, Guan Yi began cooking. She steamed rice before her shower, and now she had the cucumbers and eggs she bought earlier and made a simple stir-fry. Eat it before it spoils. Guan Yi sighed and carried her food to the rooftop. Her balcony, seemingly open air, actually had two modes, same as inside and same as outside. She chose same as inside, keeping the downpour out. It's not a good time to work while eating. Guan Yi ate while opening a chat channel on her phone. She wasn't really interested in the chat content, mainly because she didn't want to dwell on her loot while eating. Although the item descriptions didn't mention that the items carried pathogens, Guan Yi lost her appetite just thinking about where they come from. So, she rather enjoy the rain while eating and see what others had encountered. It was better than losing her appetite. Who knows, she might even discover something new. Chapter 105. It was already past noon, and everyone had been on this server for most of the day. The chat was mostly focused on the environment, with many people, like Guan Yi, experiencing danger. 300,000 messages scrolled up one after another, and Guan Yi had to manually control the screen to see clearly otherwise. The food countdown turned not fresh after halfway through, and about to spoil after 2/3. The moment the countdown was completely over, it was completely spoiled. Even the item description disappeared. I was bitten by a treasure chest monster, and the wound is festering. I'm begging for the right medicine at a high price. It's so hot and stuffy. I'd rather get soaked by the downpour than wear a stuffy raincoat. Can you still see the road? I can't see it anymore. What are we going to do at night if this continues? I found very little food in 3 consecutive supply boxes. Fortunately, it's only 7 days. Even if all the fresh fruits and vegetables I bought go bad, I have enough instant food. I'm convinced. My last server was a land of eternal night, and now it's this sunless hellhole. I spent the entire day basking in the sun in the server area. I'm looking for long-range weapons. The purchase information is now posted in the trade channel. Price is negotiable. If you can wear a mask, please do so. There's always a terrible smell while exploring. Will it cause a lung infection if you smell it too much? This map requires a high level of combat skill. I remember it was full within about 10 minutes of entering. But in just a few hours, we lost over 7,000 players. I even encountered a very difficult battle myself. Masks? Anyone have any? I need them. Just make one yourself with cotton and scraps of cloth. Even without a production license, you can still sew a simple protective shield, right? I'm having trouble breathing. Anyone want to share information about this map? Let's trade tips. Hey, you're so brave, man. Don't think you won't get sick from getting caught in the rain on a hot day. Take it easy. Everyone, be careful of mosquito bites, you could get infected. As for the person who shared the information, why don't you just make it public here? This isn't a competitive game. The more of us who survive, the better our chances of winning. Let me start by saying that the game encourages everyone to forage for food from the natural environment, so other food might spoil faster later on. This person's thinking is similar to mine. Yeah, there are 300,000 people on this server. It's impossible that they're all inferior to me. That would be terrifying. Guan Yi finished the last bite of his lunch and returned to the trunk with his dishes. He put them in a wash basin that doubled as a sink, saving them for later when he had nothing else to do. Let's check the loot, then we have to continue on our journey. Guan Yi stretched her body and did a quick set of radio calisthenics. Although her body had been quantified, she still felt uncomfortable after sitting for too long. After stretching, Guan Yi went to the sofa area and took out all the things she had just looted. Forget about the food she had just finished eating, and the dried fish and mushrooms looked so black, Guan Yi had no desire to stuff them into her mouth. She better leave them for NPCs or other players who need them, Guan Yi thought, and then looked at other things. Oral protective mask instructions. It takes effect immediately after swallowing, forming a protective film around the mouth and nose that lasts for 2 hours, and the effect cannot be interrupted. The protective film is thin and lightweight, effectively blocking out harmful gases and over 80% of ambient odors. Slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi. No wonder I couldn't smell anything while cooking just now. It turns out it blocks all odors, not just bad ones. Absorption Energy Recharge Box Introduction. The box can hold up to 3 level 2 energy sources, continuously providing energy to weapons until all sources are depleted. Slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note: this energy recharge box only supports the following weapon models. Plus click to expand. Guan Yi silently poked at the line of words in the air, and dozens of weapon models popped up. She scanned them one by one, finally finding her guided energy shotgun near the lower middle position. Luckily, it's equipment I can use. Guan Yi tossed the small black box, 2 fingers long and wide, up and down. It expanded when opened, and shrank to its current size when the lid was closed and locked. Using it is also simple. Simply snap it onto the weapon, allowing the user to choose the position they want without affecting the grip or weight. A very thoughtful design. This acts as a spare magazine. Finally, I don't have to swap out 3 rounds at a time, and can fire 12 rounds in a row. Guan Yi took out a level 2 energy source, and inserted it into the box, then attached it to the left side of the guided energy shotgun with a click. She then shifted her hands back and forth to pick up the American II, finding it comfortable, and out of the way before putting it away. Next, Guan Yi selected the blue item from among the spoils. Wading boots, blue, introduction, sturdy amphibious boots, lightweight and durable, with a stylish design, well received by buyers. Once you put on the boots and enter the water, they activate a downward propulsion effect, effectively helping you cross deep water. Users should first practice in shallow water until proficient. Entering deep water rashly can be dangerous. While our company has fulfilled its duty of caution, we assume no responsibility for any accidents caused by improper use. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note: due to power issues, the propulsion effect only lasts for 8 minutes, after which it enters an 8-hour cooldown period before it can be used again. Guan Yi, I'm skeptical of the highly praised by buyers claim. This thing requires practice to master, but each practice session only lasts 8 minutes, and then you have to wait 8 hours before continuing to practice. How many days will it take to master it? For those with good coordination and athletic ability, they might be able to master it after a few tries, but for those who aren't athletic, it's better to just focus on the boot's armor and ignore this function. I try finding a shallow puddle later. It's a good time to replace my clown shoes. Anyway, at least these have more armor than those. Since I'm changing my equipment, Guan Yi also took out his rubber gloves. Even though they were white, they were better than nothing. Then, Guan Yi opened his inventory and began to change his equipment piece by piece. Helm, none. Chest, torn long skirt, blue, armor plus 3, special effect, round dance defense. Gloves, rubber gloves, white, armor plus 3. Pants, none. Shoes, wading boots, blue, armor plus 7, special effect, underwater propulsion. Accessories 5, none. Weapons, 2 fire axe, white, guided shotgun, green. A helmet and pants will complete the set. 13 points of armor will make me more resilient. In battle, the enemy must first consume Guan Yi's armor before her health bar can be reduced. Therefore, 13 points of armor is like putting a shell on Guan Yi to protect her from damage. Only when the shell breaks will she be truly injured. But players don't have to think too much when attacking enemies. After all, weapons don't have special instructions like equipment. Anything that can be held in hand can be used as a weapon. In theory, as long as you find the weak spot, a player can kill the enemy with a small stone. In any case, it is still very important to get a complete set of equipment. However, it is hard to find such things. The trading channel is even more priceless. If 1 or 2 pieces appear occasionally, they will be killed in a very short time. In any case, people like Guan Yi, who don't pay much attention to the trading channel, will never be able to wait for the flow of equipment. It doesn't matter. If it doesn't work out, I can still offer to buy it. Guan Yi snorted. While she said that, she hadn't actually posted a purchase request. There were plenty of such listings in the trading channel, and they just sat there day after day, unsold. After looking at the equipment, Guan Yi glanced at the other items. Things like toy guns and ducklings were considered decorative toys. NPCs might be interested in them, so she could keep them for now. The fangs left by the blue treasure chest monster were classified as materials. Guan Yi speculated that the natives might be able to use them to make traps. Next, the highlight, the locked iron box she had just found. Guan Yi first picked up a biometric test card, densely packed with formulas and numerical values. With her limited knowledge, she could only understand the final summary. Simply put, it was a mutant raccoon's information card, with a serial number, date of birth, frequent physical examination records, and notes from the last physical examination. Personality fusion progressing well. Can be transferred to the bonfire area for further observation. That plaque says Withered Vine Observation Area, and this one says Bonfire Area. They must be private territory belonging to the Berkeley family. Guan Yi stroked the metal plaque, speculating that the Berkeley family might be conducting illegal research here. When she saw the information card, she thought of Rocket from Guardians of the Galaxy, a raccoon used as a test subject. The name on the other biometric test card was that of a mutant crow. Unlike the mutant raccoon, its fate was not to be transferred for further observation, but to perish. Personality fusion failed, shortening the mania interval. Recommendation: exile or humane destruction. Guan Yi, TSK, how annoying. Personality fusion means that before the raccoons and crows were harmed, humans were also harmed. The Berkeley family, huh? She remembered that. Guan Yi decided that if she ever encountered anyone from this family again and confirmed they were truly conducting such despicable experiments, she would enforce justice and eliminate these disgusting creatures. The last item in the box was the report, filled with academic jargon Guan Yi couldn't understand. She skimmed through it briefly, then filed it away in a folder and placed it on a shelf in the trunk with other more important documents. Lunch break is over. Guan Yi stretched again, stepped into the shower, bent down, picked up her full-coverage raincoat from the floor, and put it back on, preparing for the next journey. Although opening the supply box was difficult, she still had to do it. She couldn't stay in the car just because she was afraid of a monster attack. If someone really did that, Guan Yi felt that there was an 80% chance that the other party would not be able to reach the service area. Her sixth sense radar told her that this wetland swamp with no end in sight would never let the players leave easily. Chapter 106. Guan Yi returned to the driver's seat and continued driving. Incidentally, since the carrots in the storage compartment had a rock countdown, the experiment was over. She simply took the carrots out, washed them, and ate them with a crunch snack. Just consider it a vitamin supplement, Guan Yi thought, frowning as she continued driving. The visibility in this shabby place was really poor. If something suddenly appeared, it would likely be hit by a duong. The moving vehicle jerked violently. The front of the car had hit something, or something had hit the car. Guan Yi was sure it was the latter. Although the heavy rain had greatly affected her visibility, she swore that there was really nothing on the road just now. Fuck you. Guan Yi cursed and slammed on the brakes. Even with her seatbelt on, her body swayed slightly. She truly hated these kinds of ghosts poking their heads out. Not to mention the injuries to the people who got hit. Was the driver's fright in vain? What's this? A wish come true. Guan Yi complained, but she had no intention of getting out of the car to check. This wasn't a real-world highway. This was a swamp. Besides her, who else could possibly be in there? So, Guan Yi shifted into reverse and started backing away, lowering the headlights to see what dared to touch her. Then, she saw a humanoid figure lying face up in the mud. It was a small mass, the size of a child. But it could also be a dwarf disguised as a child. Guan Yi recalled the real dwarfs he'd seen, and compared Sang Tutu's stature with the humanoid figure on the ground. He decided the other one wasn't a dwarf. It looked at least a head taller than Sang Tutu. Just as Guan Yi was debating whether to get out of the car to take a look, the person lying on the ground suddenly moved. Then, under Guan Yi's gaze, the person struggled to roll over and scrambled to their feet, stumbling, as if badly struck. Guan Yi, okay, it's not dead. The headlights had been adjusted, shining right on it. Perhaps because they were too bright, the humanoid figure had to shield its eyes with its hands. It seemed dazed and frightened, like a vole just out of a burrow, turning its head to sniff the air. Its elongated shadow, cast by the headlights, was shattered by the pouring rain. Soon, it seemed to adjust to the light, finally catching sight of Guan Yi inside the car. Frightened, it took several steps back and ran in a random direction. Guan Yi, Again! Isn't this the first person to run away when they see me? Just how terrifying do I look? The humanoid figure tried to flee, but it didn't get very far. Whether it was the aftereffects of being hit by the car or a pre-existing illness, its body suddenly stiffened, and it immediately fell backward, tumbling into the mud once again. Fake insurance? Guan Yi blinked. That was a crude method, not professional at all. But whether the person was truly in trouble or just pretending to faint, Guan Yi hadn't considered getting out of the car. It wasn't her fault at all. The car was safe. Unless the person could provide a reason for her to get out, Guan Yi was prepared to remain unchanged. Just as she was thinking this, the reason presented itself. First, a flash of light appeared in the rain, followed by 3 men carrying lanterns. Clad in long, black, non-reflective raincoats, they emerged from the drizzle, ghost-like, in front of Guan Ye's car. The one suspected to be the leader stepped over to Guan Ye's driver's seat and tapped on the window, while the other two silently helped the fallen figure to its feet. Guan Yi opened a gap and thrust the muzzle of his American-style AI rifle through, aiming it at the man's head. "What's the matter?" Guan Yi said coldly. "I didn't hit him. I take no responsibility." As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Yi frowned, realizing he misjudged something. These three men might not be part of the group that had come to scam him, because the two who had helped him up were already putting a collar around his neck. Based solely on this action, Guan Yi had already taken a dislike to this group. This wasn't ancient times, where shackles were necessary. Even when the police arrested criminals, they only used handcuffs, and serious criminals would usually be shackled. No one had ever seen a prisoner wearing a collar. Guan Yi had only seen scenes like metal collars around the neck in movies and television, like low-budget films like Werewolf, or even in the context of illegal animal husbandry. "Get out of the car. You need to be inspected." The other person's knock on the car window was polite, but his words were rude, with a condescending arrogance and impatience. "Ha!" Guan Yi sneered, shaking the barrel of his shotgun. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Hasn't your master taught you manners? How dare you?" Zyle seemed unprepared for Guan Yi's assertiveness, so he emphasized his tone, adding even more impatience. "Don't you understand? I'm from the Berkeley family." Zyle didn't recognize the shotgun in Guan Yi's hand, assuming it was a low-level weapon like a blowpipe. Having never left the wetlands, he assumed the name Berkeley family was enough to command obedience. Very good, the Berkeley family, Guan Yi thought, the one she had only recently memorized, and that had left a very bad impression on her. Seeing Guan Yi didn't react, Zyle became truly enraged. In his entire life, he had never seen anyone dare to disobey the Berkeley family's orders. "If you insist on disobeying the Berkeley family's orders, I'd be brutally brutal. This is my final warning. Get out of the car. Subject to inspection." "Subject to inspection?" Guan Yi yawned lazily, a particularly nagging expression on his face. "What are you looking for in my car? Your brain, which you lost a long time ago. In that case, I'm sorry, I don't like brains, so I don't have any in stock. Come here. Get her out." Xiao, furious at Guan Yi, kicked the car door. "I'm going to teach this guy a lesson about what happens to those who disobey the Berkeley family." Guan Yi perked up at the words. "Great. He's threatening me. I can fight back." Sizzle. Snap. A flash of blue light, and the Berkeley corpse fell backwards. Slow blood spurted from Xiao's neck, soaking the surrounding mud. Guan Yi had long realized that the Highway Mileage Association was a kind camp, so even though she had wanted to kill this guy for a long time, she could only wait patiently for the other party to attack first, and only open fire after obtaining the reason of self-defense. Theoretically, she was on the highway, and the only witnesses were two others, so the Highway Mileage Association wouldn't know about this. But what if it was better to be safe? Association membership was very useful, and Guan Yi didn't want to leave the lawful camp. She really enjoyed the feeling of having smooth sailing with the NPCs. Seeing Xiao's body splattered in the mud, the other two were stunned, but Guan Yi remained calm. Thanks to her previous battles with Lady Crow and the housekeeper in Lancheng, she no longer had any psychological concerns about attacking humanoids. It was clear that she had been embroiled in an unknown and irreconcilable conflict, so she had no choice but to fight. If this were the real world, Guan Yi might have compromised. After all, it was a society ruled by law, and when faced with trouble, she would seek a solution that was more in line with social norms. And according to the principle of the happy giveaway, Guan Yi was still alive and well, so there was no need to perish with the other party over a verbal dispute. Things were different now. This car was Guan Yi's key to survival in this world, unique and irreplaceable. She couldn't possibly grant access to a stranger with malicious intent. This was Guan Yi's true reason for killing Xiao. Seeking justice for those unknown experimental subjects was merely a supplementary reason. Xiao had asked Guan Yi to exit the car, but Guan Yi wouldn't. Their demands had been irreconcilable from the outset. Given this, the only option was to fight. However, with Xiao dead, Guan Yi could exit the car. The car door opened, and Guan Yi aimed the shotgun at Xiao's two men and the prisoner trapped between them. Two choices. Put him down and get out of here. Or you and this guy will die together. Guan Yi spoke coldly, acting as if she didn't care about the prisoners. She was holding a shotgun, so she couldn't fire accurately. The two men looked at each other and slowly raised their hands. This gesture of surrender was universal. Then, they slowly retreated, making Guan Yi's choice clear with their actions. Wait! Guan Yi stopped the retreating men. Where's the money? Leave everything you have. Be smart and don't force me to dig through your bodies. Guan Yi couldn't bring herself to directly state that she wanted the collar key, so she had to ask them to keep everything, lest they assume she cared about the prisoner and use him as a hostage to blackmail her. If that were to happen, Guan Yi thought, she'd just have to pretend nothing had happened and get in the car and leave. The two men, clearly frightened by Guan Yi's murderous attitude, immediately began searching their raincoats and the pockets inside them without a word. Soon, several more items appeared on the floor. Then, they patted themselves, shook their heads, and waved their hands, indicating that there was nothing left. Guan Yi nodded. You can go now. This time, however, the other party didn't move. They looked at each other, seemingly communicating with their eyes. A few seconds later, the man on the left placed his hands on his head and slowly pulled down the hood of his raincoat, revealing a furry, dog-like face in front of Guan Yi. A dog-headed man? Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. What did this mean? Was he surrendering? Perhaps realizing Guan Yi didn't stop him, the man's movements quickened. He removed the top half of his raincoat, revealing the clothes underneath. It was a uniform with fluorescent red stripes. It was called a uniform because the guy next to him had also removed his raincoat, revealing the same colored clothing. Of course, it also had the same dog-like face, just a different color and pattern. Not only is the face the same, but the collar around its neck is also the same. Guan Yi understood what he meant. He was merely a servant of the Berkeley family, restricted in his personal freedom, and forced to obey his master's orders. They had chosen to leave earlier because they had hidden away food and tools. As long as they didn't get caught by the Berkeleys, they could continue to survive. But now that Guan Yi had asked them to leave everything behind, they had no choice. This was a dangerous wetland swamp. Survival would be difficult without weapons and food reserves. Can you open your collars? Guan Yi asked. Also, can you speak? I know you understand. What should I call you? The key to the collar is with Lord Shul, ma'am. The yellow and white kobold, who had first removed his raincoat, replied, I am E34, and she is E35. We belong to the Berkeley family. Guan Yi pointed the barrel of his rifle at the middle one. What about you? I know you're awake. If he hadn't been awake, the prisoner would have collapsed to the ground the moment E34 and E35 raised their hands. Since he was still standing, although it looked a little forced, at least he was awake. I'm Chris, ma'am. A thin voice came from inside the raincoat. She then looked at E34, who helped her remove the hood, revealing a pretty, doggy-like face. This has a name, Guan Yi thought. Apparently, that's why she's a prisoner. You can put on your raincoat now, and stay put. Guan Yi swung the shotgun in her hand. If you don't want to die, listen to me. With that, she cautiously retreated to the Berkeley's corpse, staring at the three kobolds as she crouched down to search the body. Soon, Guan Yi found what she was looking for. Administrator key box description. Collar key for E and F series. Number of slots occupied, 1. Weight, 1. Note, fingerprint unlocking report loss. Guan Yi lifted the corpse's finger with disdain and pressed it against the key box to unlock it. Perhaps because Shul had been a corpse so recently and hadn't yet accumulated enough experience with death, his cells hadn't died quickly enough, allowing Guan Yi to exploit this opportunity and obtain the collar key. The so-called key was actually more like a small remote control with 3 rows of buttons. Collar, upper body, full body. Unlock/lock. Execution. Guan Yi pondered, thinking this thing was quite good. She could now sit in the car and have a good conversation with these kobolds while ensuring her own safety. That was enough, Guan Yi thought. She was really tired of standing in the rain. Chapter 107. Guan Yi sat back down on the motorcycle, examining the 3 kobolds sitting side by side in the back seat. They were now chained up, their entire bodies bound. The only thing still able to move freely was their heads. E34 was a yellow and white kobold, with a white forehead and yellow fur surrounding both eyes. E35 was black and white, also with a white forehead and black fur around the eyes. Chris was different from the others. She was pure white, with large amber eyes, and was more beautiful than either E34 or E35. Of course, this was just Guan Yi's opinion. She wasn't sure of the kobolds' aesthetic standards. Guan Yi didn't want to interrogate them in the pouring rain, so she had to let them into the car. Fortunately, she had the remote control. After explaining how to use it, she tied up the kobolds' upper bodies, and then had them get into the back seat one by one. After they were seated, Guan Yi restrained their lower bodies. While this was rude, she had no choice but to do it for her own safety. The kobolds were nervous, especially under Guan Yi's silent gaze. However, due to their strict training from childhood, they couldn't say anything until their leader spoke. Guan Yi coughed softly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Tell me, who are you? What is the Berkeley family? And you? Chris. You're running away, right? If you succeed, where do you plan to go? To prove she wasn't a bad person, Guan Yi even offered some water and food, promising that if they cooperated, she would not only release them, but also provide them with food and water as travel expenses. Because Guan Yi had asked Chris first, E34 and E35 remained silent. They turned their necks, the only part of their bodies still free, and looked at Chris, who sat in the middle. I'm Chris, a test subject captured by the Berkeley family. I'm unwilling to accept this, and have been searching for a chance to escape. Chris's amber, dog-like eyes gleamed with hatred. She had no intention of hiding anything for the Berkeley family, and revealed everything she knew. The Berkeley family owns vast tracts of land and property along this stretch of highway, living a life of luxury. The source of money supporting their extravagant lifestyle is the human experiments that have transformed us into this horrible state. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. It seemed she had guessed correctly. The Berkeleys are no good, Chris continued. Those Berkeley bastards have been secretly conducting illegal experiments. They cultivate unconscious animal-human bodies while trafficking and stealing the brains of dying people, then transplanting human memories into the surviving animal humans. After saying this, Chris took a breath and continued to denounce the Berkeley's evil deeds. Many test subjects died during the memory fusion stage, but surviving it isn't a good thing either, because the next step requires time to gradually erase those memories, allowing the animal humans to develop new personalities and undergo rigorous domestication. Chris glanced at E34 and E35 to her left and right, a flicker of pity in her eyes. If the test subjects survive this stage, they will become slaves like them. With only numbers, no names. Guan Yi felt her fist itch. She regretted letting Xiao die so easily. But then again, why did Chris know the experimental procedure so well? Guan Yi narrowed her eyes. While she could use her memory as an excuse for remembering every step, her intuition told her it wasn't that simple. Perhaps it was the sheer volume of words she'd spoken, or perhaps it was because she had finally released the pent-up anger within her. Chris's emotions finally calmed down, her voice becoming deeper. In the eyes of those Berkeley bastards, I'm a complete failure. I refuse to forget who I am. No matter how painful it is, even if every drop of blood drains from my body, I will insist on remembering who I am. I'm Chris. Not some damn F01. Seeing Chris's agitation rise again, Guan Yi had to let her calm down. Once she calmed down a bit, she leaned over and placed the remote control on the collar around her neck. Using the control she just learned, she removed all the restraints on Chris except for the collar. Then, Guan Yi handed over 2 nearly expired meat buns and a bottle of drinking water. Eat something. You have 2 choices. Either find a place to get off, and I give you some supplies as promised, but after that, it's up to you. Or you can tell me where I take you there. At least the journey will be safe. Although Guan Yi's intuition told her that Chris was hiding something, she wasn't lying overall, so she released some of her control and demonstrated her commitment to her promise. Of course, this was also to show E34 and E35 that they wouldn't continue down this path. After all, with Xiao dead, it was time for them to think about themselves. This was such an obvious side quest, Guan Yi thought. After triggering this scenario, the player had 3 options. 1. Help the Berkeley family capture the fugitive. 2. Help the fugitive Chris. 3. Do nothing and refuse to help either party. Guan Yi guessed that if she had chosen to cooperate when Xiao asked her to get off the bus, it would have been option 3. Since the fugitive couldn't be found, he would have taken E34, E35, and Chris back with him. But would anyone really be so foolish as to get off the bus and submit to inspection at that moment? Guan Yi felt it was hard to say. But it didn't matter. Xiao's body was enough to prove her choice. Of course, even if it wasn't a quest, Guan Yi was willing to lend a hand to those in need. She didn't want to eat the fish anyway, so she might as well give it to Chris when she left. It would be a favor. In response to Guan Yi's question, Chris said she needed to think about it. Then she picked up the bun and ate it in big mouthfuls. Whenever she choked, she drank water, completely unfazed by the thought of something fishy in her food. Chris had witnessed Guan Yi shoot and kill Xiao. Although the guy was a fool, he was also a direct descendant of the Berkeley family. Even if he were used as bait, he wasn't the one being pushed out to die. So, this Guan Yi, who had a vehicle and claimed to be a traveling merchant, couldn't possibly be someone sent by the Berkeley family. The meat buns were fragrant. Even cold, they still had a delicious aroma, especially in a relatively closed space, which was very stimulating to a hungry stomach. Gurgle. The other two kobold stomachs made noises, but Chris ignored them, continuing to devour the buns, which were larger than an adult's fist. Guan Yu remained silent. This was a reward for cooperation. Whoever spoke would eat, those who remained silent could only watch. If they remained silent, they would be thrown down. I don't remember anything. E35 swallowed, seemingly unable to resist the temptation of food. She stammered, "We were only ordered to capture someone, but Lord Shul is dead. We surely be killed if we returned. I don't want to die." The yellow and white dog-headed man E34 suddenly spoke up. "I have no memories of being human, but I know something else." Guan Yu gestured for him to continue. "The Berkeley family has been steadily exporting various animal people to the outside world. I don't know where they gone, but different animal people go to different places." Guan Yu's mind flashed to the squirrel courier. "Are there any squirrel people?" E34 shook her head. "I don't know. Our activities are limited to the perimeter of the manor, patrolling, fighting, and hunting. These are the tasks assigned to us by the Berkeley family, and they're our entire lives." Guan Yu nodded, motioning for him to continue. This time, E34 looked at E35, as if trying to convince her, "Sewer is dead. Even if we return alive, we'd be brutally executed. But if we don't return, they think we're dead or taken away. As long as we're not caught, we'd be safe." E35 hesitated, then, yielding to her companion's pleading gaze, she revealed everything she knew. She had lived in the carriage in the withered vine forest with 10 other companions. They had received instruction together, endured the pain of treatment together, and longed for life after recovery. It wasn't until that day, when she accidentally overheard a conversation between her teacher and doctor, that she realized they weren't born that way, but had been engineered. The teacher wasn't a teacher, he was an administrator monitoring them. The doctor wasn't a doctor, he was an experimenter, transforming and continuously monitoring their condition. The illness, of course, wasn't really an illness, it was the result of various immune reactions caused by the transformation. "It's all lies." E35 looked a little dazed. "They took D02 away, saying she was a worthless failure and needed to be destroyed. But D02 was just sick at the time, she was still alive." Guan Yu suddenly spoke. "Do you remember D02's original name? And is D02 also a kobold like you?" E35 shook her head slowly, the sadness in her dog-like eyes unfaithful. "D02 and I were very close. She once secretly said she still remembered her name, Vivian, but to others, we only called her by her number. Saying she still remembered her name would result in an electric shock." E35 shuddered at the mention of this. E34 and Chrissy beside her also looked unhappy. It was clear they had all been subjected to electric shocks, and were deeply afraid of their power. As if avoiding the painful recollection, E35 changed the subject. "Vivian's race is Crow. Our numbers aren't adjacent, and neither are the other companions. We're all animal people of different races. That's why she believed her teacher's words. The world was destroyed, and she and the other companions were orphans of various races, picked up and raised by the teacher. When they grow up, they must work hard and serve their master. That's how they can repay their teacher, allowing more children to be cared for, and then, together, they can restore the world to its original state. Unfortunately, she learned it too late. Shortly after Vivian left, she was taken to the outskirts of the manor and partnered with E34, doing tedious work day after day. The only good news she had was probably a tip she overheard. A test subject had escaped from the withered vine forest. Whether it was Vivian or someone else, E35 didn't know. She could only pry a little, but with no new information so far, she could only comfort herself with the idea that no news was the best news. "Actually, I was planning to escape today." E35 wasn't as strong as E34, and had previously acted timidly and silently. Perhaps even E34 couldn't have imagined that his partner would harbor such thoughts. "I brought all the food and tools I could get. Shul wouldn't condescend to check our pockets, and it didn't matter if I ran far away, he'd just think I was looking for Chris. As long as I could get out of the remote's range, I'd be free." After saying this, E35 shook her head, as if lamenting for herself. After all, she hadn't expected Chris to be so useless, having been caught up the moment she emerged. Since E34 and E35 had spoken, Guan Yu untied them, and offered them the same steamed buns and drinking water. E34 and E35 began to eat, while Chris had already finished the first bun and carefully tucked the next one into her arms, clearly having made her decision. "Thank you, ma'am. I like to get off up front." Chris was grateful to Guan Yi for saving her, but she wouldn't take him to the promised land just for that. Guan Yi nodded. Then we leave this location first, and then we let you off, to prevent the Berkeleys from catching up with you. After saying this, she gestured for Chris to sit down and tied the men up again. Then, after E34 and E35 finished eating, she followed suit, tying them up again. This is fine. You're not a threat to me, so I won't attack you. If you don't attack me, I won't kill you. Let's keep this up until we're separated, okay? Guan Yi said this as she returned to the driver's seat. E34 and E35 mentioned the car they'd driven when they arrived, and she simply drove in the direction they pointed. They had to move forward anyway, so going there might verify their claims. Once they reached their destination, Guan Yi would release the 3 kobolds. Whether they wanted to leave together or separately was up to them. Speaking of which, these kobolds were different from the ones she'd seen before. The one that had escaped the mines had a more ferocious appearance, but these were much more pleasant to the eye. For example, the kobold guarding the treasure chest is an American-style character, relatively primitive and unmodded. The 3 kobolds now have a distinctly Japanese anime-style aesthetic. Considering their workplace is outside the manor, it's clear that different uses necessitate different transformations of the animal men. Of course, this assumes that the kobolds sent to the mines were also created by members of the Berkeley family. Or perhaps there are other families or organizations engaged in similar operations. Guan Yi shook her head, putting this aside for now. She decided to focus on getting through this area. Half an hour later, Guan Yi spotted a dark car, the one E34 and E35 had mentioned. Guan Yi slammed on the brakes and turned to E34, E35, and Chris, saying, "We're here. Do you want to go together or alone?" If they were going together, they get out. If they were going alone, she'd drive a little further. As the saying goes, save people to the end, send Buddha to the west. It's just a matter of stepping on the accelerator, why not do it? Chapter 108. Chris, E34, and E35 finally decided to go together. The wetlands and swamps were never a haven for lone rangers. Even though they appeared peaceful on the surface, lurking dangers abounded. Unless they had transportation like Guan Yi, it was safer to stay together. E34 and E35 originally had transportation, the black car that Shul had driven from Berkeley Manor. As animal beings, they were not allowed to use any vehicles alone. The underlying reason was clear: they were afraid of escape. So even if the car hadn't gotten stuck in the swamp, E34 and E35 couldn't drive away, as they had neither human memories nor driving skills. Chris did have memories, but she couldn't drive either. Now wasn't the time to slowly learn, so she had to give up with regret. Guan Yi. So the system only cares about the player's driving skills, not the locals? Benefits can be found in such unexpected places. Since Chris and the others had made their decision, Guan Yi removed the collars from their necks and put them away. The collars contained the Berkeley family's location. Although Guan Yi and the others were currently out of tracking range, encountering them later would still be a problem. In addition to removing the collars, Guan Yi returned the items he had found on E34 and E35 and prepared some extra things for each of them. For example, there was the piece of fish she absolutely refused to eat, as well as dried mushrooms and other items from the box that she also didn't want to eat. Of course, Guan Yi kept the drinking water himself, and he also gave them some of the other food, enough for Chris and the others to eat for 3 days. As she said, save the person to the utmost, send the Buddha to the west. She already done 99 bows, so this little thing wouldn't matter. Just think of it as a way to boost NPC reputation, Guan Yi thought, watching the 3 people gradually disappear into the heavy rain. As for the collars in her hands, Guan Yi scoffed and stuffed them into her storage compartment, completely solving the signal tracking problem. There was no way she could throw them away. They were much more effective than ropes at catching people. Such a valuable item, of course she had to keep them. Is it already this late? Guan Yi checked the clock. It was already past 3 p.m., not long before dark, but she still hadn't found any trace of the highway. If this continued, she'd have a hard time finding where to rest tonight. This is going to be a tough situation. Guan Yi frowned. She asked Chris and the others earlier, but they didn't know where the highway was either. While Chris still had her own memories, they were something she painstakingly preserved. They were all about her, not the road outside. E34 and E35, let alone E34, had been raised in captivity. Although they had been selected to patrol the perimeter of the manor, they had never been on a solo hunting mission. This was their first time outside with Shul, and they simply followed him, completely unaware of the route. Shul had driven here, but he was already dead. Guan Yi, neither a necromancer nor the power of a Lich King, couldn't command a corpse to serve her. According to E34, Shul was forced to abandon the vehicle because it got stuck in a swamp. Since Chris was so important to Shul, he had to capture her before she escaped pursuit. Unable to return to the manor to change vehicles or wait for reinforcements, Shul had to trek through the rain, relying solely on his own strength to track Chris. Guan Yi didn't deny the claim, nor did she completely believe it. She waited until E34 and the others had left before leaving Zhuxia to inspect the car. Of course, considering the swamp near the car, Guan Yi used her engineer shovel to poke the ground before each step to test the waters, lest she accidentally sink into it, which would have been fatal. A few minutes later, Guan Yi arrived near the car and, after prodding the mud near the tires, confirmed the other party's words. It was indeed a swamp. If the car was left unattended, it would probably be swallowed up. Or more than half. But that would be a shame. Guan Yi felt that the items she had found on Xior weren't enough to cover the energy she would expend in firing the gun, so she set her sights on the car. Come to think of it, Chris's identity must be something more than simple, to make such a self-righteous person take such a risk. Guan Yi muttered as she returned to the car and retrieved the tow rope. The front of the off-road truck was stuck in the swamp, the rear was still intact, otherwise Shul, E34, and the others wouldn't have been able to leave easily. Consider this car as compensation. If I could pull it to that camp, someone would probably buy it, right? It's a shame I only have one car, otherwise I have a spare. Guan Yi sighed regretfully, then squatted down to fasten the tow rope. Once both sides were secured, she returned to the driver's seat, stepped on the accelerator, and expertly pulled the car out of the swamp. It's a little dirty. But it doesn't matter. It'd be clean in no time, especially with all the rain. Guan Yi circled the car, feeling it wasn't a major problem. She then opened the door and got inside. After checking the car up and down, making sure the parking brake was on, she exited. There's nothing good in the car. Guan Yi was dissatisfied. That Xior, is he so sure he can catch Chris quickly? He even left without food. Oh no, he should have had storage space, but now that he's dead, it can't be accessed. What a mistake, Guan Yi thought. She should have captured him alive first, and had him pay the ransom money. But there's no such thing as regret. Guan Yi could only learn from her mistakes, and wait until she encountered the next Berkeley family member before carrying out her robbery plan. With her thoughts in turmoil, Guan Yi set out on her journey again. It was raining heavily, and the road conditions and visibility were poor. She hadn't dared to drive too fast in the first place, so even towing a car didn't affect her speed. At this rate, we might not reach the camp today, and I can't even see the road. What should I do tonight? Guan Yi was worried. Although the heavy rain kept the sky dark, making it almost as dangerous as night, and monsters had appeared in the wetlands, making the danger seem about the same as at night, she still felt that night would be more dangerous. Forget it, the road isn't necessarily safe either. Didn't the mud bang against the door earlier? And that strange sound and smell even penetrated the car. Not to mention Lancheng. Wow, it's a complete reversal. Thinking of this, Guan Yi's heart strangely calmed down. Since there was no way to escape the danger, she might as well fight it out. It would all be over by midnight anyway, so who's afraid of who? So, to conserve her energy and give herself more time to prepare, Guan Yi decided not to leave at 5:30 that afternoon. There are no obvious natural barriers in the wetlands, and easy-to-hide areas can harbor hidden dangers. Therefore, a wide area like this is more suitable for camping for an outsider like me who's unfamiliar with the road conditions. Without a body of water, there's no need to worry about monkey fish. Without a forest, there's no need to worry about elusive vines. Although there's no shelter, and she might be attacked from both sides. Guan Yi feels that visible enemies are better than invisible ones. Without a road, there's no need to put up warning signs. Right? Guan Yi muttered, hesitating for a moment before putting up the sign. She had no choice. If she didn't do this, she'd feel uneasy. She wouldn't be able to eat dinner properly later, constantly dwelling on this matter. Might as well arrange it now, it's easy enough anyway. Not completely easy either. The rain was still heavy. Unlike usual, where she just placed the warning sign on the ground, Guan Yi had to secure it securely this time, otherwise the downpour would wash it away. After finishing, Guan Yi returned to the car and took another comfortable hot shower. She then changed into fresh clothes and gave herself a thumbs up for shopping for so many clothes. She had a washing machine, but no dryer. Even if she hung her clothes in an air-conditioned room, the time required for shade drying and sun drying was different. Today is only the first day. Guan Yi shook her head. She didn't have a dedicated drying room, so she could only scatter her clothes around various furniture spaces, some on the sofa, some on the rack, and finally a few more in the shower, making her resting space a mess. Dinner was once again vegetables that were about to expire, and dessert was equally expiring fruit. Compared to lunch, when she had to rush off to the road, evenings offered much more time, and Guan Yi was in the mood to cook a few more dishes. Then, while eating and browsing the chat channel, Guan Yi came across a message that confirmed her suspicions, but she preferred to be wrong. The rate of food spoilage was indeed accelerating. The person conducting the monitoring experiment must have been a rigorous professional. Unlike Guan Yi, who simply picked out a carrot for comparison, they listed over a dozen different types of food. First, they categorized the food according to criteria such as short storage time, average storage time, and long storage time at room temperature. Then, they stored the food from the same batch in the refrigerator, storage compartments, inside the car, and outside the car. Furthermore, they set different time periods, such as keeping cucumbers in the refrigerator for 1 hour and then outside the car for 1 hour, or keeping them in the storage compartment for 1 hour and then in the refrigerator for 1 hour. Finally, he came to a depressing conclusion. Whether it's naturally perishable food or long-lasting rice, flour, grains, oil, or canned goods, if they're not refrigerated, they spoil faster. And things in the refrigerator don't necessarily stop spoiling, they just don't spoil faster. For example, a carrot takes 8 hours to spoil. If it's refrigerated, it will take the full 8 hours before spoiling. If it's stored in a storage compartment or in a car, it will continue to spoil normally for the first 2 hours. Over the next 2 hours, its spoilage rate increases by 1.5 times, and after another 2 hours, it doubles. The final conclusion is that the carrot will completely spoil in 5 hours and 20 minutes, not the initial 8 hours. The same goes for other foods. Add them up on top of that. The other party provided a calculation formula. Those who wanted to calculate could do it themselves. Those who didn't would have to take the trouble. Every 2 hours, they had to recheck the spoilage time of the food and update the data. Guan Yi didn't want to calculate. She had so many different kinds of food, each one different, that there was no need to bother. She already stuffed all the canned goods, rice, flour, and oil into her refrigerator anyway. At most, the taste would be off, but the shelf life should be significantly extended. In that case, it's time to sell some refrigerators. Guan Yi ate and drank her fill, cleared the dishes, and began editing her transaction information. She had previously bought a total of 20 refrigerators. She used 3, leaving 17 to sell, but Guan Yi only planned to sell 15 and keep 2 in reserve. The same goes for portable water purifiers. She had bought 50 and planned to keep 10 as backup. The rest would be put up for sale. Since there weren't many items, it was just a way to recoup her investment. Guan Yi, double-door refrigerators X15, 600 highway coins each. Portable water purifier X40, 300 highway coins each. Hurry! Stocks are running low, and we can't restock. She doubled up on both. The refrigerator cost 30 points, or 300 highway coins, and the water purifier cost 15 points. This was one of the rare high-profit items Guan Yi had seen in her business career. The main reason was that her supply was limited, and with such a small amount, she naturally had to sell it for a high price. Guan Yi felt she was being very conscientious by not resorting to the highest bidder wins auction system. It was all about speed. If she couldn't find it, she could only blame her slow hand, not her conscientious businessperson. In a few seconds, the refrigerator and water purifier were sold out. Guan Yi happily pocketed 21,000 highway coins, and her previously deflated wallet began to swell again. Then, just as she was browsing her supplies, preparing to find something to sell, a system notification suddenly rang in her head. Detected player transaction frequency exceeding 10,000, total transaction amount exceeding 50,000 highway coins. Player Guan Yi has been awarded the title, Traveling Merchant. Guan Yi, huh? This works too? Chapter 109. When Guan Yi earned a title, the same colorful text floated through the chat again. But unlike the previous time on the novice server, people simply sighed and expressed envy before paying no attention. Rather than focusing on the titles or achievements earned by others, they were more concerned with their own current situation and how they would get through the upcoming 10 p.m. After all, this was already the 6th server. While the number of people who had earned titles wasn't overwhelming, there were still a ton of them. Wouldn't it be tiring to keep track of them all? Of course, titles that were more unique and useful still warranted attention. For example, Guan Yi's traveling merchant signified that she had conducted numerous transactions and had a good reputation, making future transactions with her more reassuring. Titles like landscape photographer, stone expert, and foodie were less of a concern. After all, once these insignificant titles were announced by the system, the person involved would quickly brag about them and share how they earned them. Titles aren't unique. Theoretically, anyone can obtain one. However, each time someone obtains a title, the method they use becomes invalid, and even if someone tries to replicate it, it won't work. If someone still wants the title, they have to find another way to obtain it. The earlier the title is obtained, the easier it is, but the more difficult it becomes. For example, Guan Yi previously obtained the title of bounty hunter, which she earned by capturing wanted criminals. If anyone else wants this title after her, they have to find another way, or capture more criminals. Similarly, Guan Yi earned the title of traveling merchant based on the number and amount of transactions. The next person who wants to earn this title won't be able to rely on just these 2 points. I told the man in the raincoat I was a traveling merchant, just to trick him, and it actually worked. Guan Yi rubbed his chin, thinking he might have a knack for turning his words into deeds. Wasn't that what happened when he encountered the car accident just now? He was just worried someone might get out, and then he bumped into Chris. Maybe it's because of his high perception? Never mind, I won't think about it. Anyway, this title is pretty good. It's much more respectable than some people's getting away with it. Guan Yi had seen this in Lancheng. According to the recipient, he chose to flee in every night battle, and after successfully escaping 100 times in a row, he earned this title. Guan Yi suspected that the person must have increased his agility, and perhaps used other items. Otherwise, escaping 100 times in a row couldn't be simply attributed to good luck. Title details. Wow, that's great. Next time I get to the camp, I can openly set up a stall. Title, Traveling Merchant. You completed numerous transactions in various locations, making a lucrative profit, and gaining a certain reputation in the trading community. Your reputation is excellent, with no negative reviews to date, and you enjoy a good reputation among the locals. Reputation, somewhat known. Reputation, excellent. Locals' initial friendly rating, plus 20. Note, no one can resist a merchant. The more remote the location, the more popular the traveling merchant. But please be careful to maintain your reputation. Unscrupulous merchants and honest ones are treated differently. Warning, please be careful. The difference between a transaction and a robbery is a fine line. Guan Yi, this warning is quite useful. If a group of people can't pay their bills and covet the merchant's goods, they definitely rob him. If it's just a simple robbery, it might be fine. I'm afraid they destroy the evidence. Otherwise, when the merchant goes back and spreads the news, I'm afraid that place won't see another traveling merchant forever. Fortunately, I have a shotgun. Anyone who dares to rob me will be killed. Guan Yi was very satisfied with her fighting ability. She wanted more similar weapons, but they were hard to come by, so she had to rely on luck. Knock knock. While Guan Yi was thinking, she heard someone knocking on the car. She returned to the driver's seat from the trunk and looked out the window. It was the familiar squirrel courier. This time, he delivered 2 boxes directly to her. To Guan Yi, from Madame Crow. This is also to Guan Yi, from the Highway Mileage Association. Because of the rain, the squirrel courier didn't raise the transparent visor on his helmet, causing his voice to sound muffled. Whether it was an illusion or not, Guan Yi felt a hint of sadness in his voice. Thank you. Are you okay? Guan Yi took the box and casually asked, Thank you for your hard work in this terrible weather. The squirrel courier saluted Guan Yi. It's okay, ma'am. Squirrel Express delivers rain or shine. It's just that we don't like this place very much, and I was unlucky, so I lost the rock-paper-scissors game. Have a pleasant journey, and see you next time. After saying this, as if to verify his words, the squirrel courier stepped on the accelerator and vanished into the rain at a speed much faster than usual. Guan Yi had a feeling that the squirrel courier had disappeared quickly in the past due to work routine, but this time, she felt that he didn't want to talk about this place anymore, nor did he want to stay any longer. Was it because they were related to the Berkeley family's human experiments, or was he simply disgusted by this kind of thing, and didn't want to stay any longer? Guan Yi didn't know the answer, nor did she really want to pry into other people's privacy. After the squirrel courier completely disappeared into the rain, she looked down at the 2 boxes in her hands. The box that Madame Crow had delivered contained the promised 200 highway coins, a box of homemade snacks, and a thank you letter. The snacks were half-cooked cheese, 6 pieces to a box. Guan Yi took a look at the item in her hand. The description simply said very delicious, with no special effects. Then, the shelf life of these semi-rare cheeses was less than 40 minutes. If Guan Yi didn't eat them now, They might have already gone bad by the time she remembered them later. Well, at least it's still edible. Otherwise, I'd be wasting Madame Crow's kindness. Guan Yi picked up a piece of semi-rare cheese and took a bite. She felt the description of the item was quite fitting, delicate, soft, and sweet. Regardless of whether it was truly made by Madame Crow, it was delicious. She loved it. Then, there was the handwritten letter. Guan Yi opened it and read it. It began with a polite but cliched thank you, as if written according to some template. As Guan Yi continued to read, she noticed that the wording had returned to normal, and the content of the letter became much more interesting. In her letter, Lady Crow mentioned her from Lancheng and hoped that the fictional character didn't cause Guan Yi any trouble. That was a project I was involved in when I was younger. They asked me to help design side quests and corresponding level bosses. I was wearing that shawl at the time, and I also read some interesting horror novels, so the Lady Crow from Lancheng came into being. Guan Yi saw this and thought it was a good idea. If someone asked her to design a game, she created an interesting character in Quest, otherwise, the word boss wouldn't be worthy of her. The rest of the letter revolved around this, until the end, when Lady Crow mentioned the wetlands and swamps. This shawl was left to me by my best friend, so I cherish it so much. Just giving me road coins and snacks isn't enough to express my gratitude. Considering you're a traveler, I was thinking I might be able to provide you with some useful information or supplies for your upcoming journey in return. I apologize for taking the liberty of inquiring about the section of road you were traveling on, which delayed my reply. Unfortunately, my limited power prevents me from intervening on the section of highway you're on. I can only offer a few trivial warnings. I want to say, please be wary of the Berkeley family. If you haven't encountered them yet, that's all that matters. If you have, whether you're working with them or against them, please don't believe a word they say. I can't say more about this, but I swear on my life. The Berkeley family are demons. Without exception. Guan Yi. Oh, it seems this Berkeley family is truly notorious. So notorious that even Lady Crow knows about it. It seems my decision to kill Shul earlier was the right one. I chose the best of the two paths. After reading the letter, Guan Yi placed it in a folder on the shelf. While continuing to eat her half-cooked cheese, which was almost gone bad, she opened the box from the Highway Mileage Association. Inside was a flag sticker and a round metal badge with a scale image. Guan Yi first examined the metal badge. This is the emblem of a traveling merchant. Scales. Does it represent fair trade? Speaking of which, Guan Yi was intrigued by the fact that this badge was issued by the Highway Mileage Association. She had assumed it was some kind of trade association. However, considering that the shops along the highway were almost entirely monopolized by the association, and her title of traveling merchant was also related to the highway, it seemed reasonable for the association to issue the badge. After examining the badge, Guan Yi picked up the inverted isosceles triangle flag sticker and carefully read the item description. Traveling Merchant Certificate Instructions. Apply this sticker to your vehicle to automatically generate a signboard flag. The signboard can be displayed or folded at any time, with no cooldown. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi thought this was a good thing. Hanging the flag would clearly indicate his identity, saving him the trouble of shouting, "I'm a traveling merchant, come buy something." That would be too demeaning. Guan Yi placed the sticker on the platform, above the dashboard and tapped it gently. The sticker lit up, and a virtual 3D car model of Zhuxia appeared before him. Several virtual flags appeared on Zhuxia's roof, hood, and trunk. They resembled the stickers inside the car, depicting a bronze scale. These were the unique markings of a traveling merchant, a kind of official identification. Guan Yi lit up the flag icon on the 3D car, then turned it off again, feeling that the one on the hood was a bit obstructing her view. She left only the two flags hanging on the roof and the rear hood. Alright, that's done. Guan Yi clapped her hands happily, then glanced at the current time. It had been almost 7 o'clock when the squirrel delivery man arrived, and now it was 7:15, officially entering nighttime. Pack up your things and get some rest. Guan Yi planned the time until 10 o'clock. She was exhausted today, and her current state wasn't great. She needed to conserve her energy to handle the potential nighttime crisis. Of course, a weapons check was also necessary. She couldn't expect to find out she was out of ammunition right when the battle began. So Guan Yi carefully checked her shotgun and refilled it. It was her greatest asset in times of danger, and she had to treat it with care. Next came the fire axe and any possible engineering shovel, along with a rinsed and towel-dried raincoat, essential for getting out of the car. After finishing all this, Guan Yi laid down on the sofa, closed his eyes, and set the alarm on his phone, ready to get changed 20 minutes early, just in time for the night. Then, it was just a matter of waiting for 10 o'clock. Chapter 110. Guan Yi seemed truly exhausted. Even though her body was digitized, the exhaustion was real. She had intended to just close her eyes and rest, but before she knew it, she had fallen asleep. Then, Guan Yi was awakened by her cell phone alarm, and she flung her eyes open. For a few seconds, Guan Yi felt a sense of surrealism, unable to separate dream from reality. It wasn't until a few seconds later, as the dream's memories receded like a tide, leaving no trace of them, that she remembered where she was, and what was about to happen. Guan Yi sat up and stretched, then quickly put on her clothes and raincoat, washed her face at the sink to freshen herself, and then returned to the driver's seat with her lantern. Soon, 10 o'clock arrived. Guan Yi listened carefully for what was happening outside, but aside from the intermittent patter of rain, she heard nothing. No sound of mud pounding on the door, no scent to lure the driver out of the car, and no special trick to teleport someone out. I don't believe there's no danger. There's definitely something wrong, but this feeling of not being able to touch the ground is so uncomfortable. What kind of danger is it? Just tell me. Guan Yi's complaints proved fruitless, so he opened the chat channel to see if anyone else hadn't encountered anything either. Then, Guan Yi realized he overestimated his suspicions. There were very few people talking in the chat channel. There were nearly 300,000 people, yet so few were talking. Could it be that they're in trouble, and have no time to chat? Then what am I saying? It can't be the power of a warning sign. At most, that thing can block monsters behind you, it can't disrupt the entire route. When the slimes attacked before, Guan Yi had observed them carefully. They seemed to come from all directions, but they avoided the path behind the car. The warning sign served as a roadblock, blocking the monster spawn point behind the car. Of course, this trick didn't work in Lancheng, but even in that enticing place, there was nothing behind the car. That's why Guan Yi understood the warning sign's true purpose. But since it couldn't be upgraded, how could it suddenly affect the entire area? There must be something I don't know about. Never mind, let's wait and see. Guan Yi sighed. It was now 5 minutes past 10 o'clock, and nothing had happened on her side. She couldn't just sit there anxiously until midnight, could she? Just then, a familiar knocking sound echoed outside the window. Knock, knock. Guan Yi was startled and quickly checked the side window next to the driver's seat, but saw nothing. Knock, knock. The knocking continued. This time, Guan Yi was sure it was coming from the passenger side. She stepped over the armrest, made her way to the passenger seat where the mountain bike had been parked, and leaned over the window to look outside. There was nothing she could do. It was too dark outside, she couldn't see a thing from the driver's seat. Once again, Guan Yi cursed the weather and visibility on this map. Outside the window, several people in long black raincoats, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, about 7 or 8 in total, stood quietly by the car door, showing no signs of attacking. This gave Guan Yi the illusion that she wasn't driving a private car, but a bus, and that those people were passengers waiting at the bus stop, waiting for her, the driver, to open the door. Don't even think about it. Guan Yi pulled out his shotgun, then flipped the window button, revealing half his head. What's up? The tall man at the front of the line withdrew his hand, about to knock on the window. Seeing Guan Yi, he politely replied, "We saw the traveling merchant sign." "Excuse me, are you open now?" With customers arriving right before his door, there was no reason to hesitate. Guan Yi nodded immediately. "Yes, we are open." "What do you want?" The tall man in the lead was a bit embarrassed. He looked around and asked, "Where's your stall?" Now the pressure was on Guan Yi. She didn't have a stall. As a brand new traveling merchant, she hadn't even been in the job for long. How could she have known that a traveling merchant needed a stall? "It's raining so hard, it's hard to set up a stall." Guan Yi explained, "I'm afraid a lot of things won't get wet. You can tell me what you want to buy, or wait a few minutes while I clean up. This place is really humid, and I'm not prepared yet." Guan Yi half-heartedly complained, not afraid to reveal her outsider status. There was no need to lie about something so obvious. Hiding it would only erode trust. The shoppers believed her. Only traveling merchants visiting for the first time wouldn't prepare a rainproof stall. This was perfectly normal. They were traveling merchants, after all. They didn't stay in one place for long, constantly traveling from place to place, bringing local specialties to people all over the world. In that case, waiting a little wouldn't hurt. It would only be a few minutes. They come all this way, so a little time wouldn't hurt. So, Guan Yi retreated into the car. She didn't just give the other person a perfunctory response. She had a genuine idea. As everyone knows, car trunk lids can be opened, even if Guan Yi's car is an off-road Jeep. This compartment also serves as both a separate storage/furniture compartment and the only compartment that can be displayed to the public. In other words, when Guan Yi lifts the trunk lid, outsiders can see what's inside, but they can only look, they can't touch it, let alone use it as a break-in point to directly enter Guan Yi's car. For convenience, Guan Yi had already installed a shelf in this compartment, allowing her to access items from under the car without entering the trunk. So, the shelf contained items she would frequently use in the wild, which she could now easily organize and sell to the indigenous people. Of course, the only question left was, could these people bypass the warning sign and reach the trunk? Guan Yi decided to give it a try. After fixing the shelves, she returned to the passenger window and spoke to the NPCs still waiting. She noticed something was off about them compared to before. It seemed they'd gotten taller and stronger? Can you get to the trunk? Guan Yi asked. I opened the trunk, and most of the merchandise is on the shelves. Feel free to look around. But don't touch it, or I won't be able to sell it to anyone else if it gets dirty. Even though they couldn't touch it, the warning still had to be given. Trunk, trunk. The tall man who spoke first repeated Guan Yi's words. His voice was less polite and more impatient than before, like those long-waited customers in the real world, frustrated but able to control themselves. Are you inviting us to the trunk? The tall man's words startled Guan Yi for a moment, then she understood the rules. These people weren't real NPCs. Or perhaps they were during the day, but that changed at night. They were bound by the warning signs, and couldn't appear in the lane behind the vehicle. But if Guan Yi invited them, they would no longer be bound by this rule, and could go to the trunk, which otherwise remained a taboo for them. Yes, I invite you. Only those of you who want to buy things. I won't invite troublemakers. After thinking it through, Guan Yi decided to invite them, but she specified the scope. Although she wasn't sure if it would work, she couldn't delay any longer. The reason was simple. Guan Yi's 7-point perception was sounding an alarm. She could faintly detect an ominous dark aura from these people, whereas when they first met, they had been a peaceful group. Clearly, if she couldn't satisfy their desire to buy, they would transform into something even their own mothers wouldn't recognize. Guan Yi didn't want to fight anymore. If one's spirits were too high before bed, even dreams would be filled with battles. In her dreams, she yearned for sleep, only to be repeatedly pulled into battle until she was fully awake. That kind of dream was so exhausting, Guan Yi thought. If possible, let's just get through the night peacefully. Since Guan Yi had invited them, the raincoats, led by the tall man, collectively turned toward the trunk of the car. Guan Yi noticed that as they actually stepped into the direction of the trunk, their steps paused for a moment, as if they were hesitating, or stepping into some invisible barrier, like the lag between maps in a game. The pause lasted less than 2 seconds before the men reached the rear of the vehicle, and saw a dazzling array of merchandise piled high on the shelves. Then, Guan Yi sensed that the dark aura emanating from the other party had vanished. The men in raincoats had returned to their original height and bulk, and the tall man's tone had become calm again. Wow, there's so much stuff. It seems you can definitely satisfy our shopping needs. That's great. Guan Yi smiled and agreed, yes, that's great. Just tell me what you want to see, and I get it to you. Shopping needs? Great, Guan Yi thought. She had discovered another crucial piece of information. If a traveling merchant couldn't even meet their customers' requests, how could they be considered a good merchant? Their reputation would surely decline. Of course, the real world wouldn't be so unreasonable. After all, merchants aren't Doraemon, who can pull anything out of their dimensional pockets. But this is a road survival game. If anything, Guan Yi and the others shouldn't be here. While Guan Yi was lost in thought, the people in raincoats were already engaged in a lively discussion of the merchandise. They didn't seem to need Guan Yi to take the items out of the car or explain their uses. They could read the descriptions themselves, saving Guan Yi a lot of trouble. I want this can of luncheon meat. The tin can doubles as a cup afterward. Hey, this merchant is amazing. He's got the scales and tendons of the monkey fish. I'm almost there with my new gear. This breathing puppy is so adorable. It reminds me of my sister. I want this. Clean drinking water. This looks even cleaner than purified water. I want to try it, it must be sweet. The raincoats gathered together to discuss their needs. Guan Yi observed them carefully, and after confirming that most people's shopping needs were met, she felt a little relieved. However, her reassurance was premature. A shrill voice suddenly spoke, saying something she didn't want to hear. I don't have what I want. I don't have it. The shrill voice complained, why can't I find what I want? As the other person spoke, Guan Yi quickly locked onto her target. It was the shortest of the raincoats. Judging by the sound of their voice, she guessed it might be a child. What do you want? Guan Yi said. As you can see, my shelves are only this size, and they're already full. Some items haven't been put out in the warehouse because few people want them. Tell me, maybe I have what you're looking for? The shrill voice didn't believe Guan Yi's words, but due to the rules, it could only stare at Guan Yi and state its needs. I need a toy. Guan Yi pointed at the sleeping puppy lying in the flower basket. Is this okay? Toys to play with my friends. Guan Yi quickly thought about what she had. How about playing cards? They can be played alone or with a group. Do they meet your needs? The shrill voice seemed surprised that his need would be met so quickly. He was silent for a moment, then reluctantly said, Let me see them first. Wait a minute, I go look in the warehouse. Guan Yi returned to the driver's seat and placed an order for a deck of playing cards in the workshop. She had received the blueprints from that time and had sold them before, but sales were so low that she didn't waste the materials. Unexpectedly, they came in handy now. The playing cards were easy to make, and a deck could be completed in 30 seconds. Guan Yi made 5 decks in one go and returned to the trunk with the first one she had finished. That's it. Guan Yi showed the other person the playing cards. If you don't know how to play, I can teach you. Raised by her grandfather, Guan Yi was exposed to solitaire techniques from a young age, such as spider solitaire, free cell, and pyramid solitaire. Then, while playing with friends, Guan Yi learned to play landlord, pig, 7, train, cat fishing, and 6 family. In addition, Guan Yi could also pull off the ultimate trick of 24 points, a game that even parents wouldn't stop their children from playing. It's a game known for its ability to improve math skills. It's just teaching a customer, no problem at all. She's a reputable business owner, and will definitely take care of the after-sales service. Chapter 111. The shrill-voiced customer was mesmerized by Guan Yi's playing cards, then erupted in cheers. He loved them so much, able to play them for hours with different partners. He could play them over and over again, never getting tired of them. After appeasing this difficult customer, the rest of the sales process became much more enjoyable. The items the other customers wanted were all on the shelves, and they quickly selected their desired items. Then, they got stuck at the payment stage. They wanted to give Guan Yi a currency she didn't recognize. This is crystal, our universal currency, said the tall man in the raincoat. It's a 1:1 exchange with your road coins. You're a traveling merchant, so you should know that different regions have different currencies, right? Guan Yi looked at the man in the raincoat. Like his companions, he kept his face covered, making it impossible for her to tell whether he was human or animal human. Or perhaps neither. Guan Yi felt this was a trap. From the servers she had experienced so far, only one currency circulated, road coins. Crystals, and the like sound more like props than currency. So, is this guy testing something? Guan Yi knew she couldn't dwell on this for too long, because the man in the raincoat was starting to get cocky again. Time was limited, and she had to answer quickly. I've been to 4 other places before, and everyone used road coins. Guan Yi chose the simplest solution, stating frankly, this is my first time here, and likewise, you're my first customers. I don't know what a crystal is. If you're willing to show it to me, perhaps I can determine its value. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Guan Yi's words froze the man in the raincoat in his current state. He paused for a moment, then handed the crystal in his hand to Guan Yi. Crystal, red, introduction. A special currency used by nighttime guests. Theoretically, its value is equivalent to highway coins, but in reality, it cannot be exchanged for highway coins at the bank. Crystals are a special type of energy that may be useful for certain objects, but generally, they are garbage. Number of slots occupied, 1. Wait, 1. Guan Yi, help. A customer wants to pay with garbage. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Accepting the garbage would cost Guan Yi money. Not accepting the garbage would cause the customer to flee. Guan Yi didn't want to resort to American II until the very last minute. She was a newly appointed traveling merchant, not a newly appointed traveling butcher. Do you really have no other currency? Barter is fine. Guan Yi tried to salvage her first sale. Business people always adhere to certain superstitions, like not painting their storefronts yellow, as it can lead to a failure. Another example, not processing returns on the first sale after opening, as it can lead to no sales that day. At least where Guan Yi lives, people return goods later, like in the afternoon, so the process goes more smoothly. Going to the door early in the morning is likely to be met with skepticism. The tall man in the raincoat shook his head. This is all we have. Guan Yi pondered, sighed, and decided to accept the crystal. It wasn't that she was afraid of this group of people, but Guan Yi remembered a saying that was widely circulated in her world. There's no such thing as waste, only misplaced resources. Since crystals are considered trash by most people, it means not many people would deliberately collect and store them. On the other hand, isn't this a scarce item? Besides, the crystal's description states, may be useful for certain objects, which means it does have a purpose, though its purpose is currently unknown. In that case, just keep it. Every shop has some strange things in it, and sometimes you can't figure out why you bought something. Guan Yi smiled. Guan Yi felt relieved. Guan Yi even asked if the other party needed a bag. By the way, canvas bags are one of the several production licenses Guan Yi obtained. They come in 3 sizes, S, M, and L, and each can be freely printed with a design. This production license is actually quite practical, but it's not easy to sell among players. Firstly, players use system backpacks and vehicle storage compartments to store items. Secondly, they are also sold at service areas. If you want to use a few, just buy as many as you want, and it's not worth the materials to make a large batch. Guan Yi originally bought it to upgrade his workshop, thinking it would just sit there, but he never expected to need it now. That saying about waste and resources has become even more relevant now. The tall man in the raincoat was delighted. He bought a lot of stuff, and was just worried about running out of pockets, so Guan Yi thoughtfully gave him a canvas bag. He instantly regained his size, and a wave of joy filled his entire body. What a nice bag. Is that your signature Guan's grocery? Yes. Guan Yi nodded and helped him pack his things. Chenghui, 232 crystals. The tall man in the raincoat happily paid, unanimous about the inflated price. Perhaps he assumed that was how traveling merchants' goods should be priced. After all, they had been shipped all the way from somewhere else. The mere thought of it showed the high cost. Besides, they were happy to buy anything, so price wasn't an issue. Crystals, and the like were of little use to them beyond trading with traveling merchants. With this first successful transaction, the rest became much easier. Guan Yi began the cycle of loading, collecting payment, loading again, until all the raincoat men had purchased their goods. Guan Yi wiped his sweat. He had left the trunk open, so the air conditioning had gone out. This area connected both the car and the outside world. While the rain couldn't get in, air still circulated. I harvested 1,320 crystals, and sold goods worth 300 highway coins. That's fine. Guan Yi calculated her profits and losses, feeling that this wasn't a good way to go. After all, she still had to use genuine highway coins to purchase goods, and the 7th post wouldn't accept crystals. But this thing is definitely useful. Guan Yi took a crystal and examined it carefully. It was about the same size and shape as rock candy, but while rock candy was more white or yellowish, this crystal was a bright red, quite pleasing to the eye. Can it be made into jewelry? If it can be polished, I think someone would buy it as a bracelet or necklace. And then tie it with a few beautiful knots. Never mind the value, at least it looks good. The crystals were similar in appearance. Since they weren't artificial, there were some differences in size, but the difference wasn't significant, so they were roughly the same specification. Guan Yi took out a box of cookies he bought at the supermarket, emptied it, and then placed all 1,320 crystals inside. The crystals made a crisp, clattering sound as they fell into the metal box, and Guan Yi felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, a feeling of having all the money in the world flow into his arms. No wonder Granddad loves counting gold coins. The sound is so pleasant. It's true that money with substance is more emotional than cold, hard numbers. Although these things are called crystals, not road coins, since the raincoat man can use them to buy things from him, how can they not be considered a form of money? As Guan Yi was pondering this, he saw several more people approaching from the rain. They were wearing the same raincoats, making the same shopping requests, and also paying with crystals. The only difference was that this group of people were bringing blue crystals, but that was just a different color. To the raincoat man, they still had a 1-to-1 exchange rate with the road coins. Guan Yi, Okay, you locals, you have the final say. Anyway, before midnight, 3 more waves of such customers arrived, buying Guan Yi's goods worth 680 highway coins, and giving her 3 crystals, gold, black, and green. Guan Yi, Red, blue, gold, green, black. I collected all 5 colors. Can I summon something? If not, can you tell me what this thing is for? Suppose the customers who came to buy something were specifically targeting her nighttime danger. That would be truly horrifying. Guan Yi trembled with fear at the thought of exchanging all the goods she bought with real money for something of unknown use. Horrible, truly horrible. She had worked so hard to make some money. She didn't want to lose it all. So could she close the shop at night? Guan Yi thought seriously for a few seconds, then gave up. Forget closing the shop. Even losing a stall wouldn't do. If she couldn't satisfy the raincoat people's shopping cravings, they would definitely become strange and terrifying. At the same time, Guan Yi had a premonition that if she chose to close the shop and retaliate with a shotgun when they attacked her vehicle, her reputation would plummet, leading to even more troublesome consequences. She might even be forced to change her NPC faction. Worse still, Guan Yi thought, she might even see a wanted poster for herself on the Gray Channel. Thinking of the Gray Channel, Guan Yi suddenly couldn't sleep. Could she continue to seek help from the well-informed bounty hunters? But trading on the Gray Channel wasn't easy. Ordinary supplies wouldn't work. They needed items the bounty hunters would need for their missions. Guan Yi stared at the crystal in her hand, a thought suddenly popping into her mind. If she used this as a trading item, would it pass the Gray Channel's review? It's not illegal to try it out. Worst case scenario, I can just trade it. Guan Yi decided to give it a try. She filled out the Gray Channel's transaction template and clicked submit. Then, instead of receiving the expected non-compliant, cannot be posted response, Guan Yi saw her newly edited transaction details successfully appear on the Gray Channel's information interface. FM13 News. Item number 0524B001 now available. Item: crystal, gold, green, blue, red, black, seller, Lu Ting Feng. Description: 5 color crystals that may be effective for special items. Excuse me, what the crystals are for, thank you. In stock, 1 set, price, 5 highway coins. The next second, Guan Yi received the 5 highway coins, and the in-stock column on the message board changed to sold out. Guan Yi: oh, it seems this thing is more useful than I thought. Chapter 112. Having received Guan Yi's items, it was natural to answer him. This time, the buyer was called Biceps Brachii, and a corresponding message was posted a few minutes later. FM13 News. Material number 0524B002 has been posted. Item: X33 ammunition. Seller: Biceps Brachii. Description: replenish ammunition. Crystals can be used to recharge special vehicle-mounted weapons. 100 of each type are sold in exchange for vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon blueprints. Market price: approximately 5 yuan each. Stock: 32. Price: 1 highway coin. Guan Yi's heart skipped a beat after reading this. The guided energy cannon blueprints sound impressive. They sound impressive. So, she spent 32 highway coins to buy the practically free message. Then, she counted her inventory, took out 100 crystals of each of the 5 colors, and re-edited the message, only this time changing the price from highway coins to vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon blueprints. Then, his biceps struck again, sealing the deal. Guan Yi was convinced the other party desperately needed the crystal, otherwise the price they given him wouldn't have been so low, and they even considerately quoted the market price. While this price might be a bit low, making it easier for him to contact Guan Yi for a larger purchase later, Guan Yi had no further information yet, so he could only trust it for now. It's worth noting that this time, the production license wasn't delivered by Squirrel Express. Instead, Huipin directly provided Guan Yi with a link. After she clicked on it, it automatically downloaded to her workshop, making it incredibly convenient. Vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon introduction. Basic vehicle-mounted weapon with an attack range of 0 to 500 meters, expandable with scope upgrades. It uses 5 colored crystals as its power source, with different crystals providing different effects. Production quantity: 1. Number of slots occupied: 1. Weight: 1. Crafting materials: due to the Confidentiality Act, specific quantities cannot be specified. Please place 500 of each of the following materials in the workshop to produce this product: metal, stone, wood, plastic, rubber, cotton, rags, and oil. Note: we guarantee that every production license is compliant, but this compliance does not include the driver. Unless the driver holds a modification permit, installing a vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon without authorization will be considered an illegal modification. Guan Yi couldn't help but rub her chin after reading this. This game itself is illegal, illegally abducting Earth's population, and yet they emphasize legality and compliance throughout the game. Isn't that a contradiction? It takes 8 hours to produce. That's quite a long time. Guan Yi added the production license to the workshop and began to count the materials she had. Some were sufficient, while others were far short. She had no choice but to place a purchase order on the trading channel before getting ready for bed. It's a large quantity, and we won't be able to collect them all in a short time. Let's get some sleep. I have to get up at 7 o'clock tomorrow to start driving. Guan Yi lay in bed, but her mind was restless. She was planning tomorrow's itinerary. Judging from the map, she would reach the camp before noon, barring any unexpected events. If Guan Yi had initially wanted to reach the camp quickly, she was now hesitant, unsure if it was abandoned or occupied. Abandoned was easy enough, just search. Inhabited would be more complicated, as she would have to distinguish between an ordinary camp and the Berkeley family's farm. Guan Yi tossed and turned in bed, forcing herself to close her eyes and sleep. Overthinking was pointless. Her philosophy was more in line with the idea of fighting with the enemy with our troops and covering with earth. Things like planning before acting really don't suit her intuitive nature. Soon, Guan Yi fell asleep, only to be awakened by the morning's 7 o'clock asphalt news. 7 o'clock asphalt news, destruction countdown 9 minutes and 59 seconds, member points. Dear Guan Yi member, as of midnight on May 24th, your member points were 1634, and your mileage was 14,625.37 LV. 2. Please calculate your points accurately when using your account. If you enter a negative point, we will reclaim your assets at 7 o'clock the following day to offset your debt. Today's recommendations: new candy sample pack, 10 pieces, equals 3 points. Highway News May Edition equals 1 point. Water-powered game machine equals 5 points. Highway News 1. Negotiations between the Agricultural Products Association and the Storage Association have concluded, and the Storage Association will soon issue new storage terms. The changes will focus on food. Under the new storage regulations, storage compartments will no longer be used to store food. It is reported that the new regulations will take effect at midnight tomorrow, with a 2-hour grace period. Any food still in the storage compartments will be destroyed. Drivers are advised to dispose of food in the storage compartments as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary loss. 2. The June Highway Photography Contest opens tomorrow. Submissions are accepted from May 24th to 31st, and the winners will be selected on June 5th. Drivers are welcome to submit their photos. 3. The coordinates of Maosheng Taoyuan has sent a distress call to the association. Peaches are ripe, but cannot be delivered to the service area. Drivers traveling within the wetland area are requested to lend a hand. Guan Yi looked over today's items, pondered for a moment, and decided to buy a few of each, just in case the evening's guests needed them. So, she bought 20 candy sample packs, 20 copies of Highway News May Edition, and 20 water-powered arcades, spending a total of 180 points. I already got one water-powered arcade before, and I hope the new one is different, so I can have two. Travel is boring and stressful, and Guan Yi's previous arcades are almost worn out by her polish. Even if they're all water-powered, she'd be happy to have a new one to play with. But I still have to tell everyone about the storage compartments, otherwise the loss will be huge. Guan Yi opened the chat channel, edited a long text, and sent it out, thankful she reserved a refrigerator beforehand, otherwise she wouldn't know where to put her things. Guan Yi. Confirmed news. Tomorrow at 2 a.m., the storage compartments will no longer be able to store food. Note: store, not keep fresh. Anything not taken out by then will be destroyed. To avoid losses, it's best to sort out your storage beforehand, otherwise it'd be too late to regret. Also, the trading channel accepts instant cameras with accompanying film. Price is negotiable. Perhaps because everyone had just woken up this morning, or even some people hadn't gotten up yet, the chat channel wasn't crowded. After all, most people are like wandering spirits in the morning, ignoring others and wanting them to pay attention until they're fully awake. This caused Guan Yi's message to remain in the chat for several seconds before being replaced by a new message, allowing even more people to see it. What I've been worrying about finally happened. They attacked the food. Damn it! I only have 5 small refrigerators, and they're not enough. I was so excited at the service area before, buying tons of fresh vegetables and fruit, thinking I got a great deal. But by the second day, more than half of them had gone bad. Now they won't even let me store them in the storage compartment. Isn't this asking for death? You just believe whatever she says. Where's your own judgment? I tried some meat from hunting yesterday, and it tasted okay. I guess the system means we should use local ingredients from now on? Aren't there supply boxes? You could always find food in them. As long as you open them every day, there's no need to worry about spoilage. Haha, of course I have my own judgment. My judgment is that Guan Yi is telling the truth, and you're an idiot. There's no need to lie. After all, the spoilage rate in the storage compartment and in the car is about the same, so it's easy to remove. If you don't believe me, just keep it there. We know the answer tomorrow at 2 o'clock anyway. I'm not taking any chances. Let's talk about eating meat after hunting. Is it really okay? I can't shop at the service area anymore. Who knows if I buy something, and then something will go wrong again. I suspect if this continues, there won't be any food left at the service area anymore. I killed a swamp snapper. The meat under its shell is edible, and the shell even shows materials. It's a pity I don't have the recipe. I got it all lying around. Guan Yi's heart fluttered at this. She'd given Chris and the others the meat of the monkey fish she'd been given yesterday. The rest of the skin, tendons, and scales had all been bought up by the raincoat people that night. So, could she collect these and use materials from players at a low price, and then trade them for crystals with the raincoat people? Biceps had said the market price of the crystal was around 5 highway coins. Considering Gray Frequency's strict adherence to information authenticity, she ruled out the possibility of the other party trying to lower the price. After all, such a lie could be exposed at any time, and Guan Yi would then lose her credibility on Gray Frequency, which wasn't worth it. So, assuming she spent 10 highway coins on the turtle shell, and then resold it for 10 crystals, she would have made an immediate profit of 40 highway coins, not to mention the crystals had special properties. This deal is doable. I start with a small amount, and then increase it once sales improve. After all, it's limited to this area, and there's nowhere else to get it after I leave. Thinking of this, Guan Yi directly linked to the trading channel and collected small amounts of materials dropped by local monsters. Guan Yi had sold materials from monkey fish before, and had a rough idea of their value, so she priced the monkey fish materials at 3 highway coins per unit. For the other materials she hadn't sold, Guan Yi set the purchase price at 2 highway coins per unit. Then, she reserved a total of 200 highway coins for the purchase link, and stopped accepting them once they were used. After finishing all that, Guan Yi got out of bed, washed up, and prepared to eat breakfast before starting to sort through the food she still had in her storage compartment. This was simple enough. She had already prepared when she received the news, and most of the food had already been moved to the refrigerator. Only a few snacks remained in the storage compartment. Even if they were all taken out now, they wouldn't take up much space. An L-size canvas bag would be enough. 10 minutes later, the squirrel courier delivered the day's purchases, and Guan Yi was sorting through them while eating breakfast. Each candy sampler pack contained 10 candies, each with a different flavor. Guan Yi glanced at them, and decided to open them, and try them on the way. These were all ineffective candies, just for the taste. Highway Observations May issue was a 16-page magazine. Guan Yi flipped through it, and found the content quite interesting. It was all about road-related stories. It wasn't very informative, but it was still a good pastime to pass the time. After all, it's only 1 point, or 10 yuan, and it comes with a full-color illustration and an 8-page poster. What's the big deal? Guan Yi was quite pleased with the purchase, especially when she saw the water-powered game console was a model she didn't have. She was even happier with her purchase. Okay, I packed up, eaten, and it's getting late. Time to keep going. Guan Yi slid into the driver's seat, refreshed, and began the second day of her wetland adventure. Chapter 113. May 24th, Wetlands, Heavy Rain. Guan Yi drove with difficulty in the rain. Good news, her air conditioning was fine, and the energy was sufficient, so the car was quite comfortable. Bad news, upon waking, the 300,000 people had been reduced by over 40,000, with a high death toll that shocked everyone on the channel. Many people died, but few left last words. I briefly looked through the logs, the deaths varied. My parking spot was bad, near the woods, and there were moving vines. I didn't dare go out and couldn't walk, and my stamina almost dropped below 20. I was being chased by a monster. I didn't know what it was, but I couldn't hold on any longer. I'd been driving all night, and my fatigue level was already 9. I almost fell asleep. Fortunately, daybreak arrived. Why are so many people dying all of a sudden? Does anyone know what's going on? Find an open area to park. At most, you'd be questioned. If you don't open the door, they can't do anything. Has anyone activated the Berkeley family storyline? Please share information. First things first, they seem to be looking for someone. It seems like a thief stole something valuable and ran away. Did anyone else hear the same strange noises as me? It seemed like they were trying to summon me somewhere. It kept me awake all night. I parked by the water, and a lot of fish with arms appeared. My car's durability was significantly reduced. Luckily, I have a ranged weapon. Guan Yi's eyelids twitched when she heard the Berkeley family storyline. She wasn't so arrogant as to think she was the only one who would trigger this storyline. After all, this was a server with 300,000 players. Even if it was a very difficult hidden storyline, given the large base, it would trigger quite a few people. Someone stealing. Guan Yi sneered. Why am I so unconvinced? The Berkeley family's excuse was quite legitimate, after all. After all, sending someone out to search for something important was perfectly natural. Without any other information, the players probably wouldn't have given it much thought. In the subsequent chat, everyone complained about their nighttime encounters. They were truly varied. Most of them were monsters native to the wetlands. They also be encountered during the day, but more often at night. A few were related to plot points triggered during the day, and could be considered exclusive dangers. For example, Guan Yi, forced to sell goods for 2 hours at night, became a nighttime danger if she couldn't satisfy her customers. Thankfully, Guan Yi had a sufficient supply and made it through the night without incident. Seeing the chat go off on a tangent, Guan Yi stopped paying attention. She scrolled back through the previous chat, found the person who mentioned encountering the Berkeley family, and sent a private message. Guan Yi, regarding the Berkeley family, the information I received is that they're villains. Be extremely cautious when approaching them. Who did you encounter? Can you describe them in detail? The other party responded quickly. Tianming, did you also trigger the Berkeley family plot? That's great. I see few people in the chat channel mentioning this. Guan Yi, okay, let's exchange information. Tianming, okay. 3 men in raincoats came to see me. The leader said he was a Berkeley family steward and asked if I had seen anyone suspicious. Guan Yi, did they ask you to get out of the car for inspection? Tianming, did they ask you to get out of the car for inspection? Did you get out? Guan Yi, no, I killed him. Tianming, amazing. The guy I met was quite reasonable. He just asked me to open the window for them to take a look. I figured it wouldn't be a big deal. You know, outsiders can't get in through the car window, so I opened it a little, enough for them to see, but not enough to get their hands in. They looked and left. Guan Yi, and then? Was there no more danger? Tianming, no, I was waiting nervously, and then nothing happened. Guan Yi was silent for a few seconds after seeing this. The risk level was so low, even lower than when I entertained guests myself. Look at their luck. It's incomparable. Tianming, oh, they even invited me to the Berkeley family's estate and gave me a business card with the coordinates. That's why I came to the chat to ask. You said they were villains. Is that true? Guan Yi pondered for a moment, cutting out some of the unmentionable content, like Chris and Lady Crow. Then he explained to Tianming the Berkeley family's experiments and urged her to be more vigilant next time. Tianming's perspective was clearly shaken, and she repeatedly assured Guan Yi that she would run away the next time she saw someone from the Berkeley family. What else could Guan Yi say? She could only offer some half-hearted reassurance, asking if the steward and the men in raincoats he had brought were human. Tianming replied that she hadn't seen clearly, as the man hadn't removed the hood of his raincoat, and underneath it was a waterproof mask. It was dark outside, so she couldn't see anything. The two exchanged a few more words, and the conversation ended there. After agreeing to notify each other if there were any new developments, the private chat window quieted down, and they each went their separate ways. Incidentally, Tianming also shared the coordinates on the business card with Guan Yi for the price of 5 bottles of drinking water. She wasn't particularly interested in continuing this plot, but curious about the sequel, she placed her hopes on Guan Yi. Guan Yi said it didn't matter, as she likely couldn't avoid this plot anyway. The Berkeley Manor on the business card's coordinates was southeast of the camp, not far from where she'd previously met Chris and the others. Guan Yi's target today was the camp on the map. It would be best if she could get some new information from there. Remember, the poster she's seen previously showed a city, abandoned but still standing. As for the Berkeley family, Guan Yi didn't want to run into them until she was absolutely certain. Supply boxes, lovely supply boxes, where are you all? Humming a song she made up, Guan Yi searched for possible supply boxes along the way. In theory, supply boxes would spawn on both sides of the road, but she wasn't on the road anymore, so she wouldn't be surprised if a box spawned out of nowhere right in front of her. During breakfast today, Guan Yi's deal finally closed. She had acquired all the materials needed to build the vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon. The workshop was now hard at work, and it should be finished by evening. Considering her military strength had been further strengthened, Guan Yi was in a particularly good mood. Even though it was still raining heavily outside, she was still having fun. What else could she do but have fun? In this shabby place, if she didn't have some fun, she might actually go crazy. Guan Yi continued driving towards the campsite marker on the map. Along the way, she stopped the car and picked up a supply box. In addition to some basic materials, she also got a toothpaste-flavored nutritional supplement with a shelf life of 7 days. I just wonder, are the people in this world sick? Guan Yi held the toothpaste-flavored supplement, thinking either she was crazy or the world was. Bitter almond tea is fine, bitter almond coffee is fine, but how come there's a toothpaste-flavored supplement? Who wants to eat toothpaste? Despite her complaints, Guan Yi finally put the supplement away, planning to sell it to the locals that night. It had no special effects, so she wouldn't drink it. I have enough food, but if there's not enough. Thinking of being forced to eat awful food, Guan Yi shuddered. She better try to find more normal food. The weird taste was too much for her. Besides picking up supply boxes, Guan Yi also engaged in a skirmish along the way, facing the scavenger bird she seen in the abandoned campground information. Guan Yi happened to be passing a half-rotted animal carcass, accidentally startling a scavenger bird, which chased and pecked him. Zhuxia's durability dropped by 120, demonstrating just how powerful their attack power was. It's like playing Resident Evil. Zombies are scary, sure, but zombie-like animals are even scarier. They're hard to fight, hard to hide from, and incredibly difficult to defend against. Guan Yi was incredibly thankful he hadn't gotten out of the car, and he further emphasized the dangers of the area's flora and fauna. A data expert in the chat channel had already summarized the causes of death for some people, with a large portion attributed to monsters and insect bites. Guan Yi suspected that this data expert must have had some kind of item, title, or achievement to aid him in his well-reasoned analysis. Don't forget, this is a server with 300,000 users. Not only does the other party need to review today's content, they also need to search through yesterday's. Even if AI were to analyze and organize this work, it would still take quite a while. Without assistance, relying solely on human effort to search and summarize. Guan Yi shook her head. Driving would be impossible. She couldn't believe that under the pressure of a time limit, anyone would waste time staying where they were, just to summarize how those people died. Sure enough, everyone has their own opportunities and strengths. Guan Yi thought this was quite normal. As the saying goes, she couldn't be the only one who was special. If that were the case, she wouldn't be just an ordinary. Well, a moderately famous travel blogger in the real world. She would have already become a world-renowned celebrity. There are many people more capable than me, and many more fortunate than me. The population base is there. My specialty is interacting with NPCs, so I guess. Guan Yi's words came to an abrupt halt, and so did Zhuxia, who was driving. She slammed on the brakes and swallowed subconsciously. I guess. No one encounters weirder NPCs than me. Right? Throttling Guan Yi forward were three strange murlocs. They had genuine fish heads and bodies, but their fins were replaced by hands, and their tails by legs. Because of this, when they stood upright, their heads were pointed toward the sky, their mouths slightly open, seemingly oblivious to the pouring rain. Guan Yi felt a slight toothache. These three murlocs looked familiar to her, as if she had seen similar memes, comic strips, or something similar in the real world. In the real world, Guan Yi would only think the creator had a wild imagination and a strange sense of humor. But now, seeing these creatures in person, especially when they were trying to stop cars, Guan Yi felt completely unwell. Don't forget, she was a member of the Highway Mileage Association. Members shouldered the responsibility of road coexistence, and had the obligation to help those in need on the road. Fishmen, should they be considered human too, considering she once refused a ride from a hitchhiking mummy, but her badge reminded her not to keep refusing. Guan Yi couldn't help but hiss. Why couldn't they just offer one more? Then she could refuse them on the pretext of overloading. What a shame, what a shame. Guan Yi sighed, then changed her mind. The fact that the fishman could stop a car here meant she happened to be driving on the highway right now. If that was the case, then it was a blessing in disguise. Chapter 114. Guan Yi rolled down the window, aiming his shotgun at the murlocs while inquiring about their intended direction. The murlocs remained silent, simply pointing ahead. Guan Yi closed his eyes, hoping it was an illusion. When he opened them again, the murlocs still looked up, their eyes twitching slightly, staring at Guan Yi strangely. Alright, if that's the case, then get in the car. In theory, Guan Yi should have refused the murlocs the same way he had refused the bandaged man and the mosaic man. After all, they were special passengers, and their presence was unsafe. But considering this was a wetland, Guan Yi saw very few people. Only the deceased Shul himself had revealed his human face. He was still a true villain. The rest were either animal people like Chrissy, or people like the man in the trench coat who never revealed their faces. So, categorizing the murlocs as animal people, even though they were fish, seemed reasonable. Come on, sit in the back. Don't move. Fasten your seatbelts. Guan Yi unlocked the car door. She's seen too many videos in the real world of drivers being forced to stop, and then being forced to get in by someone opening the door. So she long ago developed the habit of locking the door before getting in. Not only that, Guan Yi would give it 2 extra tugs after getting out, to prevent the jammer from getting in and leaving the door unlocked. With Guan Ye's permission, the fishmen silently opened the door and took their places in the back seat. As they climbed in, Guan Yi was immediately struck by a fishy odor, which filled her with regret and made her wish to take back her consent to the ride. "You got my car all wet," Guan Yi complained half-heartedly. He watched in the rearview mirror as the fishmen fastened their seatbelts and stepped on the accelerator to get back on the road. Aside from the lingering fishy smell that lingered in his nose, the fishmen were decent passengers. They didn't speak or move, their mouths open toward the roof. Only their glassy eyes occasionally twitched, glancing at Guan Yi, who was in the driver's seat. "Guan Yi, like a thorn in my back, like a fishbone stuck in my throat, like sitting on pins and needles, like... I'm craving grilled fish. Want some music? I have Mi Qingrui's album." Guan Yi decided to ignore the piercing gaze behind him. Although he was asking the fishmen, his hand had already reached for Mi Qingrui's song Old Times on the car's large screen. Then, the fishmen suddenly became agitated. Their glassy eyes sparkled, and Guan Yi didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt as if their bodies were sitting a little straighter. "Is Mi Qingrui's influence on the Murlocs that great? My star is amazing. She's truly a national idol." As Mi Qingrui's voice began to fill the air, the tense atmosphere in the car instantly became peaceful and tranquil. Guan Yi felt that even the fishy smell had dissipated considerably. Of course, perhaps Guan Yi's nose had become accustomed to it after sniffing it for so long. Old Times couldn't be played repeatedly. When the song ended, the car fell into an eerie silence again. Guan Yi glanced at the Murlocs through the rearview mirror and met their eyes. "Can I ask about the camp?" Guan Yi observed the Murlocs while keeping an eye on the road, hoping to extract some information from them. No matter what the answer was, he always learned something. Even if they didn't answer, she could still get a glimpse of the fishman's situation. The fishman didn't speak, but the one in the middle suddenly began to gurgle and spit bubbles, which trickled down its face and eventually landed on Guan Yi's back seat. Guan Yi, shock. "I didn't need to ask. Besides, we have to wash the car once we get to camp." As the bubbles piled up, the fishy smell became stronger again. "Do you like the ocean?" The voice muttered indistinctly. Guan Yi was stunned for a moment, initially thinking she was hallucinating, but after the other person asked again, she was convinced that a fishman had indeed spoken. But so what? Why should she answer his questions just because they ignored hers? Questions and answers are reciprocal, Guan Yi thought, pursing her lips and expressing her attitude with silence. However, the fishmen were far more persistent in their questioning than Guan Yi. After waiting for a few seconds without receiving an answer, they transformed into Tang Sanzang from A Chinese Odyssey, and began to reiterate their questions endlessly. "Do you like the ocean?" At first, there were 20+ seconds between each sentence, but the intervals grew shorter and shorter, 20, 10, 5, until the next sentence began before the previous one had even finished. Given the three merfolk, this question echoed through the car like a trio. Guan Yi's head was buzzing. She had never known fish could be so noisy, and she even began to miss the beautiful moment when they had only blown bubbles but made no sound. "Is this question important to you?" Guan Yi couldn't help but ask, interrupting the merfolk's trio. "You keep asking, keep asking. Do you know how noisy you are?" The rhythm of the questions was interrupted, and the merfolk fell into an eerie silence. Guan Yi let out a long breath, but before she could finish it, she heard the original voice, the sound of bursting bubbles, again. "Do you hate the ocean?" Guan Yi's forehead throbbed. She slammed on the brakes and, before her single question became a trio, addressed the merfolk. "I don't like talkative passengers. You're just along for the ride. If you cause me any trouble, I have the right to ask you to get off." Her intuition told her that if she continued to let the merfolk go like this, some bizarre scene she couldn't comprehend would unfold. It wouldn't be physically dangerous, but it could be mentally jarring. Guan Yi felt she endured enough mental shock since arriving in the wetlands, and she didn't want to trigger a new side quest without any additional benefits. Perhaps sensing Guan Yi's resolve, or perhaps having been rejected twice and unable to continue this side quest, the merfolk finally quieted down and remained silent for the next 2 hours. Then, we arrived at the camp. The fishmen asked to get out of the car about 100 meters from the camp. Guan Yi was eager for them to leave. So, she unlocked the car door and let the fishmen get out on their own. The moment the door opened, the humid wetland air, like a hook, instantly purged the fishy odor from the car and replaced it with a stuffy heat that would make your face oily if you stayed there for a few more minutes. The fishmen closed the car door from the outside. Just as Guan Yi was about to leave, she saw them standing side by side outside her driver's seat, their bodies pressed tightly together, as if they had been strung together on skewers. "Do you like the ocean? Do you hate the ocean?" Whether you like it or hate it, the ocean will eventually arrive. The fishmen spoke in the same tone. Because their mouths were tilted upward and always half open, Guan Yi couldn't tell if it was just one fish speaking, or if they were all taking turns. But that wasn't the point. The key was the content of their words. Guan Yi rolled down the car window. Although he held out hope, he still asked, the ocean will eventually arrive. Does this mean that the rain will completely flood the wetlands? This time, the fishmen finally answered the question. The sea god will arrive on the 7th day. The ocean will end all the evil in this place. As they spoke, the fishmen's glazed eyes fixed on Guan Yi. Combined with what they were saying, Guan Yi subconsciously shuddered, feeling as if he had come to the wrong set. How did it suddenly jump from a shoddy sci-fi setting to a bizarre Cthulhu-themed set? Guan Yi rubbed the goosebumps that had suddenly broken out on his arms, and was about to ask something, but the fishmen remained close together, their thin legs moving like wandering spirits, slap, slap as they stomped through the water in the pit, heading towards the camp. Guan Yi knew she should drive after them, but before she could act, a terrifying CG animation of a tsunami suddenly flashed through her mind. Lightning flashed in the sky, thunder roared on the ground, and a massive wave, tens of meters high, appeared from nowhere, crashing against the abandoned town with devastating force. Camps, large and small, were the first to be destroyed. Groups of raincoat-clad people screamed in despair and fled in all directions, but they were powerless to escape the pervasive water. Eventually, the land vanished, and all things, good and evil alike, returned to the ocean. The CG animation ended, and Guan Yi's controlled state ended. However, when she looked back, the fishmen had vanished without a trace. It seems I triggered another strange quest. Guan Yi rubbed the steering wheel, muttering, but is this kind of quest something a mere mortal like me can do? It's like asking a player who just left the novice village to single-handedly challenge the final boss of a high-level raid. In the face of natural disasters, even the most formidable individuals are as insignificant as dust. Guan Yi knew her own abilities well. She couldn't build Noah's Ark, nor could she refine the 7-colored stones to patch up the sky. She was already quite capable of reaching the service area before the 7th day. Had she known this, she shouldn't have stopped the car. Forget it. Knowing this terrible news is better than being kept in the dark. Guan Yi consoled herself. There was no way to regret it, and she couldn't immediately lose her memory and pretend nothing had happened. Let's go to the camp first, and see what they're up to. Who knows? After all, in many films, the protagonist is able to turn the tide. Even if their actions don't hold up to scrutiny, the public often only needs a plausible excuse. With this thought in mind, Guan Yi stepped on the accelerator again, and drove in the direction the fish people had left. After another 100 meters, a low house, nearly engulfed by greenery, appeared before her. Behind the house was a forest. Due to the terrain and the rain, Guan Yi couldn't clearly see the path into the woods from her current position. She could only turn the car around and try to observe from different angles. Then, Guan Yi came to a conclusion. If she wanted to enter the woods and reach the camp, she had to go through the low house. Looks like if I want to go to the camp, I have to go alone first. I can only drive in after I've spoken to the people inside. Guan Yi frowned. She wasn't really willing to get out of the car. Not to mention the danger, the stiflingly hot and humid air alone was unbearable. But then again, since she was already here, why would she just turn around and leave when the camp was right before her? That's not my style, Guan Yi thought. Putting everything else aside, just because the fishmen had just gone in, she had to go to that camp and take a look. Chapter 115. Guan Yi donned her raincoat and exited the car. Despite the sweltering heat, she bundled herself up tightly. According to the summary of the data flow brother in the previous chat channel, many people experienced high fevers before their deaths and flooded the channel with requests for medicine. This meant that many of the tens of thousands of casualties were caused by incurable diseases. These illnesses stemmed from a combination of self-inflicted injuries, such as being too lazy to wear a raincoat and being exposed to the rain for extended periods, and from inadequate protection and mosquito bites. Guan Yi was already wary, and after reading Data Flow Brothers' summary, she became even more cautious. No matter how sweltering, she insisted on covering herself up tightly. Better hot than dead, Guan Yi thought, holding her shotgun as she approached the hut. The hut was truly low, only about 1.2 meters high. Made of vines and dead branches, it looked like a toy made by children rather than a place for people to live. If only there were a big bad wolf around right now, Guan Yi couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. This kind of house didn't look much sturdier than the thatched hut the 3 little pigs built in their early days. It should be easily blown away, right? Unfortunately, the big bad wolf wasn't here, And Guan Yi herself didn't have that much lung capacity. Wait, blow away? She couldn't do it, but she had the tools. Guan Yi thought of the hand-crank tornado she bought. She bought it along with the level 2 energy blueprints from a newsletter and had kept it ever since, never using it. Now, finally, it had a use. Although this isn't very nice, I just don't want to go in. Guan Yi took a final look at the hut. Her instinct told her there was a trap inside. No matter who had set it up, she didn't want to step into it. Besides, a tornado is a natural disaster. If she didn't tell anyone, who would know she had summoned the wind? How could a tiny, isolated human control the mighty forces of nature? Guan Yi returned to the car and retrieved her props. She walked about 3 meters from the hut and placed the currently small prop on the ground in front of her. She waited a minute for it to return to its original size. After returning to its original size, Guan Yi was presented with something resembling a desk fan, its blades facing the hut. A crankable handle sat behind the blades. The control was simple. Simply crank the handle, and a small tornado would appear from the front of the fan, moving forward 5 meters before disappearing. Each item can only create one small tornado, after which it becomes unusable and in a disassembled state. If the owner possesses the disassembly skill, they might be able to extract some metal sheets, nails, wood, or other materials. After measuring the distance and aligning the direction, Guan Yi crouched down, grasped the handle, and began cranking. Slowly at first, then as inertia built up, he cranked faster and faster, the fan whirring and spinning rapidly. After a dozen seconds, when the fan's speed reached the required level, the whirring sound grew louder, and a small tornado, about a meter high, gradually took shape. The instant it fully formed, it rushed towards its target at lightning speed. Guan Yi. Wow, the tornado may look small, but the hut isn't much taller than it. Given these circumstances, the two are surprisingly well matched. Even a small tornado packs a formidable punch. In just a dozen seconds, the already flimsy hut was completely demolished, leaving only a path leading into the woods. Guan Yi didn't know if it was just his eyes, but the tornado carried away not only the vines and branches that had built the hut, but also a plume of purple smoke that looked unkind. The smoke only lasted for a fraction of a second as the hut was swept away, but Guan Yi happened to notice it. Although purple symbolizes nobility in clothing and game, especially in this state, it usually signifies poison or danger. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow, then silently dismantled the now useless hand-crank tornado and stuffed the remaining iron sheet X3 and wood X1 into his backpack. Then, she got in the car and slowly drove along the newly cleared path into the woods. 10 minutes later, Guan Yi's coordinates finally aligned with the camp on the map. Before her lay a hodgepodge of containers, abandoned train cars, and wooden houses. Inside, the indigenous people, armed and warily watching her, watched her. Guan Yi lowered the window a crack, so her voice could be heard outside. Hello, I'm a traveling merchant. The map tells me this is a camp. Am I in the wrong place? How did you get in? The leading man in the raincoat glanced at the scales flagged on the car, his demeanor softening slightly, but he still held his weapon. Also, who gave you the map? I can't reveal the source of the map, it's a trade secret. Guan Yi said, Isn't that a small hut over there? It was blown away by the wind. I saw a road and drove in. If you don't want to buy anything, I leave now. Guan Yi made a move to turn around and leave, but was stopped by the men in raincoats, who had already lowered their weapons. We want to buy something. Please understand. The wetlands are full of dangers, and we must be vigilant. The direction you came from leads to a dead end. That small hut was filled with a terrible poisonous gas. Fortunately, the wind blew it away, otherwise you might not have made it here alive. Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, her intuition told her not to go in. Of course, she couldn't rule out the possibility that the man in the raincoat was lying, but regardless, judging by his reaction to the destruction of the hut, that place wasn't a deliberate checkpoint. Want to buy anything? I brought food, supplies, and some interesting things. Guan Yi pretended not to notice the man in the raincoat sneaking back in the direction she had come from. If she was right, he was probably going to verify her words. With the officially certified traveling merchant badge, Guan Yi's credibility with the raincoat people was greatly enhanced. The 20 points of friendship weren't added in vain. It meant that as long as she hadn't committed any nefarious acts, most NPCs wouldn't actively attack her. Furthermore, Guan Yi's reputation with the NPCs had always been excellent, allowing her to quickly pass gun inspections. Now with an additional 20 points of friendship, the raincoat people lowered their guard after the initial questioning and gathered around her with great interest. What's there? Let me see. Don't push, Don't push, I was here first. Do you have coffee? I want some. It's the latest issue of the magazine. Give me one. There's even a snapjaw turtle shell. Did you kill it yourself? That's amazing. It's so hard to kill. I always wanted one, but I can't. Sister, is this little dog asleep? Can I buy it? I take good care of it. Girl, will you take any of this? I'd like to trade it for a few bags of salt. Is that okay? Guan Ye's head was buzzing, as if he were surrounded by dozens of quacking ducks. The people in the raincoats, perhaps having not seen the traveling merchant for a long time, not only gathered around him, but also called out to his friends and family who had stayed behind, urging them to hurry over with their money and goods so they could trade with Guan Yi. Faced with such enthusiastic customers, what could Guan Yi do? He could only, with a mixture of pain and joy, get down to business. Don't crowd. Those who are selecting items should go to the left. Those who are checking out should go to the right. Those who are bartering should come here too. Those who are selecting items should take their time to look around. After paying, please move away to give others space. Quickly, the candy samples on display sold out. Next to sell out were the May issue of Highway News, which offered insights into the outside world. Except for the one Guan Yi had saved for himself, it was all gone. The same thing happened with the water-powered game machines. Guan Yi saved one for himself and sold the others. The local monster materials he had collected on the trading channel were sold. The rice, flour, oil, and seasonings on display were also sold. Fresh fruits and vegetables that were about to rot were also popular. It was clear that the people in the raincoats planned to eat them all today and wouldn't let them spoil. Bitter almond coffee had become a rare commodity here, happily bought by people under Guan Ye's complicated gazes, and along the way, most of the coffee beans were sold. Then, Guan Yi took out the toothpaste-flavored nutritional supplement, but it was a complete failure, with everyone scorning it. She even sensed a hint of sympathy in the raincoat people's eyes. They whispered to each other, occasionally revealing a few words, either pitying her taste buds or questioning her taste in choosing products. Guan Yi, My point is, if you can all accept bitter almond coffee, why can't you accept toothpaste-flavored nutritional supplements? Even if you don't, what right do you, as bitter almond coffee lovers, have to disdain someone else's taste in choosing products? Guan Yi wanted to complain, but as a well-mannered traveling merchant, she would never say such things in front of her customers. She could only complain silently. Finally, after Guan Yi had sold 3 t-shirts, even one she hadn't worn herself, the chaotic rush finally ended, and she could finally sit down in the open space between the shelves and catch her breath. Good news. The people in the camp were convinced of Guan Ye's identity as a traveling merchant and were willing to share some non-secret information with her. Bad news. Guan Yi was the only person to arrive at the camp recently. Not only did she see 3 strange fishmen, but the people in the raincoats even expressed surprise, saying they had never heard of such animal men. Guan Yi. So, did those 3 fishmen disappear out of thin air? Or was it because of my heightened perception that I was seeing something that didn't actually exist? But that didn't make sense. Guan Yi was deeply impressed by the damp, fishy smell, a distinct smell of the sea. Unless she was so deeply affected by the mysterious power that her perceptions were so real. Guan Yi frowned, instinctively returning to the car to examine the back seat. If she remembered correctly, the fishmen had been sitting there for quite a while, even puking bubbles. Theoretically, the seat should have some traces of moisture, a fishy smell, salt grains, or some other substance that had fallen from the fishman. But there was nothing. Guan Yi stroked the dry, soft seat surface, her nose lingering with the familiar scent of the car. Both the seat and the floor mat were spotless, showing no signs of anyone having sat there. Even the rear seatbelt buckles were neatly tucked into the gap between the cushions, showing no signs of having been pulled out. Guan Yi, Damn it! What the hell? Chapter 116. Guan Yi began to wonder if she was hallucinating. That shouldn't be the case. She shook her head, more inclined to believe the fishmen had used some trick to deceive the camp's inhabitants. Or perhaps, the camp's entire team had conspired to deceive her. No matter how I think about it, that's the more likely possibility. Never mind, let's ignore that. Let's quickly gather intelligence and get out of here. It was still early, and Guan Yi couldn't stay in the camp to rest. She still had to keep going. The service area was at the end of the map, and she estimated she only walked a little over 1/7 of the way. If she wanted to reach her destination on time, she'd definitely be on the road for several days. Of course, she still had to complete NPC-related quests. This was a crucial way for Guan Yi to accumulate wealth in this world, and she couldn't ignore it. because Yuxiao had the scale flag representing traveling merchants on her, and Guan Yi indeed had a sufficient supply of goods, having just completed a transaction with the local residents. This indirectly confirmed her harmless status. Therefore, no one intervened to stop her from getting out of the car and wandering around the camp. Furthermore, a group of children in raincoats chased Guan Yi, eager to hear her stories, and filled with curiosity about the outside world. Guan Yi diligently addressed the children's questions, answering them directly when she could. She also provided honest answers to questions she couldn't answer or didn't know, as if they were adults of her own status. The children were perceptive. They sensed Guan Yi's seriousness and gathered around her even more eagerly, volunteering to show her around the camp. "We're most familiar with the camp." The man in the raincoat, at the head of the group, stood with his hands on his hips. If it weren't for his mask, Guan Yi would have seen the pride on his face. "I know everyone around here too. I'm a hunter's apprentice who went out with Uncle Chen." Guan Yi raised an eyebrow. "Have I seen you before?" With an androgynous voice, and about the same height, could this child be the one we met while hunting the monkey fish? After all, he did mention camp, but his companions covered his mouth, stopping him from continuing. The man in the raincoat suddenly became excited. He ignored Guan Yi's question and turned to look at his friends. He held out his palms up and happily exclaimed, "I told her she recognized me. Just admit defeat. Hate it. You didn't even show your face." "That's right, Xiao Lu. Did you tell her secretly?" "Ah, I worked so hard to buy this candy. Can I lick a few of it before giving it to you? Or if you finish it and leave some for me, I won't mind you." Xiao Lu ignored his friend's complaints and took his spoils from them with the air of a victor. Then he looked at Guan Yi, his tone filled with intimacy and familiarity. "Sister Merchant, I didn't tell you before, did I?" Guan Yi nodded. "No. I'm a little curious. You've been wearing this all the time in camp. Aren't you hot? It'd be fine once the skylight rises." Xiao Lu said nonchalantly, "Sister, what else do you want to know? I tell you everything I can. So there are things you can't tell me." Guan Yi deliberately dragged out her words, but it was just a joke before changing the subject. "Next, I'm going to Maosheng Taoyuan. Someone has asked me to haul some goods. How's the situation over there? Is it dangerous?" Guan Yi had no intention of exploring the camp's secrets. This wasn't a real game, and accepting more missions wasn't the best option. If one turned out to be blood red and instantly triggered, she wouldn't have time to escape. Since that was the case, it would be better to ask about something safe, like Maosheng Taoyuan, something that would make the news, so it shouldn't be that dangerous. Xiao Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. "I don't know. There doesn't seem to be a place called it around here. Sister, why don't you wait a moment? The skylight will be coming out soon. I asked the others for you then." As she finished speaking, several elderly men in raincoats approached. Seeing them, Xiao Lu hurried over, grabbed the lead man's raincoat, and said, "Uncle Chen, do you know Maosheng Peach Orchard? Sister Merchant wants to know how to get there." Guan Yi nodded to Uncle Chen. "I've been asked by the association to help transport peaches there. I have the coordinates, but I'd like to know more." She definitely had to go and take a look, but she had to research the situation there first. What if the peaches were only a few hours away from rotting, and she was a million miles from the service area? Forget it. If it broke down en route, she wouldn't be able to afford the compensation. Maosheng Taoyuan is an interesting place, but also a dangerous one. Uncle Chen looked up at the sky, and Guan Yi instinctively followed suit. The camp was nestled among the trees, and overhead was a lush foliage. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt the rain wasn't as heavy as before. The tent is about to open. Perfect, we can sit down and talk. Guan Yi suddenly understood what the tent meant. It probably referred to the intertwined branches and vines, forming a dense, airtight web that blocked all rain. When the canopy is up, the humidity in the air will evaporate, and the plants will produce more oxygen, making life more comfortable for everyone. "That's amazing," Guan Yi exclaimed sincerely. "I'm really looking forward to it." The canopy unfolded in about 5 minutes, from start to finish. During this time, the raincoat-wearing people returned to their various simple houses, and removed the long raincoats they had been wearing. Then, Guan Yi finally saw their true appearance. Men, women, and children alike had shaved their heads and inked them with tattoos Guan Yi couldn't understand. The older they were, the more tattoos they had, extending along their cheeks and necks. Children like Xiao Lu's age had tattoos only on the top of their heads and foreheads. Older ones had tattoos extending to the sides of their cheeks, and younger ones had them only on the top of their heads. It looked like a totem left behind by some ancient tribe. Guan Yi glanced at it and didn't look at it again. As long as it didn't harm society or others, she always respected other people's beliefs. This state is best suited to a mask. The weather in the wetlands is terrible, and hair is difficult to manage. Uncle Chen noticed Guan Yi glancing at their heads, so he explained briefly, then asked Guan Yi to sit down on a stool he had brought out from the house, and continued. Maoshang Peach Gardens peaches are famous, and they're the only business in the wetlands not affiliated with the Berkeley family. Guan Yi, oh, just one short sentence, revealing two pieces of information. 1. The Berkeley family has absolute power in the wetlands. 2. Maoshang Peach Gardens' background rivals the Berkeley families, forcing them to turn a blind eye and allow businesses that don't belong to them to intrude on their territory. Guan Yi had a premonition that she would sooner or later face off against the Berkeley family. They would be her final boss on this server. That being the case, she had to go to the Maoshang Peach Orchard. They probably wouldn't want their peaches to rot on the way because of the Berkeley family's obstruction. They all used the emperor to control the princes, and this time she was using the peaches to control the princes. While it sounded a bit funny, the essence remained the same. Uncle Chen continued to introduce the peaches. The peaches at Maoshang Peach Orchard are a special variety that only grows best in wetland environments. I haven't been there in years. The roads in Xiqing are too difficult to navigate. I was previously busy taking care of these little ones, so I really didn't have time to go that far. Guan Yi looked around at herself and Uncle Chen. Several half-grown children were gathered around them. The domineering little Lu was tucked in the innermost group. He was surprisingly handsome, and even though he was a little bald with a round head. Sister Merchant, are you going to Xiqing? Will you come back after you go? Xiao Lu leaned over to Guan Yi and blinked. If you do, could you tell me about it? I haven't even been to the city yet. Guan Yi's eyes flicked over Xiao Lu's bald head. Her fingers twitched, resisting the urge to touch him. She replied, I can only go one way, from one area to another. You should wait until you grow up and leave here to see for yourself. After that, Guan Yi painted another big picture for Xiao Lu. Perhaps we meet again in the future. Then, I tell you what I saw in Xiqing. Okay? Xiao Lu's eyes flickered with longing, but she quickly shook her head. But I can't leave here. Uncle Chen takes us hunting now. When I grow up, I want to be like him, taking the younger children hunting, so we can support the camp. Xiao Lu paused, her eyes filled with determination. This is my responsibility. Even though I long to see the world outside, I can't shirk my duty. Guan Yi couldn't help himself. After asking for Xiao Lu's consent, he reached out and rubbed her head. Without saying anything else, he dug out the jelly he picked up long ago from his backpack. It was about a day away from spoiling, and shared it with Xiao Lu and her friends. While selling goods earlier, Guan Yi had taken note of the camp's population. A rough estimate put the number at around 80. There were about 20 children, a dozen or so elderly people, and only about 50 young and middle-aged people. Among these people, there were no pregnant women or babies. Of course, the pregnancy might be premature, and the baby might have been left in the room and not brought out. After all, the sky hadn't even come out at the time, so it's natural to worry about the child getting cold in the rain. But Guan Yi still felt something was amiss. Xiao Lu had taken it for granted that he wanted to bring in younger people, but judging by the current situation, her friend was about the same age as her, and the time it would take for them to become independent should be similar. So where were the younger people Xiao Lu had so confidently promised to take hunting with him in the future? Could they count on those 50-plus men and women of childbearing age to be born? Guan Yi found that unrealistic. So, their camp had other methods of replenishing its population, but it was a secret, and if Xiao Lu hadn't mentioned it casually, Guan Yi might not have even discovered it. What's even more interesting is that they just paid for their purchases with road coins. Just imagine, if the people living in the wetlands rely on hunting and gathering to survive, where do these road coins come from? It doesn't matter, Guan Yi thought. She already paid for the purchase, so if she didn't want to start the related side quests, it would be best not to ask too many questions. So, the topic returned to Xiqing, and Uncle Chen gave Guan Yi a general overview of the situation. Xiqing is the territory of the Berkeley family. The manor within the wetlands only houses a few peripheral members of the Berkeley family. The true family still lives in the heart of Xiqing's inner city. The roads leading there are blocked, so if you just want to pass through, it's best not to deal with them. Guan Yi nodded. While she said, I take a detour, she was actually certain she and the Berkeley family would definitely meet. After all, the quest had already been triggered, and the subsequent plot would inevitably progress. Fortunately, it was quite convenient. First, she'd go to the lush peach orchard to accept the Taozi quest, then pass through Xiqing. Once, she used the vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon to eliminate the Berkeley family blocking her path. She could then take Tauzi across Xicheng and reach the destination service area. That was pretty good, Guan Yi thought. The access plan for this server was almost complete. As long as she couldn't focus on the 3 vanished murlocs, everything seemed perfect. Chapter 117. Uncle Chen described the lush peach orchard as an interesting place, but also dangerous. The owner of the orchard is a very innovative person. She cultivates a different variety of peaches every year. Last year, they had dancing peaches, the year before, they had singing peaches, and this year's variety is still unknown. Then why is it so dangerous? Guan Yi asked Uncle Chen. Does it require special fertilizer to breed and cultivate peaches? Uncle Chen shook his head. That's not the case. Based on past years, if you go there now, the peaches should be almost ripe. But it's during this period, when they're almost ripe, that the orchard is most dangerous. The Berkeley family comes to steal the peaches every year, and the wild beasts also covet them. That's why Grandma Peach will attack indiscriminately. If you go there, you have to find a way to prove your identity, otherwise you'll be attacked too. Guan Yi, oh, it's okay for animals to eat peaches, that's their nature. They don't understand that they're planted by humans. They just think they're a gift from nature. But aren't the Berkeley family too shameless, stealing other people's things? Oh, that's right, they're shameless to begin with, otherwise they wouldn't have conducted such inhumane experiments. As expected, damn the Berkeley family. After learning about Maosheng Taoyuan, Uncle Chen went on to describe Xicheng in detail. Of course, the information was from over a decade ago. He hadn't been there in a while. Guan Yi took note of what she had heard, roughly mapped out a course of action, and then began to indirectly ask Uncle Chen about the murlocs and the prophecy that had been weighing on her mind for so long. If it keeps raining like this, even the sea level will rise, right? I see only shallow puddles in the wetland. How does it drain? Uncle Chen smiled mysteriously, his expression looking eerie under the light and shadow. Unlike those dead places, wetlands are alive. Guan Yi's heart skipped a beat. What's the point? This isn't a ghost story. How could someone who was so fine just a moment ago suddenly change expression in the middle of a conversation? Uncle Chen looked like a follower of some insane sect, speaking in a reverent and resolute tone, terrifying the listener. The wetland isn't always a wetland. He will become whatever he desires. We are all his children. If we follow his will, we can live a better life. Guan Yi pursed her lips. A better life meant living in this humid, hot place, exposed to the rain every day, and risking her life to hunt in the pouring rain? Of course, this was their normal lifestyle. They knew their joys and sorrows. Who, an outsider like Guan Yi, could judge them? Perhaps in the eyes of Uncle Chen and Xiao Lu, 996 and 007 were the true suffering. But, will the wetland become the sea? Guan Yi asked tentatively. Uncle Chen nodded matter-of-factly. If he wills. Then what will you do? Guan Yi stretched out his hand and drew a circle. I mean, you don't have a boat. Humans always rely on boats to navigate the ocean. Even if someone submerged themselves in the sea for days through sheer willpower, that's extreme survival, not life. Uncle Chen chuckled softly, his eyes burning in the light. We don't need a boat. Just as the sky above shelters us, he will create a new sanctuary for his children in the sea. All right. Guan Yi closed her eyes. There was no point in continuing the conversation today. Uncle Chen had gone mad. Of course, that was just her idea. There was no ruling out the possibility that there really was something special in the wetlands. This was a game world, after all. In a game, anything is possible. I wasted quite a bit of time. Guan Yi stood up. Thank you for talking to me for so long. I also enjoy this dry air, but I really must continue on my journey. Uncle Chen stood up as well. Perhaps it was the shift in light caused by his movement, but the strange expression on his face disappeared, returning to his gentle, kindly image. Everyone has their own responsibilities. The process of perseverance may be difficult, but the ending will surely be beautiful. Uncle Chen seemed to be speaking to Guan Yi, but also to the children who had gathered around him, or perhaps to the equally bald men and women behind them. As he spoke, the men and women all stopped what they were doing, whether weaving webs, sewing, mending, or preparing game. They simply stood there, their faces sporting the same eerie grin as Uncle Chen's. Guan Yi, damn, perhaps this group adhered to the philosophy of each doing his or her part. While they expressed sadness at Guan Yi's departure, they also acknowledged her duty as a traveling merchant. She should travel between regions, selling goods and delivering them to those in need. This was Guan Yi's responsibility. They shouldn't have stopped her. Because of this, Guan Yi was able to leave the camp without incident. She didn't even dare look back, driving Zhuxia forward for a full half hour, until the camp was out of sight. Only then did she dare to slam on the brakes and slump into the driver's seat, breathing a sigh of relief. The mental state of the people in the game world is worrying. Guan Yi checked the time. It was almost 2 p.m., and suddenly she felt hungry, so she decided to take a break and have lunch. This place was too complicated. There was the Berkeley family conducting human experiments, the campers with their crazy beliefs. Oh, and then there was Grandma Tazi, who was obsessed with growing/raising peaches. No! Whose peach could sing and dance? Now I feel like even my own mental state is a bit off. Guan Yi poured the stir-fried pork and green peppers from the pot onto a plate and carried it to the viewing balcony. She was increasingly enjoying eating there, not for the view, but because it was more comfortable, given the lack of a dining table. After pouring herself a bowl of fragrant rice, Guan Yi treated the chat channel's content like a mealtime drama. She had so many questions of her own and wanted to see if there was anything she could refer to. The rate at which food spoils has increased again. Isn't this fatal? A bag of rice can last for years, but how come it only lasts a few days when it's in my hands? Be content, it's good to have something to eat. Haha, I spent all my money on food, and now I'm told that food that could last for years will go bad in just a few days. By the time I get to the next service area, I won't even have enough money for a hotel room. Guan Yi felt a pang of sympathy. She had also miscalculated. Not to mention the fruits and vegetables. Some of the ones that weren't in the refrigerator went bad yesterday, and the ones that were stuffed in the refrigerator would also go bad in 2 days. If she hadn't just sold a small portion at the camp, she wouldn't even be able to make back her original investment. The shelf life of canned food, rice, flour, and oil is also decreasing at an absurd rate. If what that person just said is true, and the shelf life continues to decrease, then we really have to find food locally. TSK, survival is hard enough, and now this has to happen. If it's because of the special effects of the wetlands themselves, then the next server is fine, but if the difficulty is increased due to proximity to the Golden City, then the remaining servers will have a much harder time. Guan Yi pondered this, skimming over the useless and mindless complaints in the chat channel, and focusing on finding useful information. Speaking of which, Guan Yi had once sent a friend request to that data expert, but was rejected. Thankfully, it wasn't just her. Everyone else's requests were rejected equally. Some people in the chat channel were making sarcastic remarks, implying that the bosses didn't add ordinary people as friends because ordinary people were worthless and unworthy enough to even appear on their lists. However, these individuals account for a small percentage, and most of those who are rejected consider it perfectly normal. If so many people and big names were accepted, wouldn't the other party have hundreds of thousands of friends? Just saying good morning every day would be a waste of time. Guan Yi had a different view on this. Just as her gray frequency couldn't be disclosed to others, the other party's ability to collect and analyze data might have some limitations, and perhaps not adding friends was one of them. Of course, it's also possible that the other party simply didn't want to be added. Guan Yi didn't care. As long as the other party continued to message her on the public screen, it was fine. Whether they could remain friends or not was not a concern to her. Honestly, this map makes me uncomfortable. I always feel like someone's watching me. We come this far, and everyone should know that theater posters can preview the next server type, right? But it seems everyone sees something different. This data expert has already summarized it. The wetlands are the main feature, and everyone sees them, but some people also see something else. Some see Taoyuan, some see a city, and some see a series of creatures that seem to be migrating. So, does seeing different things unlock different main quests? Guan Yi pondered, her gaze lingering on this sentence for a long time. She felt it was very likely. The poster she had seen before showed an abandoned city, and the owner of the abandoned city was the Berkeley family. So she encountered the fleeing Chris and the Shore Berkeley she had killed. But I seem to see more content in the poster than everyone else. If I saw the whole map, then they only saw a portion. Guan Yi pondered, searching for the difference between herself and others. Is it related to my Highway Mileage Association membership? Because of my roadside symbiotic responsibility, I interact with far more NPCs than others, which is why I'm able to trigger story quests related to them? This is just speculation, Guan Yi thought, continuing to browse the chat channel. Has anyone encountered any strange murlocs? I thought they were monsters when I passed by just now, but they just walked on their own, close to me. It was so weird. I scared myself and ran away. There are so many abandoned camps in this area, not many good things, but there are a lot of documents related to transformation. They're all about the human experiments of the Berkeley family. It's so cruel. It doesn't matter. I only started this quest line, so I just keep going. How cruel. Don't you have any sympathy for those transformed animal people? There are too few supply boxes. I won't look for them anymore. I just drive as hard as I can. To hell with the quest, I just keep driving forward, and try to be the first to reach the service area. Sympathy bullshit. Why is no one showing any sympathy for me? I just won the lottery, 500,000. I haven't even claimed the prize yet, and then I'm suddenly dumped in this rubbish place. I'm so fed up. I can barely survive, so who cares about the NPCs in the game? That's right, why should I sympathize with the NPCs? Am I being manipulated by this game? They're the ones who's causing us all this trouble. Even if my life in real life isn't great, it's better than being here. Meet an NPC, kill an NPC. Ha 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 ha, it's just statistics anyway. If I don't vent, I'm going crazy. Guan Yi swallowed the last bite of her food, stood up, quietly cleared the dishes, and went downstairs. She had anticipated this development. She was allowed to be neutral and kind, while others were allowed to be chaotic and evil. Besides, that person wasn't wrong. If they sympathized with the NPCs, who would sympathize with them, the innocent people caught up in the game? Humph. Guan Yi snorted, tossed the dishes into the sink, and turned to the driver's seat. She couldn't control others, so she hoped that her fellow tribesmen, who had chosen different paths, could also forge their own paths to victory. Chapter 118. The afternoon's journey went relatively smoothly. Guan Yi collected 2 new supply boxes. Apart from the junk, she obtained a total of 10 energy, 2 peach-flavored nutrients, shelf life 3 days, 1 everlasting bouquet, 1 bronze treasure chest, and 3 cold-repelling tea bags. Guan Yi also had a bronze key, which was just right for opening this box. As she expected, the box contained nothing special, just photos that could be combined into memory fragments and some scraps of paper with scattered information. This person. The young man in the photo stood under a peach tree, his arms full of peaches. He wore a uniform Guan Yi had seen before, and smiled brightly, as if happy about the peach harvest. Guan Yi had seen this young man before, not in the real world or in the game, but in another person's photo. The Lancheng security guard's son. It seems he's also been through the wetlands. The security guard, whose memory had briefly returned, showed Guan Yi a well-preserved photo hidden in his wallet. It showed a spirited young man, embarking on a journey to the Golden City to participate in the 18-year-old adult trials. The security guard missed his son deeply, having not heard from him in a long time. He placed his hopes on Guan Yi, who was also heading to the Golden City, hoping she would meet his son. Isn't Lancheng a game? The security guard's son is actually real? Guan Yi was baffled, ultimately concluding that it was a setup similar to Lady Crow's. Perhaps the security guard wasn't actually a security guard in real life, but someone acquainted with the game's creators, who had crafted this plot and included a photo of his son. Guan Yi frowned, feeling it wasn't that simple. But it was like a backstory in a game, and wouldn't hinder her journey. So, she let it go after reading it, letting the fragments of memory remain on the car's large screen, waiting to be opened and studied later when needed. I still have to deal with a wave of customers tonight. If there are any. Speaking of which, won't my nighttime dangers in other areas become selling goods? Guan Yi thought about it, and decided that this wasn't bad. At least, she wouldn't have to worry about anything else. After all, fear comes from the unknown. Now that she knew, she could stock up. See what categories we're short of, and buy some with my fellow travelers. Guan Yi opened her storage compartment, and began to count her inventory. She had discovered this while trading with the people at camp today. As long as they were of the same type, even if they didn't have item A, they would still accept item B. For example, if an NPC wanted apples, but Guan Yi didn't have any, and she only had oranges, then with the right sales pitch, she could successfully change the NPC's mind. But this only applies to the same type. The other party wouldn't buy a rubber duck just because they couldn't buy an apple. They simply leave with regret and comment, "This traveling merchant doesn't have a complete inventory." Why did Guan Yi know this? Of course, it was because an NPC had complained to her, saying that the traveling merchant they met couldn't get anything they wanted, and that they come out to sell their wares without even having the complete inventory, leaving her waiting for the merchant with nothing to show for it. So, a complete assortment is crucial, everything else depends on your sales pitch. Guan Yi figured it was similar to a group game. When the conditions weren't met, they just roll the dice and see what happened. With her popularity among the NPCs and her inherent plus 20 friendship rating, she should be able to get away with it unless she was incredibly unlucky. Fruits, vegetables, seasonings, daily necessities, toys, clothing. Guan Yi counted her inventory and decided she should get some small furniture, like tables, chairs, and benches. She did have some in her trunk, but they were all pre-assembled and could be moved around freely within the compartments. They'd break if she took them apart, and she definitely couldn't trade them. Luckily, I have enough money now. I can just pay for whatever I want. Hey, when did you receive the camera? Why didn't you notify me? Guan Yi thought about it, and figured she must have been so focused on Uncle Chen when she got out of the car that she ignored the notification that the transaction was successful. Not bad, not bad. It comes with 18 sheets of film, enough for lots of shots. I entered the best one into a competition. Don't worry about winning, the important thing is to participate. The main thing is, there's really not much to photograph in the wetland. Everywhere you look, it's overcast and pouring rain. Guan Yi's photography skills are decent, but there's really nothing to photograph here. Fortunately, the submission deadline was May 31st, giving her plenty of time to get out of the wetlands. She could find a good spot in the service area to take a few photos, then head to the next server to take a few more. She'd always be able to find photos she'd like to send out. After fiddling with the camera for a while, Guan Yi put it down and began posting links and messages on the trading channel, offering to buy all sorts of seemingly useless items. Of course, since they were useless, the purchase price wasn't high. Guan Yi targeted the weaknesses of these useless items, and resonated with many owners. Take the rubber duck, for example. Players are all adults. Not only do most people only have showers, not bathtubs, but even if they did, they probably wouldn't want to play with rubber ducks while bathing. Throwing it away would be a shame, as I always feel like I might need it somewhere in the future. Not throwing it away, it's truly useless. It either take up storage space, or just sit there gathering dust in a corner of the car. Even if some players were once adept at letting go, they wouldn't dare do so now. This is a road survival game, and minimalist living is pure suicidal thinking. Service areas do have recycling stations, specifically for all sorts of unused items, such as unused materials, and any kind of junk players are reluctant to throw away. This is the main way for ordinary players to earn highway coins. But besides the fixed recycling price for materials, anything players dislike isn't considered by the recycling station either, keeping the price very low. Unless you're selling in large quantities, you won't get many highway coins. By comparison, Guan Yi's price was very attractive, so she quickly filled up her highway coin quota. If this keeps up, my storage compartments will be full. Guan Yi sighed, a little worried. Although she had freed up over a dozen compartments since taking all the food out, her junk collection soon filled them up again. Next time I get to the service area, I have to continue upgrading. I could upgrade now, but it'd delay my evening business. Guan Yi muttered as she stocked the shelves in the trunk. With the two previous experiences, she had a rough idea of what was selling well and what wasn't, and she began adjusting her featured items accordingly. After finishing her work, Guan Yi went to eat and rest, then waited for the danger to arrive at 10 o'clock. Just as Guan Yi had guessed, ever since she became a traveling merchant, her danger shifted from unknown creatures to unknown guests. The raincoat men arrived as promised, bringing with them some animal people of slightly different heights. Guan Yi guessed their identities simply because the raincoat men wore gloves, and when the animal people paid, they extended their furry little paws. Ouch! One of the animal people even had pink paw pads. Guan Yi suppressed the urge to pinch them. They weren't real animals. If she took the opportunity to pay them to tickle their paw pads, she'd be no different from those cheapskates. No, restrain yourself, restrain yourself. At that moment, Guan Yi suddenly understood why the Berkeley family created animal people. Aside from those who kept them as slaves, the rest were probably sold to some disgusting people. The Berkeley family, damn it, her vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon was already built. Now all she had to do was install it. Speaking of which, were there any car modification shops in the wetlands? It seemed impossible to find one. The real coordinates Lao Chong had given her earlier didn't appear on the map, meaning her shop wasn't located there. While Guan Yi was selling her wares, she seriously considered the possibility of unauthorized modifications. If nothing else worked, she could just install it and remove it once she got to the service area. Then she could upgrade Juxia. She didn't believe anyone would be able to tell. That's it. Guan Yi made up her mind and waited until she saw off this group of customers before starting the installation. She liked to follow the rules, but she also knew how to be flexible, and now was the time to be flexible. With midnight approaching, the danger of the night was over. The customers left one after another 5 minutes early, allowing Guan Yi to close her stall normally. It's okay. As long as I go to bed before 2 o'clock, my fatigue will be restored. Guan Yi held the newly released vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon, and the more she looked at it, the more she liked it. This cute little thing that gave its owner a sense of security. She wanted more. The vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon wasn't very large, only 1 meter long, and the barrel had an inner diameter of only 10 centimeters. If it were loaded with real shells, it probably wouldn't be very large either. A 107mm rocket launcher can achieve rapid strikes, but mine isn't a physical shell, so it's hard to calculate the caliber. Let me see how to install this thing on the car. Open the vehicle status, then look at the diagram. Guanyi had never modified a vehicle herself. She always upgraded it herself. As long as she had enough materials, the thing would upgrade automatically with a click, and she didn't have to worry about the whole process. But modifications were different. If the installation or modification was done incorrectly, a perfectly good car could be completely ruined. At best, it might make unusual noises when driving, and at worst, it might just break down. Thankfully, when I was chatting with Sang Tutu, she gave me a lot of modification tips. Although I didn't understand most of it, I at least understood where to move the weapon. Players only needed to modify the vehicle's design drawings, which was convenient for Guanyi. Otherwise, she would have to brave the pouring rain, crawling all over Jusha's body in the middle of the night with tools. Thinking of that scene, Guanyi felt a pang in her stomach. She thought, this kind of database work is better. Recalling Sang Tutu's words, she carefully made changes to Jusha's 3D structural drawings. Quickly, an hour passed. After a final vehicle self-check and confirming everything was working correctly, Jusha finally had her first vehicle-mounted weapon. Guanyi wiped her sweat. It worked. Oh yeah. Chapter 119. The vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon is mounted to the side of the main driver's seat, normally hidden within the vehicle. When needed, simply press a switch next to the steering wheel, and the side hull will automatically open, extending the turret. Of course, considering Guanyi's modification capabilities and the limitations of the vehicle, the guided energy cannon currently can only fire straight ahead, not swiveling, and its range is very short. After all, she lacks a scope, so she can't expand her range. It's essentially a melee weapon. The vehicle-mounted guided energy cannon is powered by crystals, requiring 10 crystals of the same color for each shot. After firing, you can replace them, but you must empty all the magazines and refill them. Simply put, if you use red crystals, you can fill the magazine in one go, then consume 10 crystals at a time, allowing for continuous fire. However, if you fire a red crystal shell and want to switch to a green crystal shell, you must remove all the red crystals from the magazine and replace them with green crystals. Otherwise, the guided energy cannon will not fire a green shell. This weapon blueprint feels very basic. I imagine there will be an upgraded version later, perhaps one that can hold 5 different crystal colors simultaneously and emit any color you want. The crystal colors aren't just for aesthetics, they serve different purposes. Gold crystal, gold super armor piercing rounds, capable of piercing thick armor. With crystal, green contains a high concentration of paralysis powder, enabling short-term control, 3 to 8 minutes. Water crystal, blue contains an ultra-low temperature medium, enabling rapid freezing. Fire crystal, red burns explosive bombs, creating a high-temperature fire. Earth crystal, black contains high-density metal and inert powder, creating a shotgun effect. Guanyi, wow, they all seem quite useful. Gold crystal is suitable for sieges, a single shell capable of piercing a heavy gate. Guanyi feels this would be a good option if she were planning to storm the Berkeley family's compound. It's obvious they wouldn't open their gates to welcome an uninvited guest like her. Green crystal is effective against living creatures, but useless against cold, high-tech weapons. In other words, if the Berkeley family were to use a human wave against her, this shell would be enough to control the situation without causing excessive casualties. By the time they recovered, she'd already been fired far away. Blue crystal's swift cooling effect would effectively kill living creatures, but Guanyi felt it was a waste to use a swift cooling shell against people. She felt it would be more effective against objects. For example, if the shell of a certain material is made of a special material and the contents still need to be used, the rapid cooling effect can be used to make it brittle. Then, with a little force, the shell can be shattered without affecting the contents. The burning and exploding red crystals are nothing special, they're just what they sound like. Killing and setting fires are good, so you should save more for later. The black crystals actually have a similar effect to a rain of pear blossom needles. The more enemies you encounter, the greater the effect. However, the aftermath can be quite tragic, so it's best not to use them if you can. Guanyi pondered the crystal shells and counted her inventory. After a night of trading, she had saved a total of 2,457 crystals. Previously, transactions in the camp had been made with road coins. At 10 crystals per shell, it was quite a lot. Don't pack anything yet. It's easy to fill anyway. Just put everything in the storage compartment and click on it when you need it. If you pre-pack, it'd be even more troublesome to clear out and reload if you encounter an inappropriate situation. Guan Yi sorted the crystals into different storage compartments and prepared to rest and sleep. With her weapon in hand, she felt much more at ease. She planned to ignore everything tomorrow and just drive forward with all her might. We must get to Maosheng Taoyuan as early as possible to leave time for passing Xiqing, at least 2 days. Otherwise, if they catch us and we can't leave, it'd be troublesome. Thinking this, Guan Yi closed her eyes and fell asleep. Since joining this game, her daily routine has become much more regular. She goes to bed around midnight, wakes up promptly at 7 a.m. for breakfast, and eats lunch and dinner pretty much on time. Aside from the back pain from driving for long periods of time, Guan Yi feels that the dark circles under her eyes from staying up late are gone. Returning to the real world in this state might be a good thing. Despite Guan Yi's flurry of thoughts, it only took about 10 seconds, and she soon drifted off to sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already 7 a.m. the next morning. The 7 o'clock Asphalt Express arrived on time, but the content and the items were mediocre. Guan Yi had no desire to buy anything and simply skipped it. Then she ate, drove, and occasionally picked up supply boxes. In the evening, she continued selling goods to collect 5-colored crystals. At the end of the day, she had a rather ordinary but equally peaceful day. Then, May 26th arrived, marking Guan Yi's 4th day in the wetland. To date, only 210,000 of the 300,000 people in the wetland remained. The peak of deaths occurred on the 3rd day, reportedly due to mosquito-induced diseases that claimed tens of thousands of lives. Judging from the chats, many people who contracted the disease are baffled. Ever since someone died from it the first day, they learned from the experience and wrapped themselves up tightly before getting off the bus. They don't think they were bitten anywhere, so how could they have gotten sick? Perhaps there's another source of infection. We all live in a modern society. Who would bother going to places like this? It's normal to be inexperienced. Mosquitoes need some mosquito repellent. Hikers love to go deep into the mountains and forests, but the environment here feels different. Didn't someone sell mosquito repellent yesterday? What happened? I didn't get any. I'm afraid to get off the bus now. It's too scary. The food is spoiling at twice the rate again. The fresh food I bought is either gone or spoiled, and I don't have much else on hand. It seems I have to make do with what's available. Just a few mosquito repellents, and you call it a deal? What a joke. I didn't even see them clearly, and they were already sold out. Guan Yi shrugged. Sorry, I only have that much in stock, and I have to keep some for myself. It's a shame I can't grab some. She had already sold all the items she purchased on the 2nd floor of the 7th station main store, except for some for herself. She also cleared out most of the canned goods she bought later. After all, some players only bought fresh vegetables and rarely touched canned goods. Seeing them spoil, they naturally panicked and sought out food that could be stored longer. Guan Yi, fearing she'd end up with a bunch of canned goods, sold about 2/3 of the stock, not only recovering her investment, but also making a killing. If it was an infectious disease, why did we have to consider mosquitoes? Couldn't it be a problem with eating local ingredients? I only had one meal yesterday, so I'm hoping to find a few more supply boxes today. I learned to pick mushrooms from the locals, survival skill +1. That makes sense. Did I eat monster meat and not clean it properly, and then get infested by the bugs inside? The item description says the monster meat is edible, so why are there bugs? Didn't they warn me? Picking mushrooms is possible, but I don't know how to pick them, and I'm afraid I just end up lying down after eating them. How did you get the NPC to teach you? I want to learn too. Doesn't the guy in the previous one have any common sense? Why do they say to eat cooked meat? Isn't it to prevent invisible insect eggs or bacteria from lurking in the meat? You're making me terrified. I eaten monster meat too, but I roasted it until it was well cooked. And nothing's happened yet. Does that mean I gotten away with it? Guan Yi thought of the monkey fish meat she'd been given, and was incredibly thankful she'd given it to the NPCs. They lived here for a long time, so they should know how to handle it better than an outsider like her, right? Right? After all, after becoming animal people, they still have to learn. Just based on the scattered information in that textbook, Guan Yi felt certain the animal people had learned how to handle monster meat. After all, this is where they live. If they don't know these common sense, how can they survive? Even the bald men in the camp were the same way. While Guan Yi was chatting with Uncle Chun, they were beside her, preparing meat and other ingredients, listening to her talk. Their technique was so deft, it was obvious they were used to it. Therefore, asking NPC for help is indeed a good method, but it is not a method that everyone can use. Just like those people who killed every NPC they saw before, there is no way they can learn it. Unless they threatened and coerced the NPCs. But would they really dare use the knowledge gained in this way? Guan Yi thought it was just her personal speculation, but she didn't know a similar incident had actually occurred yesterday. A player armed with an American II forced a lone animal man to teach him how to prepare local ingredients. After preparing the ingredients, he fed them to the animal man's companions for verification. After the animal man survived for several hours, the player finally felt relieved, convinced that this method of handling the food was effective. Then, pretending to fulfill his promise, he let the two animal men escape, only to shoot them in the back before they disappeared into the rain. The player was a typical proponent of the NPC guild theory. Ever since acquiring the American II, he had killed countless NPCs along the way, becoming addicted to it, believing he was doing the right thing, but he hadn't intended to be killed here. After all, there are differences between animal man and human physiques. In other words, with the same disease or infection, an animal man could survive for several days, and even without medication, there was a high chance of recovery. But for a human, it would be an emergency, and most likely incurable. After all, medicines rarely appear in the trading channel, and the corresponding herbs found in the wetlands are completely unknown to humans. So, this person still died, and died quietly. After all, he knew that the title of murderer was not a good thing, so he rarely spoke in the chat channel. Of course, whether this person was dead or alive was of no concern to Guan Yi. After briefly gathering information from the chat channel, she drove on. After all, there was nothing new in today's news flash. Guan Yi just had to keep driving. If there were no accidents along the way, she would arrive at the Maosheng Peach Orchard around 2 p.m. In that case, let's go. The sooner we get there, the sooner we can resolve it. Speaking of which, I'm really curious what variety of peaches Grandma Peach will be cultivating this year. Guan Yi thought of the singing and dancing peaches Uncle Chen had mentioned earlier, and suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 120. At 2:20 p.m., Guan Yi arrived near the lush peach orchard. She didn't dare approach directly because of the numerous, highly visible warning signs. Gun, indiscriminate attack activated. Gun, skull, trespassers, be damned. Skull, bloody blade, are you here to buy peaches, or to be used as fertilizer? The choice is yours. Bloody blade, explosion, you Berkeley scum, get out of my territory. Explosion, Guan Yi, what a hot-tempered peach grandma. That's impressive. If someone from the Berkeley family were to come and get themselves killed, we could definitely work together. How can I prove my identity? Guan Yi tapped the steering wheel lightly, pondering. What I can show you is the flag of a traveling merchant and the badge of the Highway Mileage Association. I can also show my identity as a bounty hunter. I can't mention the grade frequency, not that identity. But how can I show it to Grandma Tauzi? Guan Yi carefully examined the warning signs, one after another. Further ahead would enter the peach garden area. She didn't dare driving casually, as it would be an indiscriminate attack. There must be cameras. Otherwise, how would they detect intrusion? They must detect it before they can initiate an attack. I just need to find the detection camera. Ah, I found it. Guan Yi circled the warning signs and finally, near the initial sign that activated the indiscriminate attack, spotted a small camera that rotated back and forth with her movements. This little thing was positioned low and camouflaged. If Guan Yi hadn't been certain there was a trap, she might not have found it so quickly. Hello, Grandma Tauzi. I'm a member of the Highway Mileage Association. I saw your help advertisement in the 7 o'clock Asphalt Express, and am here to help you transport your peaches. After Guan Yi finished speaking, she waited patiently for a moment. After all, the camera hadn't moved since she approached, and she could sense someone on the other side observing her. It must be Grandma Tauzi, Guan Yi thought. Although she didn't know why she wasn't saying anything, she wasn't anxious. She was just watching her, so she could watch as she wanted to. Someone as outstanding as her deserved the attention. Guan Yi waited in front of the camera for about 2 or 3 minutes. Just as she was about to repeat herself, an old but energetic voice came from the speaker next to the camera. Yes, that's you. You said you're from the Highway Mileage Association. Do you have any proof? Guan Yi nodded, pulled out her old wallet, and pulled out the Highway Mileage Association's hexagonal tire badge. She placed it a short distance in front of the camera and showed it to Grandma Tauzi. The other side seemed to have a way to quickly identify real and fake badges. Guan Yi held it up for a few seconds, and Grandma Tauzi responded. Well, at least it proves you're not one of those Berkeley bastards. As far as I know, none of them can join the association. But you should also know that to reach the service area, you have to pass through Xiqing, the territory of the Berkeley scum. How can you guarantee that my peaches will be safely delivered to their destination? Guan Yi thought for a moment, thinking this was probably a demonstration of her strength. So she pulled the hunter badge with the eagle head mark from her purse and held it up to the camera again. I'm still a bounty hunter. This proves my identity and ability. My current record is capturing 2 wanted criminals. Although I'm new, the lack of results is simply because I haven't encountered other wanted criminals. It's their luck, not my ability. Grandma Peach sounded a little surprised. You're actually a bounty hunter. That's a bit unexpected. Guan Yi smiled slightly and took out her gun license. My weapons certificate, of course. There are some things that shouldn't be shown publicly. I guess you understand what I mean. Legally possessing firearms. You're quite capable, young lady. That being said, my peaches are ripe. Even if there's a constant temperature box to delay decay, they need to be delivered to the service area as soon as possible. Do you have the speed to do that? Guan Yi's smile widened. Of course, I'd love to. This time, Guan Yi held the gold medal she had received when she achieved the title of chief pilot. It contained 3 medals, one for a high-temperature server, one for a maze server, and one for a Lancheng server, which was enough to explain the problem. I'm the top driver, a 3-time champion. I skipped a level in between, otherwise I have 4 gold medals. After saying this, Guan Yi also took out the unremarkable gold medal. And this? A championship medal from the endurance race at the road car race. Does that prove my ability? Membership in the Road Mileage Association represents status, bounty hunter, and gun licenses represent strength, top driver represents speed and probability of a safe arrival, and car race champion represents endurance and excellent driving skills. Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm also a very good traveling merchant. Guan Yi took out a round badge with a scales pattern on it, and expertly displayed it to the person on the other side of the camera. I have ample experience in freight transportation. Choosing me won't be a mistake. So, when it's time to take a certification, take it. When it's time to brush up on your experience, brush up on your experience. And now, it's all being put to use. Little girl, you really surprised me. Grandma Taozi's voice was filled with satisfaction. There's no one more suitable for freight transportation than you. Come on, follow the green peach light. I'll be waiting inside. With that, the voice from the speaker faded. Then, Guan Yi saw a green light appear not far ahead. It must be the peach light Grandma Taozi had mentioned. Excellent, I passed. Guan Yi puffed out his chest. When he had shown Grandma Taozi the badges earlier, she had placed one on her chest for each one she took out. Now her chest was almost full, looking particularly impressive. Anyway, whether it's a badge or a medal, the back has a built-in adhesive, allowing it to be applied to any material. Removing it is also easy, whoever applied it can remove it, leaving no marks. It's the kind of adhesive material Guan Yi really wants in real life. Back in the car, Guan Yi drove Zhuxia, following the directions given by Grandma Taozi. Soon, she came upon a fence made of dead wood and barbed wire. Through the gaps, she could see peach trees laden with fruit. Sure enough, this is a truly lush peach orchard. If anyone had ignored the warning signs and trespassed, they would have been attacked by now. Guan Yi shrugged and continued driving along the green peach lights towards the gate she had already seen. It seems Grandma Taozi likes to use courtesy before force. Not bad, I happen to like that, too. It seems we might get along. There was a camera near the gate. After it caught Guan Yi's eye in the driver's seat, the gate slowly opened, revealing a width wide enough for one car to enter. It closed again after Guan Yi drove through, preventing anyone else from entering. Guan Yi noticed that since entering the peach orchard, the almost relentless downpour had disappeared, as if blocked by something, akin to the skylight she had seen in the campground. There are so many peach trees, but I can't tell them apart. Now that she wasn't afraid of getting wet, Guan Yi opened the car window and breathed in some fresh air. Peach trees lined both sides of the road. She didn't know much about them, and couldn't tell the difference between the varieties. She just thought they looked the same as she'd seen before. The peaches were ordinary, at least from the outside, nothing unusual. Curious, Guan Yi, guided by the peach lights, finally arrived in front of a large peach building. Grandma Taozi had been waiting there for a while. She stood with her hands behind her back, looking at Guan Yi as he emerged from the car. Her gaze swept across the badge on his chest, as if verifying its authenticity, perhaps also making a final confirmation. Finally, she said only one sentence, "Take a break and have a cup of peach oolong tea." Guan Yi politely thanked her and, guided by Grandma Towsy, sat down in the peach-shaped chair. This chair is more comfortable than I expected. Really nice. Guan Yi said this, observing the chair's movements to cover up his momentary loss of composure. When she first laid eyes on Grandma Peach, her pupils dilated. Although she had prepared herself for the event, she was still a bit shocked when she saw her in person. Grandma Peach was no longer human in the traditional sense, but she wasn't the animal human Guan Yi had seen before either. She looked like a peach transformed into a spirit. So, Grandma Peach doesn't mean grandma who plants peaches, but grandma of peaches? And what about the peach oolong tea she was going to drink? Guan Yi stared at the steaming teacup on Peach's table, the tea bag gently bobbing in the water. The faint scent of peach lingered at her nose, and she hesitated, unsure whether to take a sip. What if, let's just say, she took a sip and Grandma Peach suddenly said something like, "It seems you really like the smell of my grandson/granddaughter." With a smile? Should she swallow it or spit it out? "I'm glad you like my furniture. I can give you a set as a gift." Grandma Peach was very welcoming, inviting the long-distance guest to tea. "This is made from the pulp of last year's dried peaches, and the tea is from this year's. Don't you like it?" Guan Yi smiled politely. "It's a little hot. I wait for it to cool down." Grandma Peach nodded, and the leaves on her forehead trembled. She was a humanoid with a round, peach-like face, covered with fine fuzz, the kind of peach skin that you couldn't chew without soaking it in salt water and rubbing it for a while. Her body was similar to that of a human, with all the necessary parts, limbs, torso, fingers, etc., but the shapes were different. Her fingers resembled branches, her nails resembled leaves, and her skin resembled bark. In any case, Guan Yi didn't consider her human. If she had to be called a human, she was a vegetative person in the physical sense. Grandma Peach didn't force Guan Yi to drink the tea, but instead began discussing the mission with her. "I know the situation in the wetlands, so I provide a constant temperature box for storing the peaches. Also, these children of mine are a little special, you must keep an eye on them." Guan Yi silently withdrew her hand from the teacup. They were children now, and the dried peach meat must have been one of them before it became peach oolong tea. Although the tea smelled delicious, the thought that it might be made from a corpse made her not want to drink it at all.